Greetings, Counter-Strike fans from all across the world. Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm 2021. We're at the Legend stage, and that means we had to finish the Challengers stage yesterday. Here's a recap of that action.
We're coming to get you ready or not!
Nice charge though through Archway will yield a couple kills.
You grind a hole and raise your flag on the ground that we
They just want to go in. Oh, and we're going to see. Oh, no.
Shut it down.
That's rough.
call you falling dead. Don't be fooled by officer who wanted to take to attack. This is the
They are losing position very, very quickly indeed. With that third kill, surely this round is over. Surely this ends in disaster. Sunfire's making his way towards the side. Are there angles here for the bomb? Yes. And that's going to be that timeout win. Just a little too slow. Heroic don't have the respect to allow you to play at that pace.
You can't throw the gauntlet down and expect to walk away. You can't leave without a fight. That's not how the game is played. You have come to us before. We recall you falling back. Don't be fooled by our facade. We won't hesitate to attack.
They just want to harass right now, so this one should be all over Red Rover. Series continuing to pick, following him down. Gabe's going to join in for the fun.
They're going to be flooding in the utils there. The Franks are too, and Big Plan. What a recovery. It's a powerful angle if they don't clear him. Back to turn.
We will search and destroy, run, hide. We will search and destroy, run, hide. We will search and destroy, run, hide. We will search and destroy.
Drop down. Eliminate one, and Frozen responds. Okay, problem solved.
Walk away. You can't leave without a fight. That's not how the game is played. You have come to us before. We recall you falling back. Don't be This is the hour of your defeat. There's no escape. There's no retreat. You shake the gate. Do you know what you've done? You'll find out on yourself.
That's gonna be haunting him for a bit. Lucky with the collateral.
We will search and destroy. Run. We will
Now they're going to be lined up. Sunday Young, excellent MP9 spray down, quad kill. Lucky's in the corner. It's the if he misses the shot, Lucky, it's done. And Dexter's repositioning, looking everywhere.
Oh.
The gun barrel's showing. Oh, he's straight for it. Dexter, big kill on that one. 7 seconds left. Now he can't do it any longer. Oh, but he gets the kill anyway. What a clutch from Dexter. 1 versus 3 to bring Spirit back in the major. Astralis, they've rotated everyone out of the B bomb side, sneaking through Lucky. Straight no scoping. Chopper and Glaive. Oh, what a teammate.
Yes, all the emotions, the heartbreak, the jubilance, a crazy day of Counter-Strike, and lots of stories to come now that we're at the Legend stage. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk today, because it's Legends, we got a pair of them. We have Maniac, a man who never failed to get out of the old Challenger stage in his career, 5-time major competitor, and of course Blair, someone who has been around the scene since 2013. Loads of experience, a major debutant, but don't let that fool you. The guy knows what he's talking about. Gentlemen, let's just talk a little bit about what we saw in the recap video. I'm going to give you a key word for yesterday: experience.
Absolutely. And listen, there is no other places than the major to test a player, to test his character, to test his ability to deal with pressure. There is everything on the line. We've been waiting for this for 2 years now, and you could see the emotions in that recap video. That's what I love, what it means for them to make it to the next step, to make it to the legend stage. Disappointment on one hand and jubilation on the other.
Yep. I think jubilation, you know, we had a few discussions yesterday about whether some of those celebrations were apt or not, but here's the thing, in the legend stage, every win you celebrate that. I have no problem with it, because now the competition, look at the teams coming in now, right?
Man.
You take any of these teams down, best of 1, best of 3s, doesn't matter, you deserve to celebrate it.
Sure, and we're going to talk about those games, but first let's just take a look at the overall standings from yesterday, if we can do that. Obviously, teams have gone out and fallen by the wayside. We knew GODSENT and Sharks were out. Sad news for Brazil. Renegades, TYLOO, Pain Gaming, they joined them. These are the heartbreak ones, the 2s and the 3s. So close, yet so far. Big, they're going to be left having some sort of existential crisis, you know, losing to MOUZ when they were favored. Movistar Riders, brilliant account of themselves. All the Spanish fans that were watching can be immensely proud, but they just lacked it against Heroic yesterday. And Team Spirit, that's the one where you saw in tears how much it meant, because that is a team who, you rewind to the start of the year, everyone was talking about them as dark horses. Now, I didn't even have a chance to read it, but they put a statement out today about the CSGO team. Sadly, it was in Russian.
No, something happening in Spirit. Something happening.
Yeah, well, perhaps, but I had to come into the, I had to come on stage, so who knows?
We saw the emotions coming out of Dexter, and I think out of the whole roster, he was the one that really wanted it the most, and he gave his absolute everything on that last map. He had a fabulous tournament, I think that'd be wrong to say, but he gave everything he had, and he lives and breathes the game. You're right, Spirit, big, a lot of disappointment, a lot of questions now. What do we do for the future? Because that one is obviously a failure. Sometimes what you got to do to learn.
I feel maybe they had too much of higher expectations than the rest of us did for that particular team, right? They have been struggling since the beginning of the year. They are a dangerous team, but then you had teams like Entropiq come in and kind of, they're the CIS team, which is surprising everyone. Well, Spirit has unfortunately fallen off. They do have the right elements. Chopper, you know, he's a veteran. You have players like Mir who can pop off, be the hard carry as well at times. Dexter as well. But yeah, a couple of changes should definitely be coming in, but I don't know who they're going to change.
It's the right region to do it. A plethora of talent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of talent, these are the Legends teams. I mean, look at this field, guys, and it's just a feast of Counter-Strike today. It's going to be probably the longest day of the major, guys, so buckle up. We're all hyped for it. We were all tucked up in bed. I think I was in bed at like 8 p.m. I don't think I've done that in about 10 years.
I don't even know how you actually got a good night of sleep, Richard. I was so excited. It was barely impossible for me to close my eyes.
Like a kid at Christmas.
My God, look at these 16 teams we have. Obviously, we have the veterans, we have the legends of the game, but we also have the likes of Entropiq and Copenhagen Flames, all these Cinderella stories that today could already start what could be absolutely miraculous.
This is why I think it's a really cool major overall, because look, I can't tell a lie. I don't think the global top 10 is the strongest and the most stable, possibly one of the weakest it's been in a while. But what is interesting is those teams outside of it, they are all dangerous.
It's very gay.
So what you're going to get, I think, here is one of the most competitive majors at the Legend stage I think we've seen. I think there's going to be upsets left, right, and center. Let me just take you through the schedule.
Oh, boy.
Oh, guys, I mean, we're going to talk about EG and FaZe in depth, obviously. I said it yesterday. I'll repeat it today. Gambit versus ENCE. That is a very dangerous best of one for Gambit, and they're coming in with high expectations, a lot of pressure put on them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, you look at these two teams, again, very different storylines, right? Like, you look at Gambit, the beginning of the year, the best team in the world. You saw them perform on LAN. Fell off a little bit. You know, they didn't...
Quarterfinal. Let's not be too harsh on them.
Yeah, quarterfinal's still not bad at all, but for a team we're expecting to maybe potentially take the championship, sure. A bit of a disappointment. So for them, this is a proving ground.
Oh, I know they were disappointed
as well. They are definitely disappointed. They want to win this major, right? So they have a lot to prove here. For the side of ENCE, the fact that they're here is already a massive thing for this team, but considering the fashion in which they managed to qualify for the Legend stage, I wouldn't be too surprised to see them take down a couple of teams here.
They can dream. Think about the format. Think about what happened to Flames on the first day. You have two games, two best of one potentially. You hit it the ground running, you get that 2-0, and then you're such in a position, one game away from the champion stage. That'd be insane. I'm not going to pretend that ENCE is a better team than Gambit. Overall, Gambit have the number figured out everywhere. But because of the format and because of how it works, an upset's on the card.
Oh, absolutely. And they do have the firepower. I do worry for Natus Hot, though. The poor guy, yeah, he seems to be struggling quite a bit whenever ENCE plays.
Well, I mean, that's just the nature of the beast, right? I mean, especially in these high-pressure situations.
Shout out Natus.
The age doesn't help.
I know. It's crazy. I remember doing doing I think last time I was in Romania, me and him were doing a desk together. And
I was playing that event.
Yeah.
You were the desk host. I was playing that event, the PGL
It's
Minor.
so crazy. How far we've all come.
It's crazy.
Right, look, let's talk about some of the fixtures in depth. Let's just start with that one that was down there. It's going to be on the secondary stream. I think we're probably going to get some sort of viewership record for the event. It's going to be Heroic versus Na'Vi. I mean, yeah, this is why, when we were saying yesterday, be careful about celebrating too much, because they were the 3-2 team. So
That's
now you're running into Na'Vi in the first game in the Legends stage. I think it's going to be explosive.
Listen, if Heroic beat Na'Vi here, I will have no problem if Caden breaks the table, tosses the chair, puts a teammate
real.
through the table as well. I'm going to go for
I
it.
hope he saves some of that energy, because if you win here today, you know, you're absolutely well within your rights to go crazy. But Na'Vi, you know, I think they're a different beast these days to what they were, even at the start of the year.
We have so many questions when it comes to Na'Vi, honestly. First of all, yes, the story of Na'Vi missing the beat at the beginning of the tournament, I feel like has faded out. Now they know what's at stake, they realize what's going on. But still, there are 3 players in this Na'Vi roster that don't have the most experience. Sure. Bumich with QB, Fire, did dip his toe a little bit in the major, but when it comes to Bit and Perfecto, we have no idea what to expect from these 2 players. And the very reason why Na'Vi is now sitting at the top of Counter-Strike is because of their evolution. We know how simple it is, we know how electronic it is, these are safe values, incredible players. But Bit and Perfecto evolving, that what made the difference for Na'Vi. Are we going to see the same players when it's the major, when it's the Legend stage?
I'm going to say Perfecto, definite question mark over there, right? But Bit, in my opinion, has been the one player who's transitioned, who's come forth during the online era.
Of the year.
Yeah, and the way he's transitioned even to the LAN, sure, he hasn't played in front of an arena. That's a caveat. But apart from that, the way he played on LAN recently at IM4, for example, he looks legit. He looks like a real deal, if you ask me.
Oh, it's a hell of a... It's not just a hell of a find because he was on the academy side for like a year.
Yeah.
It's the development.
Absolutely.
That's what's surprising.
Remember the first games? Remember the first games that Bit had to go through with Na'Vi?
Yeah, when he was playing him on one map.
He was ridiculed at the very beginning.
Yep,
and everyone was shouting, what the hell is this? Send him back to the Academy League. But no, Na'Vi, they knew, Blade knew that there was something with this player, that he would blossom into something incredible. And they gave him the time. They helped him, they mentored him. And now you're right, Rookie of the Year, absolutely in that ballot.
And now, obviously, we get our first look at the best player in the world, Simple. We're going to see which version of him turns up. The Mega version or the
exactly.
Mega version.
What's the choice?
Exactly. He's only got 2 gears at the moment.
There's no choice with Simple, and honestly, the only thing he's missing in his career is a major, multiple majors. The best player to ever touch the game, uncontested. You look at his pedigree, you look at his talent, it's right there, it's up for the taking, and I think that is what is making this major so legendary, is that the stars have never been so aligned for Simple to make his career.
Yes, but heartbreak, obviously, you know, for legacy purposes,
absolutely,
this major has to be his, and everyone's rooting for him to get it. But there's another player here that, you know, turns out he's pretty good as well. We're going to see Vitality versus Virtus.pro. Vitality, I think everything's kind of coming, you know, talking about stars aligning, everything's coming together at the right time for them. Went through a lot of roster changes. Ziwu's form dipped as they were trying to change positions and find what, and now he's back. Xtaz doesn't get as much credit, I don't think, as
one of the best coaches we have.
I think he's one of the best coaches. The results don't bear it out this year, but I'm looking forward to seeing Vitality against a shaky Virtus.pro, honestly.
I mean, the detractors of Vitality will say that no trophies were here in 2021. They'd be right. Deep runs all across the board, lacking of trophies. But there are 2 elements we have to consider. First of all, it's ZywOo. Obviously, as you mentioned, always going to be a contender for best players in the world at the battle with Simple. But the other one is Shux and Apex. These 2 are major winners. These 2 know the game.
True.
They have won it. Cluj-Napoca for Apex, Dream Winter for Shux. And I estimate that these 2 players might show better, might overperform because of the context. And that would be a difference maker for Vitality.
And here's a really cool thing. Shux has been performing recently, right? I feel like he's peaking at the right time. Shux, notorious for having moments, periods of time where he can kind of go quiet, but right now he really seems to be in form. At Apex, man, sure, you might meme about him being very emotive in the server, but that's the way it is. But here's the thing. His calling has been fantastic recently. Sure, he hasn't been able to get the tournaments, but some great calling coming out from Apex.
Emotions, that's going to be the key for me in Apex. Emotions. We know that at times, in very important tournaments, he sometimes had to switch that went off, and he went off the rail, and then so Vitality kind of derailed on their T side. That cannot happen, but I'm sure it has been a point of contention, a point of discussion with Xtaz. How do we make sure that he stays in the line, he stays focused, eyes on the prize, and he makes a difference? Because I agree, I like what he's becoming as an IGL, but you cannot see him derail, not at the major.
Well, guys, just to move it along, because obviously we're about to get into the first game of the day. Now, look, Evil Geniuses versus FaZe. We're going to focus on that. This, if we had a time machine, I feel there's a period of
Would
time
you
where
use it?
this would have been like an amazing match in terms
In
of just high
2017,
skill.
maybe?
Yeah, exactly. But unfortunately, this is more of the disappointment derby, isn't it, for both of these orgs recently? FaZe did go 3-0. They're looking very different. What type of EG's going to turn up? Because I don't have high hopes for them at all.
I think they have used all the get out of jail free cards. That is it. I haven't run out. I would really like to present you with a narrative that shows EG under a different light, and it's going to be an incredible reaction. Dude, I have no idea what could come together for EG to find success.
We need to remind everyone how they even got here, right? They've been struggling throughout the entire year. You look at the RMR event, IEM Fall. They got a default win against Triumph because one of the players didn't show up because he was sleeping. Shout out Triumph.
I cannot deal with that.
The second one, they won a best of one against TYLOO Nation, a team that's been struggling, and the one best of 3 they won was against the Extreme Mums, and somehow it was the one game where it was Cirque finally showing up, right? And that's been the only shining light for this team in what feels like just a dark.
It's more like a shooting star. It's not even a light. You see it for 1 second and it's
and
gone.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Look, you talk about Breeze and Cirque. These two players have at times been featured in the top 20 of HLTV. Breeze twice, Cirque once.
Oh,
but these were win conditions. They're far away from that form. So do we believe in some kind of romantic story because it's the major, suddenly everything catches on fire? I don't think so.
It feels like a French art movie where everyone just dies at the end.
That's a very obscure reference. Most of the people will be
really
going,
sad.
what, French art movies? What are those? Check them out. Broaden your horizons. But look, let's also talk about FaZe while we're talking about broadening horizons. I was checking the stats today while I was doing my prep. They've got 2 players in the top 5 overall from the Challenger stage, statistically speaking. One of them is Twists. He's number 3.
The other one.
Great news. The other one, it's Carrigan.
Yeah, he had
What's
fantastic series. He had fantastic series, and when you know the kind of impact that Carrigan is going to have on your team mid-round when he's feeling it, that is a joyous perspective of FaZe. Nothing could be better than Carrigan finding form. Even Olofmeister, to an extent, a player that we have criticized heavily in terms of individual performances, is kind of showing up, showing a better level. So all the stars again aligning for FaZe Clan, up to the point where we feel who can really stop them when they hit the stride right now? When Carrigan's playing that Counter-Strike, that is something to be mindful of.
And I think if you go back to the Dust 2 game against ENCE, even ENCE were like, yeah, there was nothing we can do, and Carrigan just feeling it, running in at them, and just closing out the series, right? Here's the thing. FaZe look great. They've managed to overcome the first hurdle, which was getting out of the initial challenger stage, and they did that fantastically.
Not dropping a map.
Not dropping a single map. Everyone stepping up, everyone doing their job. Rain not even having to do much. Olofmeister, as you mentioned, doing good. Now here's the problem though. Now as things get a little bit more interesting, EG, it's going to be an easy opponent for them. I'm just going to say it out there. But the lack of Raban sitting behind them, standing behind them as a coach, how much of a factor is it going to play deeper in the run in the tournament? I think that is something which we could talk about later on.
I think Carrigan has the shoulder to stomach the absence of Robin. If I ever had to pick a leader that should be on his own.
One of the best ideals we've ever had.
Exactly. So I would put Carrigan. One of the questions that we can highlight is Brokey, right? When FaZe was going into this very dark, unending tunnel like on Mario, when you hadn't had the level to fight Bowser.
He was a shining light.
Brokey was the one fighting. Brokey was the one putting the numbers time and time again, but he is still a rookie for this stage of what is happening in front of our eyes. Can we expect the same kind of Brokey to show up today?
Listen, when you have someone like Olofmeister, right, has played every single bloody major since the beginning, since inception of the majors in CSGO. You have a star like Twist, you have a veteran like Carrigan and Rain alongside. I think that is the perfect environment for a rookie, so to speak, to really thrive. But
Also
then again,
a lot of pressure
as well. But he has shown, like you said, I want to give faith this time around. I want to put my faith in the fact that he has been the rock amongst the rock for FaZe in the stormy seas of online Counter-Strike, and I believe he's going to deliver here.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. I think Brokey's a player that it's kind of interesting because we've talked about this phenomenon before. Being the AWPer, man, it's a crazy world. It's like if you have a bad game, everyone notices. If you have a great game, everyone talks about you like you're the next, God tier player to break through. Brokey's quietly consistent, very unassuming, not an egotistical guy, not even really a sort of player that has that swagger on the server. Instrumental to what FaZe
And something you have to consider as well, Richard, when it comes to the AWP is that most of your incredible work is going to be done when the system is working, when the
Yeah.
system makes sense. This is where you actually kind of take your AWP and you position like on a chessboard and you say, okay, this is where you're going to be. You're going to have 2 easy kills. There you're going to have the refrag. FaZe that period of time where we had no idea about their game plan. We had no idea what they were doing. Shuffling lineups, struggling online. So Brokey kind of in the middle of this battle had to figure out on his own, how am I going to make a difference? And clutching, he can do it. Multi-kills, he can do it. The only thing that's left for Brokey to actually do on a better stand is entry kills. I want him to go out there and make the difference. That is the one thing I want from Brokey.
Yeah, I mean, while we're talking about Orpus, obviously on the other side, EG, Cirque. Yeah, look, you know, it's not the fun part of the job when you
Go
have
ahead,
to talk about
let's turn that one
people.
around.
Yeah, but like, back to being the most despised man in esports. He's just not been very good. He's just not been very good. He was brilliant for a long period of time when he first came in. Everyone was like, where did they find this guy?
Yeah,
it's incredible. But, I mean, we're talking 12 months now where he's had one map here, one map there, but in generally been very poor, I think, at least.
Here's the thing. I don't want to really put the blame solely on the shoulders of Cirque or Oba. I just feel like as a team, right? Like, you look at Pro League, they didn't have Stan. He'd taken a little bit of a break. You had Daps come in. They won one map out of 5 best-of-3s they play, which was a rough stat indeed, right? So even if you're the opera in a team and you're kind of rely to perform, if your team is just shuffling around, you don't really know what's happening.
But the problem is that Brokey is the exact opposite. That's the problem I have with Cirque.
I know.
Brokey is the exact counterpart, just the one
I'm trying
that's
to be
successful.
nice here.
No, don't. Let's not be. We should not be. Brokey is the exact opposite of
Day
Cirque.
5,
Yeah.
he's lost it.
No, I haven't lost my mind. It's just, let's be honest, we have to give props to Brokey. Like, Brokey as well had some kind of a shuffle cards around him, made a difference. Cirque completely shut down. In fact, I am more impressed by his rifle work recently. How is that a good statement?
Yeah, that
I
is
like it
not
when
a
he
good
plays with the AK,
statement.
with the rifle, he makes the difference.
Speaking of rifles, you have Breezy. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that he has fallen off so far. Like, this guy was a top 20, almost a top 10 rifle player at times. And there are moments, there are maps I've seen when Breezy just goes off and he's unplayable. You can't handle him at all, right? On the T side especially. And now he's below average, like not even close to the peak he hit earlier. And heading into the major, even in the win they had against Extreme, he was okay. He wasn't too spectacular, right?
He changed a couple of positions, and that's the problem that I have. And maybe it's a problem of how they perceive themselves as a team. When I hear that Breeze is actually leaving space for other players, trying to adapt, changing positions, I kind of want him not to do that. Well, when you have that talent, when you have that explosive firepower, trying to take the space, be the guy, say, listen, I want to play these positions. I'm sure if I'm here and there, I'll make the difference. And I think he was a bit too, enabling other people rather than focusing on himself.
Yeah, well, we've got the veto. We can find out what positions he's likely to be taking. Let's take a look at the maps. Obviously, remember, if you're just tuning in, best of ones today.
You said it, Blay. You had it coming. You said Dust 2 was on the cards.
It'd be Dust 2 or Inferno, and it is Dust 2.
I thought, if given the option of either Inferno or Dust 2 coming in for EG, they would have definitely potentially gone for Inferno. But yeah, Inferno getting banned on my face, I like that. Coming in from Carrigan, it's like, well, screw you guys. You're not going to be playing Dust 2. You're not going to be playing Inferno, a map that... Look, there's no map EG are very good at right now. Let's be real. But Inferno is a bit more of a comfort map, right? But heading into Dust 2, historically, they've shown they can play it. So yeah,
I mean, look, my feel is here actually Dust 2 might not be the worst map for EG. It's no secret Stan took a lot of time out recently. We don't know how well they're going to be prepared. They've been changing staff behind the scenes. You've got Breezy took some time as well, and he's just returning. Dust 2, I mean, you want to... It's the mac and cheese of Counter-Strike, isn't it? It's there, it's comfortable, you run around, you know all the angles, you know all the... So if there isn't that tactical cohesiveness there, they might be able to style this out.
Yeah, and you might look at the win rate last 3 months, and spoiler, that's 0%, so it's not great. But a couple of games, they actually did put up a fight. We're talking 13-16 against FaZe, 11 rounds against Astralis, 12 against Mad Lions. It's not too bad. I'll just circle back to my issue with Cirque, right? I know rifle in his hands, he can make a difference. I kid you not, he has the potential to make the difference with the rifle. But Dust 2 is the one map I need my AWPer to make a difference. This is where you expect him to give you rounds, literally give you rounds. Any team, any opponent makes a mistake, a flash is missing, a smoke is missed, insta-kill, you play from the car, you make that difference. Cirque can do it with the rifle, I just haven't seen it with the AWP. So now you go up against Brokey. Again, I fail to see how that matchup is going to work out.
He's going to be open. No, he's going to be picking up the AWP for sure. The question is, can he deliver, right? And looking at that Dust 2 game FaZe had against ENCE, even if you ignore the fact that Carrigan just went Super Saiyan 3 in the final few rounds there. The team looked amazing. Brokey was delivering, was doing his job at the AWP. Rain was everywhere. We had Twist, as usual, having some crazy highlight moments
Secondary
as well.
upper as well on that B side.
Secondary upper as well. Who's going to be
He can do it.
secondary up? I mean, Dust 2 can be a map when you have the double up setup coming onto the CD side. You can just completely lock it down. I don't even think EG have a secondary op right now.
They don't have a primary, so.
Well, look, I don't want to be all doom and gloom talking about EG. I think it's only fair we do talk about some good aspects to them. Mihu and Obo, I think, you know, I really liked Obo in Complexity. He's a young kid. It was a difficult situation. He felt he had to get out of there and spend some time home. Look, who can't identify with that? What with the 2 years we've all gone through across the planet.
Indeed.
You know, I think he's found his feet in EG. I don't think he is sort of part of the grand failure. And Mihu, I talked about him, I can't remember, it was on day 2, this lost generation of Polish players.
That's the point.
That, you know, got scattered to the 4 winds. That realistically, there's 5 wicked Polish players out there that could all be playing together.
I mean, if we could jump into a time machine, there are a couple of players in Poland that could have taken the VP train a bit earlier on, and God knows what would have happened. If you have a man like Mihu with his talent that would have jumped at that time and then have that experience at the highest level. Because when you look at him play, it is definite that he's got a sense for the game. He's got a talent. He's very aggressive.
He's
he
the
makes
best
a
thing
difference.
about this team.
He is great to watch. But again, I feel like his career has just been a nightmare of unlucky timings where he joins teams and struggling, join another team struggling. He's doing his very best individually speaking. But all these failures, if I can call it like that, it takes a chip off of you. Like it shatters down your motivation, your confidence, and that is why I'm a little bit worried for Mihu and his ability to shine today.
Final thought?
Yeah, I'm just going to echo what Mainek mentioned right there. It's a team where you had Stanislaw coming in as the IGL, Daps coming in as the coach. Imagine Daps and Stan working together in one team. Then Daps left for that anime game, then he came back again. It's like, no, I prefer Counter-Strike, rightfully so, Daps. And here we go, right? Like, I feel the lack of proper one firm voice when it comes to leadership is why these potential stars haven't been able to perform. Maybe it might change here. I don't know. Let's find out.
Well, about to see. I got FaZe's favorites as well. This is it, guys. It's the first game of the Legend stage. Let's make some noise up in this bitch. It's James and DDK.
Can't believe you say something like that on live broadcasting, Richard. I'm very disappointed in you. Man, I am afraid for my 0-3 pick. I'm afraid. EG can win a game. We have no info on EG. They haven't had any interviews. I looked at Daps' Twitter. He's tweeted like nothing. All these guys have been here, and then they've not been here, right? It's a best of 1. We have no idea what to expect. We've got no idea, guys. I'm more invested in a 0-3 than I am in like anything else.
Yeah, who is going to be the 0-3 team? I mean, everyone has EG, but the thing is we're going to find out pretty quickly. I mean, the Pickens has just been locked in.
There are so many variables. There are so many variables. The data we have, like map-wise, is utterly useless. I think some of their players were unhappy with being away from home for so long. So you have to wonder about the mental psyche. Richard mentioned the breaks and so on. We just don't have the data, man. I'm even trying to think like. Two teams are going to go 0-3. Who's the other team? Some people have picked MOUZ. Some people have picked Entropiq. I mean, maybe even Copenhagen Flames ended up 0-3. I have no idea. I ended up leaving it an EG. But I'm terrified. I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, it's really interesting. There's so many different possibilities of different things that can happen. I mean, it's really exciting because I was saying to James off camera, in reality with CS, it's a game of having really good fundamentals, having great cohesion and synergy, doing the basics extremely well, and being consistent with all of that. And so many teams are in flux right now. It's really difficult to predict, but that's actually making it so exciting at this phase because there's so few guarantees. And FaZe, I mean, it's a team where I last second switched them to my 3-0, actually. Yeah. Last seconds off of Copenhagen Flames. It's so hard. But we're going to see their form as well as Evil Geniuses. And I think on a map like Dust 2 to kick things off in this best of 1, I think that's definitely a good place for EG to find themselves. I think it's honestly the best case.
However, of course, we have that change in T-Spawn. And that is a significant change because it gives the CTs a lot more leeway to make some outrageous plays, as we saw from from Karrigan rather, recently on Dust 2, and Stanislaw or Stanisław for the Poles will be keeping the CTs honest and trying to make sure that nothing's going on. But again, one thing I think about that change, I think it's gone a bit too deep in that it's harder to get on. I don't think you can get on that box anymore, where you could hop up and have an AWP spot in those boxes, which would allow you to keep an eye on short as well, because from T-Spawn, of course, you cannot see short. So Evil Genius is a giant question mark. We don't know what their prep's been like. We don't know how they're feeling coming into this. I was looking on Google News search to try and find an interview with them. I couldn't find one on HLTV. So they're going to have to answer all our questions on the server.
Well, so far, very slow opening from EG. I see Brokey taking a look on Catwalk. So at this point, FaZe have all the info, and it's going to be very difficult for Evil Geniuses to break this B defense because everybody's basically here. The flank is coming as well. They have to hit the shots very quickly, and so far it's not looking all that great there. Just Breeze remaining, and he will get taken down as well. EG made to look foolish in the opening round here in this best of one.
Some people have commented that, of course, the teams in the challenger stage will be coming into this hot as they've had a lot of CS to play. And I'm sure that the other teams would have been scrimming each other as well, but of course it isn't the same. You don't have that pressure. You can be more aggressive than you may otherwise be in scrims and just try things that you wouldn't normally. The PCWs, the practice clan wars. Oh, it's a miss Molotov. No harm done though. Brokey has the angles. Starters, you mean to go on FaZe Clan. So again, Evil Geniuses will be taking it slowly. Cirque's on the Scout, and the Scout can be a nice warm-up for the AWP later on as well. The increased movement speeds, it's nice to snap people with it. Maybe this Scout will be telling of what we can expect in this game to come.
And the Grebo Catwalk, very typical. Playing for that plant on the A site. So far, FaZe are being very patient, and they don't really have to be all that aggressive in finding information here. To move up Catwalk is spotted by Carrigan. Just going to plant himself on the site, and with that smoke can just stay in position with the MP9. Oh no! Up on the box, Cirque ready for that one, and that's going to prevent them from being able to hold the site. And oh my goodness! Okay, Breeze with another headshot now makes this round look actually winnable. Oh! But there's a double from Twist as they go for the plant. Absolutely denied. Breeze last player standing. Oh my God! Breeze! With the Deagle. Where did that come from?
I wondered if they would wait for the smoke to go, but hey, that is quite the statement from Evil Geniuses. They are ready, and you have to land those headshots with the Deagle. Breeze making it look easy. That is a fantastic second round from Evil Geniuses. Went way further than we could expected. The double HE as well, and they still turn it around with the Desert Eagles. And now Twist will be on the Scout for FaZe Clan. Well, that's promising. You know, I really didn't want to put EG in 0-3. I really didn't. Even with the lack of information, I just thought the best of ones is like it's the perfect storm. Oh, and a Carrigan now looking to get some revenge with the Desert Eagle. But the problem is, I just don't know who else to put. Like, there's no obvious choice. There's no really obvious choice. Some people would say MOUZ, but, you know, that's only part of the audience. Breeze will get his bell rung as well. So this is not really going the way Evil Geniuses were hoping for, but he will be able to retain the map control. Brokey making it to the car position.
There's a deep cat smoke. Oh, okay. Some damage can definitely still be done here by the Scout on Twist and Deagle and Brokey, but it looks like EG are doing a good job to avoid them. Moving towards that very open B site. This game is already just wild. Some of the shots that the two teams are exchanging here on the server is certainly impressive. I mean, that round though from Breeze, unbelievable. The back and forth in kills and the way in which he won that. Given how we've seen the Deagle look all week, that was just extremely unexpected, because we've been seeing many a whiff, James, in the previous stage with the Deagle. Many a whiff.
We saw loads of whiffs with the Deagle. Like, it's the headshot or it's nothing in 80% of cases, I would say, at this point. You're just not going to have, like, your window of opportunity is so small in a professional match. You've got to land that headshot, and Breeze is ready for him. It's coming relaxed, but very sharp indeed. That's a promise. He's a man with many highlights under the EG banner, and there's another one for him. But we're all looking at that result. I would love to know the percentage of pickers that would be wrecked, like the 0-3, if EG win this BO1.
Yeah, they have to be one of the most commonly chosen 0-3 teams. I think, what was the other one we were talking about? That would be MOUZ Sports. A lot of people picking MOUZ Sports as well for that 0-3 slot. Very difficult to put the team in there, but I mean, EG definitely, it has to be the most picked 0-3. Well, into the next round we go, and not too much to work with here for FaZe. Yet again, of course, on that save. Scouts and Deagles remaining. Oh, Carrigan does get some damage there, but Obo survives.
Yeah, I don't expect too much trouble for EG in this round. But these rounds are good just to see where the coordination lies. You know, they like the slow-paced and methodical start to these rounds. That's what we've seen early on. Simple stuff, simple but effective. Smoke grenade on the corner of long to isolate the fights. Brokey finds himself looking for an 8 in an eco round, and that's not going to happen. 3-1 for Evil Geniuses, turning things around very quickly on FaZe Clan, who will be on the bye in round number 5. 5 M4s now. There'll be no AWP in this round for either squad. AKs and Galils versus 5 silenced M4s. Normally we would see, you know, I say normally, but before the M4 update, we would see a mix. But mostly M4A4s, but just 5 silenced M4s on deck.
I don't know, I'm feeling bad about my 0-3 choice now, James.
But who else do you go to? That's
I know.
Like, it's a perfect storm.
It is very difficult. And it's going to be difficult in this round for FaZe as well. 5 M4s on deck. We've got EG looking to go for a contact into this B site. We've got Stan there, you can offer that smoke there for the push into B.
Oh, too late for the grenade. You've got to have the crossfire of your teammate. Rain's got one flash he could throw through the window, but that might not even be required at this point. Rain will be here to help out. There's a great flash bounced off the wall. Spots Stanislaw as well and resets his position. A common one, but Stanislaw doesn't quite have the angles, and he knows that more players are coming. 2 kills, but that will be quite handily dealt with by the first 2 players on the B-bomb site. Rain coming in to stop the push later on as well. It's exactly the round that FaZe Clan needed after getting wrecked by that Deagle.
Yes. I feel good again about the pick. But here we go. We've got EG just going for just a burst play onto the B site in that round. They're going to be interested to keep an eye on how things develop in terms of their approaches in the early round. Of course, another buy coming through here, featuring the AWP on Cirque. So certainly an advantage to be had. You know, Maniac on the desk talking about the importance of an AWP on this map. And Cirque, obviously, an absolutely iconic AWPer. So we'll see what he can do. Rain coming back to mid as EG starts to take control of Catwalk. Got to clear Catwalk on these defaults, and once you've got that Catwalk control, we may either see, you know, the A long take or pressure into mid. No response so far from FaZe.
I can see some repositioning towards the B-bomb site. Twist playing the off angle. And it looks like a mid to B smoke will be deployed. See what the response is. Olofmeister falling back, looking to jiggle now. So we've got a 3-0-2 set up here, more or less, for FaZe Clan, although Rain does have eyes towards mid. No longer does he, as he moves to the graffiti position. Goose position, excuse me. It is graffiti though, isn't it? Kind of half right. 4 players on short now. 25 seconds with which to try and get a bomb plant. Carrigan's on long, but he has no utility. He can't offer any flashes behind his teammate. They just have to frag out. They've got no more help, really, as he has to keep an eye on the long doors where Breeze is creeping, and now the numbers game comes through, or does it? Rain with 2 and Brokey with 1. Obo on the side. Got to jump down to catch the bomb, though. I don't think he gets back to the site in time. And Breeze is on an island. 1v2, but they won't give him the kills he's looking for. An expensive round for FaZe Clan, but they will win another one and tie the score.
Yeah, very well done. And that's going to indeed tie it all up, as you say. And it's been very back and forth to begin with, but it feels like Liquid are kind of poised to start pulling away here. Obviously, being able to, you know, continue onward now, having Brokey on the AWP.
Carrigan!
What about Carrigan? Oh, he was leaving him hanging. I was looking at the monies.
There was an AWP in that round, actually. I must have misread the HUD, but Cirque's AWP was collected from the A bomb site there.
This is a good early start from FaZe though. They lock down the A long control. Might get a delayed peek here. Oh, beautiful from Cirque. Takes down Carrigan. And that's a beautiful early win because FaZe are gonna have to now investigate. You can see Rain having a quick check there, but it's quite a long push to reclaim that ground. So just gonna hold the car position for now, but A long is a complete question mark. So as far as FaZe are concerned, it could either be A or B at this point.
I wonder if Rain's going to try and make a play towards long to find out, but it's not going to come in time, I don't think. Olaf Meister's alone. They could line up for him, though. Trying to reposition now, holding some off angle. Spots the bomb. Two-man sprayed and running out of bullets. Trying to get a third. He will squeeze a third one out of it. With Twister come in for 2. They're holding the bomb sites. They're getting a lot of kills. Just the 2 players who are holding B or A, getting 2 or 3 kills and really cutting down the numbers for the cleanup later on if it's required. But that is another stronghold for FaZe Clan. If they lost that round, it was likely to be eco territory, so that's a very key win in a best of 1.
Yeah, that was brilliant. I mean, I just loved the movement of Olaf Meister. If you look at how he was controlling his angles, and it was just really awesome to see how efficient it is.
There's the fast boost for sure. One must know, you don't go straight into the corner there, so look at that one in the demo. Sorry to cut you off, Dan.
No, yeah, it's just a fast, long take here for EG, and so they've managed to steal it away from FaZe, but it's given by FaZe. They're just playing a very passive game so far, James, and like you were mentioning, that seems amazing for FaZe, because when push comes to shove and EG move into a site, that raw defense coming in from FaZe has been pretty excellent each and every time so far.
They've got 2 AWPs, FaZe, and they're both on the A bomb site, which is pretty fun. Although Twist is in the rotation position now. Smoke to obscure some vision. Love to see the stack behind the smoke as well. Catch players off guard, making their way towards short later on. From either team, of course. We reached the 1 minute mark, and FaZe Clan are just patiently waiting as EG have been in long for quite a while. Their rotators have come through as well, so it will be 5-man on road. There's no sniper rifle for EG, but as we have seen, they are very warmed up.
Yeah. FaZe could have pushed B a long time ago. EG could, I mean, as far as they're concerned, all this could be known, and Brokey seems quite ready for this push as they start to make their way across. I mean, Rain's going to toss a nice AT, and that should do some good damage, chip damage onto 3 players. Brokey still by that Gandalf position. High flash by Rain to allow himself to pressure even more, just delay the plant as much as possible so that rotation can come on through. Oh no, the bomb's going to go down in the forward position, and there's not much time left. In fact, there's going to be no players left. Great hold again here from FaZe, and they are matching the pace really well of EG, because EG are playing so slow, James.
That flash from Rain came in absolutely clutch, because that looked really, really awkward for FaZe Clan. They had no idea how close EG were, and for the positions they had, it became very awkward very, very quickly. Brokey kind of stuck in the corner, but Rain offers the flashbang, which allows Brokey to swing and get a close a frag up close. I'm not sure who it was who was pushing him, but that flashbang came in real clutch, allowed him to hold position, cut the numbers yet more. Bomb dropped near the short plant, and again, another stronghold in the end from FaZe Clan. So again, positionally, they were very concerned about short. They didn't know if it was a split, but they were able to pull things out. But again, the coordination is good to see. That flashbang, very, very key, and of course the frags as well. Silence them Force putting in work now as FaZe Clan move to 5 to the 3 of EG.
So I would expect that on the next buy rounds from EG, we might see a much more explosive pace from them, just to kind of break it up from what they've been doing. And Carrigan trying to get cheeky in this round with that mid push. They are against pistols, so you can take some of those early risks. It's always nice to get the information, but Carrigan knows not to be too reckless. Carrigan is a player that has a good balance, generally speaking, of recklessness. He has almost that sense of control to hit the chaos that he creates. He'll just do some, he'll get that intuition that just tells him, I have to push this very aggressively, just seemingly random times, but his experience is great with that.
Yeah, you've got to be very aware of the, communication is key. Information, what the tendencies of the players are, the behaviors and so on, that your team can glean. And just knowing when you have an opportunity, and the breeze with the Desert Eagle, I don't think he's missed a shot today with the Desert Eagle. Another opening for him. Brokey knows players are close. He can raise the line. We can see the rotation coming through, but have a look at the radar. There are players above him, and he could go down here. Hiding behind the smoke for the time being. Obo, not so sharp with the Desert Eagle so far. And it'll be 2 players dropped, which again is still good impact for EG as they try to send FaZe Clan back towards Eco territory. They'll be back on the bye now. Stanislaw's on the scoreboard. 1-4-7 at the moment. Breeze in the lead with 10. And we can find Rain with 10 as well on the CT side.
Yeah, and it seems extremely straightforward so far for FaZe. They've not really needed to sweat at all to win some of these rounds. And I mean, we're going to have a fast, long pressure coming on through. That will be Rain having to back away from that. But all the Molotovs can be good for the kill. And Rain will get out of there without losing any health whatsoever. Quick flash over the top and a boost on Elevator will get Brokey back into position. And it's a 4v4 early on. So that's progress for EG. They've got long control, but they need to build out of this. And the AWPs, I feel like, will be problematic.
Some meaty grenades. Now, I don't know if FaZe realized that no one's on short. I don't know if they saw the trajectory of that incendiary, because they don't have long, they don't have short, which is very troublesome. They're on an island as far as they're concerned on this A bomb site. You can see Brokey looking to make some inroads towards that short position because they need something from this. We did see the kill on long as well to just thin out the crowd a little for EG. Breeze of 9 HP will take the AWP now, as he can't really take a fight anymore. Olofmeister up close, holding on to short, but is he ready for... Oh, the timing! Oh, he looked away. That's a desk punching moment. There's some sound cues for Brokey. In the meantime, FaZe trying to rotate through towards B. We've got Obo having a look, though. And that's a very important kill for Rain, going straight through the smoke, and maybe they can make it to the site in time. We'll see if Breeze posts up. No, Rain is just killing everybody at the moment, apart from Cirque in this round. 1 versus 2, checking if the site is clear. One player behind him has got the sound cues, knows he's by the car. Twist can choose to cross if he wants to. Brokey will deny. Brokey will chase. Brokey will delete.
Brilliant stuff there from Rain. That extra kill just making it into a 1 versus 2 as opposed to the 2 versus 2, or well, 3 versus 2 at that point. You know, Rain dying for that is huge. What a play to go for it. And it basically makes it impossible for Cirque.
14 kills in 7 rounds for Rain.
Yeah, he's crushing it. He really is.
That's insane.
It's incredible. And again, EG, they're not winning the tactical or strategic game at all right now, and they're also getting kind of crushed in some of these. I mean, outside of that, some of the early rounds moments with Breeze, they're getting pretty crushed in the individual battles. And here they go charging into Olofmeister into mid. Brokey with the trade frag as well. Will they be able to get more than 1 here in terms of kills? Yes, Breeze with that Deagle. Absolute menace. So will it be enough to turn this one around? The bomb goes down. And it's all on to Breeze, really. It feels like at this point with this Deagle.
Can confirm he's missed a shot of the Desert Eagle. Rain, what are you doing? This man's gone absolutely nuclear. 3.4 KD.
17 kills
He's
already.
got 3.4 KD in the first half. My God.
He's loving it. Absolutely loving it. Oh, what? Imagine being in FaZe's shoes right now. You're absolutely owning EG. It's crazy. This must feel so free for them right now. If you look at how the performance is on the server, EG are being bested in every single department at the moment. Mr. Outnumbered.
What does that mean?
Good old Carrigan. What a character. Carrigan also with one of the more, I would say, the more special legacies in Counter-Strike as well. His whole thing, if you are not familiar with him, is just joining international lineups and just making them into world beaters. Just finding a way, entering a lineup with a bunch of new players. He's done it multiple times at this point, more so than anybody else. One of the most legendary IGLs we have in modern CS:GO.
So much more, but so much before that as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, going back to TSM days.
And then before that in 1.6 as well.
A lot of history for Mr. Carrigan.
Yeah. And going back into the game now, we have Carrigan sitting on a long control. EG putting more focus towards Catwalk. And again, you know, FaZe have been playing very reactively, very patient, very passive. They allow EG to take some of these positions, and then they just sit on the sites. They slowly adapt their positioning. But generally, it's just good reads of the maps that is really keeping FaZe ahead of the game.
Instant response. Rain dropping to CT immediately after spotting players on short. And a take off short is the most standard thing on Dust 2 for the T side.
Breeze just missed the timing.
4 players heading towards long. So we've got 3 on A currently for FaZe, and they're playing outside of the B bomb site. Well, that's a beautiful smoke from Karrigan. Now you can body block if they try and make a play. This is going to kill so much time. And where can they really go without giving sound cues away? They've got 4 players up. They may have to throw a molly behind the door. And there it is from Breeze. And they're going to be forced to rotate, which means Karrigan's going to get the sound cues. So surely more rotation can come in. 20 seconds on the clock for Evil Geniuses to get the frags and take the site and plant the bomb. We're asking a lot now. That smoke was absolutely crucial. Rain again with a multi-frag. And it's 9-3. Utterly denied by utility.
Sorry to interrupt you, James. I was just going to say, when they actually finally started pushing in, because as you say, they got deflected by the smokes on long, they didn't even have actual time to win the round at that point.
Yeah, they don't have time to rotate without telegraphing their intentions. They have to run.
So they're not creating any points of pressure that forces a fight before they have to go into the side take, right? And so they're just killing time, and we'll see a long challenge coming through this time, and Karrigan will go down. So that's a good early victory. 5 versus 4. This is one of the better positions EG have had. Normally, you allow the CTs to reset their positions, and they'll usually make an info play. This might be unexpected, because Olaf has actually found a timing up mid, and they may have expected the info play to come through the B tons. That's more typical.
We've seen previously that EG will just sit on long for a while. They are speeding up though, and Olafmeister could have a crucial flank. There's another support flashbang for Rain. It'll buy some time at least, not looking to swing behind it. He eats a second one from his teammate, but this is allowing Olaf to get closer to those long doors. Rain's been dropped on the site though. Twist has to be careful because we've got an elevated position. Down he goes. And this makes Olaf's flank a lot more weaker. A nice burst. Has he been spotted? Mihu will do better than that and swat him. Cirque lurking in the lower tunnel now, as Brokey is 1 versus 4. Not really anywhere he can go. I guess he will try and win the round now because he's got no other choice. Not going to happen for him. And I think a take off long will be crucial for EG in these last rounds, just so they have something.
Yeah.
And they don't fall victim to smokes like they did in the round prior.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's something that is really key because you can get a lot of nades over the top. It costs the CTs quite a lot to hold on to it if they really want to try to do that. And you can get those early engagements. You at least create like information pressure where the CTs are lacking that info. So suddenly it does a lot for you as a team, and that's a good opening pick again. They'll take down Karrigan. So it's a similar start to the previous round, except previously they got long control. At this instance, Twist still has position on long. So FaZe at least have information as to what's happening for now.
Young man Obo heading towards Brokey. Oh, that's a flick you can't afford to miss. And Obo's going to take position. I think he might really has got an opportunity to take the A-bomb site now. Let's not forget they got the frag on long earlier, but Twist is on long. However, FaZe can have lost all other position. We'll see if the AWP rotates. Rain and Brokey creeping through the smoke actually, and Olafmeister as well, but that would be the most awkward of retakes from downstairs. Look at all the numbers on short. They are ready for a play to be made. But Rain is still going to kill Cirque. My God, 20 kills in this half, Rain, but he needs more if they are to win this round.
Yeah, Brokey's going to take down one more as well. It's getting a little bit easier. Stands on the side still. He's going to lose his teammates. Rain keeps killing everybody. And it's going to be just now down to Ovo in the 1v2 as he sprays away on top of the smoke. The spray continues, but it's Brokey to get the last say in that one. 9-4, soon down to 10-4.
No. I don't think he's got it. We've cut off too far. He doesn't have a diffuse kit, and he's got 2 seconds. It's going to be a very close one indeed. Oh. Okay, he has got it.
Okay.
Let's be careful about those bomb diffusers.
Absolutely. And we're up to how many kills now for Rain? 21 kills.
21 for 8.
My God.
My God.
Breeze is trying to get there. He's 15 for 9.
That's a very difficult retake to do. 3 players standing on short above you, creeping around smokes and such. Very impressive retake by FaZe Clan, who go from strength to strength on Dust 2. This time Karrigan won't get picked, but I like that he's not being conditioned to be more careful. He's still going to do his best Karrigan impression. Well, not impression, he's Karrigan. Anyway, Rain is going to get some sound cues in T-spawn. Nice molly. Spot stand, and that's the bomb as well. So good map control for Rain. He can just fall back and they can enjoy control of the short position again, which is key. Short needs to be taken in most cases.
I just love the pressure from FaZe. It's pretty safe pressure. It slows everything down. They still have long control, do FaZe. So they know that there's very little that EG have at the moment on the map. Maybe B tons, and now finally starting to get some cat control. Pop Flash comes through, threatening middle, but Rain is here, posted up, and looking to own absolutely everybody. EG finally making their way into catwalk, that slow pace continuing. So now 50 seconds left in the round. They've got that cat control. So what's the next move? Do they go for the mid drop? And then they can kind of fall back into an A split.
You can see Brokey's by the car. And it looks like the split is on. They have short, they're heading towards long. So this time FaZe Clan are quite out of position. They are more committed to that B bomb site. Brokey may go for a second one. It's a perfectly timed flashbang, but I don't see any kill on a kill feed. An opening in the mid now. And they may try and solve something towards the B bomb site, but oh, they're losing players everywhere. Karrigan trying to stay alive, unsure as to what is happening in that short area behind the boxes now. Oh, he's not going to be able to do anything. So maybe there's a 5th round in this for EG. Indeed, there is. 5 to 10 at half-time in favor of FaZe Clan, of course. A huge half for Rain, but there's plenty of work to do for both teams.
Yeah, definitely. I think you could really tell that the T side there was very basic from EG, just playing a very slow pace the whole time. And what happens when you do that is that there will be some elements of gambling which can sometimes work in your favor and sometimes work against you. We saw both of those things. We saw it working for them and working against them, evidenced in that first half. But at the same time, you're not really taking as many plays and making as many decisions. So it just seemed quite basic from them, and FaZe looked quite comfortable overall. So we'll have to see if on the CT side, EG will be able to assert themselves more on the map, because I think that's going to be necessary to defeat FaZe here, especially with the lead that they have. But it starts with the pistol, and as we move into this second half, we'll see if Rain with the PT50, he's been raid bossed, if he'll be able to keep the terror going.
Numbers, elevated numbers as well. Some high, some low. Cirque doing some damage. Still alive somehow. Had a second opportunity, and we have a 3-on-3. EG really need to win pistols based on what I have been able to look at on their stats, but this one doesn't look likely. However, it is a pistol round. You just need to land that one shot. There's the first one of 3 that Obo needs. Heading towards Twisted and Karrigan. Now they know where he is. Karrigan, he just doesn't give a monkeys, does he? He's not going to play that 2 versus 1. He's going to do his Karrigan. He's just going to go forward. He's going to be aggressive.
That is crazy, because I feel like if he loses that duel, it's like, it feels pretty irresponsible, and we would definitely be feeling a little bit... We would probably be calling Karrigan out a little bit if he just dies there. But hey,
I think he's getting to... In terms of the plays he makes, it's kind of like when you look at classic Fnatic and the space that JW was given to do things that didn't necessarily make sense, but could win you matches. I think Karrigan's in a similar position.
Yeah.
Where you just got to let him be Karrigan, essentially.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not going to go right.
Yes.
But like the plays we saw where he was running top mid in the last Dust 2 and so on, he wins like a lot of rounds.
Yeah.
By just not respecting his opponent.
There's an element at the very elite level of competition where kind of playing the unexpected spots that are like actually minus EV everywhere else is actually going to be a positive thing to do, because it's very unexpected at the pro level. So you can really, that out-of-box thinking from Karrigan is certainly valuable. And we'll have the mid-take coming through here now, and there's pistols to worry about. Obo first man up, and will go down very quickly. MP9 also not finding what it needs to here. Breeze in the back with the deke. He can't get it done either, and 1 by 1. EG not finding damage in this round. Somehow FaZe surviving so far with all 5 players. That is a huge boon to their economy, of course. And for EG, we will definitely need to see Cirque on the AWP as soon as possible. Yeah, man. EG and losing both pistols, not the best of combinations at present. It's really going to make things hard for them. It's crazy too, because of course, you've got Rain, who's just really fragging, just really effectively. And if you know, combining that with how well the team looks in terms of just the synergy, it's a really scary prospect. So far, FaZe are just playing a really good level, and we've seen it before. You know, with all of that said, we've seen it before. A team in EG's position, finding ways to turn it around, especially on this CT side, if they're able to get their economy in check. But unfortunately, it's just not working out like that at the beginning, at least, of this second half. Another save is required for EG. And then that's going to give them only a couple rounds to play with.
Yeah, just doing it the hard way. But it was always going to be hard for EG at this major.
Rushing mid as well. Oh, maybe they can isolate Rain and steal his gun. But he looks like he's in a pretty safe spot, actually.
I'm not sure if they're close enough to hear his footsteps. He is moving away now. We can see Stan having a look-see. I think Rain has detected something. But with his teammates on the B bomb site, I guess there's a decision to make on if you want to fall back or not. But he's up against USP, so I think maybe he's just like, ooh, 30 bomb.
Yeah.
Just going to chill here by the football. 27 kills at present. Mihi will look to offer him a 28th opportunity. Denied.
Yeah, nice shots with the Deagle there. And, I mean, if they can get this next kill, they can maybe steal away the weapon. It's going to be tough. There's more bodies coming to deny the pickups.
Uh-oh.
There it is. Denied. 13-5, and this is where the game begins on the second half for EG. Looking to see them bust out the AWP, and indeed Cirque is going to pick that one up. But again, the question now remains, are they going to be able to find a way to bring themselves about to some victories here and string them together? Of course, again, there's only 2 rounds. That is room for error. It's basically no buffer for error.
Carrigan up to shenanigans immediately. Pop Flash is lined up for a takeoff long, but FaZe Clan are invested in the B apartments at the very least. The B halls, should I say.
Oh, you're right about the shenanigans here. Carrigan's just walking out mid. Love that. Oh, he's found a timing too on Mihu. He's got a better angle, but Mihu is so ready for it. Very well done by him.
What is their read of the B bomb site now? With Mihu moving back to the mid position. Nothing untoward there, but they may feel like they have an opportunity, and they are starting to move in, taking the off angles away. And hey-ho, it's Rain with his 28th kill. Oboe still on the site, but they're not going to go crazy. Olaf Mice are looking for rotation. There's someone in the T-spawn as well, and his patience is going to be rewarded. Cirque now with the AWP by these double doors. Tries to avoid the flashbang, but goes back and eats it. Shows his presence with nothing to show for it. Cirque and Oboe now, the last 2 remaining versus the 4 of FaZe Clan, firmly in control. Bomb maybe headed towards the A bomb site, but Cirque may still have something to say about this, and they're holding things down. They've tied up the numbers.
Rain's back at it again. That's another kill for him. It was brilliant. Even though Twist went down, that suggested to EG that they were going B. So or rather, yeah, it's going B. So it bought them so much time to get position on A. Obviously, Rain then gets a very good position for that frag in CT. So in such a good spot now, FaZe, to close this one down. Here swings Oboe to try to save it. It's going to be quick. He's going to be perfect. But it's Rain. It's Rain with 30 kills. My God, this guy is owning them right now.
Final boss of Dust 2 today. It looks like Rain giving Evil Geniuses nightmare mode in their first game at the Major, the Legend stage. Some people feel that the Major starts here. Starting very painfully for Evil Geniuses at the moment.
They're just, I mean, FaZe did so many things really well there in that last round. We don't really have too much time to talk about it, but they're just, they are playing a really good T-side. The amount of play they had against their opponent's rotations in that last round was awesome. Ooh, freeze again.
Why does it look so easy?
He does make it look like the old Deagle, whereas everybody else over the last few days.
The classic skin helps as well. Maybe he needs to buy a Blaze again. Maybe that's the key.
Oh, down to 1 HP.
Yeah.
You can't kill him.
4v3. We've got a desperate push from Mihu. Lands the crucial shots, and there might be a rifle for him to collect. Indeed, there is. Breeze on the way as well. Coming in from the back as FaZe Clan make their way into the B bomb site. Cirque with a headshot through the door onto Twist. And maybe there's a chance yet for EG as they find themselves in a 1 versus 3. But Brokey, he's got 1 minute on the clock to find these remaining 2 players. 41 HP for Brokey. Down goes Cirque as well. And Mihu will just about clutch the round for EG. Man, down to the wire, but they keep FaZe Clan off of match points.
Yeah, but that really hurts the money. That hurts the money a lot. Maybe it doesn't matter at this point, but still. They really made that one painful. Good stuff, though. Of course, that was off of the back of just, some deagles and so on. So, EG showing that they have, a lot of individual skill. It's just that they're not being as well set up to succeed as FaZe are setting themselves up to succeed. And we've got, that 4-man opening towards the long position here to just guarantee that long control. And they're not expecting a rush timing towards B. And the question is, are they looking to take catwalk here? Okay, they're going back to some mid positioning, but Rain's pushed out. He might just catch them.
I wonder if his shoulder was maybe seen by Mihu there.
Going beyond the molly. He knows he's got a timing, but it's a bait effectively. Carrigan there, ready to trade it.
Yeah, Obo's in trouble, alone on the B bomb site, trying to play it around this smoke, but there is a significant gap in it. He's looking for it, and now they know where he is. The bomb's been dropped, though. Twist, but I think Carrigan's near the bomb, and there's a kill from Olofmeister. Very key kill. Brokey now in an awkward position as a bomb needs to be rescued. Indeed, it will be, but have a look at this. Shotgun mode. That will reveal his position, but he's also slowing things down. But then again, the bomb hasn't been planted just yet, so it's currently inconsequential. But now the timer has started, and Brokey's still here with no support, no flashes for his teammates to throw for him. Trying to be baited by Breezer. Stanislaw makes his way forward. He must realize what's going on, but he can't do much about it. And that gives a man advantage for EG.
Yeah, this is a really good opportunity for this retake to happen now, but are they going to be able to guess right on these positions? Olofmeister there by the big box. He's going to be the cover. Carrigan, oh, it's a beautiful series of frags. Team play on point for FaZe.
Match point. First map of the day here on the A stream in the Legend stage of the PGL 2021 Major. Starts in Bucharest, finishes in Stockholm. See you there. If you got tickets, sold out for the weekend. Great coordination from FaZe Clan. Something we always look for. Olofmeister looking sharper now. People have been mentioning his recent stats and so on, but he's having a performance here. But it is quite a significant scoreline.
Yeah.
Not the highest pressure on FaZe right now.
Then my 3-0 pick. What about you, James?
I think I left it on... I'll put G2 late on.
Okay.
Just as a gamble, because the 3-0 pick is a gamble pick. But anyway, FaZe now charging into the B bomb site, playing the numbers game. Stanislaw blind by the car. He's good for once. His support has been dropped, and so has he. 3v4 retake with 2 smokes. No mollies, no flashes for Evil Geniuses. Nothing to put around the bomb site. Maybe they can find something on the outside. Twist with a disgusting angle, and surely Obo is doomed. He's only got an MP9 to play with.
Yeah, very tough. And here, look at this cover that Twist has. Better angle. We'll take down Obo. It is just meant to be here for FaZe. It looks like Mihu trying to make his way through the window. And there's multiple players. Oh, beautiful pick onto Rain. They're trying to do it, but they just can't. It's just too much. 16-6. Absolutely epic showing from FaZe. Dominance effectively from start to finish.
Yeah. We saw some brief highlights with the deagle from Breeze, but apart from that, it was all FaZe and all Rain. At least 20 kills in that first half, going beyond the 30 bomb in that one as well. He got so many multi-frags, and there were opportunities for EG on their T side where they were pushing the bomb sites, but they just held it down. They had 2 people FaZe, they just held it down. They held down the B bomb site. They had the multi-frags. I mean, obviously Rain got loads of multi-frags. I think he was averaging 2 kills around for quite a long time in that first half. And of course, the support flashes, the coordination, even when they were in awkward positions, they just had the synergy to overcome most of those situations, which gives them a huge victory in their first game of the day.
Yeah, looking really, really, really good. I loved also the depth of their play, just the map awareness that they had. They looked just much more on the ball than Evil Geniuses did. Evil Geniuses playing that really slow pace, got caught off so many times, just giving the game away from an information point of view. FaZe, when they were on their T side, they were pushing and pulling constantly, the rotations seesawing the defenders all the time. And their communication was clearly on point. It was great to watch, and they're looking dangerous.
Yeah, they really are. A quick first game, and that's it from us for now. Over to Richard and the boys on the desk.
Yes, well, fabulous FaZe there, handling Evil Geniuses. We're going to quickly break that down on the desk. Maniac Bleb, pretty much what I expected, honestly. I mean, what to say? You know, look, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I don't think Evil Geniuses are a legend caliber team, and you know, and we all know how the system works.
Feeling risky this morning, making outrageous statements to begin with.
I don't think that is outrageous, but I'm sure the internet does.
It is
maybe the two remaining fans of EG might have something to say about that.
There you go. Thank you, Blake. You've taken the heat off.
I'll take it off.
Thank you. That's good. But no, seriously, you know, and FaZe have been very good here.
Yep.
That's the reality, but I just think Evil Geniuses just made it so easy for them.
No, and unfortunately for EG, what we have right there is kind of the, on one hand, FaZe coming in from the new challenger stage, warmed up, you know, accustomed to the conditions, knowing exactly what they need to do, having all that momentum in their backs, whereas EG kind of slowly showing up. They start the game, lose the pistol round, have a reset, you're thinking, that's it, Breezes, Deagle, we on track, baby, we're talking about Counter-Strike, and from 3-1 to 16-6, there was no game.
I felt like those 3 rounds they won in the beginning after losing the pistol, right, with Breeze, especially with the Deagle popping up. Great clutch, by the way, with the Deagle. Great stuff coming out there. And then they just got washed away in the tsunami, which was Rain in the server. He got, I'm sure you have some pretty cool stats here, Matthew, but he has 157 ADR, 33 kills in a game which didn't go beyond 22 rounds. Holy Christ.
Yep, that's pretty good.
It's not bad.
It's pretty good. You know, the thing about Rain is, and we haven't really talked about him too much here because obviously the stellar performances from Twists and surprisingly Carrigan. It's really interesting. There's basically 2 schools of FaZe fan. There's the fan that when they were having struggles in the online era who was like, well, who are we going to remove? It has to be Rain long term. And I'm like,
nope,
absolutely not. Rain is the super soldier. He is the glue. He will play any role, do anything, and that's why he's so highly valued by the likes of Carrigan. He's his muse. He understands.
I'll take a step in your direction because on one hand, I have to acknowledge the fact that Rain did disappear a little bit when it comes to Counter-Strike, and it would be disingenuous to pretend we didn't. But remember as well, at some point he was in the top 5 of HLTV 2017. He was the 4th best player in the world. He was an absolute beast. He was maybe a little underrated, but yes, he did dip down of the top level of Counter-Strike, and it is great to see him come back because that is the type of game you can have when he's spinning it.
Oh, that's the thing, right? I would have been really pissed off if he got, you know, removed before the major or something like that because of his underperformance. Yeah. He's the guy who's going to be delivering at a stage like this when it comes to the major. He's got that experience. You have Twist coming in. You have, you know, players like Brokey shining there. Rain showing up here suddenly. FaZe go from being, you know, a team who could pull off a few upsets, have a deep run, to being a team who everyone in this tournament are going to be keeping an eye out for. And there you have it, Matthew. Like, what the hell is that?
Oh, it's absolutely huge. Look, I'm just here very, very massively refreshing the HLTV page, seeing if it is indeed his best performance on Dust 2. But I can tell you this.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
On LAN on Dust 2, this man is popping off. He's had massive performances, the likes of a +2 rating against Liquid, 188. It feels like this map, in some kind of way, is exactly what he needs. A little bit of space on the CT side. You see him move around. He's got that freedom. He's got the positioning. And he's always good for multi-kills. He's had so many multi-kills in this game. He wasn't traded just because in the right position.
And here's the thing. It wasn't like he was being gifted the space. He was just snatching it away from them. The number of multi-kills he got, just playing around the smokes, just being a thorn in the side. He wasn't really a part of any of the opening duels, so to speak. It was Carrigan mostly trying to make contact initially.
Also not where you want him.
Exactly, that's not where you want him, right? But when it comes to these 5v4 situations where it is their opposition getting the opening kill, EG actually got quite a number of few opening kills, but Rain's like, nah, that's not going to happen. Just the snatches it back. Just a magical performance coming out from the Norwegian.
Well, it never rains, but it pours, and we are going to be drenched in Counter-Strike. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be breaking down another amazing game, Gambit versus ENCE. Don't go anywhere.
Coming up next, Gambit versus ENCE.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm 2021. We are about to break down the next game. It's Gambit and ENCE, but just before we do that, I'll tell you there's an absolute banging match going on over on the secondary stream right now. G2 versus Copenhagen Flames. G2 have just took the lead. This is why you need 2 monitors, guys, at least, for this event. Maniac Blair joining me on the desk. This one I am super excited about. I think this was a potential banana skin from the start. The moment I saw it, I know Gambit have had a crisis of confidence. And realistically, they should be heavy favorites, but that doesn't tell the full story, right, guys?
There is no way around ignoring the fact that Gambit is composed of 4 absolute rookies for this type of Counter-Strike we're about to play.
True.
There's no way around it.
Yep.
Only Hobbit is familiar with what the Major is. He won a Major. The rest of the crew new to that. And we know how much everyone is expecting from Gambit. And they get to play against ENCE out of the challengers, out of the team you didn't expect. Probably one of the hardest draw to get. Like Snappy's surprising everyone with his play style. So you're Gambit, you come in here, you absolutely do not have the luxury to treat them lightly. That would be a fatal mistake.
Absolutely not. And like for Gambit, I think the storyline I would try to paint would be, are they, you know, actual challenges for the throne, or are they pretenders? This tournament's going to be deciding that particular thing. For the side of ENCE, though, they had nothing to lose. They're already right now in the legend stage. For them, it's how deep they can go. And honestly, an animal which has nothing to lose is the most dangerous animal.
Yeah, I know. I work with Thorin. So, you know, listen, I'll talk a bit about Hobbit. I think he's a very important person to highlight. Obviously, they're a phenomenally talented squad over at Gambit. So a lot of the times we talk about some of the other names. But let's be clear. This was an academy team in 2020. Supra, I think it was, goes out. Hobbit comes in. Last time PGL had a major, he won it in Krakow, and that seemed to turbocharge and level it up. He went from winning Rookie of the Year, I think, back then, to now being like the fatherly figure that's helping develop this talent.
His story is so fascinating and incredible. You're right. 2017, winning a major in the top 20 of HLTV, disappears completely from Counter-Strike, tries with Hellraisers, it's not working out, doesn't really find his place, and then the resurgence with the Gambit youngsters. But the point I want to make about Hobbit is that he's one of these very rare players whose input goes way beyond just the server, because he's a fatherly figure, he's a mentor figure with them, but also he frags like hell. Like, you cannot even hide behind the fact it's like, no, he doesn't really kill a lot of people, but he is really, you know, he helps us, it's valuable. Hell no, he's an X factor. He's the kind of guy that's gonna completely switch and flip around on its head if he's got the positioning for it. He's in that trio of Axile, Shiro, Hobbit, is right there. So he's a carry in and outside of the server, which is incredible to see. And
it's kind of apt as well that, you know, this Gambit squad, they were known as Gambit youngsters last year, and they got picked up by they were rather elevated towards the main squad position in October, exactly a year ago, with Hobbit coming in. So it's kind of the catalyst of how they went from just, you know, winning a few DreamHack Opens or something last year to being the best team, at least for a period of time this year.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talk about how tough this opponent is going to be. I guess we'll talk about ENCE. I know you've got something you want to say. Because you're kind of scratching your head a little bit about Hades. Most people, by the way, think he's a phenomenally talented player and instrumental in all of ENCE's success. Where are you at?
He is absolutely talented. He's fantastic. This rise of ENCE alongside Diha and Dodo and all these guys around him, of course with Snappy leading the way, he's looking great. My problem here is when it comes to them performing on LAN. I look at their EPL stats. Pro League Season 14, it was all online. He was far and away the best player on the team. Right. You look at IEM Fall. Not exactly a great showing overall. He was kind of middle of the pack, not really the star player, so to speak. It's the other youngsters who were really stepping it up. And you look at, you know, even if you go back to, I do believe, some of the other couple of lands, so far this tournament as well, in the Challenger stage, despite ENCE having a great run and qualifying to the Legend stage, he was the lowest rated player. Now, that could also be the fact that he really hasn't had much to do so far, because they were winning very convincingly overall.
I don't buy that.
You don't buy that, right? Exactly. I don't buy that either. So for me, I feel he's got the talent. The thing is, has he got the nerves to deliver when it comes to here on LAN?
And here's one of the problems that you have to keep in mind when it comes to Counter-Strike. The first impression principle. People are looking for players who play their first LAN. And if you fail, you are very quick to be labeled an onliner. And it's going to take you, it's going to be an uphill battle for weeks and weeks and events for people to finally consider what you can do here. So I think personally, individually speaking, he's missed the mark in the new Challenger stage. There's nothing we can say about that. Let's not try and save him, because then we can actually applaud him if he rises to the occasion now. It would be a great story for him if he actually can have an impact now, because he was essentially a non-factor in the first few days.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look, at the start of the show, we highlighted, we're going to have Simple here today. We're going to have ZywOo here today. There's another guy in this conversation, I think, of Player of the Year, potentially. It is Simple, by the way. Spoiler. It's got to
why would you ruin the fun for everyone?
But but look, Shiro is the guy who, the first half of this year, I think if you looked at it statistically, this is when Vitality were having their problems. ZywOo would drop down a third, he was kind of there. And Shiro was the second best player behind Simple. And when Gambit kind of fell off a little bit, naturally, he does as well. But just how good is this guy?
Let's be real here. Okay, let's be absolutely real. I've seen a lot of people in the online sphere talking about this guy's an ex-Simple, he's an ex-ZywOo. He's not. He's an incredibly gifted player. He is fantastic, but he's not proven like Simple as. I don't need to go into what Simple has done in his career. And even ZywOo coming in. Remember, ZywOo came in when LANs were being played properly, in front of crowds, in front of massive audiences, and he still delivered, right? He was there in contention with Simple of being the best player. The Rookie of the Year, for example. Incredible stuff coming out from ZywOo. Shiro has proven that he can do all this stuff online. He can also deliver when it comes to LAN. But when it comes to the biggest event he has ever played in his career, can he deliver? There is still a question mark there. So he is not a Simple, he's not a ZywOo, but if he delivers here, people can start now making the argument, can he maybe in the future be a Simple or
and that is actually how good he is. He is so good that despite all these facts you've just mentioned, you kind of have to throw his name for the year. You kind of have to consider him. And this event is about grinding legitimacy if you're Shiro, right? You're at the major, you have that crazy performance, then people cannot ignore all of you've done throughout the years. We're talking 2 MVPs, we're talking trophies. Actually, I think past 3 months, he's one of the highest rated player we have, 133.
I think he's
it's ridiculous. Like, he's peaking right now before the major. So I will join you. I'll say, okay, you have to prove it there. But if he does, we all just have to shut up and applaud. He would be there in that list.
Yeah, it's going to be real hard. We are going to have the veto coming up shortly. I just want to talk about, where do you think ENCE can take Gambit to? And we're about to find out. This surprises me.
Okay, the Mirage ban coming in from Gambit. This is a discussion we're having.
Yeah, we literally had this discussion off camera.
So the discussion Maniac and I had was, would Gambit rather play a Mirage because they are a stronger team, just play on a known quantity, or are they going to be banning it out? They've gone for the ban because it is the best map for ENCE. They have pulled off a lot of upsets here. Ancient getting banned by Gambit, no surprises there. Overpass, I feel it's a middle of the pack map, so to speak, for both the teams here, Maniac? No?
Gambit is really good.
Yeah, I think Gambit have
Gambit are really good at all the maps.
We have to,
but I like their Overpass.
Let's be historical for just a second here. Overpass used to be up there with Vertigo as one of the go-to for Gambit.
Yes.
You would never allow them to play Overpass. Then there was a period of time where they had a couple of losses. People started seeing the blood, feeling the blood in there, and they started playing it. Last 3 months, Gambit have absolutely destroyed everyone, Na'Vi included, on Overpass 16-7. It is a good map. And this conversation, this best of one, ties back up to one of the big questions we have about ENCE. Where is the map pool as a whole? The maps they have played during the new Challenger stage were great. Nuke was great. Mirage was great. We were all impressed with Snappy's work on the T side. I was the first one to completely revere for that. Now you play Overpass, a middle map for you, a very good map for Gambit.
And here's the problem. You look at the stats for the side of ENCE, you're like, they have won 6 out of the 10 overpasses they've played so far. But if you look at the wins they have, it's against like teams like K23, Complexity, who are kind of dying right now. But you face off against a overpass specialist team like NIP, for example. They got just banged out, and just very recently at IM Fall itself. So yeah, sure, that's a problem with this team. They're very good on a few maps when it comes to the when they go deeper into the map pool, and especially when it comes to the best of ones, where you won't be playing your happy map, so to speak. You're going to be struggling a bit.
And there's the MO of Gambit. When they play against a challenger, if they get to start on the CT side, that's the end. You're not passing through. Like when Gambit was winning, they were one of these teams. Once they were dialed in, activated on the CT side, that was the end. So this is what we used to praise for Snappy throughout this whole event. So, oh my God, their T sides, all these comebacks on Nuke, that was great. He was finding ways. Do it against Gambit.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, do it against Gambit. It's going to be unbelievably difficult for him. Snappy, a great thinker about the game. We're going to see if he's got an ace up his sleeve here. So, guys, we don't do predictions usually. We've got a little bit of time before we throw it to the casters. Are you feeling Gambit going to hit the ground running here and give us an additional storyline through the major?
Yeah, I would side with Gambit. I do believe that the disappointment, if I can use that term, of Cologne only making it to quarterfinal, if anything, it probably hardened them a little bit. They came to Cologne with everyone watching them, everyone expecting them to win. Any loss wasn't acceptable. They had to go through that process. They grew stronger out of it, and now that they have this first land in back pocket, this is still a studio area they're playing in right now. They know they've been there. So I think Gambit is good for the playoffs, and this starts with a win against ENCE.
I have to completely agree with you on this, right? I want
Not
to kind
taking
of...
any risk.
It's not about a risk. I do enjoy this ENCE team. I feel like they could potentially pull off upsets, right, against other teams. But it would be very disingenuous of me to say, yeah, ENCE can pull off the upset here. I think Gambit should be winning this very convincingly, looking at the map as well.
Well, I agree. I think the worry for me, Blair, is that if they don't, you know, I touched on this point briefly yesterday when we were doing the after show. You know, in the CIS region, I think Gambit should be a beloved team. I think they play amazing Counter-Strike, really cool story. They're all young guys, young IGL, Hobbit, fantastic, you know, veteran like we've talked about, great career. And yet, because CIS is so dominated by Na'Vi fans, Gambit, the fans just haven't really warmed to them. And there's a lot of people in Counter-Strike who are like, you need to go to this major, you need to have a deep run, or actually everything you did at the start of the year, forget about it. It doesn't count.
And it is something that they have in the backs of their mind, for sure, 100%. There's always going to be people, part of the community, which are going to point at Gambit, say, all you did was online, dude. I don't care about your trophies. This was playing from your home. Sure. Although, by the way, I'll mention, Gambit was one of the team who played on bootcamp all the time. They were basically next to each other the entire season. We're talking about work ethics. We're talking about dedication. There was Axile just basically having his birthday just at the bootcamp, and he had a freaking stuffed animal next to him by the girlfriend. That was so cute. How much dedication do you expect from these guys?
I do have to say, though, I wonder if Shiro brought his little wooden kitchen chair from that boot camp, because he doesn't play on those gaming chairs, mind you. He has a special chair for him, you know, to play in that particular environment. So, you know, this is LAN. This is LAN. You have to adapt. I do wonder if he bought it. Is it allowed even to get your own chair?
Pretty sure he didn't take his own chair through the flight. I'm pretty
well,
sure.
yeah, good luck getting that one through customs. But no, honestly, I feel this major is the crucible. It's come at a very weird time for Gambit, and especially with everyone saying this is Na'Vi's major. You know, it's going to be in the back of their mind that if they lose, you know, even if it's just a temporary setback and they do go to the top 8 that we're expecting them to do, you know, they could make it harder for themselves.
I always take the flip side of that, which is that the spotlight at this major is on Na'Vi. There is absolutely no discussion. Every story, every narrative is about how this major is promised to Simple and his crew, all the wins, the Inter Grand Slam in there, they should be winning it. That's a totally different ball game for Gambit. If anything, we're ready to be surprised by Gambit. So I think it helps for them to come in a different mindset, because they're a bunch of rookies with one very experienced player. You don't want to show up at the major with the pressure of the entire community to win it. We know it's a good team. The spotlight has shifted. Maybe from the shadows they can emerge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing much to add to that, right? Like, they are a team who, like you said, the fact that they didn't have a deep run in Cologne, for example, might actually be again, it's not a deep run. They should have been all the spotlight was on them. Can they actually win the championship? Can they have won Cologne? Didn't really happen, right? So now that's out of the way. Now that the spotlight is kind of off them, everyone's like, all right, let's see what they can do right now. I feel this is where they can actually deliver. And looking at this matchup against ENCE, if they can kind of dismantle ENCE in a convincing fashion, especially a map like Overpass, that's a great sign.
They can be momentum based. We know, depending on how they actually, you know, kick the things up for the tournament, they'll play differently. We talk about pressure. We talk about some of these profiles. Nafany has to be a talking point. Nafany as an IGL, he's going to have so much on his shoulders, right, with Gambit at this major. He even said openly in interviews at the beginning of Cologne, said, you know what, I had a lot of pressures. Sometimes emotions get the best of me. I need my crew to be with me, help me in these moments. We know the coach, thank you, Valve, have to take a step back as well, have to be very careful with how they interact with their players. So for Nafany, as an IGL, you're not going to have this. Now think about a tennis game, right? I always think about that. Coaches are not allowed to interact with the players, but there's still going to be eye contact at times, just, you know, we in this together. Here, Nafany is going to be on his own, on an island. He's going to have to make the right choices, and we'll see if he can do it.
Well, I've just been told in my ear we've got 5 minutes until the game. I think they're just having a, you know,
good.
You know what it's like. You move people in, you move people out. We're doing it in the studio. It always amazes me that players just can't sit down and get going, but whatever. But let's talk a little bit about that hot topic that happened, because you touched upon it there. You're right, Nafany, very young IGL. I mean, people forget, right, at a time when everyone's like saying, oh, he's just a young IGL for other teams. You know, no, we're really talking about a kid here, essentially. One that was a rookie, one that was in that academy side, and he's done a fantastic job, again, worthy of all the accolades. But it is a different world when you're up there, you're in a LAN environment, and now, this rule's always existed, that the coaches can't be interacting with you and giving you fist bumps, and just giving that little bit of social contact to help in the pressure situations. And people have gone apoplectic about it. Again, I'm just going to go against the stream and say this is the rule that always existed, and you know, it's good it's being enforced, frankly.
It's always been very limited and restricted, the amount of interactions you can have between players and coaches. We can talk about whether we agree or disagree with that. I would personally like to have coaches more space, more interactions with the player. This, as the way I see sports, is part of a discipline. I'm not here to make a point about that, but just for some of these IGLs, think about the pairs. I always look at the leader and the coach as this very indestructible link between two very important pieces in the team. We know Apex and Extaz or Vitality is a good example. Their work together is very important. Nafany and his coach as well. It's just a little bit isolating now for an IGL. You're in the middle of a game, you don't know what to do.
In fact, I feel it's essential at times, right? You're talking about someone like Apex. We mentioned how he can be very emotional, and sometimes that can be a negative thing. But you have someone like his coach, Extaz, right behind him, can be like, calm down, we got this, right? Small little things like that could potentially
just a hand on your shoulder.
Yeah, it's an intangible, so to speak.
Yeah.
But it could really be very impactful for a couple of these teams. Just to touch on what he said about Nafany as well. I mean, this is a guy, a youngster coming out and also being the most studied team at the beginning of this year, right?
Man.
Imagine how much work they've put in, that every single team on the planet, like, we need to figure out how these guys play. So the question here is now teams have kind of figured them out, so to speak, but I do wonder what they're bringing to the table here, because I have a feeling they're going to be pulling out some pretty cool stuff.
Well, that's the problem. You know, Astralis ran into that, right? You know, you when you lead from the front and you're the team everyone wants to beat, what demo do you download?
You know, that's also, I think that is the start of the discussion where you realize some teams, because of how sound their Counter-Strike is, are actually long-term champions. Whereas some other teams, a little bit more gimmicky, a bit more gambly sometimes, a bit more aggressive. You see a deep run and you're thinking, how can they reproduce that? How can that be the MO you're going to use, your modus operandi, to win all the time? For Gambit, I always had the feeling that the base is very sound. And in the base, in the identity of Gambit's playstyle, is a lot of variable. You will see like their map controls on the T side where they will just spread across different players, and you're watching with the bird's eye view, and I myself am not exactly sure what's the end of that round. Like, I can see there's definitely a stack of player over here, but they might pull it back. So as a result, I don't think Gambit is a team that is too easy to anti-strat. I think they have created this great strat book, which is just somber enough, obscure enough that you don't really know what's happening, and all the respect to Nafany for that as well.
Yeah, do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to touch upon the other couple of players we haven't really touched on. Like
sure, well,
Axel.
evidently
pick your choice. Axel is over there as well.
Want to pick the players? All right. Axel, Shiro, obvious stars for this team, right? We've spoken about Hobbit and what he brings to the table, also being an incredible fragger. We have Nafany, the IGL, right? Let's talk about Inters. I remember a couple of interviews when Nafany said it was like, Inters is probably just the most raw, skilled player in the team. Now, I disagree with that fact.
Yeah, we're going to put a stop on that.
Yeah, we got to stop that. Yeah. But here's the thing.
But you know why he's saying it, though. You know,
to make
you've
you feel
got,
better
you've got to gas your teammates up. I get it.
But here's the thing, though. Like, the fact that when the going seems to get tough at times, I've seen Inters just pop off. He's not a weakling at all. He's not that supportive player who's only going to be getting 10 kills in a map or something like that. I've seen him outfrag Shiro and Axel as well against decent opposition. So it's not just about the strat book. It's not just about the stars. Each and every one of the players in his team is fantastic.
And Interns is the death of the ideology of a Senji. A Senji doesn't exist, actually. Doesn't matter your position. Doesn't matter how selfless you can be. Shout out to Senji. Also, you can have an impact in that moment. Interns is the actual kind of epiphany of that same exit when Astralis was winning. You would look at the positions he was playing. Hey, surprise. He can still multi-kill you when he needs to. He will be that difference maker when the other members of the team are a little bit slowed down. We know Interns can do it. Gambit have one of the deepest roster we have in the game.
All right. Well, the good news is, guys, we're going to get to see that roster now. Woo. So we're about to find out if it's going to be easy for ENCE or glorious for Gambit. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Monsieur Lewis. Well, this is a very interesting matchup, isn't it? I mean, they just spent the whole time breaking that down, but we are waiting for the last players to connect to the server. Best one territory?
Yeah.
ENCE have been good.
It's a great map for it as well. I mean, I'm super stoked because Overpass is such a technical map. We get to see it. And for the teams that do the work, there's an enormous amount of diversity that is possible in terms of your approach from a strategic standpoint, from a tactical standpoint, and then the individuals too, the focus on the AWPs and so on. This map is, for me, a map that has it all.
ENCE, I think they were 3.16 versus 1.37 to Gambit in the odds. I mean, the thing is, it's a best of one, man. Like, they're laying on some very, very generous odds there. Best of one, there's so many things that can happen. I mean, G2 had a difficult map just now, but they did manage to come out on top. So all the pick'ems are looking okay for the time being. Everything's fine. But yeah, Gambit, obviously they are one of the best teams in the world, but ENCE are, they're climbing. They're climbing. You can only get so much information from what's happened in the past. And I think ENCE's trajectory is quite clearly upwards, but are they going to be slowed down by the likes of Gambit on Overpass? That is a question that we wait to find out an answer to.
Yeah, they were ENCE another one which was it was difficult because with the pick'ems, that is, because obviously that's an important thing everyone cares about. For me, it was like very difficult. Do I put them in or like over a FaZe, over a Heroic? I didn't even put Heroic in my top 8, which is interesting.
Me neither. But the thing is, like, the pick'ems are tactical, you know, so it's not like you don't think they're going to qualify necessarily. You just like basically.
How can I guarantee myself?
Yeah. You should put the people who are most likely to qualify in the bottom, not in the 3-0. Because if you put like Na'Vi in your 3-0 and they drop a map, that pick is useless for you now. So, which I learned, you know, in a challenger stage. So I put Na'Vi down the bottom of everyone else because they should qualify. You know what I'd love to see stats on? If you looked at if you just took like HLTV rankings, right? And you just put all the highest ranks in the bottom. And then put like, I don't know, the next highest in the 3-0 and then whatever in 0-3, like the lowest rank or whatever. I wonder how often that would get you past, say, the first 2 stages, like statistically. But you really have to, like, when you're doing predictions and so on, you really have to look at form as well. But you know, in like the month before a major, it can be hard to see all the form in the world. Like people were playing that Betway tournament, playing Train and Cash and stuff, which doesn't really tell you too much, obviously.
Also, like the levels of experience of the team and players versus the occasion, and it's interesting because we're in a spot on today where it's everybody's first game. So for a lot of teams, the pressure obviously is not going to be as severe as if they're in like that 2-2 scenario or something, something like that.
First game of the stage.
So they still have lives left, and you know, if you're looking at an ENCE, a team that's already really warmed up, I feel like this is the perfect storm for them. Again, it's a great map for them. Obviously, Gambit's a great team. They're also, I think, as they were mentioning on the desk, very studied team. So, you know, people understand, you know, pretty well how Gambit plays. And for instance, it's a newer team on the block. So, again, I feel like there's a lot playing in their favor to facilitate an upset. Whether or not we'll see one is another question, but there's a lot of ways I can see that it could be a possibility. Yeah.
Still waiting for that last man to connect to the server from Gambit. Just 25 minutes behind. But that's, you know, I guess that's why they wanted like minimum teams moving around and so on, because it takes so long for people to get set up, especially if you've got like really weird monitor settings, like you're playing some potato 4x3 low res. It can cause problems sometimes. So we shall see how long it takes this last man to get onto the server. But
yeah.
Okay. So I've just been told it was a monitor problem. So I imagine that it was exactly what I thought it was in those low sense, because those.
You feeling better about your pick'ems now?
Those can cause issues. Do you know what? It's never been. I think in the later stages of Berlin, it was difficult, but I feel like it's never been so scary. But it is really interesting because it gives you such an investment.
Yeah.
Into these matches.
Definitely.
If you remember the lounge days, where all the Asimovs in the game were basically being put on matches and so on, that was fun. Like what we would do before, you know, like commentators weren't allowed to do things like that anymore, explicitly, obviously. All the skins you didn't want, just the junk skins that were worth like 3 cents or something, you just use them for that.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
It would give you an extra investment.
That's true. That's true.
In the matches, which was really fun.
But
this is a great way because, you know, those diamond coins, man.
Yeah. The trade up journeys with stuff that was rubbish, and then maybe you get a few good calls, and then that was a lot of fun. I definitely agree. But operating term was banned, of course. Well, not banned, but obviously it's not allowed.
I need that diamond coin. I need a diamond coin. Triple diamond would be like maybe the greatest achievement of my life. Then
that's why we need the signatures in the game, James, to make up for the fact that we're not allowed to partake in other ways. But well, I guess that's a whole topic this major as well. The signatures coming in just for the playoff teams.
I want to have like some rogue team which is not signed one day heading into a major and be like, look.
Oh, you want to own the team?
No. But I'll be like, guys, let's be Team Bardolph.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll sell mad stickers.
Oh, I see.
We'll sell mad stickers.
I remember this idea.
Let's get my head in the game.
I remember this idea.
It'd have to be the biggest sticker because I've got a really big head.
Yeah, it does. James is taking submissions for the logo for this endeavor.
There are a few team Bardolphs. There was one that was playing in ESEA. There's one in Australia. Yeah, there's at least 2.
Nice. Well, I think this game is going to be very different compared to with the game we just saw, the FaZe EG game. The EG games, you know, it kind of it's bittersweet. It's cool to see that FaZe is in great form, but also, you know, it's kind of one of those situations where it's abundantly clear that, you know, EG is just not sort of in the major form right now, and, you know, we're likely seeing changes for that team after the major and so on. So they're just one of the teams that got caught out by the timing of all of this, and it's just a bit unfortunate. But with that said, you know, FaZe was like I mean, they look really. I'm super excited to see them now, because they're also a team that's very good in terms of scaling up their ability throughout big tournaments, because they have a lot of big game players, you know, Carrigan included. I mean, who, like, in terms of IGLs, you know, how many IGLs would you rather have than Carrigan in a really big match? I feel like he's got to be one of the most desirable IGLs to have in, like, very important games. And so that's an exciting prospect to see their form going forward. And with ENCE and Gambit, you know, ENCE could really solidify themselves here with a, you know, quick 1-0 start if they're to kind of upset Gambit. And I think, you know, they'll be very strong contenders for that top 8 for many people. And I selected them to qualify as well. And there's a lot of question marks as well, you know, James, around some of the bigger lineups. How well is Liquid going to play? Liquid could be hot or cold. I could see them going either way. Similarly with, you know, a team like Vitality, you know, they can always rely on ZywOo, but how difficult? How much does he need to carry? You know, there's lots of different questions with all of the established teams at the moment as well.
Yep. Yeah, there certainly are. And just looking at, you mentioned you would expect some changes for EG post-major. I wouldn't be surprised either, but we see that Complexity have released Blame F. He was removed from the team, which is quite interesting. So that's definitely going to be an interesting situation. Well, while this, we'll pick that up in a second. While this monitor situation gets sorted out, we're going to head to a quick break. Don't go too far, because we're staying right here. It's time to begin. Indeed, we are back. Everyone's on the server. The game is about to start. It's starting right now, actually. Let's go straight into it. The pistol round has begun, if I'm not mistaken. Let's get into the game. ENCE versus Gambit. We begin. Best of 1 territory. We are on overpass. There is a nice... you can jump on one of those cylindrical thingy-majiggies, those sewer things where Snappy is standing for a nice angle. Cog. It's not a cog. Anyway, a nice angle towards a short position. Don't see it too often these days, but it does exist, and it's a good one to know. Have a look at that hair. That hair is on fleek. I don't know what that means, but people say fleek, so there we go.
Good job, good job.
Yep, Hobbit charging into the A bomb site with the Glock. He's got all those bullets trying to land that headshot. As we can see, there is one player in the back. Let's get the X-ray up, see who play. Exiled by Optimus, but there are too many man on road for ENCE, who are looking for an early upset versus the likes of Gambit now. 4 versus 2 as Nafani wonders what to do. Where's the bomb?
That's a good question.
Maybe there is no bomb.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the first round that's existed with no bomb.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So.
It's got to be under a CT on the minimap or something. That's any explanation.
Maybe there's no bomb.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is.
There we go.
Well, Shiro is going to be seeing if he can find the opening here. Nope, baited. Doto will take him down. So, not too much to be done here. Napoli with that P250 will get eliminated too. Good shots coming in from Doto to lock it all in. There's the CT start of dreams, the one pistol. Now it's about converting against the eco. No bomb was planted, so no money really for a sizable force buy. I'll be surprised to see it from Gambit.
I'm like the guy who wears polos in CSGO, and Gambit have not sent me a polo. I'm very disappointed. Very disappointed. There's a nice colours, there's a strong colours, some blue and red. I think it's a nice change to the jersey. It looks like it's a bit warmer, and studios can often be a little chilly, a little on the colder side. So I'm a fan of, as we can see from the, some people are wearing underlayers with the jersey on top. But I feel like they'll be a little warm. Of course, they are short-sleeved. Well, we've got a pause. I think ENCE were talking to the admins after that first game. So there'll be a little pause here. But winning the pistol, certainly good. And it seems that we are good to go. The contact of the fists will indicate that we are ready. Maybe that's deliberately done to just, because they are in high-pressure situations. But perhaps that just stops people getting frustrated with each other. They have to be nicey-nicey after each round. I would rather focus on my screen, and not have to lift my hands up and just throw them towards my teammates. Just let me zone in on the proceedings.
Well, can help you feel zoned in as well. Getting the fist bump. Feel connected to your teammate. Need that connection. So only Glocks here for Gambit, so indeed it's a full save for them. Objectives, drain out the utility of your opponents, which you can do by playing pretty slow. But as we can see, we have ENCE that's opted for M4 FAMAS. They don't have a huge amount of util going into this round anyways.
It's a nice popper color on that FAMAS.
Yeah, it's really nice.
He's patiently just having a look-see. Don't think he realizes, not sure if he realizes that he's seen 3 different players, but he's seen at least 2. Pretty relaxed, pretty calm is Hades. Snappy keeping an eye on things. ENCE looks pretty comfortable for now. They are up against Glocks at this point. I think Hobbit had a Desert Eagle, but everyone else had the Glocks.
Yeah. You just don't want to give a single kill to your opponents here. You would expect that Spinks will just chill for the rest of the round, let his teammates fill in, and it's happening.
Hades has a lot of trigger discipline, I've noticed, in all the engagements, the opportunities he had. Just looking for information, so we'll see if that has a story to tell as this map continues. So, on the 3rd round, we'll see the AK-47s for Gambit. Hobbit will be shy of grenades due to the Desert Eagle, but the rest will have a lot of flashbang smokes. Just the one Molotov in the hands of Exile. So I do wonder if we're going to see a faster round from Gambit now on this first buy round of the half.
Yeah, full util basically, more or less. Only Hobbit to not have everything. And ENCE are
55.
Yeah, they get the H onto Shiro, but otherwise, other than that, they're playing somewhat passively here for control. Both Hobbit and Axe are looking after Monster as well for now, and of course we've got the bomb there as well on Inters, so the expectation is to finish on that B site, but they have presence towards A as well. Good opening pick from Hobbit, though, found deep on a Monster defender. That is a huge win, and that's going to force Snappy to actually make a play in Connector. They've got to get something back in their courts, and it looks like, oh, how was he alive? Snappy somehow able to actually back out of that one. Unbelievable.
I have to assume Shiro is looking at the radar or something, because it's inexcusable otherwise not to get a kill there.
Crazy.
That is a huge opportunity for Gambit to make it 5v3 and really shut down the round.
And one plus is just that they didn't get a huge amount of information. As far as ENCE are concerned, it could still be a B play. It could still be, you know, a Monster play just as well as an A play. They don't really have vision on most of the map. So that's the one plus. And okay, we'll see Hobbit finding a way to finish off Snappy.
Yeah, and ENCE at this point may want to stack a bomb site. They'll hear flashes towards A, but 3 versus 5 with Dihar pretty low. I would imagine they'll just try to save at this point, just quietly moving away. Note how they are shift walking. They're not running away because that would tell Gambit they're running away and maybe they'll be hunted. They won't give that information, but just slowly slink away with the shift key held down so as not to concede their position. An early advantage there for Gambit. Of course, it wasn't the full buy from ENCE. The weapons they took from the early rounds are present here, so we may see a better look of ENCE later on. No AWPs yet for either side, of course. But it's nice to have some early success on the board as far as Gambit are concerned. The first buy round is theirs. There are still 4 players on the server looking for their first kill, 3 of which are on the Gambit side. Inters, Shiro, and Nafani. No kills just yet, and Dihar. Still early, of course. But we'll keep an eye on these things.
So, starting off pretty well for ENCE overall. Full buy on this next round, and the AWP is coming in to hand here for ENCE, so that's going to be interesting to see how they try to activate that one. We can see that it is, of course, in the hands, as you would expect, of Hades. Been pretty wonderful this tournament so far. Looking for the quick peek, the elevated peek towards T-Ramp. And it's not going to see all that much just yet. And oh no, Doto getting a freebie through the smoke there on Monster Tunnel. I was about to say that is where the emphasis is here for Gambit in this round, around this Monster position. And with Suez control as well, look how active ENCE are. This is great to see from them. And Gambit have nothing on the map right now except Connector.
Yeah, going back to the Challenger stage, I think this is a good proactive example for Movistar Riders, for example, who are a bit too passive in their overpass and taking control of the map and really limiting what Gambit can do. They find themselves in a 4 versus 3 now. ENCE still with control of the short B position. Doto sees the flashbang coming, but still eats a little too much of it. That will give Gambit some map control now, although Snappy will try to creep forward with no warning, no flashes, no nothing, and that's an important kill for him. And he knows that one of the remaining 2 players at least is outside Monster as he sees that Molotov land at the barrels. So that's a lot of information for ENCE, which will make Gambit even more scared.
Yeah, I really like how Snappy was playing that, just trying to use the sound cues, understanding that they just killed his teammates, so they got to clear positions. Maybe he can catch somebody mid-clear, and that's exactly what happened. And now I'm just resting on the B site with 2 players. And they have Spinks, who's pretty close to A, so they're just setting up for retake on A. Oh, unfortunate. That's the bomb down as well, which will certainly be a huge sigh of relief there for ENCE. They know everything now. And Shiro is so far away from the action, unable to really have any impact here now.
I wonder what the plan was, considering the time and where Shiro is.
Yes.
With the molly on short by the bomb carrier. That's...
Yeah, I don't know how they connect up to kind of play off of each other. I'm kind of trying to work it out too. Not really sure.
Yeah,
but
like is he throwing a molly and running up connector maybe or something? I don't know. Well, 3-1 for ENCE. Gambit are in a position to buy once again. Inters could drop an AWP and be helmetless. We'll see. 3 players haven't bought just yet for Gambit. Hobbits picks up an AK. Still waiting for Inters to make his play. Yeah, so far so good for ENCE. It's nice to see early proactiveness. No AWP for Gambit after all, as you can see. But yeah, the proactiveness from ENCE with map control and so on is good. We're in for a competitive game of overpass. I think people are expecting quite a lot from Gambit at this major, and you do wonder if the pressure may play a part in things, but we'll have to see. Very early stages here for this game, though, not this major.
Yeah. Full buy again, and again, you know, Gambit's trying to stick towards the B side of the map early on, but they're not really looking for early sewers control. But I'll hold that thought. We might have an engagement here for Nafany, maybe sort of defaulting, you know, slowly poking and prodding around long, as well as Party, and Spinks being so ready by the boulder could cause some problems. Might be a timing for him. Gambit walking through Monster now onto the B site. And, I mean, there are players here. Doto in the water is going to win that battle, and there's more players to go. He's got to try to delay this one. Oh, great job so far. Doto! He's been traded out, but it's a 2v3 here. It's doable for ENCE.
Yeah, bomb falling back a little towards Monster, just in case. You can see Spinks is on a very long rotation. And Gambit may slow things down now, which may not be in their favor, as they don't know what the climate is with the remainder of the players. You can see Hades is posted up, so to speak. But generally, you'd want to stay on the left side of that pillar from the T perspective, with an AWP in an ideal situation, holding the right-hand side. May see the likes of that from Simple later on. Well, bomb planted. They still don't know where either player is. Spinks coming through from the back, and Shiro can focus on that. They are set up now, ENCE. Nafany's got short, so Shiro can focus, although he's looking towards CT as well. Spinks making his way through. Now he's eating the flashbang. The multi-frag is here, and now Nafany finds himself in some trouble. Playing the off angles, avoiding the flashbang. Oh, what is he up to now? They know exactly where he is. Trying to avoid. That bomb is pretty far taken. There's actually no cover, there's no meat shield, no nothing. Nafany just trying to waste time as best he can. Gets the final kill as well. See if he can grab an AWP. No, just the AK, and he's going to die anyway. But that is a round for Gambit.
Yeah, really surprising. You know, ENCE had a smoke, a flashbang. They had utility to shut down that short position, but opted to just try to go for the stick.
See the slightest frustration there with ENCE.
Yeah, that I think they definitely felt like they should have won that one for sure. That 2v1.
Yeah, what's going on with the lack of cover on the bomb diffuser?
Yeah, it looked very disconnected, didn't it? They weren't really sort of playing together there, and the person going for the defuse was the one with all the util as well. Yeah, the smoke, the flash.
There it is, noise cancelling headphones again. I have those in my bag. Those are good. These, I don't know what these are.
These are the 4 esports.
No, the in-ears.
Oh right, okay. All right. Well, here's the replay. Just no coordination there. It seems.
Yeah. Like why have I got no cover? Why is there no cover for the bomb diffuser? It's a very good question. And but again, if you're going to mess something up, do it early. Do it in round 5, not round 25.
Well, there's still time to do it in round 25 as well.
Certainly is. A lot of flashbangs for ENCE. They've got some M4s as well, and they will be aggressing, trying to make something happen. They had a lot of rifles though, but maybe they felt like that wasn't enough, trying to make the flashbangs work out. Spinks has an opportunity, although it dwindles a little as Snappy gets deleted, and Spinks is soon to go as well, which leaves Hades in a 1 versus 3. The money's together, the bomb's not planted. Seems he was considering it. Maybe he still is. He doesn't have a kit. I'm not sure if there's one around the site. Got to be careful about running in this position, because beyond this wall on the left, a player in connector would hear him run. So it seems he will be saving. He's basically looking for the opponent, Gambit, to give him an opportunity to try and clutch it, but they're not going to do that. So he'll be hiding in plain sight.
Yep, this round.
Oh, he's doing it with no handstand.
I know. Yeah, so I've been watching it the whole time. Yeah.
He's an octopus.
So many limbs. So it's going to be the third round for Gambit. So coming back into this one, it did feel like ENCE were in such a good spot and looked really cozy, just very comfy in the with the AWP and the positions that they had. But yeah, it's all changed. It's all changing quite quickly for them here, and suddenly Gambit is starting to look a lot better. And even though Gambit aren't really taking ground early on, I feel like ENCE are winning the early map control battle, given the fact that Gambit aren't pressuring sewers really. They're not really trying to explore connector quickly, and they're also not going towards bathrooms or long wall that quickly, generally speaking, on these defaults. That said, it's eco territory, just with the saved M4. That's all that there is to play with in this round, and we'll have a long push with the M4. Oh, it's been deflected expertly.
Yeah, Snappy was in tow with a flashbang. I would have liked to have seen, I mean, we saw A play with it, and Snappy's picks up the M4 and tries to fall back and hold on to it. I love that skin, the Icarus spell. Snappy, can he find a third one? Oh, he's almost winning the round alone on long. Has he seen the bomb, though? No, he hasn't. It's down by connector at present, and Shiro needs to stay alive to rotate that bomb. Spinks can collect the M4 in the meantime. Dihara and Doto getting their boost game on towards short. We'll see if there's going to be a swing from Exile. Gets his bell rung, but with a USP, won't be too concerned with that. In fact, he's got 97 HP.
He dinked Hobbit. He had enough time to dink Hobbit just before dying there. So it is still quite doable if Doto can survive here. Doto, oh, he found just a small moment there, looking for all the damage, and they're all one headshot away from death now, so Spinks can do this. But time is really against Spinks, given that there is no kit in hand. And they know precisely where he's coming from. It's going to be easy. He's found the damage, though. And given how low Shura and Axel are, it is still a possibility, but it has to be quick. Again, almost no time for a defuse here. Would need the full 10 seconds. So it looks like it's not going to be happening here for Spinks, but at least damage is on the board. Remove some of those guns. The money's not good here at all for Gambit. So this puts ENCE in a position where if they win the next round, they can take economic control. The question is, do we want to see any alterations from ENCE's openings? And I'm hard pressed to say yes there, because I feel like what they've been doing early on has been giving them advantages. They take a lot of grounds early on.
Exile could have dropped an AWP in this round, but he bought a few grenades, which leaves him short now. I don't know if they didn't notice or if they're just chilling and don't need an AWP right now. Maybe they'll look to take one away from the CTs when an opportunity arises. We'll need to wait for one of the ENCE players to reconnect to the server before we continue. And one of the Gambit players. Nafany needs to reconnect as well, but indeed there was an opportunity to buy an AWP. So we haven't really seen like a full buy from both sides, I feel like, just yet.
Not quite, no.
I want to see the full output,
Yes, no, exactly. That's what I'm looking forward to as well, which is why I'm sort of trying to understand what adjustments we may get going into the following defaults, because so far Gambit's been very passive, and ENCE is kind of getting what they want at the beginning of the round, and that's the thing that's not so encouraging about what we're seeing from ENCE so far, is that they're not converting off of that super well at the moment. However, what is really great to see is, I think you highlighted this, is that, and I think you used an example, maybe it was Spirit possibly not being sort of active enough on the map on the CT side, and ENCE is really good at that mid-round reaction. So if something happens as a pick somewhere, they immediately are thinking, what is open on the map, what space can we take, and how can we sort of be proactive and take initiative. That's a wonderful sign for ENCE. But as we go back into the round, we can take stock of the buy here, and you were mentioning we haven't really seen a proper full buys yet. We have a MAC-10 in play here by Axile. No AWPs present at all.
I think this is a very deliberate MAC-10. He had the best spawn into the B bomb site, and it is going to be a fast one. They had money for 5 AKs, but that MAC-10 can run and gun. And he can create space for his team, but Diha's going to take that space away. Running out of bullets eventually. That HE is going to do some good damage, which means they are one-shottable now with de-silenced M4s, and Snappy will be looking for that. Finds an angle on Shiro, and he really holds things down here. The fast play has not worked out for Gambit. And again, we spoke about the economy already. Inters with the AK-47 left in a 1 versus 3. He has time on his side.
Yeah, unfortunate round for Gambit. I think the fast timing through Monster makes a lot of sense, given that ENCE have been reasonably passive, but they have been more active around the sewers position. So had it been the case that they would push sewers, early timing, then Gambit get through Monster, get onto the site, and they've isolated the defense quite effectively. But their gamble did not work out in that instance. But as you say, Inter's 1v3 has the bomb in hand. He's found his way up the A long position and might be able to get a plant here, especially if he gets a good timing onto Hades, who is playing front bathrooms right now, or back bathrooms, I should say. Is there a spot here? No, not visible toward Divider. Inters must surely hear the stepping. Oh, good headshot, but there's the trade from Hades from bathrooms, and that is so important. And that's going to be 4-4, ENCE tying things up. And unfortunately, again, we mentioned it, the economy was not really all that stable for Gambit, so they will be saving in this round, and then should be back to winning ways.
Yeah, that was a really important multi-frag on the B bomb site. Early molly on T ramp. Let's see what Gambit have. Gone for the force buy here with the Galils and the AKs.
They're playing the same kind of setup as they are in a lot of their defaults, actually, where they have a 3 outside Monster and then 2 kind of working towards the A side of the map early on. And perhaps this is to kind of play counter to your teams who like to push Monster, because, you know, typically some teams will have 1 lurk looking after Monster, so you can make a 2-man push with a flashbang and to catch that player, but it's not happening. And these are the most deep players here for Gambit, and Spinks is going to get flashed back over. Nice entry coming through there, though, at the same time on the other side of the map towards Monster Tunnel. So that's the B site entered now. And the bomb to go down.
It's a tight game of both parts so far. No one's really found comfort with money and so on. Hades doesn't know if anybody's down there now, due to that molly being extinguished. 4 versus 3. Do you push in and lose everything here? Well, that's really got to cut things off, and it's going to quickly escalate for ENCE. That's a very rough position.
Yeah.
A very, very rough position for them. Difficult decision to make when you're so close to the bomb site as well, but indeed it will be very costly. And Gambit will scurry away and take the lead. And again, it's a difficult situation for ENCE. We saw them with some chances with a solo rifle, but we cannot really expect much.
It's actually really interesting what Gambit are doing, like strategically right now, because they're playing really passive, as we mentioned. They'll leave 2 players to sort of clear the A side of the map, and then there's 3 just hanging out by Monster. So those 3 players are able to find timings towards that B site where maybe they're in the mid round, the rotation for the CTs kind of drifts away, and maybe they can isolate 1 player, or maybe the CTs are trying to make an info play and you've got 3 players there to punish. So it gives you a lot of options in that mid round. So that kind of petrifies, I believe, the CT defense somewhat, because you're not sure when Gambit are going to make a move like that. So if it is the case that conditions ENCE to play more passively on the B site and to play more passively in general, they're going to be able to start ramping up the pace, and they'll get more for free on the A side of the map, I would imagine, as we start to see them defaulting and making alterations. Maybe they won't make alterations, James. Maybe that's the mind games.
Where's the grip tape at? I wonder how many players have grip tape on their mice at this LAN. Probably very, very few.
Yeah, surprising, because grip tape is very good.
Yeah, especially for the finishes on many mice. But I think there's a lack of awareness. Some people have the clammy hand problem as well, so it can certainly help with that. I just find it easier, especially if you have a high sens and or a small mouse and you throw it around a lot. It certainly helps.
So the boost here for Hades to try to find something, the only rifle, the only firepower really on the team, and Gambit just running an anti-eco setup early on, so it's different to those kind of gun round defaults. Instead, very passive around connector, just making sure that anything is pushed towards the B side of the map. You've got Axar to cover for that. So we get to the 1 minute mark, they have to start to make a move. So they can start to clear space towards the site. Now they've isolated that there's no forward plays.
2 players smoking the same position at once.
Just boosting Hades around the map.
Hello. Wonder if they saw his helmet. He held some jump peaks, but again, there's not too much that we can expect from ENCE at the very least. Very methodical from Gambit. Look at the utility. They are giving them no space to breathe as they get a very easy, uncontested, essentially, bomb plant thanks to their brilliant use of utility.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to know your advantages and how to play them effectively. And so, like, for any super top elite level team, you can't be dropping the ball when you have rounds like this where you have massive advantages. You got to understand the best ways to approach those rounds. You can't do the same thing every time, obviously, because then a team can kind of counter-strat you on the fly. So you need to offer, you know, a couple looks, and that's oftentimes why you'll also see teams start like Gambit did, where it's super passive. So if there's any rush timings, anything like that, you can just remove that variance completely by playing slow. But at the same time, it also prevents the other team from really knowing how you're going to finish the round, because there's no tells in the early or even in the mid rounds. So good stuff from Gambit on rounds such as that, and that's going to give them the 6-4. ENCE are actually sort of struggling so far on this CT side.
Yeah, but again, I think that both teams have stopped each other from even getting to like $6,000, let's say. Like now it's round 11 and we see Shiro with the AWP for the first time. So certainly that's always going to, that kind of war of attrition is always going to hurt the CT team more, which is proving very difficult for ENCE. And if you're light on utility, you may feel encouraged to go for those aggressive plays, like when we saw they had, I think, 3 M4s and a FAMAS, and they went for those very aggressive plays, presumably feeling really vulnerable, going for aggressive plays on B through Monster and Short B and so on, which resulted in heavy losses. So looking at our secondary screens here, they've got a reasonable level of utility, so I won't expect that kind of urgency from them. But now we've got Shiro on the AWP. We'll see what the young man is made of.
Yeah, they're going heavier towards A as well. Their default's changed here, and that might catch ENCE off a little bit. Looking to be going a bit faster towards A as well. Not the 3 players towards Monster. This time also ENCE are pushing Suez as we expect. So ENCE will get some control back on the map as they take Suez control. Oh, Hobbit's there. He is able to just get one though, and Dota's falling back, gets sprayed through the wood a little bit. Big opening victory for Gambit, getting that 4 versus 4. And there's very little util left for ENCE.
Yeah, and still with some presence in Short B, and they've got toilets for now, so they're in positions where they can get some information, and this round can still change. The noise cut by Gambit. Spinks moves to an off angle. We can see Gambit seems to be focused on the A-bomb site. Bomb carrier just waiting outside connector. That is Exile. "47 seconds. And Gambit seemed to be reading the A-bomb site. Again, they had Short B, but he's not having that. Would make things a lot more difficult for them. Another smoke on long, but Exile's able to creep up and catch Spinks off guard. And now they're just creeping through the smoke on long as well. So there's going to be a lot of problems here for ENCE very, very quickly. Hades will soon go down as well, just edging forward to hide from toilets, not realizing that they were just standing on the site as well. Completely outmaneuvered ENCE. Gambit just creeping and creeping. Like a spider in the bathroom, Dan.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. They're doing a really great job. It just looks so methodical too, and there's enough of... You can see the dilemma for ENCE. They just don't really know. They don't have the information to know. They have to kind of passively just sit there waiting and have positions that can kind of cover for both options, A or B. And that just sucks compared with what we saw from ENCE, or rather, sorry, from Gambit, where they were able to just put all the focus on that A site and slowly creep up. It was super coordinated. They've been so stable so far, I have to say. Gambit, they look very disciplined.
Yeah, you can see the body language on ENCE, on Spinks. Frustrated by the pace and execution of Gambit, perhaps. And they find themselves on pistols once again, ENCE. We have Shiro over $6,000 now, same with Nafani. I don't know why I keep saying that. Connector can be a very dangerous place versus an eco, especially those CZs. So, curious to see how deep Hobbit will go. Now, he can wait for his teammates to help clear things as well. If you kind of split the connector position, so to speak, from top and bottom. That can be pretty interesting. Sees a flashbang, and he will choose to get out of there. Don't want to give a rifle up, and this is a much better situation for him. Nice angle. Speaking of nice angles, Nafany behind enemy lines. We have 2 players stuck in connector for the time being, but they can escape through short B, but they'll have to rotate. Doto with the 5-7 on the site, trying to do what he can. A headshot, but not close enough for the one shot. DHL will try to move into position with the Desert Eagle now, as Inters is waiting, and he'll finish Nafany off and reposition to bank. 4 versus 3 for Gambit, as they are still needing to catch up with their teammate Inters, who's just trying to stay alive and stay careful on the bomb site.
Yeah, some stepping there for Inters. Oh, wow. Full expectation, but it's Dihar with the snappy Deagle headshot. And maybe there's more to be had here. Just working from the back of Dice eventually. Will be surrounded, though. And Snappy has the 5-7. It's not looking good in this engagement, of course. Not too much to be done. Gambit with another plant. And looking to just grab that 8th round convincingly.
Yeah, this is death by paper cuts for ENCE. Some nice 5-7 work from Snappy. So maybe we will see an increase in the 5-7 over the Desert Eagle in the Legend stage at the very least. Challenger stage, we saw a lot of Deagle attempted. I feel like in the previous map we saw more successful Deagles from Breeze than we maybe saw, generally speaking, in the matches we casted in the last few days.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's big half so far from Gambit, and it may just get even bigger because we haven't really had much in the way of signs of life from ENCE so far. I think it feels as though they're kind of getting just sucked into Gambit's playstyle, and they don't really have a way to... that we're not really seeing good counterplay against Gambit's pacing. Gambit just kind of playing slow, keeping things methodical, and we don't really see any wrenches thrown into what they're doing by ENCE.
Well, now maybe is the opportunity. Hades will have the AWP again. He has the worst spawn for A, though, and he is facing B at present, so maybe he'll do something towards the lower area. So I don't think we'll see an aggressive party play from Hades as we saw previously. You can see him there.
Yeah. And it could be a good moment for Gambit to go back to their previous default, where they have 3 outside monster. They play really slow towards playground, anticipating that ENCE are going to change something here. We'll see, though, what Gambit opt to do.
Yep, so Hades is going downstairs. And there's a big focus from Gambit towards the B-bomb site as well. Actually, Spinks will take an aggressive angle around Party just to throw some grenades, and he will chill. Doto again will be pursuing the short B position. Ooh, Nafany will be punished by Dihar. Down he goes, doesn't see much of anything, and he's dead. So it's a great start for ENCE. Again, they've been prioritizing the short B position, and that will certainly help them as all of Gambit are outside Monster. And Hades says hello, so this is proving to be a very difficult round for Gambit indeed.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, you know, they don't go for anyone towards the A side of the map. So they were basically waiting for a timing to just rush into the B site in the mid round. Perhaps in response to ENCE leaving some position on B in favor of Sewers, possibly. It's hard to say, but it's 3 versus 4 here for Gambit to recover. Definitely recoverable. And they've cut noise insofar as there's enough time they could have rotated it back to the other side of the map, or looking for the timing, and it's going to be a full punish from Dihar. Axel trying to win the battle against the orb there actually is going to be successful somehow.
Yeah, that gives them a chance because there are still players upstairs for ENCE, which means they may have equal numbers on the B bomb site, but how can Gambit know this? The flank is coming in eventually. This has got to be a good angle for DR. The crouch pick from Axel, he's just faster. And now we're in a 2 versus 1 as he's traded by Spinks. Shiro now has got 20 seconds to try and get a bomb plant out of this. He'll do some more damage, but he won't be able to do so. ENCE make it to 5.
Yeah, good opening there from ENCE. I mean, they stacked 4 players on B, so they had the absolute right call for what Gambit was doing, without knowing that. So fortunately for ENCE, there is some serendipity finally, and we'll see. if they can keep that going. You know, they played the AWP, you know, with the spawn, as you mentioned. And he's having that B spawn, so maybe we'll see him play spawn-based once again. And I believe he's going towards the A site right now. Indeed. I can see that Hades is in fact towards bathrooms, alongside the bathrooms here. Again, really passive opening from Gambit. Very slow approach towards Party and Long. Spinks is by the boulder once more. Spinks wants to fight. He's committed to this engagement.
Gambit really just not giving the info. Very few sound cues. You can see Hobbit moving around without walking, but apart from that, it's just shifting very, very early. Really playing a careful game. It's got to be uncomfortable for ENCE, even with a 5 versus 4. Spinks is starting to flank now, but actually, no, with Hades by the toilets area, that's a lot of information for ENCE very quickly indeed. Now see that nobody is here, and this pretty much confirms that everybody is going to be towards the B-bomb site again, which means that ENCE can start to visualize, they can be expectant, putting down the smokes to cut the site in half already. Doto trying to avoid as much as he can. Hobbit now with a pop flash, and Axel's going to make his way forward actually. He could find 2 from this, almost, but not quite. Diha holds down the map control, very important frag for him. Hobbit's here to eliminate Snappy, the numbers game will overwhelm on the site, but Hades still has some angles, and Spinks is coming in from the back.
Yeah, Hobbit's been tagged down to 8 health, so this is so doable here for Spinks. That element of surprise, his teammate goes down, but there's still solid opportunity here if he can just get a free pick, especially on the water player, the healthy player. Here goes Spinks, rounding the corner, the angle's being held. It's a better position for Inter. Spinks still wins it, knows precisely where Hobbit is, goes for the tap, and he's waiting, and he's so quick. And there's plenty of time for Spinks. ENCE pick up one more round, making it to 6.
Again, great proactive play. ENCE figured out the information, the flank from Long, the player at Divider, gives him all the info to get that flank at the right time. Last man standing wins it, and we move to the last round of the first half. ENCE keep the score close, 6-8 of Gambit, which is a pretty good side for pretty good half for Gambit so far. I think 8 rounds, not too shabby. These are both strong teams.
Yeah, definitely, and especially on the T side as well. And it has been very cool to see Gambit's pacing, their very quiet approach like you were mentioning. It does make it very uneasy for ENCE, who it's hard to get information safely. And we see the same opening as we did in the previous round from Gambit. 3 players initially towards the A side of the map. Axel looking after any pushes on Monster, which we might have. In fact, Diha gets the pick, you know, looking through Monster with Doto's support. It's early victory, but there's a quick trade, and they may just have to run it down after that, surely.
Hades looking to do something crazy, but Gambit are very aware. Now they start to speed up. Snappy just on an island, but Nafany's going to delete him as well, and this may be a very fast last round of the first half. Doto in a 1 versus 4. I like having a sniper boosted on those shelves, looking towards the party position. They had it the other way around there, but Hobbit was ready for it. Former champion Hobbit. Little jiggle, not sure if he saw much of anything there. I think he did, because they start to creep on him, and it will be 9 rounds for Gambit at half-time. So, I think from Gambit's perspective, it's a pretty good half score-wise. From ENCE's perspective, it could have been a lot worse. You can see some frustrations, but they are up against a very dangerous team. And the pace that Gambit set was, I don't know, it's uncomfortable, but I have to credit ENCE for still being proactive and trying to look for that info. Not every round went their way, and they would have loved the score to be the other way around. But again, if it was a more passive team, I think they get smashed completely there.
Yeah, Gambit looked really stable. Very, very stable. It looks like it was their server, and ENCE's connected to their server, and ENCE's, you know, subject to playing their game. It's really how it felt. I think, as you described it, certainly would have felt very uneasy for ENCE, I think, the entire time. Again, it just seemed very hard for them to get information, and very risky, because of how slow Gambit was playing, how quiet Gambit was playing. But there we go, 9-6, and now we go into the second half. Can Gambit mount a solid defense here?
With the smoke on the balcony immediately, Shiro is completely blind. Beautiful chain flashes coming into the B-bomb site. ENCE's trying to do what he can, as is Hobbit. Fast headshots, leaving it a 2 versus 2 now. ENCE on the site, Gambit shifting, repositioning. No kit on the final 2 players, and ENCE are on the hunt, it looks like. They are going after them, and Hobbit's going to engage 1v1. Has a very, very quick look, 20 HP for him. He can't really go up against a Glock spam. He has to really be careful, but ENCE are looking to go past him. This has become very interesting, this pistol round. Spinks is walking back into the angles of Hobbit. Too many angles for him to deal with, which will leave Snappy in a 1 versus 1. He needs to try and isolate these fights now. He'll put himself in a deep position. Got to land that headshot, though, but it'll be Exile to do it. That could have been anyone's, but it's Gambit's.
Yeah. Yeah, they pick up the pistol, and they did get the bomb down, so might actually see a force buy from ENCE. I would expect to see it. I think it could be really good if they've got some good rounds to this. Then it could be really good to see it, especially in a map like Overpass. You can get a lot done with util, and you can so like there's lots of different styles you could approach this with. You could play a very util heavy style and go for a set piece with mostly pistols onto that B site, or you could try to play get a couple AKs, play the ranges towards the long positions, and use the firepower advantage, and then pick up the guns if someone dies with the AKs. So there's lots of different approaches you can take. And they go for the 2 AKs, or actually, sorry, the 1 AK and the 1 Galil. Didn't have enough for another AK, I suppose.
Exile being real careful. Had a few sound cues there. But you don't want to outstay your welcome versus these pistols, especially a Tech 9. Very dangerous affair. And this is where the fire rate of your CT weapons can really come in handy. Really want the faster fire rates versus, well, in a round such as this, versus the pistols.
Yeah, it's only Hobbit that doesn't have a helmet too. So that's pretty good for Gambit.
Early AWP for Shiro. He has support from 1 player on long. He can fall back to bank though, because he has that security on the long, so I'll give him the space to fall away. Blind for now, and straight to bank he goes. Rotation will be required now, and Nathany is on the way. They're lining up though. Just Hades on one. And here is the lineup. Nathany looking for a third. Secured quite a lot already. Dihad trying to do what he can. AK, I'm sure, will be collected, and that's a comfortable round for Gambit, at least in terms of how many are alive and so on. Force buy has failed, so we're likely looking at a 12-6 start to this half. Again, that 9-6 scoreline is very, very dangerous if you lose the pistol and you're on the worst end of that scoreline, because the struggle will most certainly be uphill. Quite the incline for ENCE, assuming they lose this round. But they've gone for 4 Desert Eagles and a Tech 9, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I think that was another good round that just demonstrates how this matchup's been going. In a Gambit, they kind of knew what was coming. They were really set up very well. They looked really coordinated and disciplined. And I love that style of approach that Gambit have, where they're really trying to just eliminate any possible edge their opponent could have in any given situation. It's very disciplined.
Shout outs to the A4 crew.
Ooh, Axel might be in trouble here. He's got players on either side.
Hobbit to the rescue. Doto and Hades remain. I think this is a good example of tactical shooter. this game we're seeing right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Gambit have come in here very, very prepared.
Aim punch not really going to help Doto there. Well, they get basically nothing done in that round, ENCE, which is, sometimes it'd be like that. You are on eco after all. The AK-47s in a full utility will come out. Everybody with Molotovs. They almost have exactly the same buy. Molly, smoke, 2 flashes, and an AK-47. Hades and Spinks short of a flash. But apart from that, it's exactly the same. It's a big, long mirror. And indeed, they start their first buy versus buy with half the score of Gambit. And if they lose this round, those percentages surely go down quite significantly indeed. Shiro in connector with the AWP. Now he'll need some security to help him escape back towards the toilets. No one's picking party, but you still need those flashes, etc. All right then, an early kill for ENCE as they make their way into the B bomb site. Hobbit's going to have some work to do. He's still kind of on his own, pulling out the smoke grenade with Hades standing through Monster. That's a mistake. That's a huge error, leaving Nafany on his own. More trouble for Gambit on this B bomb site.
And Nafany's still able to hold things down though, and still having that presence, forward presence by the barrels. The flash goes through. He's unable to find too much from it. Will back away though. Trying to buy time for his teammates to come into the action here. Shiro will make his way around the corner with that AWP, and the boost will be here for Shiro too. So there might be another opportunity there, especially if this player comes up short. Shiro's looking for it. Nothing given just yet. That smoke is providing ample coverage. Just waiting for ENCE to put 1 foot wrong. One mistake. Axile not working out on that angle. Doesn't win the battle. That would have been the pick that could really have allowed them to do something, but without the ability to pressure that short position, it looks like Gambit will give up on this one.
I've got to say, I really appreciate Nafany's taste in stickers on his M4. Because he's got one hollow at the front, and then the rest are non-hollow, which looks so much nicer than all hollow and just hollow spam. Like an RGB keyboard or something, like a Christmas tree. Just got the one hollow. There's a lot of taste. There's a lot. This is not the view, man. You can't even see the stickers. What are you doing? This is the view. So this is clean. This is tasteful, not tasteless. Yeah. It's not spam. I can respect that. I can appreciate that.
Nice, nice. All right. Well,
important round for ENCE to win.
This could work out actually for ENCE. This could be a good springboard back into the match because, you know, Gambit's their economy is going to be taking some L's on that one, and you know they have the opportunity to kind of make their mark. You know, start creating a scenario where Gambit has to play their game, because that's been the part of the problem, is that ENCE have effectively been playing, you know, Gambit's pace and so on, and being very reactive. But that is you know sometimes the nature of that CT side. But you know, with that said, all AKs on board, still good enough money for the Gambit side. This is really the round to win if the comeback's to happen, I feel like. What might be difficult to deal with. ENCE not really pressuring the A side of the map here. They're looking to just go into B. And Suez is being taken.
Oh no! Oh, they're looking for some grenade spam towards the barrels at the very least. Unclear if they were going to commit behind it, but that did look very awkward to deploy. No one's at the barrels anyway. But they don't really have any map control right now, which is kind of awkward.
Yeah, they wanted to go for that B play, but now they've lost. They got delayed too much, and then Gambit have Suez control now, so that makes it even worse.
Yeah, I think we can see Axile's on long. I don't know if he really goes further than this position. I think it would probably be a little crazy. So they're not going to get info from there. However, Hobbit has an angle if they go through the tunnel. Only if they go through the tunnel. But this is important. They have 2 more players on the B bomb site. I don't know if some sound cues have been heard there. You can see Shiro is on the move as well. Oh no, Hobbit's moving through connector. They're rotating towards the A bomb site. They have no idea what's going on. They're out of position now, and Shiro's going to have so much to do from this short spot. Hobbit needs to help him out here because he's wondering about his 6 as well. He's got grenades coming in his direction, and Gambit, unsure as to what is happening, abandoned B and have given ENCE the keys to the castle.
There's still some util here for the retake, but it's a forward play coming through from ENCE. This is a heads-up move, but oh wow, Inter is able to take down both of those aggressing ENCE players, taking them just with 2 here, just now with Hades. Nice headshot onto Inters, but so many more players left to go, and it's not going to work out whatsoever for Hades. Gambit played it very patiently, and it worked beautifully.
Some small margins there which didn't work out the way events the pot flash play. You know, it's a bit scary because if you run directly, you might run into some fire there, but a bit slow with the deep angle, which allowed the first kill, and the follow-up for the second one was huge for Gambit. ENCE ending up in a 1 versus 4 after planting the bomb when Gambit made the wrong rotation there is not what I was expecting to see, but fantastic for Gambit. And now the pressure really rises. That 13th round is not what ENCE wanted to see there. They were supposed to be on the catch-up. There are 2 variations of that smoke on Monster as well. One of them leaves a slight gap where you can try to play some shenanigans if someone gets too close to it. The other one smokes it off properly. 6-round lead now for Gambit. ENCE will have some shortcomings. D-Hub with a Desert Eagle only. They have an AWP for Hades, however.
ENCE looking to clear space around the A side of the map. There is Axel, who's on long, who can spot for anything towards long. However, there's very limited vision towards front bathrooms at the moment. You've got Naf, and he's just playing the jump spot game around DICE, so very passive indeed. And this is because we have the sewers control. But with Spinx's pick onto Hobbit there, that may destabilize the information game for Gambit, and they may have to start gambling in this position.
Yeah, they're on the receiving end of this denial of information now. Benafini lining up a jump throw pop flash for Axel, who starts to get into position. Dihar's going to eat all of that. It's light info though. You've got a man with a deagle who could be lurking. Does that mean it's likely to VB? I'm not sure if Nafani saw much of them there, but Shiro's about to see something. More grenades flying into the site now. They will obscure his vision, in fact, but Nafani's repositioned to try and stop a bomb flight. There are some flashbangs which will slow things down, and Axel's position on long is going to be a huge problem for ENCE. How do they plant the bomb here? They've got no lurker to deal with him whatsoever, and Nafani's got some cover as well. There's a gap in the smoke, no less. The long player taken down at the very least, but Nafani is still here. They know that. Got to be careful about his position. Spinx is waiting for him, but that headshot from Nafani is outrageous. Doto's got no cover, and he's about to get sandwiched. Shiro on the other side as well. 2 versus 3. Even if they get these 2 kills, it won't matter from ENCE's POV, but Gambit will get both. So awkward for them on the A bomb site. Gambit now 2 rounds away from victory.
Yeah, sick defense there from Gambit. My God. Nafani in particular, just doing everything perfectly just to be a total nuisance. That flick actually on the play kind of when he was kind of behind
APC,
Optimus.
nasty.
Yes, that was beautiful. That's not a frag you expect to see him get, but it just wins the round for them. Let's see the outside monster smoke, monster tunnel smoke, deep one.
There it is.
And we get the rush straight through it. D-Hard running through the flames. They are getting burned alive.
Oh my days. Look at the kill feed there. Snappy and Hades with a minute 35 in a 1 versus 5 made, 2 versus 5 made 4. But with Snappy gone now, Hades has got so much to do. This was a force buy, no less. Trying to keep Gambit off match point, but they've struggled to do that, ENCE. Very tough draw for them here on a Legend stage. What can he really do now? Does he just try and hold on to this? Is there any point even pursuing, really? When you've got 1 more round to play and you've got a rifle?
It's so interesting because ENCE is such a good team, and Big Gambit, they play so tight that it's just very... I keep finding myself using the word disciplined because they're very much focused on making sure that they play every edge correctly. And there's such a focus and attention to that level of detail. You can really see why Gambit is so good in this kind of sample that we're seeing on Overpass.
Unless he really wanted the AK there, I think he had to save. He would have had more grenades. He had two grenades on him and $500. So he maybe gets 4 nades there, but such is life. Maybe he wasn't allowed to save. Gambit with quite a few match points now here on Overpass. A vintage angle from Shiro. Connection but no kill. He'll get a 5 versus 4 regardless. This position looks so awkward for Exile, but he seems comfortable here.
Yep. 5 versus 3. And, oh god, it's getting worse. That's the bomb down as well on Party. And that will certainly be communicated to the rest of the squad. They don't need to do much with that information, though. It just really lets them know how the movement for the opponents needs to be. And, of course, Dihar's very weak, getting tagged earlier, crossing Fountain. And it just seems so pedestrian right now as far as Gambit's concerned. They are looking so clean. And it seems like ENCE can't find any way in. Snappy clearing the bathrooms here. Has Dihar in tow, but Shiro is ready to finish off the job with the AWP. The jump across, great connection, and Dihar goes down as well. Nafani, who better than to take him down but Nafani. What a performance from Gambit. They just look so stable.
Yeah, that was super, super strong from them. And the T-size CIS Counter-Strike, it is so scary. Denial of information, the longer rounds not really showing too much too early for the most part. It's just really, really hard. It feels so risky to try and get info, but we still saw that proactiveness from ENCE, which is better than being completely passive, but still not enough versus the strength of Gambit. Their first match here at the 2021 Stockholm Major looked very promising indeed. And I think these teams which are having their first matches here in the Legend stage, we want to see form from them. We want to make sure they're not coming into this rusty or cold. Of course, they're doing scrims, but the real matches are just not the same as scrims, you know? And that was a fantastic performance, a very scary performance from Gambit.
Yeah, I feel like they're a good 3-0 pick, just how stable they are against ENCE in that particular instance. It was just really cool to see that every single player on that team is just kind of perfect in their role right now. And we saw some over-delivering in certain spots, like Anthony there on the A defense when it was necessary. I feel like every player is able to kind of get that extra bit that you just don't want to have happen if you're their opponents. So really scary team to be up against, and I'm sure that a lot of people, anyone who has them in the 3-0 spot, feel like that was probably very smart if you have managed to actually do that.
Yeah, they look to be in great form, and ENCE are no slouches. I've put them to qualify. I think you have as well. So
yes, yeah.
We'll see who they end up against. But that's enough from us for now. It's over to Richard and the desk.
Thanks, gentlemen. Okay, where to start with that? Let's just say the real Gambit are here, guys.
Welcome to the Gambit Show.
Yes, welcome to the Gambit Show. We wondered whether or not it was going to be a case of, you know, do we see the Gambit we've seen a little bit lately and they're a little bit iffy, or do we see the real Gambit, the Gambit that was dominating for 6 months at the start of the year? And they've beaten a very dangerous opponent in ENCE very, very comfortably.
Yeah, what I liked a lot about this particular win for the side of Gambit was how workmanlike it was. It wasn't like something too crazy. It wasn't Shiro or Axel just popping off and carrying the game individually. Everyone had their moments, but it's just the way they grinded out the rounds. ENCE weren't necessarily playing bad. That first half especially, there was a lot of back and forth initially. But on that CD side, Maniac, you brought this up. Once they start getting going on the CD side, it's an impenetrable wall, and that is what ENCE had to go up against in the second half.
Yeah, it's a very Gambit-like victory, if you ask me, in the sense that you have the T side, you have that delicate balance between 1 or 2 quick rounds, just not to allow ENCE to fall on the lowers, and then sometimes they run the clock down, they make you doubt, they make you hesitate, they make you want to take information, and they get punished. As soon as you get to the 2v2 or 3v3 in Gambit, we didn't really touch on it, but they're infinite clutchers, they're beautiful clutchers.
Oh, yeah.
Once they get to that bomb down 2v2, they have the patience, they have the know-how, and it showed again today.
There's a particular round that comes to mind which kind of paints that picture even more clearly, would be where it was, I think, 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Gambit is slowly creeping towards a B bomb side. They go for an info play towards A. Do ENCE. They know it's going to be a B bomb side hit.
Yeah.
They know there's only 25 seconds remaining on the clock. But Gambit, even in the chaos, even when they run out of time, or rather they are running out of time, just the sheer protocols, how good the protocols are, the way they trade. I mean, there were 4 players waiting for the Maniac.
It's always control. It's always control. The way we would sometimes criticize teams running down the clock is because once, you know, shit really hit the fan, then they panic, they scramble, and then angles aren't really clear. Maybe a utility is missed. You feel like Gambit operate in an environment that they know and feel safe in. These last 15 seconds, 20 seconds, it's all right. I know. You two to the right, check that angle. I'm going to go to the left. There's going to be trades. This is the really good Gambit, the one that knows how to run down the clock and play it safe. And once we get to the CD side, we've prefaced it. They untreatable. They're impossible to play. If you don't have the economical advantage on them, Shiro on the AWP, the info play, it's just too hard to play.
Well, we didn't talk a lot about Axel in the pre-show. We talked about almost everything else. And then, of course, he turns up in a big way here. Just a fantastic performance from a guy who, if it wasn't for the shadow of Shiro, this would be the star player.
You're looking at a team that has 3 players who've had HLTV MVPs awards in them. This is a very singular feature for a team to have that many players who can qualify as potential MVP. We know Shiro can do it. We've touched on it. We know Hobby can be an X factor. He's done it at big events. And Axile as well, quietly in the back. And he's maybe the one player that at the beginning of tournament, I'm going to keep a second, take my time to see and take the temperature on Axile. But if he shows up with his entry style and his aggressiveness, that's over. Like, it's game over.
And I got to give like credit to the way, especially on the T side as well, right? He got 11 kills in the first half, ending top fragging in the server. But also the role he plays on the T side of Overpass, being around the monster area, he's going to be getting control, he's going to be making his presence known. He was always going to be a thorn, because ENCE are infamous for being aggressive on the CD side, you know, poking and prodding for information, and Axel's there to punish them. So it wasn't just about him getting those kills, but the role he plays in the teams, and what a fantastic job he does with it.
Yeah, and look, let's just talk about ENCE for a moment. Obviously,
wasn't easy.
They're going to be disappointed. You can see it on their faces. I mean, we talked a lot about how this was a dangerous opponent for Gambit. You've also got to feel a little bit for ENCE. I think they've had a good performance here. They've really emerged over the last 3 months as a team you must take seriously. And, you know, they get Gambit in the first round of a major. I don't think they'll lose like that again for the rest of the competition.
No, I struggle to imagine ENCE going out 0-3 quietly into the night. But it is a little bit of a reality check for ENCE and for everyone watching at home that we are in the big boys league now. This is it. We're talking about the legend stage of the major. You're going to play against team like Gambit, like Na'Vi, like Vitality. Not taking anything away from ENCE. What they have done qualifying to this stage is already amazing and it's fabulous, and I praise them for that. But now we expect, the community expect them to play a notch above if you want to put up a fight. You just got absolutely wrecked by Gambit. Well, welcome to the legend stage. You're not going to have a lot of easy games. So it was not enough for ENCE, but against maybe a lower caliber opponent in that list of 16, I can see them put up a fight.
And it's not just about lower caliber opponents, I feel like there are a few teams in who we could potentially say are favorites in this tournament, whose style would kind of work for ENCE. You know what I mean? Like, Gambit, unfortunate for them, Gambit is just so regimented, so structured that even though you might see the shock and awe tactics come out from ENCE sometimes, it's not necessarily going to be really bearing fruit for them. But let's say they go up against, let's say, a G2, for example, right? A team...
you picked the right one, huh?
I picked the right one. G2 aren't really... I mean, they can pull off something. They won the first game, but against G2, maybe ENCE could potentially pop off.
Yeah, well, I mean, G2 kind of struggled a little bit as well. They had to do a comeback. Look, I'll ask you a couple of questions here, just about both of these teams. We're talking about ENCE, so we'll stay there. Can ENCE make it to Sweden?
I picked them in my pick'ems. I
Does
believe
that mean that they can?
That means
that
yes,
they will. Yes, they can.
You value pick'ems highly?
No, not really.
Takes it very seriously. Send me a mail. Maniac, what am I doing?
I got to pander to the Twitter gods.
I get it.
But here's the thing. I believe they can. I don't think they're going to be 3-0. Obviously, they're not going to be 3-0 right now. But if the stars kind of align for them, if they find a sort of team. I'm not saying, when I say the sort of team, I'm not talking about teams like the guys coming in from the challenger stage. Even a couple of legend teams could be easy picking, so to speak, for the side of ENCE, right? So I think they could potentially
right now they're licking the lips and hoping it's EG, probably.
Yeah, they would like to. Look, I don't believe ENCE currently has it to be in the top 8. I think that they have had inconsistencies in the level based on the map they play quite a lot. And this is usually the MO with up-and-coming teams, right? They have a couple of maps where they really understand the exact type of Counter-Strike they want to play, and it works perfectly. I think Nuke is straight up in that category. But if you have to be pushed rather in best of 3s against teams that have a deep map pool, here Gambit, no problem. I'll take you on Overpass on the best of 1. I struggle to see ENCE being able to do that against this type of teams pushing it to the playoffs. And I also don't think we should downplay it, because if we here set the story of, you know what, ENCE should make it to the top 8, then we downplay the excitement of it. It would be huge if ENCE were making it to the playoffs in Sweden with that roster, that mismatch of individuals getting it together with Snappy, an old IGL, kind of finding a renaissance. That would be insane if they make it to the playoffs.
Can you also highlight the fact, I don't think we brought this up. The last time ENCE were at the major, it was an all-Finnish team. It was a whole different team altogether.
Nothing to do with that team.
Completely different team, whole different org, and just a motley bunch of I don't know where they even came from, a couple of these players, and here they are. If they do make it to the top 8, even though I say they might have a chance, I won't lie, I'll be blown away.
It's a long way from FPL. Same question about Gambit, guys. I mean, look, you know, I obviously expect them to go to top 8. I think they can potentially be a finalist at the major, and then I guess all bets are off depending who they're playing. Na'Vi Gambit would be epic. But we've seen them in only one map, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. But that's the Gambit capable of winning a major.
I guess when you have a team like Gambit coming into the major, the first game is going to answer a few questions. You know, what kind of mentality do they start in? Are they fragile? Are they actually kind of reliable in what they're doing? All the signs are green right now. All the signs are green for Gambit. They only beat the opponent they had in front of them. Anything below playoffs for Gambit would sparkle a whole conversation. It would put in jeopardy almost everything they have built for a whole year, where they had trophies. We're talking IM Summer, obviously, Katowice. That would just put everything in question.
It's not going to happen. they are going to make it to the playoffs.
See, but that's my point. I also believe they will make it to the playoff. Gambit is a team that is going to be in the conversation for the Final Four, probably, and then it's all up in the air once you get to these last matches. But this is a very reassuring Gambit that we've just seen.
All right, guys, thanks for your thoughts. And that means it is time now for a quick break. Don't go too far, because when we come back, the legend stage of the PGL Stockholm Major will continue. We'll see you then.
Coming up next, Vitality versus Virtus.pro.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Right, welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. We are about to get our first look at ZywOo, who is here with Vitality. They're going to be taking on Virtus.pro. Before we do that, we'll go over to the desk. We'll do a little update, won't we? Because he's only gone and he's right all the time. Do I ever miss? I know it is annoying, isn't it? But I did say yesterday on broadcast, I said Entropiq, we're going to beat Team Liquid. I called that one all day long. They're playing legit. They're warmed up. You never know with Team Liquid. And they didn't just beat them. They battered them, boys.
Could you even predict how they did beat them? Because that is actually mind-blowing. Not only the scoreline is 16-9, which is a pretty one-sided result in Counter-Strike, usually below double-digit. We don't even call that a game. The problem is Liquid actually won both pistol rounds and converted. Quick math, Liquid only won 3 gun rounds in the entirety of the game. I am actually mind-blown. Like, I knew Entropiq had a shot. I mean, we had to give them a shot after what they did in the first stage of this tournament.
Yeah.
But 3 gun rounds in the entirety of the game. What the hell is going on?
CIS region too strong, boys.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like Entropiq, like we just said, they're a team that we were like, will they make it to the legend stage? They made it. They go up against a team, the only shining light for North American Counter-Strike, and they just dropped the mighty hammer and sickle on their heads.
Indeed. So, look, we will keep you up to date with scores going in on the secondary stream as we have time, because we're going to be doing lots of death segments today, guys. Hope you had your Weetabix this morning. Let's talk about this game, though. Vitality versus Virtus.pro. We obviously got to have a good look at Virtus.pro. They were 3-1. Only lost to FaZe. They beat Spirit, Movistar, and Pain. I'm going to just say this. Not overly impressed. I don't think any of those opponents they beat were real tests, maybe with the exception of Spirit, and Spirit are perennial chokers. So how do we feel?
So far, I guess VP has been passable, acceptable, what they have done, right? No one really got super enthusiastic, super interested, invested what they've done, which is, by the way, a very VP way to go about life. But they make, you know, they do the job. They get the job done. They qualify for the legend stage. Flit's been slotted in with a couple of questions and interrogations as to how he's going to play. But these guys that we have on our screen are in the legend stage, where they belong. VP is absolutely a top 16 team in the world. There is no debate with that. But we have our questions as to where they go with this.
I feel the biggest question here is, and I know Duncan has VP as his dark horse to maybe take the entire
He's
thing,
had a good feeling about it.
And I have to disagree with that, and mainly because, look, if it was Sanji playing, I could have been like, yeah, maybe. I've seen Flit come into this team, and look, Flit is a known quantity. We know what he can deliver in the server. But coming into this team, obviously they're moving some pieces around. Sanji has always been the role player for the team, doing a lot of the dirty work, and now you have Buster chipping in, right? He's been doing a very good job of it, but I feel like Flit's position on a few of the maps are not his most comfortable spots. So for VP, the question is, and as you mentioned, Maniac, are they going to be just slotting him into what they want him to play, or are they going to make him a little bit more comfortable? And unfortunately, I don't think they've had enough time to figure that out.
Look, it's one of these equations that has actually no perfect solution. It just doesn't. If for some magic reason Sanji and Fit were playing all the same positions on all the maps, you wouldn't have that debate. But because we have, they just have to make do. It's about compromising. It's about saying, listen, we have a system. This is how it works. These are our strengths. You're going to slot in the best of way. But it would be completely ludicrous to change everything before the major just to allow Flit to go, you know, in the positions he can. You cannot possibly have that as a game plan.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just be honest. The whole transfer, it doesn't reek of good planning, let's say. You know, CIS insiders in the journalism space, they're saying this was a transfer that was discussed long ago, that at least they knew he was joining for at least a month, but they didn't want to commit to it because they didn't want to lose the point. They wanted to make sure they were here.
Right.
It's really cynical. The players have been out saying, oh, we didn't want him to join. Well, we saw
that makes me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, but we're very happy he's here now. It's like, you know, you got to feel for Sanji. And look, I'm all for the roster move. You needed to do something, Virtus.pro, but this is very strange and suboptimal for a tournament of this size.
And just as much as I agree with you that Sanji really had the lower end of the stick in that one, think
sure.
about Flit. Think about the position he's in now.
It's terrible for him.
He's been brought in this VP lineup. Again, we labeled them the villains of Counter-Strike. I guess in some rightful way. He's brought it into VP, and everyone is saying, oh my god, you took Sanji's position. That is so sad what they did to him.
Piece of shit.
You better out of here.
He's waving at the fans.
Like,
hi, guys.
Guys, I just want to play Counter-Strike. And we're like, what did you do? You don't belong. I mean, he's got a lot on his shoulder, and he has an injunction to perform, because otherwise everyone is going to be at VP's throat and say, what the hell did you do? Why did you remove
And
Sanji?
here's a problem here. He hasn't performed yet. Like, his lowest rated player so far, thus far for him in the challenger stage for this team, right? And we're talking about Buster really stepped up. Don't get me wrong, he was great. Yakinder, we'll talk about him later on. He's been fantastic as usual. But Flit is he's negative rated, or maybe it's below average rated, so to speak. And the fact that that is a worrying thing.
Yeah.
Him coming in, it's not about replacing Sanji's roles, but
Making
rather
the team better.
making the team better and getting the firepower in. It hasn't happened yet, Richard.
Well, and we said they've not been tested. They're going to be tested by this Vitality team. I said coming in, look, you can't call Vitality a dark horse pick because they're so good and they've got such a talented and experienced roster. But the reality is, they did have a terrible dip in form when they were swapping players in and out, and they've just come back to form ahead of the major. They're starting to look like their old selves. Obviously, the headliner is ZywOo.
Absolutely.
No doubt we will talk about him, but I want to talk about Masuta. I think this is a player that's unbelievably slept on. His development since joining this team, and remember, he'd never played in a proper regimented team. He'd played in mixed teams, brought in here, and what a talent maniac.
18-year-old rookie, but not rookie anymore. And that is what is so mind-blowing about him. No one in his right mind will call him a rookie anymore, but he is after all. Vitality is his first professional teams. He was playing FPL. Hell, he was even doing, what is it they call, high school. As he was with Vitality, he was finishing his degree there. And I truly believe, and I do a parallel with Bit and Perfecto and Navi, I truly believe that his development is one of the reasons why Vitality have become consistent with their results. Because we know ZywOo is going to deliver. It's one of the few rules of physics that anywhere ZywOo shines and he's going to bring havoc to the server. But Masuta has been that second superstar. Think about IEM Summer, how good it was. Cologne as well, very good. Masuta has been that secondary force that I really didn't see coming, but makes a whole lot of difference of Vitality.
And I just want to reference this. Look at Xtaz. People don't understand what this guy is all about. I knew him. He used to be a Source player. I knew him from way back when. His development from being like essentially a journeyman player to like being such an amazing coach. Look at him there. I mean, the players, the level of respect, you know, picture tells 1,000 words,
I mean,
right?
the fact, I mean, look, if this team is X-Men, he's Professor X, right? He's the big mastermind. The fact that he benched RPK and everyone, the entire org, the players are like, we believe in you. We believe in what you're trying to make a change over here. Benching RPK is not an easy task at all. The guy has delivered. Is still performing even so late in his career, right?
And that was needed at the time.
It was needed, but he takes these decisions.
He
takes these calls, and he seems to have that golden touch, like you said, Richard, the Midas touch of finding the right players. So yeah, Xtaz is the sixth man in this team. He is going to be essential if Vitality want to make that super deep run.
But go on, we were talking about ZywOo. I just wanted to reference
you know
that's
what?
a beautiful moment.
We can't
there.
touch on any other players because at the end, eventually, like all roads
Simple
lead to Rome.
versus ZywOo.
You're gonna go back to ZywOo anyway. I mean, the man is a genius, and just of course the comparison, the competition, the rivalry between Simple and ZywOo is something we obviously have to talk about. But it's so crazy to see how they are different persons, different characters, different heroes in a way. Like ZywOo was just saying in interviews, I don't really care about Simple, and I'm just here to do my job. And I actually genuinely think that this is the way he approaches it. He doesn't really, I guess, incorporate this idea of being a champion, going out there making the difference. He's just, I just want to play Counter-Strike. I just want to, you know, do my thing. And he does it beautifully.
And Simple just that's
the other way around.
The other way around. He's the guy who wants to show off. He wants to do all the crazy stuff. And that's a beautiful thing about Counter-Strike. Two of the best players we've had in this generation, or maybe in all generations perhaps. And look at how different they are, right? They bring a whole different approach to the game. And both of them are the best we have.
Well, I love that interview that he, you know, sort of did ahead of time, you know, where ZywOo was saying, I don't really think about any of the players. I just concentrate on my game, concentrate on my teammates. I don't think I'm in a rivalry with Simple. You know, and it's sort of like, why would he be? I mean, because when you're going for GOAT status, you're in a race against yourself. You're in a race against your own excellence. You know, how many trophies can I get? How many MVPs can I get? How many big performances can I get? And, you know, he's going to be in that contention no matter, you know, what happens because he's just so gifted.
Look, I was very, and I'm always very careful with the words I use on desks, but I've always said that I think ZywOo is a genius when it comes to Counter-Strike in the literal sense of it. As in, I truly believe that ZywOo perceives the game a different way than I do. It just is the case. Like the game must appear in different images and different logics.
And Counter-Strike.
But there is a little bit of that in the sense that even when he was a rookie, and I can tell you, I played against him when he was a rookie, he would already then make 95% of right decisions, as if everything made sense, as if the whole game was just a melody that he was listening to, and it's all natural for him.
But you know the crucible he went through before he even got a chance. you know, back when I think it was like Against All Authority or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
AAA, yeah.
There's a throwback for people that remember them. You know, people were saying, I don't want to risk picking this guy up.
People thought he cheated.
Yeah, because he's too good. It doesn't make sense. A teenager with that level of experience cannot be this intelligent and read the game this well. Turns out he can. He's proven it a million times now.
And he's doing it time and time again. And this is also why, I guess the way he operates, the way he plays Counter-Strike is the reason why I could never see a dip in form in ZywOo, as in a true, you know, pure dip in form where he disappears from the top. I've said it, I think for as long as ZywOo plays Counter-Strike, he's going to be one of the 3 best players in the world.
And I think that's the thing. I think you hit the nail right on the head there. It's his approach to the game which enables him to be so... He's already gifted, mind you. He's already got that crazy aim, the ability to do
everything
crazy
on top
stuff,
of that,
which
of course.
only one other player in the world can do. That is simple, obviously. But the fact his approach is so methodical, so regimented, that if anyone, some new kid comes in and says, who do I watch to be better at Counter-Strike? I would not say Simple, because Simple's a magician. He does things which make no sense. But if you watch ZywOo, you can learn so much from him. And that is what I feel separates him, not just from everyone else, but also from Simple himself.
Let's sort of flip the script a little bit here, because we're saying all these great things about Vitality, but the reality is, and you can do this at home if you want, you can go on Liquipedia, you can look at their placements, right, for the last 6 months, and they're going to see a lot of blue, a lot of low-level finishes. What's been going wrong, given that they have so many fantastic parts to succeed?
Well, I guess there is no way around not mentioning Kyojin and his, you know, adjustment to the team. The first time you would see him play, it is quite clear on the eye test that he's got the feel with the mouse. I'm not going to try and debate that. You know, when he's got a target a little bit a la RPK, he would take you down. But the amount of mistakes he was doing earlier on, where you would just throw him in like a chaotic situation mid-round where he would make the right call, and Apex would be very vocal about it in interviews. He'd say, listen, Kyojin has a couple of maps right now when he completely understands what he's got to do, and he's got a couple of maps when he's trash. That is it. We have to help him. He said it.
Keep rolling with these thoughts. We'll bring the veto up. I think we've got the picks and bans coming in now. Let's see what map we're going to get. But yeah, continue.
We're going to Inferno now, which funnily enough was a map that Vitality went away from at a time when they had Nivera. They were switching all these positions. But recently they've been going back at it. They even have ZywOo playing the B sides, which is, you know, to show you that the mental gymnastics they've done.
Well, it's also how much versatility.
But it is, exactly. But it is actually quite working. And we thought that Inferno could be a middle ground.
Yeah, I was thinking it could maybe be a Dust 2 or an Inferno, but VP are like, you know, screw it, let's just go with Inferno. Like you pointed out, Maniac, it's a map which is kind of 50-50 for both the teams. Both of them going to be very comfortable on it, reasonably speaking. And here's where things get interesting. You go back to the earlier best of ones we've had so far today. There's always that one team who doesn't have a deep map pool, like a team like ENCE, for example. I feel both these two teams have reasonably deep map pools. VP, maybe not so much as compared to Vitality, but still we also know how so very annoying they can be to play against, doesn't matter what the map is. So I feel it's going to be an interesting clash of styles, clash of players, and clash of different philosophies in Counter-Strike in this game. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, well, I hope so. I mean, the problem I will say is, you can see Maniac's already smirking. You don't get many bangers out of Virtus.pro games. They're grinders, you know, which I can respect. I mean, I've been doing that all my career, essentially. You know, not the most flamboyant or talented, but, you know, you work hard and you get it done. So I sort of like Virtus.pro on some level.
Here's what you
but it's not very flamboyant, is it?
VP is not here to entertain you. VP is not here to entertain us. They're here to win their games, and that is all they care about. And in sort of a like ex-professional player as well, I sort of respect that. I sort of respect the fact that they don't care about if it's not banging to watch and people aren't getting excited. This is the way they want to play Counter-Strike. This is the approach they dominate, and they play through that.
Well,
fair enough.
The good news is we'll see if Vitality can make it a banger and kind of anti-VP, because we're about to get into the game now. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, this is going to be great to get our first look at one of, I guess everybody's favorite players, ZywOo, and his teammates as well, of course. An amazing team that I think they were going really deep into all of the pieces and the history of this lineup of late. Definitely a lot to look forward to going into this tournament, a team that I think everybody has for that top 8. But Virtus.pro, Sanji, what do we expect here, James?
Yeah, I mean, got to tip my hat to RPK as well. He was mentioned on a desk, and I think many people were sad because he was a great player, but sometimes the pieces no longer fit together, you know? The problem was for him, language barrier meant that he ended up retiring, which is really sad. I think he had more to give, but such is life. And I don't know. I think that the play with Sanji was very exciting indeed, but he's not here anymore. We have Flit, who's an exciting player, so maybe it'll still work out for him, but you can't emulate Sanji, especially on Inferno, the things he used to do with the crap tools, you know, the blunt objects.
Indeed. Well, it's going to be a lovely game of Inferno, I'm sure. It's always good to see Shox at a major, always.
Man like Shox. Has he still got that big M9 Crimson Web? Aspirational piece for Bardolph. Vitality, the aggressors to start with, and we're seeing another slow and quiet pistol round, but Virtus.pro have got 4 man on road as far as the A bomb side is concerned. So they are expectant, and it seems they may be proved right. We've got double grenades though into that pit position. Never mind your smoke, the frag's going away with Virtus.pro for now, and we won't even see Shox as he gets deleted quickly by Kickert, allowing Virtus.pro to take the pistol.
Yeah, really well done. It's quite interesting because both teams had everybody going towards that A side's VP on the defense. They had 1 player on B, but they were quite expectant playing that B retake. The double HE actually deep in pit was actually a lovely touch because Yakindar was the player playing pit. He had the smoke, he had the kit, and it took that out of the equation immediately. However, we'll see what Vitality can do with the full save.
I think everybody wants to see Zywu on stage with 1 Freya Spears once again.
Right, yeah.
She's been saying very controversial things on Twitter about Chocolate, Dan. You should look them up and give her your opinion. But we'll see if they can start off on the right foot here in the legend stage of the Stockholm Major. There is the man. He has the P250 for the added range. And again, we see a careful start to this round. Virtus.pro again will leave Buster in situ on Banana and focus on the A-bomb site for now. I imagine Yakindar will be the rotation man as he is closest to Arch. Vitality with no utility and 1 minute on the clock as they look to simply abuse the numbers. However, they are going into more than a crossfire. So we've got 2 players in that short position and it's going to be an abattoir in top mid. The meat hooks are out and it's 2-0 for Virtus.pro.
Yep, glad we got that one out of the way with, and now we move into the proper Counter-Strikes. Now, of course, we have the SMGs for Virtus.pro. They will be holding on to several of those. Or at least, actually no, they're upgrading everything except they're leaving 1 MP9. And they got the AWP out there immediately onto Jame as you would expect. So, curious as to Vitality's approach here. Full AK-47s, not as much utility as the CTs. So, might not be too happy to go for a full banana execute. Oh, Shox has owned Jame out there with the AWP. I don't think so.
Jame loves that peek.
He does.
Shox knows there's a very fair chance that Jame is doing that peek. So I wonder if he's been practicing that specific peek.
Possibly. Quite possibly.
Because that's outrageous to peek into Jame like that, and that's a statement in the 3rd round. Then we look to have a balcony pop with some flashbangs, and there's no one in the pit for Virtus.pro. They're going to be smoked off this bomb site, and I do wonder if it's going to be the save, and indeed it is. Outmaneuvered.
Yep. Yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, it's just that off that 1 kill, that is pretty much out of the question to really retake the A site. So that's how it goes sometimes. That's how Inferno be. Now I'm curious what we'll get on the next rounds, because we'll see Vitality with more money, so they'll have, have all the guns they've saved here. So they'll have full utility as well. So I'm curious if in a round where they have the full utility as opposed to this one, if we will see that banana take coming in straight away, or what their interpretation is. Will they allow Virtus.pro to have it and then retake it afterwards? These kinds of things are always interesting to see. How much control does Vitality want on the map straight away? I wonder how many full saves that we'll get like this. I wonder how many we'll get.
With 4 players, I don't think we'll get many.
With VP, I feel like there's always a world where you see quite a few of those.
Yeah, but I like how clear-cut it is. They understand instantly. Like we saw on the overpass recently that we were commentating today, you get these awkward situations where you're very close to the point of no return with 3 players.
Yeah.
Where if you choose to, you've got low percentage, but you feel like you have to do it, and you lose practically everything.
Yeah.
VP just clean cuts, clean separation, disconnects.
Yep. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of teams that don't sort of balance that out very well. Either way, there's initially we had 3 towards A there. For VP, they now have Moves Kika back towards the A side of the map, just in time for the top mid take from Vitality. So Vitality not with any presence on Banana. That is fully in control for VP. So VP in a good spot right now. It just really comes down to Vitality's move in the mid round. Are they going for that Banana control? Are they going for the top mid take? And is it going to be successful?
James not getting that respect. He's not making that connect with the AWP, despite being 4 for 1 right now. Looking to make sure he lands it this time, not wanting to give his position away just yet. Will there be a flash for this position? There is a HE. You can see the communication. Shox makes his way into the boiler. I'm not sure if James spotted that because of the HE explosion. That can obscure your vision. He will choose to fall back now. So they know that top mid is with Vitality, and we can see Yakindar creeping on Banana to try and find out some information, which is going to send Kicker back towards the A bomb site as they realize what might be happening.
Flash coming through, and there's the push, the wrap around. Defended very well so far by VP. Still keep pressing onto the site though. Masuto able to take down Flip, but James still backside. Eventually dealt with Yakindar, now swinging from Porch. Unable to stop the bomb from going down, but it's a good spot to try to defend this. But against Saiwu and Shox, how possible is it? They're trying to gang up on the Porch player. That's beautiful there, taking the initiative. They forced a 2 versus 2. They've reset their positions now onto the site and Graveyard. Buster and Keycut edging their way in. That Molotov will deal with some positions, but Shox has such a strong angle here. Surely he picks this one up as he goes for the swing. Beautiful finish from Shox. Keycut, nothing left to do, and Vitality will pick up the round.
Shoxing just enough, just a sliver of a player, and that is not the M9 we're used to seeing. Just a sliver of a player there is enough to allow him to swing a bit wider, and Vitality to really cause some problems for Virtus.pro, at least in the short term. They will be on about $2,000 per person. Yakindar sticking out with 5,300.
It's so cool to see the communication there between Shox and Zaiwu, where they both realize we know what one is. If we just 2v1 him right now, we can then get a more favorable position. I would love to hear the comms in that moment, you know, because every team does it a bit differently. How they actually, you know, the kind of comms that they use to trigger these kinds of pushes.
So James has pulled out the AWP, as I mentioned. Yakindar had 5,300, and I feel like you always see that. You know, they can't all buy. They could pick something up in the next round, but if there's an opportunity to buy an AWP and one weapon has been saved, they're going to do it, especially on a CT side. And hey, but there is the potential on a map such as Inferno to hit those shots and fade away. And James has missed a few so far, some sitters, if you will. Well, I won't say sitters, actually. I don't think that's fair. We've got some fast swings from Vitality in the right places, so it's not the easiest shot in the world. But there's shots you expect him to land. There are shots you normally witness him land. But Vitality seem prepared for the Jame angles. And they will take those fights, is what we've seen so far. So that's something for him to think about. Both rifles posted up on the B bomb site, with a little help from some pistols. Banana will not be contested, of course. Not with utility in a round such as this. Virtus.pro can still buy in the next round. Yakindar, maybe he's the Sanji now. $300 in the bank.
Yeah, like, and that fast top Banana control is great for Vitality. It's definitely a change of pace. And, you know, there's obviously in this particular rounds, it's a lot easier given that VP don't have a full buy or anything like that. So at this point for Vitality, it's just about making sure that whatever they do it together and that they execute it cleanly. And even if there were a stack on the A side, if they use that utility well, they should still be able to overpower the situation. Does look like they will be contesting against at least 3 players here, so this is the best possible opportunity, you could say, for Virtus.pro to possibly win this round. But push comes to shove, Masuta will take down Buster straight away, trading into the site really effectively, and it looks like a done deal in terms of the plant. But 3 versus 3, so still possible.
Yeah, one in red as well. You can see Flip fishing with the P250, but Jame is out of there. He's not going to risk any more. And if he holds on to his weapon, then maybe he can drop a gun for Yakindar in the next round. But Vitality looking comfortable early after the pistol was taken by Virtus.pro. So we'll have to look at the measure of rounds that VP can get outside of that pistol. So far it is 0, but of course we are only in round 5. There's plenty of play to come. But I would imagine they're certainly feeling the pressure as Vitality just best them from round to round.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, really looking forward to seeing this next one, as we'll have that full buy for both teams. And so far, Vitality are looking pretty good. They've been playing us overall at quite a slow pace. They're not really forcing fights or forcing the issue. They're playing really slow, forcing VP to kind of eventually fall back to really passive positions on the sites before they eventually go for the push for the plants. But we might see a more aggressive approach now from Vitality with that util.
Yeah, they've picked up the AWP Vitality, so that may lead to a slower pace. I think most will agree that the AWP on the T side of Inferno is strongest post-plants by some margin. But in the hands of somebody like Zyru, who the hell knows? We'll have to see. In the hands of Shox at the moment, he's always been a dab hand, likes to pick up an AWP as well. We do have a pause at present, so I'll have to see what the final makeup of these rounds looks like once that pause has finished. I think it may be a tech pause. I checked Shox's inventory. He still has the M9. I feel like him and that M9 are like an iconic thing, so it needs to remain. Perhaps we'll see it on the CT side.
Like Kenny and the Orp Asimov.
Asimov, yeah. It was so funny. You know, he used to try and go to like Dragon Laws and other things, and it just wasn't the same. There is the man himself. Family man, extremely handsome, extremely handsome. It must be said. It's undeniable handsomeness. That should be his nickname when a drone thing comes down. It's undeniable handsomeness.
Yeah, his history, his legacy, it's really interesting. He's one of those, you know, the OG players, and he's one of those players where he was one of the first. I feel like, you know, if we're not considering let's say the guys from NIP and kind of the Scandinavian scene, as far as like the French scene is concerned, and like the top of the game at the beginning of CS:GO, you know, Shox was that absolutely special star player. Like you can just tell when it's Shox, the way that he moves and the way that he handles clutches. He just has a different. It just looks different to everybody else. It's very special watching him play, and it's really great to see that he's still in the game. You know, we've seen a lot of the other kind of OG names, you know, fade away or kind of move to less relevant teams, but Shox is still up there, still putting up numbers, still performing, still trying to find ways to innovate, and that's amazing to see that kind of piece of history still kind of living and breathing and making sure that he can strengthen his legacy, ultimately.
An icon of the game.
Absolutely. It's really good as well for the kind of from a regional standpoint to have players like that still kind of, you know, serving as like cultural leaders and kind of spiritual leaders almost of the up and coming French players. You know, it's really awesome to have stuff like that. You know, much like you have, you know, Get Right and Forest for the Swedish scene. You know, really being pillars of those particular communities. I think many look up to Shox with all of his experience and stardom. It took a long time. Like there was a lot of periods where he was not in teams that were working as well.
Yeah.
And like him trying to be the IGL, but that's just like wasn't working. Or like the whole thing with Smiths, for example, whereby, you know, there's discussion around the fact or debate around the fact that, okay, is he sort of prioritizing his teammates correctly and the team moves and so on. Like there's a lot of drama around that because everybody understood his talent and wanted to see it placed correctly. And it just seemed like that was elusive for quite some time.
Yeah. The Shox and Scream combo was really fun.
That was fun, yeah, that on G2.
Yeah. I don't think it reached the heights people were hoping for, but it was still really, really awesome. You know, that was such a great combo. A
couple of tournaments. Yeah, what was that, 2017?
It was a while ago.
2016?
Sure. Don't ask me about years of that, Dan.
I think it's 2017.
I don't know when yesterday was.
But yeah, that was quite fun. It's actually, you know, speaking of which, like I thought that Scream was watched when he kind of left CS, but he's crushing it in Valorant. So it's quite cool to see that all these players, all this experience, given opportunities to reinvent themselves, they can do it.
Oops.
And that's something that Shox has, I think, proven as well.
All right, we were waiting for one player to reconnect to the server. That has happened, and we are good to go. 3-2, Vitality lead Virtus.pro, who are trying to stabilize after only really winning the pistol round. They have been having trouble versus the likes of Vitality on Vitality's T side here, which it continues now. So we'll see if they can do anything. Maybe this pause will do them some good. James has missed some early shots with the AWP. See if he's ready for it now. His classic positions, looking down mid with the flick for a swinger and so on, hasn't quite worked out. Apartments play didn't work out either. This round he'll be on short, so he is posting up in a different position each round. Yakinda, in the meanwhile, is a big name to drop on Banana very early on in this round.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know it's cool seeing Shox picking up the AWP straight away, looking for any anti-Jame angles effectively. Apex very aggressive up Porch as well. Look how Vitality are poking and prodding right now. They have pushed VP all the way back on their defense. They've created so much space on the map for themselves, and there's over a minute to play with, and they've got the 5v4. They can do anything from this point on the map.
Perhaps expecting an over-rotation towards that B bomb site. In fact, Buster was left solo, and Vitality still need to establish the situation at the top of Banana. Now we can see Jame will be heading off towards that B bomb site. 52 seconds, and Vitality are just chilling. You can see there's a lot of communication with Virtus.pro, heading back and forth, trying to figure out what the best thing to do is with limited information. A smoke on long, so they have that for the time being, and there's still a lot of time for Vitality. But have a look at this. We've got a full stack on the B bomb site, A bomb site, excuse me.
Yeah, great gamble from VP. Really smart gamble.
The barrel's surely been seen. He still gets a kill though.
And they've got Buster from the Archer also, so it's really collapsing on Vitality. They're absolutely stuck here. They have to make this Porch and Horse Pop work. 15 seconds for that plant. There's two players still on the site looking to deny this. And as they start to move across, it's looking too difficult here. Surely Shock's last player standing, and he's just out there in the open. Easy for Flit. And again, great gamble from VP. I mean, there's one small detail there, James, that when Vitality were moving up towards the site take and they took top mid again, one player shot their gun, which sounds like a lurker trying to sell them pushing back into the A site. So they had even those details, and VP still committed to that A stack.
Yeah, and it worked out for them. They had to get everybody involved. The support that Jame needed to stop the numbers, just closing the distance and making it harder for him to re-pick. That certainly helped, especially losing Yakinda immediately. Nice response from Virtus.pro, and it shows that they are willing to take a chance if they think it's the right play. And that is where Counter-Strike is at the moment. Play safe all the time, you lose. Oh, Masuta. Painful for him. A big exchange, as it is very important to hold Banana, but he's still holding angles just now. And VP have to fall back eventually. And we can see they've put a third man towards this B bomb site. Flits around that boiler position. After the slow round we saw from VP, this may be, from Vitality rather, this may be a faster one as we've got 5 players on Banana. And that's a dirty peek from Masuta. 9 HP, smokes are up. Do they commit to this? Kika running out of bullets. They've got to pick the right time if they are choosing to push. They've lost the second one though, but Zairu now looking over the smoke, but from the back, Yakinda has the angle, the MP9, and they can't go further. There's more utility. They rotate towards A. It will be a 2v2 on the A bomb site, but they are half health. They don't know where Virtus.pro are posted up, so wherever they choose to go, should they push Vitality, there will be problems.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be very, very tough to kind of walk into an AWP angle, which is kind of what they have to do. It looks really bad. We'll see if Shox can somehow pull out some magic here, perhaps with the jiggle, goes for the swing, and indeed, Jame gets that one for free. And there's no trade possible, and that's going to be a wrap here. No time left really for Apex to do anything, and they'll need to reassess things moving into the following rounds. You know, we can see there's no money really here for Vitality.
So there's 2 rounds where Vitality got a big kill towards the B bomb site, but were unable to convert. I mean, they had to make a decision very quickly with regards to that smoke being posted up on the B bomb site, and yeah, the lineups didn't work. I think they were trying to find the right timing to maybe push through towards the end of the reload, but with 2 players here as well, too many angles. Jame very comfortable with that wide swing. That puts Virtus.pro in the lead. Weathering the early storm from Vitality, they've got a chance to build something for themselves now as Vitality find themselves on Eco. With a hero AK in the hands of Apex. He is fully armored up as well. Masuita's got some Kevlar, the rest are butt naked.
Now, how do they find the opening? That's the question. You can, again, do some of that just passive economic damage where you allow the CTs to throw all their util, and you can play slow, isolate that there's no forward pushes, try to get some information on the map as to where you might be able to isolate a player so you can find that opening. Apex looking for the entries around top mid, around Boiler and Porch, and you can see, of course, Virtus.pro know that Vitality have to plant. And if they have to plant and overcommit their positioning into the site, that's where the frags will come easiest. But James going to get that this lick of information, and Yakindar there for support as well. Shouldn't be too much of a way to frag out here, but they are getting some kills, taking down James as well as Flit. Oh, Yakindar, sorry.
They could chill here. They've got 50 seconds on the clock. However, Flit's in top mid, which means they know exactly where the Vitality are. They've got a little circle to work with. They're lining up, and that will be an easy cleanup for Buster to stop the bleeding. 3 survive, AWP collected, and that's good enough.
Yeah.
5-3 for Virtus.pro. Vitality will be coming in for the buy once again. Shox has got $6,000 if they want an AWP on the T side. Maybe they'll prefer the more nimble 5 AKs, but indeed he will pick up the AWP and a flashbang to boot.
Indeed, so that 5-3 start is great so far for VP. Definitely the underdog in this one. And you'll see Jane there confidently looking for those mid peaks. We saw Shox, as you mentioned before, really expectant of those shenanigans from Jane, but we have a fast movement top banana for that control, and the CTs are denying it. Ultimately, just Masuita stuck here with 3 HP, having to dodge all of the incendiaries, and Yakindar. Perfect timing. Oh, the trade attempt is absolutely stuffed by Yakindar. And that leaves basically nothing left for Team Vitality.
VP starting to grow with power now. 2 versus 5. There is not a whole lot you can do about that. I think if they do choose to push, they've got to hope that there's only 2 players there. But they are somewhat at the mercy of their opponent now. I don't know how Shox can get an angle to get a kill with the AWP in a situation such as this. So this is going to be very, very difficult. Can help him clear some angles, but
for Vitality, the time is running low, and they need to force Vitality to burn as much of the clock as possible to really make it as desperate as they can. You can see Shox trying to clear each of these angles, but they don't have time to clear everything here. Going to have to make some sacrifices. And now that they'll make their way forward, and this is the opportunity now for Buster to end the round. There's no time here to collect the bomb. Great pickup, and Shox will save the AWP. It was a good effort. They tried to do what they could, but VP they played it perfectly. They just made it as impossible as they could.
Yeah, AWP on T side difficult. When you're 2 versus 5, even more difficult. Virtus.pro now are having a much better time of things after the early flurry from Vitality, and now that Virtus.pro have stabilized, you do wonder if it's just going to be a flurry. We've got the AWP and Eco for Vitality. Now, I don't know, if they can take the pit, for example, on the A-bomb site, maybe with balcony burst, maybe something can be done with this AWP. But I'm curious to see what the play is. James back to top mid, looking to re-establish his presence here after missed opportunities early on. Again, doesn't outstay his welcome. Shox will post up in mid now and makes his way towards top mid with the AWP.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, VP playing discipline, not really. They know what the situation is. They're not giving opportunities for early picks again. They've got the banana control. In fact, they're going for a push. A flank. Yakindar is looking for a very aggressive play on the flank. Oh no! He's absolutely owned them in the back with that push. No respect whatsoever from Yakindar. Doesn't have to do this, but he's going to.
Beautiful from Virtus.pro. Victimizing Vitality, and they're just showing we are in control now. You had your little flurry at the beginning, but that's long gone. And now it is Virtus.pro time. 4-round lead all of a sudden for Virtus.pro. Vitality on the buy once again. Shox will have 34.50. I want to see more AKs. Less AWP, personally. Always more than one choice, though. Often more than one choice, I should say. But not for Shocks on this round. He'll have to go for a Tech 9 because he has half the money that he would otherwise have, but sometimes it'd be like that.
Get to play into halls here coming through from Vitality, just defaults. Again, the banana control's been really powerful for VP. I wonder if we'll get a late retake there from Vitality. We get James falling back there, pressured off of the halls position. So it's a good early win for Vitality in terms of control, but they still don't have top mid and they don't have banana, which is highly problematic.
It's an interesting thing with snipers where sometimes they start strafing before they fire their shot.
Or is he going to flash for him? No.
Now, since James showed presence early, they may be less likely to check Flit's position in this corner, so he may get something free. MOUZ is being very, very careful about it, moving away now. Vitality, they've lost rounds where they've been in a 5 versus 4 already in this half. They're not looking to do that again. So being very, very careful indeed. 47 seconds left, and James is approaching the short position. I would imagine he might go for a peek to find out what's going on towards top mid of the AWP, as we can commonly see. But if he is going to do that, he needs to do it fast because we have a charge. We have smokes up on banana. And this could be dangerous for Vitality. Again, Kika is blind, he's doing some damage. Able to escape into the smoke at the very least. That's important for Virtus.pro, who don't want to lose more players. Flit makes his way down mid as Kika tries to do what he can. Apex will be dropped. Kika somehow still alive, despite all that spray in the smoke. That's why he needs to do that plant on top of the coffins in the elevated position to avoid that spray, as was done here. You can see Vitality now being aggressive towards that ruined position. Visuta and Kyojin looking to swing, but Kika isolates the fight, looking for a second one. Is he expecting Buster? Either way, down goes Kyojin, leaving Shocks alone in a 1 versus 3 all of a sudden. Got some shadow advantage there. The 180 won't come fast enough, though, and Flit will trade, leaving Virtus.pro with an 8th round.
I honestly don't know how Kiko survived for so long. And in fact, the fact that he did survive, because he's spraying as they're pushing in, and he doesn't die there. If he dies there without getting any of those kills, which he didn't, I don't know that they are able to win the round because they'll get construction control pretty much straight away, Team Vitality. And that was really what you can see they're making a play for it. They needed that to be successful in the hold of the site. But yeah, really great movement there from Kika to just keep that pressure on and to maintain control for his team. Another round for VP here. They're looking really good.
They're doing well at making it very difficult for Vitality with utility. I feel like most of the pushes that we've seen towards the B bomb site, Vitality have had to go through smokes. That was another example. Of course, the flashbang helps, but it's higher variance.
Yeah.
Or if there are more players than Kika there, it's just straight up high variance. So the fact they exchanged those bullets and no one died from either side was pretty impressive and may not happen each time. But Vitality maybe want to try and bait out some more grenades earlier on from Virtus.pro to make their lives easier when they do execute into a bomb site.
And one thing I noticed as well is that both times now when VP have not had any info as to where Vitality will finish the round, they stack A. They stacked A that last time as well, and then left Kika by himself on B. So Vitality made the correct plays in that round. They won the map control. They just did not win the clutch at the end.
Yeah, another 5v4 as well. Good opening frag stats, bad round conversion stats.
So this round is so far playing out similarly to the previous one, where Vitality, they don't have banana control. It's in the hands of VP. VP will slowly taper off. Previous round, they lost Yakindar on banana, but this time they've got Buster there with the orb, so he's looking pretty strong to hold that. Vitality have Hall's control, but it's not enough. They're going to go for the banana play. Oh! Saiwu finds the angle. Beautiful. And Yakindar, you know he wants to fight. Still staying out there, able to refrag and fall away.
Almost looked like for a split second he was considering going for a repeat there, maybe realizing he's got 7 HP, decided against it. Some flashes to slow things down as Jane posts up, but will they be ready for this angle? I don't think they will be. Up close, there goes Yakindar looking for... Sorry, there goes Jane looking for Yakindar. Can't find the angle, Apex exposed. Looking towards CT, free kill for Yakindar, 3-on-3. Bomb still in control, in the hands of Shocks as they approach the A bomb site. Currently a 3v2 situation in that respect. Yakindar posted up with the AWP on the B bomb site, and again, a a smoke from Virtus.pro thwarts the plans of Vitality when there are 20 seconds on the clock. Very well timed, very well placed, and now they've got a telegraphed push from Vitality and a baited switch set up as well. We've got Kicker trying to trade, but Masuuta's ready for it. 13 seconds in a 2v1. Yakinda just around the corner, but he's got to find 2 frags with 7 HP.
Oh, he's playing the AWP as well. Has he just been spotted? Yes, he has. Oh, just barely dodging the HE, and he's out of there. Got to hold on to the AWP, and wow. You have to hand it to VP right now, because I feel like Vitality are playing the map really well. We're seeing them play the map control game really well. They're losing banana control, but they're opting to try to play more consistent. They're playing for the retake of banana. They're taking horse control when it's free, and it's that mid-round play around that banana retake that so far is where the advantage is gained or lost for Vitality. And normally we're seeing them pick up the advantage, but even still, VP make it really competitive, even when they're in disadvantages. And that's a 4th round for Vitality, a much-needed 4th round. And wow, what a shot from TYLOO. Knows his angles.
He really does. This Virtus.pro team said in an interview that they didn't have much time to practice with this new roster. Since then, of course, they've had some experience now, so I'd imagine things will get a bit better for them. But they're looking really good on this CT side. Again, just constant thwarting of Vitality position with smoke grenades, round after round after round. We saw it in the apartments there, forcing them to go back towards Boiler, run up short, plenty of warning. They still got the kills, but they didn't get the round.
We might get a Halls pop here, possibly. You know, we've had Vitality at this timing. They're taking Halls, and then they're also retaking Banana. But at the same time, we've got aggression from Yakinda on Banana. He's in a really deep position. He's going to flank them again. Yakinda again with the shenanigans on the flank. Oh, it's just so unfortunate for Vitality. What a call-out from Virtus.pro. And they've left Vitality with nothing.
Yeah, I said they didn't get the round. They did. But after 6 in a row, and Virtus.pro get straight back to winning ways. 7 rounds from the last 8. Looking very dominant now on their CT side. I did wonder early on with that flurry from Vitality, but again, they absorbed the information and it just made them stronger. Now, there is money for Vitality, but it's not fantastic.
No, definitely not. And it's kind of crazy. I feel bad for Vitality because they were trying to abuse the fact that they'd been conditioning their opponents, and then VP go and make a play where it's like they already knew the script. They've already like read the script as to like what Vitality are going to do. It's incredible the reads that VP have had so far.
Yakinda and Buster looking for some action on Banana. Yakinda is going to get taken out by Zybo on this occasion. He has been a thorn in the side. Those flanks have been very, very strong. 14 for 7, Yakinda. Virtus.pro considering the rotation. You can see Flick keeping an eye on top mid. Maybe it's his turn to push. We've got 2 men pushing the apartment for Vitality. Flick could catch somebody off guard. He's going to miss Apex, actually. There's an exchange of utility in the crawl space. Masuta and Kyojin just around the corner. Flick moving to the balcony. Smells that something is a little wrong. You can see Shock moving. This is a very interesting situation we have in the apartments now. Jame alone in a short area. Smoker's gone on the balcony. He'll catch Apex, but does he realize that there's anybody in the apartments? He does now, but perhaps it's too late. James just not ready for it. And this has got to be a 5th round for Vitality.
Yeah, it was looking really good. I was enjoying Flick's play enormously, just how active he was being. But it's not really worked out ultimately for Virtus.pro here. Kika and Buster is all that remains, and there's not a lot they can do, but they have so much money, and we're going into the final round of the first half afterwards, so might as well try to do it, try to get it in. But it's pretty hopeless here for Buster. He can rebuy everything, so he might as well just go for it even with the AWP. Do some extra damage. So far, this has been a very impressive CT side from Virtus.pro.
You can hit wallbangs through that corner, FYI. But Buster doesn't fire a shot. Saw NBK hit a very dirty one some years ago. Last round of the first half, 9 rounds on the board for Virtus.pro, and I think the score may be looking reasonable for both perspectives with Vitality on the T side, but Virtus.pro have looked pretty strong, which is great because, you know, they've been a bit wobbly in some of their matches. They looked super horrible on Ancient when we saw them earlier on this week or the past week. But they certainly show some promise here. They're showing strength against a very strong team, and rising to the occasion is also very important. So I think they'll be content with how this half has gone so far, but they want to finish it out in style. And again, they do have the money to buy all the weapons up. 4 silenced M4s, the AWP for Jame, plenty of utility. The pistols will be upgraded as well, though Buster and Flit have not upgraded theirs. Buster has done so now, and Flit will continue with the USP. Could pick up a 5-7 or something, and hey, maybe that makes a difference later on.
Yeah, more emphasis around the banana position still here for Virtus.pro. They've been winning it somewhat consistently. And it might be a timing to exploit up top mid here. There's not many players here on the defense. Indeed, it will be a run pass from Vitality. Here's the timing from Flit, but it's not going to work out. Shox will deliver a defense against that push, and it's up to Jame now. He's going to be locked away in the Hall's position, has to retreat, and they have lost the sight. What a timing here from Vitality.
I love that call. James missed a few shots in this half, and it is a best of one as well, so can't afford too many of those if he is to walk on the T side, and I'm sure he is. Buster now trying to take control of top, but top mid doesn't escape the Molotov, and that will be a 6th round on the board for Vitality, so a pretty reasonable score, I think. What do you think of the current situation?
I think all things considered, yeah, definitely a reasonable score. I think VP played an excellent CT side. It felt like Vitality were trying to play really consistent as well. They weren't going for crazy challenges on Banana. They allowed VP to have that at the early round, but they still created their own opportunities in the mid round. And we saw Vitality do a really good job playing the rotation game, playing the map control game. So I think for both sides, I think, yeah, you're totally right. It's a pretty good scoreline for both, but VP certainly looking like the better team, at least in the first half.
Well, that is the easier side as far as Jame and the Sniper are concerned, but your Kindar's plays on Banana were fantastic. It's one thing to control Banana, it's another thing to flank so fast. Got 2-3 kills in those flanks as well, completely shut down rounds for Vitality. But somehow they still got 6 rounds out of that half. So again, I think there are things to be happy about for both sides. You can see Zyro being boosted at the back of B, and Shox posted up with 2 flashbangs. So this is an interesting situation, especially because Virtus.pro seem focused in its direction. Utility going out. We've got a smoke towards CT, and that is the new box Molotov being deployed. In they go. So let's see these flashbangs now. There's another one coming out from Shox, but Zyru's missed the initial engagements towards the full position. Has to drop off now. Lovely patient taps though. Zyru looking for more. Finds 2 of them. Is that enough though?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be sending them back at the very least, back towards the A side of the map. There is already a player in position on the defense. We've got Apex in pits ready to go. Shox has made his way around as well, so certainly a defense to be offered up here. Oh, instant headshot from Kika, though, onto Apex will remove his opportunities, and it says Shox patient tapping to try to find the punish, but we'll have to wait for Masuta to come in for the assist. He's going to be joining the action from Library. Now they make their way across. It is possible with isolating some of these fights. The Halls player is a bit far away at the moment, but going really deep, and Flit's going to take full advantage there. Masuta cannot trade that. Oh, nice shot though onto Kika. Looking to force opportunities. That's the defuse kit. Is he going to try to make this one work with the stick? He can't do it. It's just too exposed as he goes back to the fights again. At least try to get some money in the bag here. Oh, they're killing the clock so perfectly. It's so impossible. Excellent stuff there from VP.
Very nice maneuvering around double stack to just deny the opportunity to get the kill. Very important round for Virtus.pro. That gives them a great opportunity to get to that 12-6 scoreline. We spoke about this in the previous map we saw today, and we have another opportunity here between, well, for Virtus.pro specifically. The rifles and SMGs will be coming out, and Vitality are going to be opting for that force buy. They're on a CT side. They have 4 smokes to try and delay Virtus.pro. They'll want to hold on to those for as long as possible. Vitality starting with 3 players towards B. 2 players on long as far as A is concerned. No vision towards the apartments, and hey-ho. Virtus.pro seem to be headed in that direction. Kicker currently bottom mid, making his way towards top. So he can offer a flashbang into the pit. And once this execute comes through, I think that there's a chance Vitality just go and save.
Yeah, you can just use all that stuff for the next round, maybe gamble a bit better. And that, you know, it makes total sense. You also deny some of the kill bonuses from the SMGs and so on and so forth. There's not a lot to gain except, you know, damaging your opponent's economy, but they will have to like rebuy some of their weapons anyway, so it definitely makes a lot of sense to try to save all of this and put it into another spot in the next round where the chances are better to convert. But VP, they've really got Vitality against the ropes right now. They've got themselves a good start going into the second half. They've already got the lead. At 9-6 a lead initially. So it's going to be an interesting half from this point forward. We're going to need to see Vitality find ways to take initiative. You know, mostly that is going to be happening with banana control. So we'll see how, you know, how much they focus on that banana control when we get into the buy round. But for this round, how do they convert again off of those weapons that they were able to save?
Guys in production have improved the visibility of the bomb on the minimap.
Nice.
While we're live, which is really, really awesome. Thanks for all the feedback, by the way, all the people on the internets. Love to see the progression. 11-6, 5-round lead for Virtus.pro. Opportunity knocks. It's going to be a long road for Vitality, but again, we have essentially a reset of the previous round. Different configuration for Vitality. Shock saying hello. Little tease with the MP9 by Boiler. Avoids enough of the HE grenade and has to fall back and concede his position as far as the apartments are concerned. Synchronized Molotovs from Virtus.pro. Again, when you've got that deep smoke on long, you can still have CTs ahead of it. So one must be careful. Noise cut now by Virtus.pro. Big risk for Vitality to make a play towards top mid, see if anybody's there.
Yeah, they're sort of allowing Virtus.pro to kill the clock so that if VP make the mistake to kill too much time, things could get a little bit desperate. So that's a part of this approach from Vitality. And then if Vitality get the info, then they can act on it. But there's not too much info just yet. That's supposed to look... That's supposed to keep the players on the B site, that smoke. And that's going to force them to play for info here. Masuda's going to go forward straight into Kika. He's going to be ready. And Shox as well. But Shox will at least win that battle. So that is going to be a committed play to A now. They've got no other choice. And the Vitality players are expected. Oh, great shot initially from Kyojin. They might be able to make something happen here. ZywOo goes down though. And Apex is locked out of the site, as is Shox.
12 seconds and the bomb is planted. This is a very nervous situation. There's some spam from Apex. Buster seen on the site now looking for the second player, but they're both coming together, almost lining up for him. Got to be careful with these bullets and they will split Vitality. That's a much needed round. They keep Virtus.pro off 12 points, collect some rifles as well. That's a huge round for them.
Yeah, what just beautiful play there. Just the movement together. Just closing the distance at the end. Great stuff there between Shox and Apex to, again, secure a much needed round. And we were talking about, you know, what the approach will look like for Vitality going into the buy rounds. And again, we want to see them taking control of the map, starting out with some good banana control. They may opt to play it passively. You know, we'll have to see. Some teams prefer to play it passive, allow the Ts to dump util, then play retake as the CTs on banana themselves. And so far, you know, Vitality have allowed VP to kind of have what they want. We'll get that challenge towards banana from both sides. But indeed, Vitality sort of playing it light, allowing it to go to the T side for now. And now VP are starting to think about that halls and top mid control.
With that win, Vitality are just 4 short rounds away from Virtus.pro, who will be bursting out of the balcony. The gun's out just in time. How about that for some support from ZywOo? Stopping the trade from happening. Kyojin drops the smoke, which allows control. 5 versus 3 now. James, the AWP is still active, but as we said for Vitality, it's going to be hard to get something done with this AWP on Inferno specifically. But if anybody can, Jane would be one of those people. Heading towards the B bomb site. Again, with everybody up, Vitality will start to spread out a bit more. Kicker trying to be cheeky in the apartments, but only so much he can do.
Yeah, that movement towards the B bomb site now. Plenty of time, but only one smoke on Buster and a Molotov. One smoke will be very valuable. They'll be able to at least isolate Misuta, presumably, who's not peeking. He's going to wait until they're very committed on the site. Perhaps some distraction here. That spray's dangerous.
They need that. They need to be gifted that kill. They need to be given it.
Oh, he's peeked early. He's peeked early. It might be an opportunity now. They're going for the plant. Apex gets taken down. Jame holding the ground. And there is time now for an after plant, a 2v3. That one early peek could be the undoing here for Vitality. We'll see if they can recover as they start with that construction. Oh no!
My God!
Jame has decimated the push. Kyojin still keeps the round alive here for Vitality. And Kikert holds ground backside. No idea where he is. Great peek from Kikert, holding his nerve. And VP will claim the round.
The can opener of Virtus.pro. Man, Jame is dangerous with the AWP. Give him anything and he will take it. 5-round leads for Virtus.pro. That changes a lot for Vitality. That puts them in an awkward situation with their money where tough decisions have to be made, but you just can't give Jame anything.
Yeah, and it was actually a situation whereby Vitality, as soon as VP took banana control, Vitality retook it almost immediately as VP left. So Vitality actually had the info that it was going to be a push towards the A site. So VP's timing was in theory supposed to be really good if Vitality wouldn't have gone for that retake on banana as quickly as they did. So slowing down VP's pacing might actually be quite powerful for them, but I think that's a hard adjustment to spot. We'll have to see kind of how much they paid attention to the fact that Vitality were ready for that A play. It wasn't supposed to be the case that they would be ready for that. Either way, though, close game. Opportunity now for Vitality to still close the distance. They got ZywOo still on the AWP. A couple MP9s. It's not the best look ever, but ZywOo has an AWP. I mean, ZywOo.
Yeah, but he's against Jame.
You see it happening in your mind's eye, but not this time. Now it's the mind games. Does the AWP rotate to A, or does it stay on B? It's staying on B, which is the correct choice here.
Bomb's been dropped as Yakinda looks to see what's up on the A bomb site.
That's good. Suggests it's top mid take, but really they're about to bust the B site.
Apex not sure which direction to go in. He's waiting to peek top mid though once that smoke goes, but again, we talk about timing. The smoke's gone in CT. Kicker has some angles. ZywOo still waiting, repositioning now. He's blind and he's dead. Absolutely deleted. Great support from Jame with the flashbang, and Masuda's in so much trouble. And at this point, the round has to be over, but it gets even worse with the pick on Apex. And this force buy sets them so far back when Virtus.pro already only need to win 4 rounds, and they're about to win a 3rd one. Things just get really difficult here on out for Vitality.
Yeah, and VP, from a strategic standpoint, I love what VP are doing, because the way that they played this round, they can do that again, but they can actually throw a mix-up. So Vitality, you know, what they're experiencing is, oh, it's a top mid, there's top mid nades. So right now, the timing is that they're taking top mid as part of the default, but really it's supposed to look like a top mid take, and then VP bust B, which is what exactly happened. So VP could do the same thing, but just wait in top mid until the smoke goes away and see if Vitality make the info play and just set up a trap, and then that gets them into the A side. So they can play a lot off of that strategy, and so it's very hard to read. Right now, VP actually look way better to me than they did in the Challengers phase, James. They look really good right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That is for certain. And I would imagine they will rise in strength with more experience, more practice, more matches, crucially.
Yeah.
But I feel like some teams play better versus stronger opponents.
Yeah, for sure. And also, let's not forget, VP were Avangar in the previous major, and they made it to the finals. So, have experience going deep at majors, at least one.
Yeah. But again, with a new player, I mean, yeah, he's talented, but you've got to think about the makeup of your team just days before the major begins. There's so much uncertainty trying to pick the right team who's going to be successful.
Yeah, and this actually could be the start of something here for Vitality. If they can, if VP lose another player on the entry here, this will be very problematic. Which Ox is actually going to be. So the cut of noise is actually allowing Vitality, or making Vitality think it's going to be B. They're gambling on B, basically. It's a gamble. They have to gamble. That's not the correct choice, unfortunately, for them. Kyojin. Oh, he's so close. He could cause utter chaos with this 5-7. Might find a timing. Oh, he's actually hit him in the head. But somehow Yakindar's alive.
I don't know where that second bullet went. But, yeah, that's the frag for Virtus.pro, essentially. I'll clear the site, make sure everything is hunky-dory as the bomb moves in for a pit plant, as per usual. Well, then. This is going to be a, well, it may be a very brief half for Vitality. They're going to be starting with half the score of their opponent, 7-14.
Yeah, it's a tough half for sure. I definitely think Vitality are more than capable.
Interestingly, how do they save AWP? I was about to say, because Yakindar's got 2 HP. So where does he go? And I don't know why he was giving you up with 2 HP, because he's going to die, most likely. And now the AWP has been lost. So this is very, very handy indeed for Vitality. I feel like they should not have given it to the 2 HP man, because you don't want to give an AWP to the CTs.
Yeah, VP just lost every player, and they don't have an enormous amount of money. So if we're thinking about the comeback trail for Vitality, well, they're going to force their opponents now to kind of spend everything. And if the round is won by Vitality, then there's no loss bonus. It's starting from 1400. So there is a very real possibility for Vitality to get momentum, that key kind of momentum. But VP have been playing from a strategical standpoint. Excellent Counter-Strike so far against Vitality. They're just making it, they're creating positions where Vitality have to guess all the time, which really is uncomfortable.
That was kind of a strange end to that round, considering I feel like most players could have saved in the pit.
They could have survived, most of them.
Yeah. And, well, we'll see what they can do. Vitality have a very small margin for error, let's not forget. That is a perfectly placed Molotov as they both fight for control of Banana.
Ooh, another one. I love this. I love how active they're being, but Masuta goes down. Oh, but oh my god, Apex is just going to walk out for a late trade attempt.
Yeah.
It's a
gamble. It's a gamble.
It's rough.
He has to get something there, otherwise the round's over. And if he doesn't, the round's over. So it's a horrible situation. But felt like it was the only choice they had, because it doesn't make sense to run out like that. So maybe you catch somebody off guard. Not the case. There's just too many people on Banana. You can just stand there and hold the angle. So made the play, didn't work, and that's that.
Yeah, and also VP don't normally have 4 players ready for a push there at that timing of the round. So VP, again, they keep doing these small mix-ups. And these mix-ups are catching Vitality off guard. Apex might... If Apex thinks that's a 1v1, that's very different from him thinking that Swing is a 1v4. So... And I imagine he probably thinks it's a 1v1 there. VP looking great, and Vitality just having to hold on to these weapons. They don't have economy, so he keeps hold of the AWP. But so far, it feels like VP have also been able to take Zhou out of the picture. Inferno is one of those maps where you can make it very difficult for the opposing AWP to have impact.
Vitality have not really had an opportunity to get started in this half.
Yeah.
And that's full credit to Virtus.pro. A lot of questions for them in this tournament, as we mentioned before, but it looks promising, at least on Inferno.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. I'm loving what I'm seeing from VP. They're playing beautiful Counter-Strike right now. And Vitality, they're not really getting those early wins in the rounds. They're not playing like just full utility spam for Banana. They're not doing that. They're trying to play retake on top Banana, and it's not really working out for them in almost any of these rounds. And James, you just love his chances in this engagement. Even though he's against ZywOo, the flash comes through, ZywOo just holds the angle strong. He's got that support next to him in Apex. They might just win top Banana this time.
They might, but they are outnumbered with people carrying utility, so it's simply hard to go back and forth, 2 players versus 3. James posted up elsewhere though, but as we can see, the lion's share of Banana is in control of Kicker.
Oh, there's no info here for Vitality except top Banana. And it's quite shallow, this info right now. It's still going to be very last second. Vitality might be expecting a movement to top mid right now, but instead it's the walk back to B. ZywOo's going to spot it now, dropping the smoke, trying to survive with Apex. How much damage can they do on the defense? They might be able to slow things down here, but that's a great flash that comes through. Forces Apex to drop down. ZywOo with the cover. ZywOo still with the cover. Great shot. Hits damage. Doesn't find the fatal connection though. But the nade from Misuta's going to do the job. Really good delay from ZywOo backside.
Well, there's a chance yet. James, 1 versus 3, 19 seconds, looking to catch players on the rotation. They've got to know he's not planting the bomb just yet, so you might not want to peek, and he will slip away.
It's game time.
It is indeed. But there are plenty of opportunities for Virtus.pro to close out this match. So he will hold on to his AWP. So the rest of his team can buy as well, so it's all good for Virtus.pro. Vitality needs 7 rounds in a row. It's not impossible, but it is improbable.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult. Really difficult. Because there's all these situations which are kind of gambly. Like we just saw that last situation. Vitality kind of are in a position where they have to guess. Well, they don't have to. They could make an information play, but the information play that late into the round is actually more risky in certain cases than it would be to just hold positions and just try to have a strong setup. And we saw that from ZywOo on the B site there with Apex. They had as strong as could be with 2 players, that setup. They delayed just long enough by holding onto the utility and having that smoke ready to go. And again, it was just enough to buy time for the rotation to allow them to defend successfully. And honestly, that was so marginal too. Apex almost died when the pop flash came in, and he was able to escape to first oranges. There's a lot of small margins there. But Vitality do survive. They just have to do that another 6 or 7 more times.
Meaty grenade towards T-ramp. Meatless damage. Oh wow, that's a nice one. That's an important kill for Shox. Every little helps. Apex makes his way towards B. After a failed push on the A-bomb side, expecting some aggression from Virtus.pro. Now quietly take Banana. It's been very hard for this to be secured. Buster, oh, he's connected with that grenade, which leaves him on 17 HP. That is the worst combo, being hit by the grenade and then it exploding. Slows you down. If you've got no Kevlar, it can actually do 101 damage in 2 hits. FYI. But he has got Kevlar, Buster, and a helmet. 3 versus 5, however. But we've seen them turn these around before.
Yeah. And firstly, I think it was, again, another cool maneuver at the beginning to pressure mid at that timing. Shox was really ready for it. But again, that's not something that VP have done before. And it's not a position that they usually have any players in at that timing of the round. So that was unexpected. But again, Vitality just ready for it. And we're going to get another save from VP, actually. So, yeah, Vitality, they're doing a good job hanging in there. But again, there's going to be a lot of these situations whereby some of them might be coin flips as to where Virtus.pro decide to end up. So it's honestly, every single round is hard. Every single round. Inferno is it's a tough map to play on the CT side against a team like VP. It really is. I'm excited at the prospect of Vitality like clinching round after round to kind of bring it back. I'm excited at the prospect because they're capable of that.
Yeah, but it's going to be a while until I really start wondering, like 13 rounds. I love how efficient Virtus.pro are with their saves. They just want as much as possible, as many opportunities as possible. So you have to respect it.
Yeah. I can agree with that. And it's their style too. It's what makes them comfortable. You know, they're playing their game. They want to optimize for that. Makes them different.
Well then, especially as far as Banana is concerned, these exchanges of utility, these takes which I feel always end up favoring Virtus.pro. Must be very scary. The angles being taken away. ZywOo actually pushing through, using his smoke to push through on Banana. Very interesting, but look at the numbers for Virtus.pro towards A.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. It gives them the information, but again, VP, they might be drifting back and forth. We've seen this from them. Vitality don't know exactly what's going to happen. Like at this timing, yeah, you would expect a top mid take or a retake on Banana. So Vitality just lying in wait for one of those two outcomes. And VP might just pressure both at the same time as well. Kiko's walking up. There's the flash. It actually misses ZywOo, but he doesn't connect the shot. That was an opportunity for sure, but it's gone.
How is it not blind? I think it must have, the flash must have gone behind the sandbags.
Yeah, it went too deep.
Like inside the sandbags.
Here comes the top mid play. Shock's always in such a good spot. They're not checking the cubby. Trigger discipline moment here for Shock's. He's just waiting for it. The spray comes in. He doesn't get two somehow. It's a 3 versus 3 right now, and Kyojin's holding back pit.
He must have seen the bomb on the radar at the very least on the kill feed, so that's something. 25 seconds, and James just looking for that opening. You see the barrel of the gun there. 2 versus 2 now, but it's time to back away. Are they going to go towards B? Is there time for this? 13 seconds. It's going to be a close one, and Apex is going to get there first. He has mollies and so on, but surely he keeps the gun out. 7 seconds, and I don't think they can really make it. Down goes James, and they will lose everything on this occasion. Virtus.pro. The money's broken as well, but hey, it can be a round like this which can win you a match, but Vitality have made it to 10 now. 1 round at a time. Don't look at the 5 rounds, look at 1 round at a time.
It's crazy that I feel like Shox is the guy that's always good for those two, so that's kind of crazy to not see that conversion, but for Vitality's sake, that small hiccup doesn't cost them at all, really, except just a bit of money. And it doesn't matter as much because VP are, they're going to have to save finally. And there's not going to be too much to worry about in this round. So we're getting there as far as Vitality. What? You kinder. That is that is unreasonable.
So that's silence M4 as well, so he doesn't even have the traces or anything.
Yeah,
just your Kindar things.
Just straight, just long range.
As I mentioned, it can be a round like this which wins you a match. We've seen it plenty of times in the past. And where do you draw the line for Vitality in terms of the risk you take, the aggression, the peaks, and so on? Yeah. These are some of the most awkward rounds for the team in control. Kick it there with the Glock. Maybe a trap though, because James here with the Tech 9. So just when you thought it was safe to go up close versus the Glock, the Tech 9 is hit. James, what are you doing? Not like this, surely. Busted has a rifle. Down to the 1v1 now. Masuta top mid. The bomb's being planted. He'll know he's not in the pit at the very least. Unlucky to be in graveyard as well. Buster maybe backing off, and that's a sigh of relief for Vitality. My God.
Yeah, that's very rough indeed. Oh my goodness, with the Tech 9, James, you absolute devil. Okay, well they've managed to secure it. There's still enough money in the bank here for Vitality to full buy, so that's all that matters. And that's it. We're going to keep going, and it's going to be a full buy round here for the likes of VP. And again, we've been seeing the difference actually has mostly been Vitality winning that banana control with ZywOo, actually. And so if that continues, then perhaps Vitality's prospects will continue to be successful. But we may actually see more like fast aggression towards A to counter that, or they may try to double down against ZywOo. We'll see in this round. James wants it. He wants the duel. He's confident against ZywOo. He was actually over towards Porsche, as we can see, so mixing up the setup ahead of time. James trying to catch if anyone pushes behind that smoke, but that smoke is purely just to waste time. and to force more utility to be used to clear position around sandbags. Misuta, quick pop flash, top mid, to see, top banana to see if there's anything there. Oh, the dance back and forth, it's so intense right now.
Nice meaty grenades. Ikinda will be an important scalp for Vitality in round 27. Apex, oh, got to be real careful about how you're exposing yourself. Buster falling to the flames. That one working out for Apex. He's elevated. Got to be careful though. Kika chomping up. Really important frag for Apex. Falls back and still has ruins. Zywoo's here as well. Flit gets his head taken off. And that leaves James to do you know what. Another failed round for Virtus.pro. Getting close, but Vitality are stringing these rounds together.
Yeah.
This will be their 5th round in a row after a long string of rounds in this half from Virtus.pro. When the pressure's on, they're just not making the connection just yet.
Yep. Yep. It's again, the B holds from Apex have been really good, as well as Zywoo when he's been there, but Apex has been playing that position really well. Jane will probably stay alive here. It's got enough time. But I love the exchange on Banana, but neither team wants to kind of over-dump utility. Neither team wants to be behind on utility in the mid to late round. Vitality especially, because they know that VP likes to play the map slowly. So it can't be in a position where they don't have util, you know, for the last 30 seconds of the round. They have to hold on to it. So they don't want to do that whole dump on Banana. And at the same time, VP are trying to exploit that fact by playing more actively there, trying to get Banana control for a little, like very little cost. So that dance back and forth on Banana is very scary for both teams, especially when you've got Jame on one end and Sai on the other.
3 of these 5-round wins for Vitality of late have been by timeouts, by weaponry being saved by Virtus.pro. 3 rounds behind now, Vitality. Another buy for VP.
They have halls set up this time, Vitality, so they're kind of mixing up their A setup. Kyojin playing anti the kind of right eye peek.
Got to land the shots though. So we've got to be real careful. Doesn't peek with his teammate, but gets a great flick on Yakinda. May know there's another player in the apartment, but what's of the B bomb site? It's Vitality's turn to get those smokes up with good timing. Molotov goes into the smoke, but there's no push just yet. You can see the bomb currently on T ramp, collected by Jame, I think. Who, I suppose there is some discussion as to where they want to go. Flits outside the apartments at present. Sub 1 minute mark, not too much of a concern for Virtus.pro. Shox looks to create some space towards top mid. And Molotov on short when there's a smoke up on long. 40 seconds though is a long time. Flit's in that smoke now, so Shox won't see him. And this could be some bad, poor comms, but Zywoo should surely hear him in long. The bomb's been dropped top mid in the meantime. Huge frags from Shox. And Apex is here. Oh, Flit, I've just about seen him, I suppose. And then Kikert now finds himself alone. 1 versus 4. Misuta running to his doom, but he's... Well, they've got the money to survive that. No AWP to save on this occasion. They'll be short on money, Virtus.pro, but we saw what they did with almost all Glocks. That Tech-9 and Deagle, still very dangerous. So no round is a given for Vitality, but they have made it to 13.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job. VP in that round, you know, they really wanted to create the pressure around halls, and then they were draining the util from the B defenders with like a very heavy pressure. So they wanted to like walk back to B after taking halls control, but after losing a player there and then not having the ability to have any presence on the map except that banana position, at that point they just were in the mid round, and yeah, they didn't know what to do. There's no good answer for them at that point. So again, Vitality, you know, just holding on by their fingernails. And at this point, it feels like they're climbing up. You know, they were hanging on a ledge, but now they're like actually, they did the muscle up. They're already at the top. And they're closing in on reaching the summit here against VP.
Overtime would be so impressive for Vitality.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
But it's the pistols, isn't it?
Yeah. I can see a potential bomb plant towards this B bomb site. Kyojin deleted by that Tech-9. And there's map control, but this is going to keep Vitality players towards this A bomb site. And we can see it looks like Jame may rotate towards B to be that 4th man. So we've got a 4 versus 2 with some smokes, which means that Misuta could quickly find himself isolated. Now Apex has got 1 flashbang to help out with if he's even got time to do that. Looking to deploy the Molotov first, but they're going to walk through the smoke, dry peaks, and that's going to come late, that Molotov. MOUZ is in trouble now. They're by that full position, and he needs to try and avoid getting headshot. Gets his bell rung once, and finished off as well. Apex has to hold Ruins down, and there's a long rotation. Shox is still in the pit, basically, on the A bomb site. Bomb not planted just yet, but it will be soon. Buster holding an angle now as Apex is looking for something. He's dropped the bomb, and that's a real difference maker. He sees Split, that's half the information. Apex with some really important kills. Shox still on the A bomb site, but a bomb's been seen on B.
Yeah, and it's stuck at the back of the site too, so crossing to the bomb. They know they would have to cross against that Ruins angle that Apex is holding, and he's going to be holding it strong. Beautiful, finds another headshot. Another challenge to be, at this time, won, but it's by Yakindar. He's got just enough time to get the bomb planted. Oh, but he's worried. He wants to go for the frag, and ZywOo will be able to take him down. Oh, another round in the bag for Vitality, and one more to go. And they have done it. They've managed to secure overtime. They would just have to win in overtime, but they're looking good. Just keeping their nerve the whole time. Such calm, such poise from the French team.
The bomb must have been on the radar there, but maybe he doesn't want to get killed on the rotation by someone. I'm assuming, but perhaps it wasn't. I don't know. Either way, we are down to the last round, and look at the buy for Virtus.pro. Because Kikert died after time on the B bomb site in the round before last, he has a Tech 9. There's no AWP for Virtus.pro. They have utility though. And again, maybe an unorthodox round without James trying to snipe is what takes it over the line. Vitality have got one more to go here.
They've got all the tricks this round. The boost over the smoke, the run boost on ZywOo. They're really trying to get a very surprising early advantage. Oh, does he spot the knees? The legs come through. Shox picks up one. Doesn't need to go for anything else. Can fall back now into passive positions. They know that that is nothing that the VP can do to trade that kill.
Shift walking into the pit. Flit will be heard now. Touches the Molotov. But look at the rotation. Apex has been going back and forth, back towards the A bomb site now, and ZywOo is shift walking along Speedway. Again, with control of Banana for Virtus.pro, if they had somebody the other side of the sandbags, they would hear ZywOo running on Speedway, which is why people run around CT spawn or shift walk on Speedway, depending on the urgency. 45 seconds on the clock. Shox once again will be in a similar corner towards top mid. And there might be a wrap attempts potentially from Virtus.pro. With Buster and Flit, two in either direction now as they try to smoke off that B bomb site, but the bomb is rotating towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, we've got the Shox in that coming position again. This time he's found out. He goes for a peek early to try to catch them moving up, but he'll get exploited. Now Kyojin to Youngster, looking to try to hold on to this site. If he delays for long enough, he could win the round on time, but the peek is just awful timing, unfortunately. And it's looking like the plant will come in time for VP. Vitality, right, I mean, they might just be pipped at the post here right at the end.
Oh, why did he put himself in the open like that? Exposed to long. Oh, that's a complete disaster in the last round. They had the time to try and play against the bomb plant. He completely exposed himself to long where they didn't have any eyes because of the smokes to try and look at short. He can stay alive in the pit there. Oh, that is a brutal last round for Vitality after such a run to take it to overtime.
Yeah, that's one of those moments. Maybe it's a bad call, misinterpreted information, or maybe it's just a lack of experience from Kyojin. Either way, I mean, you have to add it to Vitality. Just VP played excellent CS, but when we switched halves and Vitality didn't have anywhere to go, they kept finding ways to just innovate, round upon round, just taking it round by round. And they almost got to overtime. That was really impressive. Yeah. It's quite sad to see that. I mean, it's just that one play.
That's a brutal way to lose the last round. But credit to Virtus.pro for taking it there in the first place and looking so strong. And, of course, credit to Vitality for such a comeback attempt when you can't lose a single round. But, of course, you lose the last round, round number 30. It has to be the last round.
Of course.
It's really unfortunate. Such little time for Kyojin to reposition there. But that's going to be a hard one. But it is the first game. It's 0-1 for Vitality, and that's a strong 1-0 for Virtus.pro. They're going to be a problem for the teams they play in the future, I think.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are not expecting to see them deliver massively because of the new addition, the removal of Sanji and so on. But, I mean, it's a team that went to the finals last major. We can't count them out.
Counter-Strike can be very cruel sometimes, and for one of those two teams, it certainly was. That's enough from us for now. Over to Richard and the desk.
Yep, thanks, guys. Well, you always get value for money when Virtus.pro play. All the rounds, somewhat needlessly. Looked like it was going to be an easy win for them. They do claim the W. Doesn't tell the full story. Maniac, by the way, tilted off the face of the earth. Personally invested,
I was
of course.
emotional. I was emotional.
Very emotional, yes.
And
you got to be reasonable. The way they lost there for Vitality. Let's start with that last round.
We absolutely have to start with this last round, which I believe tells the story of this entire game for Vitality. It is a 4v5 that VP maneuvered beautifully. It's an absolute trap for Vitality. 30 seconds left. A very long, drawn-out fake on the B side just to create a reaction from this man. Shocks right here on your screen. Peeking from Arch, getting punished, and then poor Kyojin thinking, Mom, help me. He's a 1v4. He's in the middle of Big Pit. He gets caught off guard. Beautiful 45 by VP. I tip my hat. I'm tilted as hell, but I tip my hat to them.
Yeah. I want to go back a little bit to the beginning of this game. All right, we saw a little bit of a back and forth. We saw VP with the pistol run and convert the second one. Then Vitality, getting 3 rounds back to back. But I felt honestly, and the 3 rounds Vitality won early in that map was basically Masuta and Shocks, just popping off and getting all the kills. You can see Apex having some moments. We'll get back to it later on. Apex had some moments which were questionable individually and even from a tactical standpoint. I don't know about you, Matthew, but I feel Vitality on the T side, they were super, super slow, very VP-esque.
I guess they were kind of traumatized by Yakinda a couple of times. And man, you have to address the man. Like the amount of times Yakinda pushed the envelope to be right behind Vitality at timings that didn't really exist. If you're Apex, if you're Vitality, and you're trying to create some sort of rhythm to the game, and he just disrespects it. It doesn't respect your rhythm at all. He just pushes behind you, gets multi-kills. So I think as a result, Vitality was kind of thrown out of sorts. They were trying to find a solution. They slowed down the pace, trying to punish him, but at the very end, they were lackluster. They still won 3 rounds out of 4. Towards the very end, they corrected the direction at the ship at the very end, but still a lackluster first half.
And this particular round, just want to point out, it went away, but the second pistol round, like the way VP, it is 1v2 situations, the way they don't give you any leverage whatsoever. They're like, we're not going to allow you even the, afford you the dream of even clutching out this round. I love the way they played. On the other hand, you have a couple of rounds from the side of Vitality, which honestly, they really shouldn't have lost, Maniac.
Look, we have to address the fact that without taking anything away from VP, which is a very important hyphen to put,
they were great.
They were some moment of individual weaknesses and errors on the side of Vitality that we have to talk about. We had an example here, Shocks from behind only getting 1 kill. Look, he knows himself. He is very aware that it's a missed opportunity. This last round as well, where he gets caught off guard, that is a mistake. Kyojin out of sorts. We have, as you mentioned, a 4v2 where Apex gives away a kill on the B side. This is the highest level of Counter-Strike. This is the legend stage of the Major. You make these small missteps, you get punished instantly.
How much of a factor is it, though, that obviously they're coming in cold? We've got Virtus.pro having played consecutive days now for a while. I mean, when you first sit down for one game, it can take you a little bit of a adjustment period.
Yeah, I feel that has to be a factor. It's one of the intangibles where it may or may not be a factor. But I'm going to give Vitality the benefit of the doubt, so to speak. I don't think we saw peak ZywOo. Not even close to peak ZywOo, right? He wasn't even the best player in the server, in all honesty, despite us, talking about a simple ZywOo connection and all of that. At the same time, like you pointed out, all these small little mistakes being made, they don't seem to be in that championship mentality they need to be in if they want to make a deep run in this tournament. VP, on the other hand, this is the best VP we've seen so far compared to the games they had in the Challenger stage, even the ones they won. This is a very convincing looking VP. Although that being said, when they're 15-7 up, they could have closed it out a little bit earlier instead of just taking a sweet time till the final round.
Yeah, I want to stay a little bit just on Vitality here. I mean, it's not catastrophic they don't win, and Virtus.pro, very dangerous opponent, but they could get hit now with a potential banana skin opponent again and find themselves 0-2 by the end of the day. So Apex, that emotional response he's getting, he's got to rally the troops here between him and Xtaz.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, at 0-1, unless you draw EG, you might have actual really strong opponents against you. I guess the thing that worries me isn't really the scoreline, isn't really the defeat, but it's the fashion with which they lost. I'm talking about their CT side mostly. It's a Vitality that looked out of control, or rather not in control, I should say. They were trying to gamble, they were pushing their chances, pushing the envelope, always trying to cheat a player from one side or the other. And that didn't give me the sense that they knew what was going on, that they were just going through the motions. So in that sense, I'll join your argument, I'll join your point. This isn't exactly the warmed up Vitality. They're still kind of looking for their rhythm, but it's not like you have a lot of chances to do it. Like, that's one game, right? You got back into it, but today you play once more. You can't end up 0-2.
You can't, absolutely. And it's kind of interesting if you take a look at the results we've had so far today, Richard. Quite a few of the legends falling to the CIS team so far. We've had Gambit get their win, Entropiq get their win, VP get their win, and if I'm not mistaken, Na'Vi as well have managed to get the W. So the CIS teams are delivering here in the legend stage.
That's the electronic privilege. The man always turns up in every big event.
Sounds
it's
like
actually
it was
incredible.
a close game. Are we going to Cadian's chair right now, or no? Okay.
Probably no celebration quite yet.
Yeah, no,
11 round is good, not to celebrate.
One last question, and then I think we'll get to a break. I mean, what worries me about Vitality overall is this map pool issue. You know, they went away from Inferno, which you said. They brought it back. They've been doing well. That didn't look great to me. And so the question becomes, should they have been playing Inferno in the first place against VP?
I'm not going to open that Pandora box, honestly. I think it's too easy to go back and say, you know what, you should have put a different map. The truth is, they got caught off guard by a couple of VP plays, and then they were trying to catch up the rhythm this whole game. I think that could have happened on any map. When you have your Kinder pushing behind you, punishing you, it's a matter of protocols. Like, you should have someone be ready for that, and then they struggled to catch up with what was happening. So I don't think Inferno as a whole is a discussion should be had. It's a best of one. Like, you're not supposed to be punished in the best of one. By definition, you're supposed to play a middle map.
I'm going to bite, though. I'm going to bite what Richard said. Maybe an overpass. I feel like they had the option of overpass coming on through. They banned it out. Maybe an overpass we could have seen a better Vitality coming on. I think they're a very solid team on overpass. I feel like VP have some issues on that particular map. But then again, it's hindsight as usual.
And I think with a new player bedding in and lack of Sanji, I think overpass is a map
with
more
map.
moving parts. Yeah,
absolutely. Go on.
I just wanted to say we spent a lot of time kind of criticizing Vitality, but VP also played with the cards they had in this game. Flit was not lacking behind. Everyone is between 18 and 22 kills, so it's a good distribution. We talk about James and how sometimes non-cathartic he can be, but in clutch situations he doesn't miss. He doesn't miss. The 4v2 we mentioned, Apex makes the mistake. James is here.
And
always, he gets the collateral at the end. Like, he's always doing the job. Sometimes maybe it's not flashy, but the man is here. He's shown up.
And I got to give credit to VP as well. On the CD side, we saw some rounds where they weren't just playing turtled up, not just playing by the numbers as they usually tend to do. They're going for aggressive plays. Yakinda pushing down Banana against what was a half buy. You're getting a lot of map control.
How many? Which round? Because he did that.
Exactly right. And so if you're Vitality, you're feeling very uncomfortable. You're not given the freedom or the peace of mind to set up whatever play you have in mind. So credit to VP. If you ignore the final few rounds where they took their sweet time closing it out, they were clearly the better team in that server.
Yeah, well, thanks for your thoughts there, gentlemen. Time for another quick break. When we come back, we're going to see a guy who knows a thing or two about winning majors. Device is going to be in the house as NIP take on MOUZ. We'll see you soon.
Coming up next, NIP versus MOUZ.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Confirmation of that earlier result. Indeed, Na'Vi have emerged victorious against Heroic 16-11. Simple is up and running. But now with Maniac and Blair, we're going to be talking about another player in that GOAT conversation. Device's NIP team are going to be here, and they're taking on a MOUZ team that we didn't even think would be at this stage. Are NIP clear favorites for this encounter?
Yes, NIP are favorite for this game, Richard, that's for sure. Now, I guess the question, even the topic for NIP is way beyond that. Remember, they brought in Device, the most accomplished player there is in Counter-Strike. It's as simple as it is. 19 MVP awards. He was part of the top 20 HLTV 7 years out of 8 since Counter-Strike existed. He's got 4 trophy majors. He is the most accomplished player in Counter-Strike. The reason why they brought in Device was to be a contender, a challenger for trophies, and it feels like things are clicking together. The first few weeks, the first few months, I would even say, were very shaky for NIP. People were laughing, what the hell is that? You've been in Device, and now IEM fall, Device is rising, super good performance, 135 in Stockholm. That's the major. You can imagine just the things falling in together.
Imagine a world like this is the only Swedish team in a major in Sweden, right? Of course, you have all of MOUZ playing in FaZe, but NIP are, they're a team we're trying to represent the legacy of Swedish Counter-Strike, which goes back 20 years, man. Like most of the guys watching this stream right now weren't even born then, right? So they have a lot on their shoulders here. Oh, sorry, a lot of weight on them, but Device getting in a Dane to help Swedish Counter-Strike. There's so many storylines that we can talk about with this team.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to go to the people who are getting it done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're good. Simple. Just join us.
No, but I mean, obviously, look, I'll say this as well. Device over at NIP, that's not the whole story. I really love the core of this team. I mean, I really, really do. I've been saying it for a long time. I was getting laughed at as well, mate. I mean, I always do, but I was getting laughed at for the things I was saying about this NIP team. Because I said they brought in Device. By the time the major rolls around, they're in contention to win it. But it's not just about Device.
No.
Hampus, great IGL, Rez, man, I'm going to tell you, I said if I was making like a sort of Scandic mix team and I was picking parts of all the best, Rez would be in my 5. And I said that about 5 months ago, and people were going, Richard, you're crazy. Who's laughing now? Rez is absolutely off the chain.
He is, and you can definitely make a parallel, make a connection to Device arriving in the roster. I guarantee you that.
Of course.
For multiple reasons. Not only because, obviously, when Device joins the roster, he's going to, I guess, bring motivation around. Everyone's going to be willing to match his performance, first of all. But just on the server, right? When these two play together, I guarantee you, keep an eye on it. Rez has more freedom. Rez has more autonomy. Why? Because he's paired with Device, which he knows is going to make the right decisions. It frees you as a player of so much doubt and second-guessing yourself. You don't have to. You know what? I'm going to take this risk. He's behind me. If it goes to hell, he knows what to do. And just that mindset gives you so much comfort to try stuff out. And we've seen that with Rez.
If you look at all the teams who are in the Legend stage right now, I think NIP have hit their peak at the best time possible. Na'Vi can come into the discussion over here, but Device was just unplayable at IEM Fall. It was looking fantastic, and like Maniac mentioned as well, the team kind of coalescing together at the right time. This is a major where they aren't a dark horse. They are, in my books, they're a favorite to potentially take this.
See, I'm not ready. That's the point.
I'm going to say it.
That is the point. I am not ready to be there yet, and I cannot really quite pinpoint what it is in my mind. I know dark horse conversation. I'm ready to put NIP in the mix.
How many dark horses can you have?
No, look, I'll tell you, because NIP were my dark horse. It's the Linus story. They're essentially trying to do a speed run on developing academy talent, and as we've seen, it's not always like that. You know, not everybody can be like Bit, and Linus certainly hasn't been like Bit. And I think the problem NIP have essentially is that they're needing him to get up to a level he's not ready to get to yet, and doing it at a major.
I mean, of course, there's a lot of parallel to make with Kyojin as well, but just overall, I think that what we do with NIP is basically we take this very recent, extremely strong form that they have, and we automatically assume that this is the NIP we're going to see at the major. This is not the same scenario as Na'Vi. Na'Vi come in here with a long-term progression and development, the IGS and everything, putting together, would you say, okay, I know what I'm going to see from Na'Vi. For NIP, we're kind of praying to the gods of Counter-Strike that Device shows up at the same level as IEM Fall, that Rez shows up as well. That's a lot of if, and this is why, to me, they are not in the ballot of actual favorite. I'm not ready to be there yet.
You know, look, they've got to play MOUZ. it's a contrasting team. Let
True.
me explain my thinking here,
One
right?
way to put it.
Because NIP went and got a star player to take them to the next level. MOUZ are in a position where they're desperately trying to hold on to a star player to get them to a previous level.
Leave him alone.
No, look, listen, these are the facts. But certainly huge weight off their shoulders to even be in the conversation at this stage of the tournament.
Like we talk about how this team they don't show too much of emotions when they're playing or whatnot, but yesterday I saw them crack smiles. I saw Robin Cool, Robs himself, smiling while Dexter showing some emotions. It meant a lot to them. They've been struggling. They have been in a bit of a rough state altogether, and having to play an elimination game against a team like Big. They are the gatekeepers after all, and I think they did a pretty good job at the end to close it out.
It's a team that is looking for salvation. There's no way around it.
Yep.
I believe we could see something from MOUZ, but this qualification, if anything, is just the expiration date going a bit further for them. We can see roster changes on the horizon. Maybe a dream run at the major could put them off course, but we know Rops is looking around. We know people could imagine him going in a different place. So MOUZ, I can see the smiles because maybe they just pushed the expiration date of their lineup a bit further.
And here's the thing, you got to look at who they had to play to get to this particular stage. They beat Sharks very convincingly. Also Sharks, they went 0-3.
Yeah.
They were one of the weakest teams in the entire tournament. I mean, nothing against them. They did indeed qualify properly, but just weren't good enough, at least at this current stage. They faced up with Heroic and ENCE, lost them convincingly. They beat Renegades, a team who they should be beating in a much more convincing fashion. They actually squeaked out a win 2-1. Right? And then you face up against a team like Big, who have lost Zentaris, who are also trying to find their feet. Again, a close win 2-1 yesterday to be at this stage. Now, they're facing off against a team who has been dismantling everyone recently, NIP. So it's only going to get much harder for MOUZ.
We'll see what we've got in terms of the veto here. I believe it's just come through. So, another Inferno. And you know what? I don't hate this for MOUZ, actually.
I don't hate it either, honestly. Because it's a best of one, they were not going to get punished as hard as they could have been in a best of three against the likes of NIP. I thought that Inferno, Dust 2 was a conversation possible for this veto. We go towards the Inferno. I don't really mind it, but I also don't see it as, I don't see it as a getaway for MOUZ. The way that we're going on Inferno, we should not preface it like, oh, they finally got the map they needed. This is an acceptable ground for them to play against NIP.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like Maniac and I were talking about this during the break as well. The fact that this veto was NIP being in full control, right? So MOUZ have to ban out Overpass. It's a map they don't play. They have to ban out Ancient because it's a map that NIP have been ridiculously good on, while MOUZ haven't played it too much either. And in a third map being banned, Nuke. Yeah, you don't want to face against NIP on Nuke. So now we've taken away these 3 maps, and NIP can basically play any of the other remaining 4 maps. We did kind of imagine them maybe taking it to a Dust 2 perhaps, but because of the fact that
I think it's
MOUZ
actually sensible to take that off MOUZ, personally.
Exactly. So you don't know, right? Aiko could just wake up like he did yesterday. So going into Inferno, where MOUZ, while they do have a decent win rate, it's not a map where I'm supremely convinced as to what they can bring to the table.
Are we anywhere?
I'm not exactly. But NIP, like I said, NIP and Inferno, they've been beating some top 10, top 5 teams, in fact. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because I like to keep storylines running through the competition. Obviously, Acor, a lot of eyeballs on him in this MOUZ team. We've talked about Rops. So far, so good for him, performing well. Acor had that one good series against Big to essentially bring them here. Do you think he can sustain that form? Are we going to see something transformative, perhaps, as the tournament develops?
I mean, if we're thinking about the tournament overall, that is a possibility, although I have big reservations when it comes to Acor. 2 problems that I have in this particular instance is that, first of all, he's going up against Device, which is not the easiest over you want to out-duel. And then you want Inferno, which is a notorious hard map to play for snipers to make the difference. We've just seen Zaius strumble and scramble a little bit on that map. So I don't think that Acor is going to be the man that we have to keep an eye on for this game. I would be surprised if he ends up being...
It's going to be Frozen. It has to be Frozen, because we know Rops is going to deliver. Rops is going to do his job. We know Pyjamas is going to be the supportive element. We know Acor. As long as he's serviceable on the AWP, that's good enough. But if Frozen doesn't show up alongside Rops, this one could just spiral out of control for MOUZ.
All right, well, we're about to find out what happens. As always, the game's coming thick and fast here on day 1 of the Legends stage. Let's have it. NIP versus MOUZ.
Hell yes. It's going to be an exciting game. I can't wait for it. Let's just get into it. NIP in my mind at least, the favorites.
Go, let's go, Natus Vincere.
Yeah.
No, I can't. I have to be unbiased as a commentator.
Oh,
I am
it's too
totally not rooting for Nip as the honorary Swede here present in the studio.
But I'll just review. I picked Nip for the 3-0 team. I felt pretty confident that they were going to be good.
Danish, by the way.
Danish, yeah. I'll just get hanging all on device, I guess. I don't know. I think MOUZ Sports are a cool team, but this is, I think, going to be a tough game. But there is this factor that's always really hard to predict. Des talked about it earlier in the day as well. I think Richard brought it up slightly. This idea that, MOUZ Sports will have come in from the challenger stage, so they're kind of in the right frame of mind for them.
Yeah.
This is like just adding another day. And for NIP, it's kind of the startup. And that does make a difference.
Oh, Dexter was talking about it on HLTV earlier, saying, that he feels like they're just powering up. They're getting more experience. They're getting more in the flow. You're seeing big plays. Acor saved their bacon yesterday. If he doesn't show up, they are nowhere to be seen, MOUZ Sports. But for the first time in a long time, it feels like Acor shows up to play and actually has a star performance.
Just don't make him throw smokes.
Don't make him throw smokes. Let him just focus on the AWP. Have Rops throw the smokes. Rops can just do it all.
Hell yes.
Ooh, Nip with the new jerseys.
Oh, damn.
Huh. I see. They went with the Globin on the thing. As if they... I got you.
All right. Well, you have to make it there now.
Yeah, exactly. Now you have to make it. Otherwise, these jerseys...
Got to go. Threat behind him as well, of course.
Nice thing for these guys is that it's like a 10-minute metro ride from their office to the arena, so...
Maybe they can break in anyway, even if they don't make it.
Yeah.
Just show up, regardless. I think it's going to be an incredible game. It's a best of one, of course. It's on Inferno. Pretty good map for a best of one. We enjoy that. Usually pretty even. I think NIP have got a lot going on for them right now, in my opinion. I think that combination of Rez and Device is so ridiculous. I just can't explain it, but to me it just feels... I think Rez was already good, but it's like when Device is around him, he becomes like 40% better. Some sort of like Device buff.
Maybe that's it, like an area of effect buff.
So it's got to be something like that.
Just increased hit speed.
Yeah. Just there's something about it that's just really impressive. But best of ones are notoriously unpredictable, so I'm not going all in saying I think NIP will win this. I just think it's more likely, but we'll see if they're going to be fired up, if they're going to be ready, if they're going to be feeling the groove of it right off the bat.
That's the trend.
They can come in slow.
Got a few weird matches so far today, and that's what
Vitality.
Well, Entropiq.
Entropiq.
You've got just matches where you've got the teams that have had to battle it out for 4 days already relentlessly, and they're powering up through that process. And now, there should be an advantage to being in the second stage of the major. You're just sitting waiting for your opponents to come to you, but the difference is you're cold and they're warmed up already. And so that's actually come back to bite a couple of the teams already out the gates here today. And now we get to see, are NIP going to hit the ground running, as you say, or are MOUZ Sports going to be powered up and they're going to be like, what, big chunky mouse? I don't know, like a big mouse.
Mighty Mouse, yeah.
There you go.
Well, listen, there's that's been true for other majors, though. I mean, we've seen it before. This because the same stages have been happening before. So that's why I kind of, when I was looking at this, like, ooh, I could see a world in which some of these clearly favorite teams are going to be upset in the early best of ones here.
Oh, yeah.
Not unlikely at all.
It's interesting that they go for Inferno, though, just because that is one of the more balanced maps in the pool. It's not, we just saw a crazy comeback attempt from Vitality against Virtus.pro. But, I mean, that's the thing. On Inferno, it feels like all the teams have a good grasp of how to play it. And so for a best of one, it's kind of the best case scenario to wind up on that map. We're seeing a lot of overpass as well on these best of ones. So that seems to be like the middle ground where it isn't too crazy either way. It's a map that everybody knows. And so it's a good place to take the fight.
Yeah, that kind of weirds me out actually a lot because I just had a feeling that Overpass is kind of like the go-to hate map for most of the pro community. I feel like it was for a while. Maybe it's back again. I don't know. Maybe Ancient has switched things around. People still feel nervous about Ancient, so they'd maybe rather play Overpass at the best of one as opposed to Ancient. Which I can even understand that. But yeah, they're all set up. There's Acor, who is I mean, I was talking about bias and IP and all the rest of it, but Acor is one of my favorite players to watch. Even when he misses the smokes, it's fun.
Even when he misses the smokes.
I really
You're
like
just
Acor.
a glutton for punishment, Andrews, because most of the time that guy is not showing up.
It's true. I'll concede it. There's some gaps in his play, but it is fun. So hopefully we can get a little bit of that today. If Acor's going to be playing really well, I'm not going to be sad about it, even if I did pick NIP for this one.
Yes.
Let's see. Let's get into it. NIP going to be starting on the CT side, MOUZ on the T side. So big welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Here we're at the Legend stage officially on this day. It's going to be exciting to see. Rez checking down middle, actually making a quick jump for it. Devices there, sniping away. Why not try and get that one tap with the USP? And they're trying to make themselves look really big in the middle here. But it's only the two of them. The rest are over at B.
Couple just going to be starting to push up here. Frozen with that P250. Definitely could do quite a bit of damage, but NiP have got a setup of their own. 2 towards B, 2 playing Arch, so a quick rotate to B if necessary, but also a little bit of a firing squad here. A little bit of a trap has been set in mid, and so Frozen just keeps taking point everywhere.
Oh,
but this is shaping up to be an A-pop.
Rez is going to have to get so many headshots down to that pit, or he's going to die real quick. Device is already gone, and forget about the headshots. It's Frozen, A-Core with a double kill, and that should be the round 1. If MOUZ don't make any crazy mistakes here, NIP cannot find everyone. Well, Hampus, he gets 2 big challenges, and he probably should have been dead, but instead, he's turned it around. That's the kind of thing that you're sort of... Again, they probably thought there's no way he can win both these fights, but when he does, it's kind of a winnable round again. The kit is right there in front of Plopsky. He's hoping for another mistake, but he's not going to get it. A-Core will land a 3rd headshot, and Hampus comes in out of the open. Bimas will take him down, and MOUZ will win the pistol.
3 headshots for Hampus in the pistol, but that's the thing. Frozen walks around the corner, and so against Glocks, you may expect to get headshot once and then still survive to take the fight. With the P250, he just decks Device immediately. Device not able to get anything out of playing in that off angle, and that really hurts NIP. You need it to at least get at least a 1-for-1 trade there to slow down MOUZ Sports with the push onto the bomb site, but MOUZ were just ready. Straight bread and butter stuff from MOUZ Sports in the first pistol round with an apps pop. And now we get to see them bought up with the rifles, and only rifles as well. Not a single MAC-10. That's interesting. That's not something you see teams do every day.
Yeah, that kind of suggests that they thought maybe NIP would go for a really aggressive force. Maybe that's something they've been seeing in their demos. Maybe it's something that they were expecting, so they don't want to risk it. They did lose Frozen, but a lot of damage in return. Basically a full player's worth of health lost across 3 players right there.
Did he chuck the rifle over the wall? I hope that there was some rifle management there. Yep, okay, A-Core's doing that now? No.
Oh, he was.
Yeah, okay, they're managing the rifle. Don't leave that lying around. Device finds a headshot on Bimas in the meantime.
Yeah, definitely important to get rid of those, because if you decide to fall back, although now they've lost Bimas as well, and things have got really uncomfortable. Kill for Plopsky, kill for Device. They got the boost up here as well. There is a smoke, but again, that boost, you can just look straight over here. This is... I'm not sure about this for MOUZ. So they don't know... We know, obviously, but we can tell this setup here at the B-bomb site could be really lethal. Flashbang comes out. They're trying to get the peek in. Nice peek, that one. But Plopsky, he's set 75 and have Robs is on his own. 30 seconds on the clock, and he's going to go down through the smoke. Device with the kill. And that is NIP bouncing back really quickly.
No time wasted, just taking the fight Banana. We've seen this a lot so far, really just a lot of battling going on at top Banana with the nades and everything. I mean, on the T side, you have to show presence there, but we've seen teams really just charging it to take those fights early, and this is where MOUZ Sports and NiP, they clash, and NiP were ready for it. They had that close range HE that just helped to take down that initial player, and from there, it's just so difficult for MOUZ to fight back into the round. So NiP, yeah, you see it. Once again, these HEs, just brutal in Banana. I'm still waiting to see it come back into vogue, though, the HE onto T ramp. Now that teams exactly are starting to play a little bit more passively, far back, would love to see the HEs come back towards T ramp.
Oh, if you get that headshot, that would have been really cool. There used to be a potted plant there that people would stand on top of in the really old version of Inferno. That was a very, very common boost to that particular position.
Once upon a time.
Yeah, not so much anymore. The deep smoke even on the bottom of Banana there is something that we see less and less. So maybe that'll be something that NIP will want to do a bit more. Good headshot for Frozen to take down Hampus, but they do line up. That's a lot of damage, but Device without a single kill. He almost took down 3 people. This MP9 could chew up all the rest of them. Yeah, it's so easy because they're just a bullet away from death, half of them. So even if it is a bit scary, hits are 3 on 5 because they're all so low on health. It can still work out. There's the spray. Res ready in case someone jumps down. It'll be Linus to help out Robs to an early grave. It's going to be another round for NIP, but yeah, you see Thread in the background shaking his head.
Ban him!
Yeah, exactly.
Throw him out!
Get rid of
interacting with players cannot be halved here at the Major.
Man, that was probably a round that should have never been that close. And honestly, from MOUZ's point of view, they did some good damage in this round. They're going to be happy with that. It could have been worse, for sure.
Going to be very curious to see. Threat, I mean, that's the thing. You know, Threat is also a coach who gets really involved with the players. Does a lot of... nice shot from Device. But does a lot on the tactical side for this team. But we saw the changes here from Valve with the ruling saying that they do not want the coaches to interact in any way, shape, or form outside of a tactical timeout. So that means you can't look back at Threat, right? Threat's supposed to just be like a mannequin there until you take that 30-second timeout, at which point he, regains his soul or something like that and gets to start talking again.
Yeah, they can power him up. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Dexter is out of the round. That was a close early headshot there. Not much could have been showing on that ramp, but Device with that he's just tapping away now. They're walking into the bullets, making it easy for him.
Feel good rounds.
Yeah, another one. Triple headshot so far in the middle. They're going to find Vimas last. So 3-1. From NIP's point of view, really great to have a round like this one, because you just lost all those rifles, 3 of them in the previous round, some of them MP9s, but whatever. You lost 3 people in the previous round, so you come out of this one flawlessly. It's going to feel pretty good. You're going to start to feel like this is the right move. We're in the right direction here. Now we'll see what MOUZ could do when they have rifles again.
This is going to be it. Now it's going to be one of those tests early on here for Dexter, whether or not they have powered up, whether or not they've got the confidence. It's worth reminding you all that yesterday in the series, it kept Acor alive, it kept MOUZ alive in the major. Acor had an insane performance to keep his team in it. Everybody else was pretty quiet, and it was just the Acor show for a while there to keep his team competitive. So we'll see if he can step up, bring even a semblance of that level to the match today. And otherwise, it's a lot everything's riding on Rops and Frozen.
That was a crazy shot. He ducked into it. Hampus, he just kind of frozen, just taking random shots through. But he was absolutely gone from the server. Now they're relocating while the push is happening toward Arch, and it gets me a little bit nervous whenever you see the CT side running around on inside the A or the B bomb side, or even in CT spawn, while the Ts are executing something that could be really, really bad. It looked like they'd gone for a sort of a 1-3 type setup here on the NIP side. They wanted to make sure that they had enough people to defend A, and then just leaving Linus on his own. He's got a smoke in hand. Crazy to imagine that he's come from the academy team and is now just kind of fitting in. And I think he's great.
He's doing a good job. He was rocking a 1.0 rating for a while there, kind of just plateaued. You know what to expect from him. And so Nip, as a 5th man, that's kind of what they need. They need him to just kind of step in.
This is a big mistake for NIP. And that smoke's probably going to sell them on it. They think, yeah, this is it.
Yep.
We're ready. So MOUZ with an incredible call. This is so well done. They're going to find an empty bomb site. NIP, the only silver lining is they get to save the rifles, presumably. And that's just how you have to think about it. Just say, okay, that was a missed call. Don't worry about it.
Complete missed call.
Yeah.
Hard whiff.
But I mean, it's kind of, when it is this early on and you're up 3-1, it's just not the end of the world, I feel like. Because if they had gone for a 2-2 setup, that would have made me way more upset. So if the choices were, I mean, obviously if they kept the 3-1, they could have at least fought for the round. That could have been super competitive over at the A-bomb side. But sometimes teams will spread it out and they'll say, we'll go 2A, 2B. And then I think they would have lost those 2 players at A and probably would have lost the round anyway and some of the guns along with it. So this is a little bit annoying, but I don't think it's that bad actually for NIP. They're going to be fine. MOUZ aren't even looking for any kills either. So kind of an uneventful, maybe the most uneventful round of the major so far.
Yeah, I mean, very
kill
quiet.
for a smoke, and that's it.
Yeah, within the first 10 seconds you get the kill, and then that's the whole round. The teams managed to dodge each other completely for the rest of the duration. Well, okay then. Second round on the board. Every round matters, though, Anders. That's the thing. Every round counts, and we'll see if Nip are going to feel that one later on. MOUZ Sports going to be happy to get a second round on the board after that pistol. And it's Nip doing a bit of talking right now. You can see Hampus with his notes next to him as well. I like that. Threat will provide him. I mean, if Threat can't communicate anymore, right? This is a major. Not surprised to see just a checklist next to Hampus of things to keep in mind in this match.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of preparation you could do beforehand, right? And especially in best of ones, where you maybe don't know the map for sure beforehand, but it's not going to be quite as deep as playing the best of threes that they're all going to get to eventually later on. Blobski goes to check Banana in an efficient way. Really important to know what's happening out there. Rob's taking down Device. That's at the bottom of that A hallway.
Oh, interesting. Now they accelerate as well. Pop is a little bit early. Yep, Rez not going to be flashed at all. Very hard to flash this position, and he's going to get 2 kills. That's the bomb donated as well.
Yeah, and Lena's looking on top of the smoke in Graveyard. That's a huge play. Acor, what a no-scope to take down Rez. He's going to have to do it again. It's still a 2-1-3. He's ready for it, though. And Linus goes down, and I feel like that's probably a mistake there. Yeah, don't be going for that one, because You had the 2-on-3, even if you're not controlling the bomb technically, now you've given it all the way back.
And that may be the case because Acor was able to recover the bomb. That's why he felt like he had to try and put himself in a position to see, but to get that info. But now it's a 2-on-2 retake scenario on the B bomb site. Unless you can get a quick rotation. Yeah, Hampus trying to hot-foot it over here, beat them on the rotate.
Yeah, but they have time. They're gonna check this. They're not just gonna be walking out in front. Oh, smoke up instead. He did see the gun barrel there. I'm not sure if he realized, but certainly going to be calling in some backup now. Klopski all the way across the map. So Hampus may have to do some of this on his own. The bomb, no one's covering in Hampus. What a great position. He's going to take down Frozen, and now Acor. This round is lost. There's nothing. He's going to have to hold it in. Just go for the full-on bomb plant, and Hampus will stop him. That is a huge save for Hampus. If he's in another position there instead, he can't even stop that from happening. Some tension for sure in the NIP camp, but that is a big victory.
That is such a huge win, and so to not be expecting it, well, to not be watching Ruins with the smoke up on CT. I guess Hakor was expecting him to run up CT, run through the smoke, something along those lines, and it's just the gamble on which one you're watching.
Even Banana behind them, right?
Yeah, just interesting turn of events there from MOUZ Sports. I feel like that was a round that was gifted to MOUZ.
Yeah.
And yet they found a way to squander it, so that'll be one that hurts here, 4-2 for NIP. Still managing to get a decent buy on the board, though. They have 4 rifles and a MAC-10 and a couple of nades. So, I mean, MOUZ Sports, they can do some damage in this round. But look at how conservative NIP are being with their grenades. Hardly anything thrown at the beginning of this round.
Yeah, they might be thinking that MOUZ themselves are going to be a little bit low on nades, so just try and even it out. Hampus with a kill. Device with the nade sheet to blow up Pyjamas. That makes it such a one-sided round. They were otherwise going to be in a really smooth 3-on-3. That's fine. If you're MOUZ and you can trade 2 for 2 at top mid like that this early on in the round, that's going to be super efficient. But instead now, they're in trouble. Robs goes down. Device with the kill. He's got an AWP that he's messing around with over at quad right now. And Frozen, yeah, more damage would be great. Device about to sack. Oh, did he mess it up? Yes, he did. That quick switch, that actually screwed it up. I think he knew. And when he came back, Device was ready. I think he probably would have had that if he just held the angle with the AK. But just a little bit of a mess timing. NIP, they are off to a pretty good start right here, but it's not without some bumps in the road for sure. But
No
if they
doubt
can
about
overcome, if they can overcome those, this is going to be a wild first half.
But, you know, in terms of talking about players that need to really step up here for their teams, you know, Acor, a lot of attention given to him on MOUZ Sports, but Device currently has 8 kills on NIP. If he's hit the ground running in this major, which he should, right? He is that MVP level player, multi-major champion. That's the whole reason you brought him on to Ninjas and Pyjamas, is to perform in situations like this. I mean, if he's already out the race, off to the races,
yeah,
at the very beginning of the first map of the major, that bodes well for the Ninjas.
It does, yeah. He's on 8 kills. But then again, Acor's at 7 kills. So between the two Danes right now, battling it out, Device has got a little bit more backup, though. That's the real difference. Hampus is also at 8 kills. Rez is at 7. That's a problem. 8.
The hitters, man. The hitters. Rez and Device. If those two guys are hitting shots, this is going to bode really well for NIP.
Yeah, it is. It's a good start. 8th round is coming up. Device sneaking his way down. He's really excited to take this mid fight. Even with the M4 earlier, now with the AWP, he's just feeling confident.
Oh, top banana control for MOUZ Sports.
I remember a really, really long time ago when the first sort of instance I heard of someone using stats like this was Sonic talking about this AWP battle in middle from the T-ramp to top mid. And now they'd ran like all the stats on it, and basically, I can reveal this now, I feel like, because this is probably going to be ancient news at this point in time, but how they were they had actually gone and done the hard look at who actually more often wins that fight, and what does that mean for whether or not you should be taking it, you know? I think that changes over time, right? Because if it's a fight that happens a lot, and it did early on in Inferno, people would, every time on the CT side, you take it, and they would lose it a lot. But if the CT side stops taking it, then the T side is going to be less prepared. So it can kind of go back and forth like that in a weird way. I guess that's kind of what we think of as the metagame sometimes. But yeah, certainly fun watching Device do that, because I know that's one of the reasons why they took him away from that role. They were like, you know what, stop peeking the middle. We're just not winning that fight that much. And Now he's back doing it a little bit again. 27 seconds, run boosted all the way into the B bomb site. That's a cool move. But Lena's in the back with a couple of good headshots, and now backup is here as well. Hampers will take care of the rest of it. I think that's a cool move for MOUZ. Not a lot had to go different there for them to clear the bomb site, get the bomb plant. Probably still lose the round, but it easily could have been, you know, a 2-on-3 or something like that with the bomb down. That's always fun. So I like that. That was pretty innovative way to get into the bomb site.
So like everybody's having a good time and they're in a good flow state right now. NIP, a lot of horsing around, which is usually what they do. And also, I mean, NIP, a team that are putting out quite a bit of content on their YouTube channel, behind the scenes, at the office, when they're getting their boot camps on, when they're getting their practice in. You can really get an eye of where the team stands mentally. And they're looking good going into this major. Lot to focus on here.
Yeah, I think it's been such a luxury for this team to have someone with device level of experience come onto it, because the rest of them are quite young, even if obviously they have experience even now, because that Counter-Strike just moves really quickly these days. But still, not the depth of experience that device has, and certainly not at a major level like this. It makes a difference.
Yeah, that's exactly it. LAN and then major status, that's the big thing here. So device being on the team is really going to be able to help these players get comfortable in this scenario, and that's why I was, you know, just keeping an eye on device, seeing what he's bringing to the table frag-wise, because if he's there leading the way with the rest of them, everybody else is going to feel more confident, and they'll all rise together in their level of performance. Right now, mousesports though kind of struggling. They've taken quite a bit of nade damage, but they've traded that to Linus, so that's not the end of the day. But they're still trying to figure out a way to get onto a bomb site right now without getting plastered. 38 seconds left and still quite a few grenades to work with here on NIP.
That's a big problem, that time here, because I mean, they're almost out of time to fake it. If they wanted to try, let's say they ran into a lot of trouble here, they can't really go back to B very soon, pretty much in the next 2 seconds, or they're going to be committed to it. Molotov is going to slow them down, the kill on Pyjamas, and again, they just have to keep going because they left themselves no time to turn it around.
Yep.
Deep nade being thrown in. That's not going to do that much damage, actually. Did that land on Rez instead?
Yeah,
it looked like it did. And they're giving they just surrendered the round in a 4-on-5. That is not a good sign. That's the kind of thing you really don't want to ever have to. It's completely different from when NIP were doing this on the CT side. Doing it on the T side feels so bad.
Can they just be like, hey, Pyjamas, just drop us a bunch of grenades? They don't have much money in the bank right now, MOUZ. That's the thing. When you lose a round on the T side just by letting the clock run down, you don't get any money at the end of that round. And so whatever you have in the bank, that's what you have to work with. If you don't have money to buy nades, well, tough. But the main idea is that they get to hold on to these AKs, so we'll see what they're capable of doing.
I mean, credit as well, we should say this to NIP for having that late Molotov over at the quad position.
But again, look at how conservative they are with their grenades, right?
Except for the ones they just tossed on the frozen.
Sure, but they still hold on to the flashes, the incendiaries, the smokes. I mean, they have so much in the bank to work with right now, NIP, later into the round.
Yeah, those are the nades we really care about.
Well, mousesports need to kind of throw nades to force nades. That's the thing. When that nade economy, how it works between both of the teams, if one team feels like, well, they're not throwing grenades, great, we can just hold on to ours for later into the round, and then it kind of balances out there. So, but with mousesports not having any grenades, there's no incentive for NIP to throw any of theirs. They get to hold on to them and just make mousesports' lives even more difficult going into the later bits of this round. Nice job from Bobski.
Yeah, that could have been actually pretty dangerous with the AK on the other side, but they were able to find the better angle. Device missing a kill again here at Archer. The third one is going to do it, though. He'll take down Robs, and they're in a 5 versus 3. And Device actually comes back to try and go into the corner. That might be hard to guess, because it's an AWP that he has, so they might not be expecting him to be here. They run right past the dualies, actually failing him in this particular moment, and Derez will come in with the double kill. It all works out in the end. That was funny, though. I think they were sure when he puts up a smoke like that, he's not going to walk and hold it with the AWP, but that's probably what he was gambling on too. It's like they're never going to expect it, but he had dualies.
Yeah, dualies. It wasn't great. 5-7. Take a 5-7 over, or a P250 even, over the dualies.
If he could have stolen a Tech 9.
If he could have stolen a Tech 9, then that is the best.
But still, it's a really good round. You see at the end, it was pretty hard to catch there, but when Rez goes for the peak, there's even a flashbang being thrown all the way from pit on A. So he was even flashed into that fight, right afterwards. It's really cool. Really good stuff for NIP.
I'm assuming this is a tactical timeout, considering the coaches are talking right now. And yep, it'll be the second tac timeout called by mousesports. Interesting. That explains Threat's face there for a second. It looked like he wanted to say something, but he was holding back. And I'm like, well, why is he saying anything at all? And then obviously, timeout. Only chance for him to communicate with the team, so it's interesting. But yeah, Device is having fun. I mean, right now, NIP are just playing their game. They're looking terrifically confident. They're taking duels. They're making info plays when they need to. They're playing conservatively with their grenades, not just chucking them out there with no reason. They're looking very good here, this Swedish team. And of course, I mean, a lot of fans are going to be hoping that these guys make it deep and make it to the playoffs, because then they'll actually get to play in front of their fans in Stockholm live.
No doubt there's a lot of pressure in that sense, but they're not showing any signs of being under that pressure. A second grenade kill of the round here. First one, I think, was Device.
I was worried about that.
Yeah.
You know, I was worried about that NIP, you know, because they're the home team, essentially. Because the only other Swede is Olofmeister on FaZe, right? So, I mean, they're essentially the home team. So I was wondering if that was going to mess with their heads at all, if they were going to be able to make it through that. Nice shot from Pyjamas.
Yeah, it could be, and that can still happen, right? I think those best of threes, if those go long and you end up in a really close match down the road, you could still start to feel that a little bit. But right now, yeah, they look pretty unaffected by the fact that they're at the major, which is a great sign. That's so important to try and keep your cool and remember what you've been preparing for all this time. Looking very, very impressive for NIP early on here. 9-2 the scoreline in their favor. 12th round is coming up.
I just wish they'd used a black background for that jersey. Like, why do they have to do white? Like, they could have done black and it would have popped a lot more with that globe on it.
Not to mention, it's impossible to keep white shirts clean.
That and the NIP logo just blends into the white background. I don't know. Well, could have stepped up the jersey game a little bit, but as far as what really matters in-game, they're doing great.
Yeah, that is more important. Slow down.
9-2. 9-2 in favor of NIP on the CT side.
Oh, this nade is going to be devastating. That's hard to deal with. You know, if you're the person leading that charge into Banana, you're probably going to be on half health the whole game, no matter what. But 3 people to be naded like that, that's pretty uncomfortable. Here we go, around the corner though, they're going to try and speed it up. Counter Molotov comes out to try and slow them down, and it does a very good job of that. You can see Pyjamas is trying to play the edge of it. Shoots right through and takes down Linus. Plopsky's on the other side. He gets one and a quick double. Is he ready for the boost up? He nearly was. Not a bad move. 3 versus 3 now, and 2 of them are still kind of low, but maybe finally MOUZ could get a bomb plant here.
That resmoke isn't going to be good, though. I think there's going to be a gap. So we'll see. Fresh smoke going down on construction, though, kind of blocks him off.
They're going to... Can they boost over? Yeah, they can. No, yeah, Hampus calling it back. You can look really deep into this. This is a very rarely used boost, but it is actually incredibly cool. There's the jump up. He sees him, and yeah, not going to be able to get the kill. They could guess that he's back there. They already knew that. Rez drops, and that's a problem because he had a Molotov, and that could have been one of the ways to clear the back corner there. Acor with a kill on Hampus, and MOUZ looking good. Oh! Rob's just knowing the angle and taking down Device. This is a much-needed round for MOUZ Sports. Well done.
Critical round. Now, MOUZ Sports need to win out here in the remainder of this half. 9 rounds already on the board for NIP, so NIP could consider this already being a pretty decent first half for them on their CT side. If they can get into double digits, they're going to be feeling real good about it. So MOUZ Sports, they need to pick up the remaining 3 rounds in this half to feel like they've got a good shot going into this second one. Otherwise, the pressure is going to be tremendous on the team. But now at least they have grenades to work with, a full execute coming out here, or at least a full buy coming out here from MOUZ Sports. Yeah, and now we're getting the deep HEs. Now we're really getting those deep nades. I love to see that kind of punish. If you realize they're not pushing aggro Banana, then just chuck the HEs deep and then punish them there. Real sick.
Yeah, I mean, the previous round, they were in the middle of Banana, right? So if you're MOUZ, it's going to be...
There it is.
Oh, no. It's just going to be so frustrating because you feel like, well, how... Like, it's fine if they every once in a while hit an 8 on us, but how come back-to-back rounds, they just know where we're standing all the time?
And you're just going to feel downloaded. Yeah. It's going to be so frustrating. You're going to feel like they're in your heads. They're in my head. And then, you know, horror show. Real horror show.
Yeah. Like a total recall kind of thing. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, Arnold.
Maybe we'll send...
I can't do a good Arnold. You gotta work on that.
This is a classic movie. Maybe we'll send the Device to Mars at one point. I could see that happening.
Oh. This is cool, though.
Tricky for Hampus here. He has to swing, but not hit the wall. Now it's way better, and he even flashed it. Doesn't matter. He caught him half a second before. Hampus taking down Dexter as well. Absolutely brilliant. That's a pretty hard flick to hit. Yeah, I thought he was just going to walk into it, but the fact that he jumped and he was flashed, you know, a millisecond later, not necessarily easy. Robs, though, 1 versus 4 after getting that kill. 20 seconds, the bomb is far away. He cannot win the round. It's impossible. Device will take him down. It's going to be another one for NIP.
Man, it's so impressive right now. The level that NIP are bringing to the table. Threat looks completely unconcerned. Just chilling there, cross legs, relaxing. Everything's going according to plan. And oh, I guess there is a tactical timeout getting called. All right, so I'm assuming that it's MOUZ Sports calling this one. And right now, for MOUZ Sports, they need to make an adjustment. I mean, Frozen right now just can't seem to catch a break in Banana. He's getting naded into oblivion every round right now.
Yeah, it's really brutal, and you don't really have the choice of not fighting for Banana doesn't really exist if you're on the T side. You could sometimes do it on the CT side. It is a risk, but you kind of have to show up eventually and show that you're planting a flag there, because otherwise the CT side can make some really, really good calls about rotating to the A bomb side, because they just know. So they don't have much of a choice. They need to find a solution, though. Hampus with that AWP doing remarkable work.
Oh, he's looking terrific right now. They all are.
I mean, Hampus outfragging everyone. He's 14-4.
Yeah. This is, I mean, when Hampus is feeling his game, he can definitely get kills in. Especially against a team of MOUZ's caliber. I feel like Hampus feels, I mean, I think that Hampus, you know, he has that confidence to know that they've got more firepower. They can definitely take it. But Frozen over the top with the smoke. Quick play. Nice little boost coming in, though. Let's see if they take the bait, MOUZ Sports, if they want to try and brute force their way onto this B bomb site.
Well, they ran into less opposition here on Banana, so maybe they feel like, all right, is it too much of an invitation?
It's too easy, yeah.
Suspicious, isn't it, you know?
Suspicious.
No, there are no archers on the walls. You're like, should we keep going, or are we going to get wrecked? A minute on the clock. They're going to be smoking off library. Device, yeah, he hears that behind him. He's like, wait a minute. Could be a sign that they're going to be wrapping into CT spawn even. Counter smoke comes out, 50 seconds, and still there are smokes left on this A bomb site. Hampus a little bit further away with the Molotov, but he's walking towards the archway. If he gets here in time to throw down the Molotov, that could stop a bomb plant. It could stop them from going out of the apartments. It could be a huge nightmare. We'll find out in a second. 33 of them left, by the way. Down in the pit, 2 players. Device on one of them. With that AWP, that could get a bit awkward. He misses the chance there. Rez has already taken a kill. Now 20 seconds on the clock. Hampus with a kill on 1. Robs will take him down. They need so much more. This is the time for MOUZ Sports. If they want anything done in this first half, it's going to have to be right here. Rez goes down. 10 seconds on the clock for the 2-on-3. And they're just running out of time and players. Both Device with a deagle. It's going to be a double for him and another round for NIP. And things are looking so good right now.
So clean. They're ready. They're prepared. They've clearly got that mapped out in that sort of scenario when they have the 3-on-B res, and they just knew where they wanted to position themselves on the A site to support one another. And it's kind of what you were talking about there, Anders, you know, where they just kind of power up one next to the other within their auras or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, they just look so calm and collected there. Res and Device just working together to cover each other's angles. And then you get Hampus showing up, the cavalry. 15th round of this first half. It's a force buy from MOUZ Sports, and it isn't pretty. Oh, and here we go. The power plays coming in here from NIP. Pushing Banana, taking the fight to him. MOUZ Sports now going to feel a bit of pressure over here. Oh, nicely done.
Yeah, again, Device supremely confident. I mean, that's another thing,
Did
right?
he do that on purpose? Yes, he did.
Yeah, A-core's been found. He wanted to do it again. That's incredibly greedy. And finally gets punished for it. But yeah, I mean, you would want to be in a position on the MOUZ side here where you'd bullied Device enough in middle that he didn't feel confident enough to take that fight over and over again. But the fact that he's just walking around there, shutting people down is... I mean, that's a sign that things have just been too easy in the first half so far. He's up to 17 kills in 15 rounds. That's impressive. Hampus is now flanking them as they're trying to push up Archway, but this is an almost impossible round for MOUZ Sports to do anything in. They feel like they're being super sneaky and being real stealth about the whole thing, but the fact is almost everything has been discovered right now. They don't quite know if they're apps or if they've wrapped around, but that smoke will probably give the game away. Now they know. Plopsky showing up for the triple spray down with the M4, and it's 12-3 in the first half in favor of NIP. That is a ridiculous scoreline to begin with.
It's a hard lockdown. This is as good as it gets on that CT side. It's very rare now to see teams just utterly shut down the T side on Inferno like this, but it doesn't feel like, it feels like NIP could do no wrong this half.
Yeah.
And everything's going their way. The duels, they get flashed, doesn't matter, still hits the shot. Just all those sorts of scenarios were just breaking NIP's way this round. And you can tell in the terms of the mood, they're all just laughing and having a good time. That is the last thing that MOUZ want for them. Whereas on MOUZ, it just looks like they're depressed right now. Like, Rops doesn't usually show a lot of emotion, but they're really not showing a lot of emotion right now. They're really just kind of quiet and locked down.
I can't really blame them. This has been pretty overpowering. Remember, they won the pistol as well, and they still ended up 12-3. It's just ridiculous. Acor's been playing well. Robs has been playing pretty well, but that's it. That's kind of the end of the story. And you just, when NIP are showing up with every single member right now, Lena's had less action in the B-bomb side. That's true, but otherwise, everyone else has just been absolutely cracking on here. It's going to be the second half pistol coming up. MOUZ now on the CT side. Dexter is playing this one alone, but they're pushed up really fast, so they're going to get here eventually. Robs is on a deep flank through T-spawn almost. The rest of them already rotated over, so I like this aggression. This is MOUZ taking the initiative away from NIP and trying to be in the right position. A little bit of damage through the smoke, but the bomb, it should at least be going down. But NIP will be locked inside of the bomb site, maybe with the exception of Hampers. Oh, he gets found by Robs. Dexter with a kill. This is looking good right now. Plopsky trying to fight his way through. He's going to get a kill. Almost a triple there on the Vice, but not quite. Could have maybe had that kill, and that would have brought NIP back in the round. Now, though, 2 versus 3. They have 50 seconds. Can they even get the bomb down is the question.
Just take your time. Oh, never mind. Rops and Frozen getting the final 2 kills. I like that play coming in from NIP, though. It feels like it was part of the game plan. They've just taken so much chip damage as they were trying to push onto the bomb site through those smokes. But I like that that was part of the plan, that they wanted to set up a flash through and take the fight at construction and catch those early rotators out. I'm sure they were hoping that they would find at least 1 kill before the retake was happening from MOUZ Sports, but NIP were really trying to take that fight.
Also, just an entirely different round. If the Hampus and Robs fight that was happening all the way at T-ramp here, if that had gone Hampus' way instead, Hampus could have said, okay, I know no one else is coming from Banana. I'm going to rotate in and cover you while you're planting the bomb and all the rest. It would have been a very different round. But yeah, well done for MOUZ. They needed to take that round, and they did. Deep nade, blowing up NIP. That is going to be painful.
Yeah, nice. I mean, really nice coverage of Banana right now for MOUZ Sports. Nowhere for NIP to hide and dodge the damage. And just early spotting here from MOUZ Sports. I like to see that they're just getting the info. Not going to give it up for to NIP for free. And this is the kind of tone that MOUZ need to set in this CT round, that they are just going to smash NIP as hard as NIP smashed them.
Yeah, bring on the comeback.
Well, that's both pistol rounds picked up for MOUZ Sports now. And in the last half, they won the pistol round, MOUZ Sports, but then NIP won the following round, and then it was just the NIP show from there on out with an interspersed MOUZ round here and there. This is where MOUZ Sports really need to just lock it down and chain some rounds together. Start to feel good about their game plan.
Frozen up on top of the box, falls back down, throws that pop flash around the corner. They did find Dexter. Still got 40 seconds on the clock here, but Frozen is doing a very good job because they're all low on health already. It doesn't really take a lot for him to win the fight. Aiko with a headshot on Hampers, who was trying to surprise him through the smoke. Yeah, Frozen, absolutely stunning work here. Quad kill on him with that MP9, so he's going to be a little bit rich coming up into the later rounds.
Yeah, that's sweet. Just chuck that AWP over to Acor, let him get fully equipped, and now you can start getting that lockdown going. Looking a little less cheerful on the side of NIP as well. So you're gonna have to focus up now. It's gonna be a little bit longer of a journey than you were hoping for going into the second half. Had NIP won the pistol round, I'm pretty sure they would have just kind of run right over MOUZ Sports, and it would have been a very quick map indeed. Now MOUZ Sports are trying to set things up for a bit of a fight. And well, NIP not going to take too much damage initially. Just Linus getting bopped. Nice quick boost from Hampus, and with no noise to warn BMS. He did not expect anybody up there.
Good flashbang. Rops is still here. Very exposed position. He's handling himself quite well. Dexter is going to be wrapping around. I wonder if there was like a half a second there with Dexter. Should I knife him?
Yeah.
He's like, wait, I'm at the major.
Like it.
I shouldn't.
Felt
Definitely
like it.
don't. Definitely don't do that. Good job on Dexter, trying to get himself back in the game. He was one of the people that was lacking behind in the first half, but he's been doing pretty good here. Started to wake up and move in the right direction. A 12-6 scoreline. And we're going to see an interesting test here because NIP looked so dominant in the first half. Doesn't guarantee that they're going to be just as dominant in the second half.
Can we see the CT side, CT spawn right now? I mean, I'm just curious because when you have this much money on the CT side, whether or not they have nades, whether they dropped nades or not, I wasn't quite able to spot if anybody was doing it. But when you're filthy rich the way mouse boards are right now, and you're on CT side Inferno, you can drop that extra flash in there and just let the rotators have a little bit more utility to work with in the round. And there are teams that have definitely been doing that since the update happened. So just kind of curious, keeping an eye on that.
Oh, wow.
Through the smoke, sit down. Oh, the follow-up from Dexter. There we go. Device will get the trade, but still, that's a lot of damage.
They actually tossed the nades at him on the logs there. Really impressive.
Yeah.
Not seeing any nades so far. But yeah, you're right. There are some teams that are really good at doing that. Probably something that, again, if you were going to invest your resources into surprising people, finding new ways for that grenade dynamic is one of the ways of doing it.
Well, you see teams, especially CT Inferno. I mean, I think everybody, when they read the patch notes, were like, well, Banana is just going to be a nightmare now. Because the third guy rotating over can just drop additional incendiaries and smokes. His incendiary and smoke, rotate back over to A, watch Arch, and yet the B defense, you know, they still have that extra set of nades without a body being there to throw them. So
It's true,
that was
right?
the first thing that teams thought of and started doing.
It's true, but it comes at a cost, and that's what's so interesting, right? Like, people think about the early one. Oh, we'll bring it back up in a second here because now they're going to go straight for it. NIP trying to fight their way back. They've lost Rez in the meantime, so they're going to get a bomb plant. Yeah, maybe, yeah, but still a 2-on-4. Device is pretty good, but he's the only one with any health. He's going to have to do all the work nearly on his own here. He's got the kill. A-Core will take care of Linus, so now it's on Device 1 versus 3. It would be so amazing if he had a smoke out here to sort, because then he could fight. Actually, they're going to set one up for him. I'm not sure if they needed to do that, because actually this is one of the ways that he maybe could win. Now he just has to try and guess the angle. He sprays a bit too soon. They're on the bomb. Oh, he gets the headshot on A-Core. How does that even bounce down? They're now defusing on the other side. A couple of seconds left. Device, he doesn't know the angle, and he is going to go down. But that smoke probably is to his benefit, because, again, even with the AK, they could sort of guess the angle, but a little bit of luck there. Yeah. And he has the round. Just to point out, though, while they're setting up those grenade stacks, or whether they leave them in spawn over there, it creates a moment in time where if you're quick on the A-bomb side, you just win, because now you're playing 5 versus 2 on the A-bomb side if you rush it, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's almost the next step of it is, well, if people start to lean too heavily into doing those things, it could get really awkward, you know? And we've seen some rounds already here where people leave stacks in CT spawn, and then they're fumbling around on the A-bomb side or in the B-bomb side, falling back to pick up nades, and then they get attacked while they're doing it.
Yeah, we've seen that for sure.
So
who was it that got punished really hard for that yesterday? We were casting a game and somebody really got screwed up on
yeah,
that
I'm
front.
trying to remember.
I'm trying to remember as well. It was on Inferno. It was on Inferno and on the B site. And yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I think it's still something that teams, they may not try and make it. They may not try and force it. But if it happens naturally.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting thing to look at. Pyjamas, that is, from that position, getting a kill, fair play. That's pretty good. Robs is going to get traded. Dexter's trading Linus. Everyone's trading everyone to the advantage of Mouse Sports. Nice run and gun from Dexter. That's a huge double kill that he comes up with. Rez is on his own, trying to fight his way back. He's not going to be able to. Dexter with the triple. He's up to 11 kills. He's really woken up, and that is amazing news for Mouse Sports. It's now 12-8, and Mouse Sports, they're coming back in this game in a big way.
Yep. This is what they need. Now they've actually got a game on their hands. They're within striking distance of tying it up on the CT side. They've got economy building. They'll have nades every round. And so NIP are not going to have it life easy at all right now on this map. And you can see a little bit of it. I'm imagining that this is NIP calling the tactical timeout now. Hampus having a little bit of a chat. I'm sure Bjorn would want to, Threat will want to jump in on that as well. Again, a reminder, coaches are only allowed to communicate during tactical timeouts. Otherwise, they're a fly on the wall. They don't get to say anything or interact in any way with the players.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, when you have such a strong first half, and now you're in a sort of now there's only a 4-round difference. Again, we talked about NIP not showing many signs of any pressure of being at the major, but this is where it can happen. This is kind of how you get into that situation where now you can start to make some mistakes. Things don't just look quite as crisp. And also, inside of the server, you've got the economy suddenly being a factor, right? You don't have all the money that you would really like.
Well, you start getting complacent. You start getting complacent after a 12-3, you know? It's exactly as Zonic was saying in the past, right? Where you get those really dominant halves, and then you start kind of like horsing around a little bit. You're not taking it as seriously because you're like, oh, we got this in the bag. And before you know it, your opponents are back in control. They've got a strong economy, and you just have to fight tooth and nail each and every round.
But also, I mean, I've got to say, I'm so impressed with MOUZ Sports, right?
Yeah.
Because it's equally as difficult for them to recover. It's one thing to recover between maps and best of threes, but there's no break here. You're just going from getting brutally beaten up. You win the pistol round in the second half, and then that revitalizes the whole team. Well done. Dexter's going to be walking in. They line up. Oh, that would have been such a beautiful spray down. I'm actually a little bit annoyed at Plopsky for canceling that out. He could have had every single one of them. They were wedged into the corner. Frozen is a god on this bomb side, though. He is so rock solid. His 14th kill right there. Hampus, late flank through, would have been really cool if they had got the bomb plant.
Oh, man. That was brutal, Frozen. That's so impressive.
He's really good in this bomb side. That's such a luxury to have a strong B player like that. Okay. Hampers with one of them, firing the gun early. Frozen will take him down for a quad kill. It's 12-9. This game is right back on.
Oh, yeah. This is, and MOUZ Sports are the ones looking real focused right now. Looking dialed in. They've got everything going. Everybody's firing as well. You know, BMA's kind of lagging behind on kills, but everybody else is hitting shots right now. But then you can balance that out with Linus on Nip. You know, he's not really coming up with kills, and so it's very much like a 4v4 scenario right now between these two teams. And, well, right now, yeah, you can see that Nip they're looking a little bit more sober, given the situation has changed. But there we go. Some aggression early. Banana. Nice attempt. Plopsky out of the line of sight as well. So it was a duel between Device and Acor.
Acor, he's just sticking around. Normally, if you're at that corner and you fire the AWP and you don't get the shot, it's kind of a clue to try to get back, but it's one of those Acor things that you just can't really take away from him, I guess. That is going to cost them an early kill, and we'll see what NIP can build behind that, though.
Can they build? I mean, let's see. What do we have nade-wise? Still still a decent nade count on MOUZ Sports. Yeah, they have to cheat and rotate a guy back over towards A, though.
Yeah, and this is not a good call right now for MOUZ. This could very well end in a quick save. Frozen is going to realize now. Oops. They're definitely showing up. He's got a Molotov himself, but it's so early on. It's 50 seconds. If this was a 10-second round, this Molotov that Frozen about to throw could be God tier. But again, yeah, they have an HE even landing from CT spawn. And it's a great combination. Write that down if you're watching, because if that's the kind of stuff that again, if there's not that much time left, that can win you the round right then and there. Great little trick to pull. But there was so much time. I would say save. Do what NIP did earlier. I know it's annoying, but you're deep enough in the game now. 13-9 doesn't matter. You can come back and win the round anyway, or win the game.
At least the teams are there. They don't just leave him hanging. Little flash over to the site to try and help him get out of construction.
Yeah, good times.
This gamble actually works out nicely, and NIP are able to just power onto the bomb site. Similar, well, we had a similar round in the first half as well between these two teams. So now NIP are the ones to break the streak. The MOUZ Sports streak, finally. That was 6 rounds in a row for MOUZ Sports, and NIP have finally picked up a round in this second half. Now it's a question of whether or not they can chain some rounds together here. 13-9, quick adjustment. And this was off the back of some early pressure towards top Banana. And you can't really punish Acor for wanting to hunt for kills. I mean, that's what your op needs to be doing. He needs to be out there hunting for duels, and he needs to have the confidence to know that he can win those duels if the chance comes up. And so that round, that's the cost of doing business.
Well,
you lost that one, but don't let that get to your head for the next one.
I mean, many oppos, right, would have played that so differently, but it's like the cool things you get from Acor, you also get that kind of stuff, right? It is a risk. Ooh, nice shot from Frozen. I bet you many other oppos would have immediately, as soon as they missed that first shot, they're like, all right, whatever.
Yeah,
I'm
backing off.
I'm playing the next corner. I'm not going back to that one.
It's the other question of whether or not you're forcing it.
Yeah, but I think that's Acor's whole style, right? He's always doing it. I feel like that's kind of that's actually one of the things I love so much, because it is crazy in a way, especially crazy when you're at the major. It's triply crazy at that point in time, but I welcome it all. I accept it willingly. I understand that. I understand the risks.
It
of
works
being
if
an
you
Acor
get the
fan.
kills. That's the thing, Anders. Like, if it's impressive and it works if it gets the kills. If it doesn't get the kills,
Yeah, you've thrown away around potentially. That's true. That's all true. That's all true. Listen, I've priced that all in. I'm happy to accept it. 45 seconds. Pretty decent timing for a smoke. I think they have more though. No, yeah, they have a Molotov as well on Dexter. This could get pretty spicy. NIP do not have enough smokes to cancel out the Molotov, so yeah, they're going to throw it out. Dexter's like, that's fine. I've got a Molotov of my own. Ooh, did they cancel it? No, it's still down there. That's buying so much time, and you can tell on the minimap, Acor's coming over the rotation. Frozen, he's been so good at the bomb side. The spray continues. Dexter is there. Frozen, third kill of the round for him. He is unstoppable in this B bomb side, and he'll take the quad once again. 19 kills on the board. MOUZ Sports, they're being carried by Frozen in this B bomb side right now. NIP cannot break through.
And this is where, you know, MOUZ Sports, they have the 2 players on, and it's a little bit too telegraphed on the side of NIP. And if players, they can see it coming like this, they know what happens next when a B take happens. They have an idea of when the flashes are going to be coming through onto the bomb site. And so players like MOUZ Sports, players like Frozen, you know, they're just going to sit there and utterly dominate you if you give them the chance to do that. And that one Molotov made all the difference. As you pointed out, that one Molotov behind that smoke, we've seen players really trying to just hang on to that Molotov on the CT side as long as possible, because if you can put that smoke up and the molly behind it, you saw what happened. NIP are just stuck there waiting for the molly to clear, and so then you know the flash is coming. And what's, you know, Frozen not flashed. He's just sitting there waiting like, okay, you guys are going to come around the corner now, and that's going to be it.
And in a round where NIP had, you know, 4 smokes or something at the beginning, they would have had one to save. They would have put out that Molotov and just come bursting right through, but they just could not do that. So in the end, it gets a little bit disjointed. 13-10, and again, more power to MOUZ for saving in the previous round where they saved all the rifles. That's a sign of sort of, you know, just having a little bit of mental excess, because you could have got panicked. You could have said, no, let's try and retake the B-bomb side 4 versus 5. It's totally doable. But instead, they were like, no, we have the bonus, even if they were a little bit behind. We have enough rounds to catch up, and now they're doing it. I think that's a really, really good sign that they didn't get too panicked in the previous round and just kind of gave it to NIP. Decent nade. Yeah.
Oh, terrific. Hamp is down to half. Dexter, does he take a shot through the smoke, though? That's going to be the question. Yeah, he's thinking about it. He's got the angles. Not going to find the targets. That's so unfortunate. Smoke goes down at a minute, though, so that's all right, because when that clears up, it'll be about 45 seconds, and it will not leave NIP a whole lot of time to work with. So unless NIP want to get proactive and try and flash their way through that smoke,
Dexter is playing this one really, really scarily. There it is. So risky. He's back through the smoke right as they come. He's still shooting. He's actually doing the damage. He's nearly got them. Yeah, thinking about setting up for his teammate, though. Going to be flashing his way in. No one's going to peek behind it, but Dexter is here for another double kill. Yeah, he was dancing around this whole arch area. Everything he was doing right there, that makes me so nervous, but he made it all work, so I'm happy to accept. I'm just plain wrong on that one, but that looked really high risk to me. Robs is up here. He's kind of the insurance policy. They're going to be pushing out, but he's going to get that kill, and Device as well. Good double on that one. They only lose Dexter. It's a bit unfair because he did so much work. It's another round for MOUZ. Man, NIP must be sweating right now.
I think so. I think NIP right now are really regretting letting their foot off the gas at the beginning of this second half and getting complacent, because now they're having to deal with the MOUZ Sports who have managed to fight their way back round after round, and the pressure is going to be mounting on the Swedes. Hamp is trying to cheer them up a little bit, looks like, trying to get them focused up here, but again, you can see how Dexter's just a step ahead each time. He's got, you know, the smoke goes up, he gets the sprays, he knows the flash is coming, he knows that they're going to try and push through his smoke, and so he backs off on the other side of that smoke that was already set up to block him out. Like, right, you guys aren't going to be able to kill me, it's fine. He's so sharp right now, Dexter. It really seems like he's, well, now that he's had a few months here in Europe full time, he's really starting to catch on to how to play against these Europeans.
Here we go. Quick hit from NIP, but again, they're just getting slowed down. It's kind of the problem. They'd love to do that, wrap quickly and get a kill. Now they're going to be down to the pit. Double nade on Robs. ENCE is there with a kill as well, but MOUZ with a triple spray down as they turn the corner, but at least it'll be a quick bomb plant here for NIP. 2 versus 2 at the end of it. That is a shockingly successful play from NIP, given the fact that MOUZ probably knew what was coming pretty quickly on. They heard all the flashes in the middle, they saw that whole push coming, and they still could not actually trade favorably. Now, one in the pit, one in the bomb site. Lena's down there. This is a hard crossfire to deal with. Oh, and with that headshot, Linus, that's out of this world. Dexter is gone, and Frozen will follow him into the grave right afterwards. NIP finding, never mind, stealing a 14th round.
Yeah, just the rush, and it works. Just the explosive play,
It's
rushing with pistols and a couple of nades.
It's so crazy. It works in spite of the fact that they actually wanted the rush arch. They get stopped doing that. It gets Molotov. Then they say, all right, we'll turn the rush the other way, and that works. I mean, that's why it's so wild that because it actually isn't as fast as it could have been. But still.
BMAS gets a triple as well.
Yeah.
If it's not for him, I mean, that's just a completely dominant round from NIP. So this is going to make MOUZ pause, think for a second here. Although it's Nip calling the tactical timeout, it's a little bit of a chance for Threat to chime in with an idea, perhaps, as now the team is going to be fully bought up. They saved the AWP as well on T side of Inferno, which is interesting. We'll see what Device can come up with there. Just kind of taking a gander at some of these stats.
He's been playing very well. I mean, 22 kills is... that in itself is a pretty good story.
10 kills with the AWP as well. Now he's got an AWP in his hands. He has not bought one, or he hadn't bought one just yet, so now he gets to kind of take this fight.
Ecor on the other side. I haven't seen too much crazy AWPing out of him yet.
No.
In terms of the flicks and everything else. And I mean, he's one of those AWPers that could do it all, but really close range. Sometimes running him down into a corner isn't always enough.
No, he has that combat opera quality.
Yeah.
He can do it, but right now he's kind of quiet on the CT side, and his team are going to really need him to start waking up, at least having an impact here, although, I mean, they have been on this crazy comeback, MOUZ. It would help if all of a sudden you got Ecor just popping off and around.
He's all the way in B. They've left 2 people on the A-bomb side. They've rotated Ecor over to the B-bomb side. How long can they keep this set up before they start to get really nervous about it? They're already starting to bring Dexter back a little bit. So yeah, it wasn't for that long. I think they wanted to go for like a 3-man setup with a boost over at B, but these nades in middle have kind of made them a bit nervous about it.
They don't do the res Device setup either, where they just double up and pit and just make a hard point defense. So that's interesting. Rop's electing to stay up on the balcony, and so they're trying to go for the crossfire from sight.
This could be very hard to hold right now on the CT side. I'm a bit nervous for this setup. 28 seconds, Pyjamas with 1 good kill, Robs with a double. That's so beautiful. Dexter will close out the round. That happened quickly. I was no reason to be nervous there at all. They handled it so well. But again, you have to think all it takes for that setup, for the defense to blow up in that moment, is a good flashbang that comes in at the right angle. That can blind everyone. They're all if they play graveyard site and balcony, one flashbang could theoretically hit all of them. So that's critical.
It's really nice that we have such talented observers, because we can see. I mean, you give us that split second on Dexter. It's enough to see that Dexter is also turning away anti-flash and graveyard, waiting for those flashes. You know, so it just paints enough of a picture where it's like, yeah, they're also playing that game, trying to dodge the timing, just trying to face the wall when a flash goes off and hope that they get it right. And that time around worked out perfectly for mousesports. The triangle of doom set up on that A site was perfect, and Nip not really knowing what to do there. Nip, however, have just tapped their bank, so this is it. NIP, if they lose this round, we could be looking at a situation where MOUZ run it all the way back and we tie up.
See, Dexter just ran back into CT spawn to pick up that Molotov that he has, but in that moment, he's gone for like almost 10 seconds. If they hit that bomb site, then that's a disaster, right? So it's really interesting. I mean, it's cool that he has the Molotov. He just put it out right there, but it is a risk. They lose Frozen maybe for the first time in this B bomb site. Frozen goes down without a fight, and that's a big deal. Bomb is being planted on the other side, and he almost lost his life to it, but it's fine. Oh. I cursed him. I said it's fine, and it's definitely not. He's out of it. 4-on-4 now. There is a smoke left on res, so they can re-smoke either construction or CT spawn, and that's going to make it really tricky. Boost up here as well. Device ducks down. Good shot on that one, but Robs will get rid of him in return. Smoke is all the way back there. So now there's just a huge wall at the back of the bomb site. Rez with a quick peek. Ecor with 1 kill, but that bomb is already ticking. Probski gets a headshot, and he continues the spray. That's a great double, and that's NIP making their way to 15.
Beautiful post plant there. So well done on the side of NIP. That is exactly how you need to be holding that situation. And I'm so surprised, because they had the utility left over after the take to play the post plant and make life really difficult for mousesports as well, considering that was just a threadbare buy from NIP. Just everything they could barely get on the board, they're still able to hold. But getting onto the bomb site for free, essentially. I mean, when you have 4 alive in a post-plant situation on the B bomb site with all those angles you have to worry about, it's just so tough for MOUZ. So credit to MOUZ. They tried, and here's the change of pace.
Yeah, they want to go quick about it as well. Dexter, he is lucky to be alive in that moment. He just as well could have been completely finished. That is actually a huge victory. Just the 1 kill there, but I can't even believe that he makes it out. If he dies, he would have been, again, frozen alone on the B bomb site. Right now, they almost had a 3rd man rotate. I think actually Robs was about to rotate over, but yeah, he's hanging around in library right now. That's a big win right there, even if it's just the 1 kill.
But now mousesports get to set the lockdown up, and the pressure's on NIP. But they've had so much success now, the bomb is going to get planted, or picked up rather. It was dropped over here at T-ramp, standard stuff. But now they group up, and they've had success on the B bomb site. It's been much harder for them to crack that A defense. So NIP going to go back to the well over here. And they have they have 3 smokes and a flash. So let's see. It's not a whole lot to work with.
No, and Frozen still, he's going to put up a smoke, but even behind that, he has a Molotov, right? Oh, they walk in! That is incredible. What a kill from Hampus. Frozen is going to be down. That is, again, absolutely stolen by NIP. 2 entry frags, no grenades thrown. They just walk onto the bomb site, and they get each kill.
The scrim.
3 versus 4 right here. This is absolutely devastating. Let's see if they can find a way to win the afterplant. MOUZ, they have to throw everything at this. I feel like NIP are getting away with so much in some of these rounds, but there's no more room left for MOUZ. They have to go for it right here. That bomb is going to be ticking. Did they even pick up the nades on the ground? I don't know if there's still 1 back there. I don't think they threw all of them out. This could get interesting. 18 seconds. Robs goes for a bit of a swing and tries to find the shot on somebody. Happens with a double. It's Robs on his own. 1 versus 3. He got a double kill, but there's just more to come, and Rez will take him down. It's the map for NIP. 16-12. They managed to take them down. Absolutely well done. Some of these last rounds, though, man, they got away with a lot.
Yeah, they're just like, not even worried. We knew we had it all along. Absolutely. In the bag right from the start. Easy peasy.
That so easily could have been the full comeback for MOUZ. Some of the rounds that they won here at the end were incredibly sketchy. But good to see. I mean, sometimes you have to just get down in the mud and fight them.
Yeah, but I love that kind of strategy when they don't have any nades. So that's the only way. That's literally the only way it works. Because if they announce their presence with the smokes and the flash, flash one, right? So if they've been so good at getting shut down by mousesports when they have full nades, the only way they get on there is by scrimming it, by just slowly walking up. What is this, NACS? They just walk up without anything and then get a kill for free.
Really, really cool.
So that's the whole thing.
Yeah, that's incredibly well done. Close game, all things considered. What was it, 12-3 in the first half?
Yes, 12-3, and then MOUZ run it nearly all the way back. What a comeback from mousesports. That bodes well for them going forward. But again, best of ones.
Yeah, impressive stuff there for NIP. And obviously, we've got way more coming up here on the street. We've got another 4 games, I think, 4 best of ones for the day.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
and we're going to find out what the matchups are. We don't know what the matchups are yet. That's right. So that was the end of our first round here on the A stream. Don't know what's going on the B stream just yet. But now we're going to get new matchups, obviously. Winners against winners, losers against losers. And we're going to see how it goes.
Yeah, it's going to be coming up. I guess they'll draw the matchups right now. And then we'll be back after the break. Stay tuned.
Yeah, thanks, Semler, and NIP Anders rolling it back. Guys, on the desk here, we've obviously got Maniac and Bless still been with me over the course of the day. Some amazing Counter-Strike being played. NIP, I thought they were going to blow MOUZ out the water. It started so well. You're at 12-3. You're sitting pretty. I'm like, wow, they're helping us out with the schedule here, lads. Let's run back to the desk. And, of course, MOUZ did come back. What do you make of it?
I think for the purpose of the narrative, we have to separate the 2 halves because these were 2 completely different games. It started with pretty much all the positive signs you were hoping to see from NIP. We're talking about Device being ultra confident, ultra strong in general with the AWP, even re-peeking situations he shouldn't. I don't really mind it. I want him to be comfortable. I want him to be confident. That is great. We have Hampus as well with the pushes down Banana, doing his best Yakinder impression behind the lines of mousesports. That was great. Great CD side for mousesports. And then the second half.
Yeah, the second half, like, until the very end, neither of these 2 teams were able to string together 2 T-side rounds, which is a little... Look, for MOUZ, they just got banged out, right? They won the pistol round very convincingly. They just got eco'd. They got a couple of rounds there, 12-3 half. We all wrote them out. Credit where it's due. Frozen delivered. He really showed up. I also feel Dexter was doing a phenomenal job towards an Arch area. You could see them gaining confidence, going for his individual plays, and just shutting down the side of NIP. But I have to ask a few questions of Nip's T side there. They were looking a little lost. They were telegraphing exactly what they were up to. And I kind of felt like at one point they were just like, yeah, we're just going to hit the site. They know we're going to be coming there, but we're still going to be out-dueling them. But credit to MOUZ for some incredibly well-thought-out utility usage, especially I felt towards the B side. They just kept stalling them. And when they came in, Frozen's like, hello, hi.
I mean, of course your defense is going to be so strong when you have Frozen able to time and time again have 2 to 3 kills whenever he is challenged. That is not supposed to be what's happening on the defense. If you have great utilities, you have a trade, maybe he's pushed out with Molotov, that's the man we were seeing on our screen right there. Yeah. He was a beast. NIP went in the T side with maybe a little bit of a simplistic approach, thinking, you know what, I'll be execute strong enough, we're going to close that game. But Frozen said no, and he said no multiple times, and he built pretty much as much time as possible for his teammates to warm up.
Yeah, I mean, I'll also point out as well one player that we didn't talk about pre-game. A player that has had, you know, question marks against him, Plopsky. I thought he had some very high impact rounds here. High impact, not necessarily in terms of stats and all of that noise, but actually doing what he needs to do to essentially enable some of the bigger names on the team.
And seems to be the name of the game for Plopsky, right? He's coming into this major not to be a superstar, not to be a hard carry, not all eyes on him. Just do your job. Just do the pure minimum you have to do in your position, because we know in the form that Rez, and look at this, you can see he's feeling the game right now. With the form of Defias and Rez and Hempus as well, this mention just needs to do the job. Just assure your trade, assure your one kid on the CT side, be out there, take some space on the T side, and it'll be fine. He's one of the players that kind of let us down a little bit ever since this new iteration, right? He used to be a rookie with great expectations, now tempered down a little bit, and he's going to have to do more.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key. I think almost they're asking him to do perhaps a little bit too much, because, you know, as I said earlier, they've got that factor where Linus, this, you know, real green player, they're trying to give him all the skills he needs to be an elite level performer. What did you make of Linus today, Bill?
I mean, he delivered, but here's the thing with Linus, right? Like, we talk about Device and we talk about Rez, and we know what they can bring to the server. Now, as we just mentioned, Plopsky, as long as he does a bare minimum, that's good enough. And he does the bare minimum at times. In fact, he actually steps up to the plate at certain times. We saw Hampus have a great game over here as well. We haven't seen it from Linus yet. I don't think, at least it jumps out to me, any particular game where they're like, all right, the chips are down, things are looking rough. Linus, deliver us from all, you know, from all evil. No, he's never done that. And I don't believe that's enough. Especially at this level, as we spoke about them maybe making a deep run, he needs to deliver something special, and he hasn't, unfortunately, shown anything. Again, not really his fault. He really hadn't had the opportunities to play too many big events, especially like this on LAN. But
without being too harsh on him, I also don't want to sugarcoat it, right? This LNZ and the way he's playing right now is going to be, unfortunately, a determining factor into a deep playoff or talking trophies. And that is the problem right now. You're looking at a roster which obviously has one player that's behind. He can have a couple of odd clutches here and there where you can sense that he kind of has a mind for the game, but overall he's one step behind. The same conversation we'll have it with Lucky and Astralis. Is the core of the team strong enough to carry him and kind of let him warm up to the level? But honestly, we've seen already quite enough of NNZ, and it hasn't really been overbearing. So I have my reservations. Personally, that's one of the reasons why I can't really see them lift the trophy, but he can make a lot out of me and out of everyone.
Yeah, thoughts about MOUZ? I mean, you know, look, we didn't expect them to win, but they went down swinging.
I like what I saw in the second half, I won't lie. I think Frozen, I'm just taking a look at the stats. Frozen went 15-4 on its CD side. Dexter as well, he was being such a thorn on the Astralis side towards that arch area. And they punished. And Robs didn't even have to do all the heavy lifting all by his lonesome, right? Acor went a little quiet for my liking on the CD side, but he did deliver.
We thought he would on.
But he did deliver on the T side. He actually, a couple of those rounds they won was instrumental because of Acor, even a pistol round, for example. But yeah, you need more than 3 rounds. If they maybe got 4, if somehow magically they got 5 rounds on the T side there, we could potentially have seen an upset taking place here. The fact that they're showing signs of life, everyone's performing, and they were looking like they were in control for at least a bit of a period of time over there, gives me hope that you know, they can still be competitive in the next game.
I just wanted to add, we have this recurring theme of the T side being kind of blocked on the side of MOUZ, where you feel like they don't really find the solutions. It's coming and going in this tournament, honestly. Not that they cannot put up a great wall on the CT side. We had another great example in this game, but I've seen too many times MOUZ just being stuck behind the doors of the T side, just struggling to find a solution. It is great that Dexter is doing well individually. If you ask me, he's doing better than I expected, just in terms of fragging out.
Yeah.
But I would like to see MOUZ able to kind of, you know, decipher the puzzle and find solutions on the T side, which is something we haven't really seen at all.
I agree.
And another sad example here, only 3 rounds, split apart with a pistol.
Yeah, well, look, we're obviously talking a lot about Device this event. You know, the most tenured sort of player on the team, the most decorated player in the game. He made the MVP here. Do you agree with that?
I do. I do. And in sort of a paradox, I said in my post-game analysis that he was sometimes over-peaking, maybe overplaying his hand. I don't mind it. I actually do not mind it, because I know that whenever it really matters, he's going to dial it back up just a little bit and make sure that he makes the right play. But what we need, what NIP needs, is Device to be feeling himself, to be feeling like $1 million and to make the difference. This is a win condition for NIP. We cannot just have Device playing well. He has to hit peak. And if you need to hit peak, you have to over-peak just a little bit. You have to get that confidence. So I don't mind it. In fact, I think the first signs are great for Device, and this is obviously a great omen for the fans of NIP.
Yeah, just that the fact you touch upon the art of tempered aggression, right? And that is something which separates the good from the great. And Device is one of the greats. We already know that. And like you said, sometimes when he's feeling it and he knows he can take things over, when you over-peak and just go in for the skills, go for it. Like, terrorize your opponents. And that is something which we know Device can do if needs be. And yeah, we saw good Devices. Sure, it did look a little rough there on the second half, but the fact that he went all guns blazing in the first half does definitely paint the NIP in a good picture.
Still feeling confident about them being in the Avicii Arena?
Oh, I said playoff. I stand by my statement.
I agree as well. I think they could potentially make a deep run.
All right, guys. Well, I think that's it, isn't it? You get to go and have a break now. We're swapping you out. So
we'll stick around. We'll be here,
soldier
around.
We love Counter-Strike. We love Counter-Strike. And we love
that's what I like to hear. Good stuff. Well, it's been great doing all the morning and afternoon, early afternoon games with you. So thanks for joining us. And with that said, guys, it's time to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be breaking down the next set of games. And, of course, we're going to be bringing in Thorin and Yanko. So you don't want to miss that. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm 2021. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We're partway through today. We've had the first round of games. We might talk a little bit about that, time permitting. We're certainly going to show you what we've got coming up. But I've been joined by some new friends who are old friends. Joining me on the desk, we have, of course, got Duncan Thorenshield, esports historian, arbiter of celebrations. He's got it all. And joining him as well, and you're going to be glad we've got him for the upcoming game. It is, of course, former coach of FaZe and MIBR, legendary analyst, not so legendary player, but okay.
Yeah,
it's Yanko.
Can't have it all, Richard.
Look, we got the legend stage going on, so obviously a pair of legends on the desk. It's amazing. Right, guys, I mean, obviously I know you've been sort of watching what's been going on over the day. Just any immediate thoughts about that?
Ooh, I think already you've seen how this is one of the classic factors of the fact that now the major is technically the previous week, which used to be called the major qualifier, because I always thought sometimes if you do well in that major qualifier, you don't drag it all the way out like the Heroics and the Astralis do. I think it's an advantage to play that. You get warmed up, you get the vibe of what the studio's like, you even get like good competition. I'm sure scrims aren't as good as these official matches. So I think what you've seen is some of the big names, people that everyone has in their pick'ems, they're looking a bit rusty. I mean, teams like Vitality, you'd have picked them to win some of these games. So I think that some of these teams are looking a bit rough, who are supposed to be the locks for your top 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The teams like Vitality, Liquid as well, falling victims to the slow start.
Some of us saw that one coming, of course.
Yeah,
Jason, that's why he got out of Dodge.
Yeah, but I think for that it's just a matter of, obviously the challenger teams already played some games here, and the teams flying in, right? For Liquid in particular, they haven't really played amazing teams recently. Even at the Blast Showdown, right? They played Mad Lions to qualify for fall finals as well. And we saw
Astralis.
Astralis.
Know team still, but fair play.
Yeah, and we saw Astralis in the challenger stage start 0-2 after day one. So, you know, it's going to be rough here. Many more good teams, and that slow start can come back to haunt.
I did see there was a very nuanced sort of advanced take on Reddit that maybe Astralis intentionally went down 0-2 so they could get more practice and get bedded in. So all I'm saying is, I think I know what EG's doing, guys.
Yeah, let's see about that. Why don't we take a look at the schedule and the matchups for this second round today? Remember how it works on the first day of each of these stages. You play your best of ones essentially almost as a seeding, so you play again in another best of one, so you will be, by the end of the day, 2-0 or 0-2, or 1-1. And you can see here how it's worked out. You couldn't have asked for a better draw, really, if you look here. You got G2 versus FaZe over there, game we're going to talk about in depth. I think Gambit Entropiq, with the history of all the CIS RMRs, that's crazy. Na'Vi VP is just a classic encounter at any time. And then Device coming back to play against Astralis at this early stage in the tournament. It's utter madness. Down there, Copenhagen Flames, they got the lucky draw. They got EG, so you know they're gonna be loving that. They're 2-0 guaranteed. You got Liquid versus ENCE. They need to bounce back. Vitality Heroic. That was a classic encounter a few months ago. It was like a rivalry for like the second place in the world. And FURIA MOUZ down there. That's an interesting one because both of them have lost, but lost with real tenacious performance.
It just tells you how close. I mean, how many good teams we have. Vitality Heroic are top 5 teams in the world, by the ranking, right? And they're playing in the 0-1 game, both lost their opening games, so it's really cutthroat. And the best of ones make it so that the room for mistake really is minimal. The team that makes less mistakes is going to win the game most likely. And yeah, either Vitality or Heroic are going to be 0-2 after today.
Yeah, I'll take that and I'll go further. Think about what that means once you get to the first best of 3s for elimination. You are going to have Liquid or ENCE, Vitality or Heroic. You can't get an easy matchup almost, like unless you fluke into maybe the EG one, for example. You're going to be in a really tough spot. Like someone's going to actually go out with this particular phase who might not actually have played anyone bad yet.
Yeah, well, look, speaking of phase, let's move it along and get to that first game, G2 versus FaZe. As Duncan was saying, there's so much rich history here. But I've got to start with you, Yanko, obviously formerly FaZe coach, good friends with Nico, who's over on G2 now. I mean, I see this as unbelievably high pressure for G2, really, because obviously Carrigan historically has done a number on Nico in previous teams, but hasn't beaten his G2 team since Nico joined. So Let's talk a little bit about the FaZe run and what you expect them to do here based on your knowledge.
Yeah, that makes it really interesting. You know, past 5 times that they played since Nico went over to G2, G2 had the upper hand every single time. But, you know, it has to be said, FaZe is looking really, really sharp so far ever since the major started. 3-0 in the first phase. Today gave EG a good old whooping Rain. You see him there, the back of Rain. Be it he had 33 kills in 22 rounds. Like, that was just an extremely dominant performance on Dust 2. So, you know, just going by that, you can go either or 2 ways. It's about time that FaZe finally beats G2, right? Because they have the quality to do so. But will it play a little bit against them, the fact that they haven't succeeded yet in taking them down?
I often did think, because those matchups classically, obviously, like Carrigan went back to FaZe, Nico left FaZe. I actually thought Carrigan got in his own head in some of those matchups. Like, they seemed to actually underperform in those games. It never lived up to the billing. But the difference is, that was a very different G2. That was one of the best teams in the world. They had a solid, if not super well-rounded map pool, and they had a team where it all worked. That is not the G2 that came to this major. No. And on contrast, FaZe, for all that talk we've said of, like, look, you put all your eggs in the basket at the major, you've promised you're going to do it on LAN, you can't say much other than that about FaZe. Like, they're doing fantastically.
And then obviously G2, Yanko, I mean, you know, Duncan said this G2 hasn't had it all its own way. It's really disappointing. You know, they were the solid 3rd place team, then they achieve a runner-up against Gambit. You know, you break that, against Navi, you break that kind of hoodoo, and then you just go 0-5 in groups in ESL Pro League, and I don't think they've recovered since.
They haven't, and I think the awful start and the management of the return from the break in terms of not doing a boot camp. I mean, there was 3 online tournaments and they played them all from home and boot camped in between. Like, that's just madness, like to me in today's Counter-Strike and in today's landscape. And that really hurt the confidence, the high that they were on after having a deep run in Cologne, finally beating Gambit, a team they couldn't come close to, right? That was a really, really positive tournament for G2, but you know, now you're at the major, and that game against Copenhagen Flames, I was watching it, and G2 wins both pistols, then loses the 2nd round. They get reset every single time in the first half. Like, a lot of frustrating rounds to lose, but they still managed to overcome all of that. Nico had a couple of big rounds, big clutch from Amanek, and they just closed it out on T side of Ancient. And G2 Online would have lost that game, I'm pretty sure, right? But that's the LAN buff that they get when they're together, when they're really feeling it. The trio really stepped up for them, and I think that's the formula moving forward against a team like FaZe. If you make the same amount of mistakes, you know, you're not going to be close, you're not going to be able to win that game. But they managed to scrape through against Copenhagen Flames. They can play on a higher level. This game can be really interesting.
We're going to bring the veto up, Duncan. I'll come to you. Obviously, this is your wheelhouse. What do you make of this, Mirage?
I mean, listen, that is like basically the favourite map of Carrigan in CSGO at this point in time. It's what he's always loved. Also, I will say, individually, probably Nico's best map ever. If you wanted to actually set up the storylines, they've done us a favour at this point in time. You've sort of met in the middle at this point. I will say, as much as G2 had the limited map pool, it's a best of 1, so you can't really punish in the same way you can in the best of 3. I think it's actually a good map pick for both. It's a map I love to watch both of them play, so I think we've actually got everything set up to be a banger.
And what do you think about G2's current state coming into this tournament? I mean, there is a weird spectre over the team, I think, in the sense that, you know, if let's
this is
say
a dead team, I'll say it right now.
Yeah.
Even if this team makes this, I would say, even if they make top 8, I would go ahead and predict. I'm not saying anything from behind the scenes here. I'm just saying as an outsider looking in, G2, the organisation, they don't mess around. Look what they just did with their League of Legends squad that had some of the great, like, Hall of Fame players, some of them potentially still around their prime. So I think you're going to see the same thing in the CSGO team. I think when this team fails to make a top 4 challenge for the title, they've given them all the rope, they've given them plenty of time and chance to perform. Only really Nico's properly injured. The other ones, it's contextual to who wants to stay, how you rebuild. I expect for 2022, you will see 2-3 people out this G2 line at most. And actually, FaZe Clan, as much as they're supposed to be on the chocolate block, they're going to change one player, I imagine.
Quick predictions then. Who's taking this one? Commit to it.
I'm taking FaZe for this one because actually, like the initial storyline, I think this is the time when FaZe is actually in the superior position. It's not just the Carrigan versus Nico story.
Yanko? I think so. This is the perfect map for G2 to make an upset, but I still think FaZe is too strong at the moment. They're going to be 2-0.
All right. Well, great to get your thoughts. Let's get into the action. I'm pumped for this one. G2 versus FaZe. Take it away, guys.
Yes, Richard. It's going to be a fun game on Mirage. I can't wait for it. Analysts all on the side of FaZe.
And as am I.
Yeah.
Are you going the G2 route?
I don't really know.
Come on. No, Anders.
I don't have any real
yes
stock
or no?
in either one of these. I know everyone's in the first.
Yes or no? You're not walking out of this one. I want a prediction.
Thing is, I've been so disappointed by G2 so many times in the past. I'm gonna go with FaZe. I can't have. All
right, there we go. We got it.
I can't deal with it anymore. I want to. I really want to, but it's been so. I've been scarred by G2. It's too much. They just. I can't deal with it.
It's so hard to get you to actually agree to a prediction, but we did it, guys. We did it.
We did it.
Anders, he actually predicted FaZe. It's just everybody going for the FaZe up in this match, and I think so because Rain performs great on Mirage. It's a home map for him. He always just smashes heads.
True.
Twist looks really comfortable on the map right now.
Yeah.
You've got two guys who are just bringing really hot firepower, and then you've got Kerrigan. It's pretty much his home court.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I feel like everything favors FaZe on this map in particular.
The thing is, I know a lot of people have maybe both G2 or FaZe in the 3-0 kind of category. One of these teams is about to be 2-0.
Yeah, somebody is, I think that's James Bardolph, right, who's actually still logged in, and he went 3-0 G2. I don't know what he's smoking right now, but
Steam account logged in. That's so dangerous.
And he's got some sick skins as well. Bardolph, you know, we're
had.
I'm not gonna say anything more.
Here we go. FaZe and G2 in a best-of-1 on Mirage to decide who is going to be moving into that upper bracket, I guess we could call it, the 2-0 position, which is absolutely a great spot to be in. And we're going to find out right now who it's going to be. FaZe, I think they can be considered the favorites as much as you can. Again, we have to really pace ourselves. Remember, it is a best-of-1, and it's very hard to predict that. It's just not the same thing. So, could be some interesting upsets here, without a doubt. Obviously, later on in the day, NIP and Astralis. That's a wild game that's waiting out there.
Where's their coach? Where's G2's coach?
I don't know. Out for a stroll?
Well, okay, because it looked like, well, was it Roban who was standing behind him? It looked like Roban. I didn't see his face.
Maybe we'll catch him a little bit later on. It's
possible. I want to get camera shots in the future of the coaches behind the players so that we can actually see who is there. Because G2 rely heavily on Medic. At least he was the one who created the roster, but we'll see. This is going to be a quick play onto the B-bomb site already.
Yes, it will. Flashbang to slow them down, but they're already jumping out. Smoke will block off Wolfmeister. Oh, what? He just jumped at him, and I didn't even know what that was. Wiggled his Glock in his face and just killed him. That's so ridiculous. 4 on 5, and the bomb is down. Good little boost and a good kill for Twist to take down Nexer, and it's back into a 4 on 4. And this is a very, very tricky retake. I don't know if he had a kit. Kerrigan probably did, so at least it's on the bomb site somewhere. Twist with another headshot, and a third one to add to it. Hunter, though, is wild and wrecking in the back of the bomb site, and Twist, they don't need to fight him. Just leave him alone. He's very low on health. He has to go and pick up the kit and defuse the bomb, and Jax will take him down before they even get closer. Good start for G2.
It's so weird to see Jax holding up in the B apartments. Usually he's the first body flying out onto the bomb site, and yet this time around nothing. And he's hiding. I mean, it's got to be Medic behind them. So no word on G2 changing up their coach or anything like that, so I'm assuming it's him behind. But we're going to get to Amanek charging out first. Amanek, though, the thing is, it's like if it was going to be anybody else, it has to be Amanek. Yeah, that's sick.
It's like he couldn't quite get the bullets out of the Glock, so he was like shaking it, like, get those bullets out.
That is sick. But yeah, Amanek, I mean, he could be that second guy to just step up. If the team need an entry fragger and Jax happens to be on the other part of the map, I fully expect Amanek to be the one taking point, and he can find kills. Good to see Hunter waking up with a couple of pistol kills as well. That'll feel good for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is the promise of G2, isn't it? Nico, we know that he's going to be good, but the Nico and Hunter duo is actually just so much fun to watch when it's working, so we need both. Kerrigan, nice scout shot to the dome. It's going to be Nexer to go down next. Olofmeister was lurking in the corner. Now it's a 5-on-3. Brokey playing it close with the Deagle. Again, it's been a little bit nerfed for that kind of close play, but it doesn't make it bad. It just means it's not going to straight wreck a whole team at the same time, but you can do a lot with it here. As you can tell, Brokey, no troubles. Actually makes the jump out and lives. That's ridiculous. Twist showing up with a shot, and Hunter goes down. Leaves Amanek at a 1 versus 4. So FaZe, very, very quick to respond here. Wolfmeister going to get the kill. They're going to be able to save at least a couple of Galils and a Mac 10 as well. What a great return.
Yeah. What a perfect follow-up round, and all off of a Kerrigan getting flashed and still hitting the headshot with that scout, baiting them onto that B-bomb site for Olofmeister. Deagle's still good. One-shot headshot still does the trick. So if you got the aim, you can still use that gun in such a volatile manner. And so Olofmeister finding the kill there, that's just G2 walking in one at a time to their deaths. Anti-eco hell, essentially. HE cheated top mid. It's going to set it up. Yep, nice 1-2 combo.
Yeah, that's great. Whether it's just one person like that, but if they were rushing out, I mean, it's just a good way to slow them all down. So, well enough played. 4 versus 5.
He's chilling out here. All right. Thought for a second he'd actually caught the guy on bench. Rain usually likes to play around here. And sure enough, it is Rain playing Firebox.
Yeah, don't give Nico too many chances either with the Deagle. Obviously, of legacy with that particular weapon, so just try and leave him alone if you can, or at least call in a little bit of backup. That's going to be not good of a nade. Thought maybe it would bounce a little bit further back, but still, they have a crossfire of sorts set up here by the window. All right, Roki's tired of waiting. He wanted to go for the fight. And they know where Nico is. They can probably even guess that it is Nico here. So 1 versus 5 against him. They're being respectful. They're sort of boxing him in. And finally, he's going to get a chance there. Roki will take him down. Good.
Still hits
good
that
job.
body shot. He hit 2 body shots on Rain.
Yeah.
That's, at range, that's scary. Nico is a freak with the Deagle.
Yeah, he's got some good highlights.
And that's right. It's not Robon standing behind G Fuel. That's right, or behind FaZe, because I don't think he could make the LAN.
Okay.
So if I'm not mistaken, it's their analyst. Man, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Fair enough. We'll figure it out, guys.
The internet will know.
Different setup here for FaZe.
4th round, and we've got pistols on the G2 side yet again. They would love a bomb plant. Could be nice for the following round. I mean, they're going to have enough cash in the next round to buy something, but yeah, the smoke, just go for it. You might as well try. There's no point in waiting too much longer. Galil, pretty effective here. Rain with the double so far, and they're just all trapped. And they're not going to get a bomb plant this time. Everyone nearly from FaZe has shown up here. It's going to be Brokey with a deadly round. Good triple on him. Just powerful start for FaZe, even after losing the pistol. 3-1 in their favor.
Double headshot on Twist nearly kills him. So this is as good as it gets. Look at the money now for FaZe Clan. After losing the pistol round, they have a fantastic bank going into this buy. And this is a buy round where they have to go for Galils in order to afford grenades on G2's side. So G2, they've hit a real stumbling block here early on in the game. And now we have to see them dig deep here. And it's looking like we'll get a default kind of approach from G2 in this round. And some aggression into Palace. 1-2 combination. That's what had to happen. Brokey does get that trade kill. So important. But now you've taken the lurk out of the picture for G2. This really hampers G2's strategy.
And it's so cool because, I mean, trading 1-for-1 is probably going to favor the T side most of the time, but it's a MAC-10 that they had. So it also is a little bit easier to throw that away. You're like, all right, well, we gave away a MAC-10 to take down an AK-47. That's probably a little bit of fun all on its own. They are setting up for it here. They got to be careful. Kerrigan is still hiding in that corner, and it's hard to check. They make the jump out, and Kerrigan keeps spraying. Instead of following the guy that's already out the window, he leaves that up to his teammate Hunter with a strong kill there to bring down Kerrigan, though. And Brokey, he's on the site, and he's feeling a little bit lonesome for backup. Amanek will take him down. Spray long range for Hunter. That is very optimistic. Rain, could he find the kill here? Amanek was already a little bit tagged up, but it doesn't matter. He's going to hit the headshot anyway, and it's a 2 versus 1. Olofmeister on his own here with a Galil. Very strange round. Just a lot of it decided by just individual 1 versus 1s in that B bomb site versus Amanek, and he came out on top.
You got to give it to Hunter, though. He hits that shot on Kerrigan. Don't know how yet. I think he was able to just barely walk up with the AWP, but that was a sick shot. Okay, now Olofmeister has the info. Now he knows. There it is. Turns it into a 1v1. He knows where both players are now for G2. This is so important.
I don't even think he faked running away. He just wanted to see if he could do it. Oh, it's close. He had the right idea. Nexa went and checked for him, but headshot will make the difference. That's really, really close. That was almost a clutch there. I think he, in his mind, he was like, if I relocate really quickly, maybe I could do it, but I think he changed his mind. Last second there. All right. Important round for G2 and Amanek in charge of, I mean, those two fights in their bomb site. If he loses even the second one there, it's a tough round to win.
He's a hero. He's a hero. So, once again, Amanek coming up with the goods for his team. A little flash over top mid just to keep things honest. Hunter going to go ahead and show some presence, but this is looking like it's going to be a quick play onto A, although a nice smoke into Palace could, slow things down. Once that smoke goes in, they're deciding, okay, we're going to go ahead and we've baited out quite a bit of utility here. And we'll leave our lurker behind. That's going to be Nico, just sitting up in Palace.
Speaking of utility, look at the grenades on G2, in spite of the fact that they won the round. But because they win it in a 1 versus 1, they've almost nothing to work with here. Nico going down to Rain. That is a big kill up in the A apartments. And the way that they were rotating, it looked like they wanted to do one of those strategies where they start to make some noise at B and push that. And when people rotate out of the A bomb site, you've got that late lurker in A that can shoot people in the back as they're running out. Obviously, that's not going to be possible any longer, so a bit of a shame losing Nico that early on. Run boost into the middle. Still got some time in this round. 50 seconds. Getting the mid control from all different sides.
This is, I really appreciate the fact that FaZe Clan are taking steps to eliminate that lurker in Palace. We've always said it, how important that role is on the T side to have that guy, because he keeps it possible for you to hit that A site, but he also makes it a threat if you hit B to catch the rotators, right? So Nico dying multiple rounds now in Palace has really hampered G2's abilities.
I don't know how Hunter wins that fight against Karrigan, because that just looked like it should have never happened. Karrigan maybe even could have backed out. 4 versus 3 now. Olofmeister spraying kind of in between them. Twist with some great tapping at range. And Brokey, I don't know if they know where he is. I think they probably do now. 7 seconds, 6 seconds though. They have to go for the bomb plant. Why are they spending time on this? They're going to win the round now no matter what. They needed to go for the bomb plant with one of them fighting Brokey at the same time. That is a little bit of a misstep. And a real shame for that, because they actually got close enough to the bomb site that it could have worked. I think they heard him scoping right at the end, so they kind of knew that he was on the site. Wow, that's a close round.
So close. But again, FaZe being proactive, catching Nico and Palace, I mean, that just forces them into mid. That forces them into an awkward situation on that B site later on. Karrigan somehow just really fluffed that duel with Hunter. You're right to point it out. But that kill from Twist, getting the trade on short, is so important as well. Everything coming together here for FaZe in these rounds. It really feels like it. G2, they had an explosive pistol that worked out really well. But past that, it's just been a clutch. It isn't really anything you can build on here for G2 in these buy rounds. So another round of eco coming up here for G2. A terrific chance for FaZe to build some more money and to build some more confidence.
Yeah, and because they had some of those really successful rounds earlier, it means even if some of these rounds are a little bit close into 2v2s at the end, they're still starting to build, you know, or they have enough bank to actually make these upcoming rounds work, and that's super important, right? Still 3,500 there on Brokey, 2,000 on Olofmeister. It's something to build on. Brokey will take down Amanek to start with, and the rest of the pistols here. Nico hanging around. There's the headshot to bring down Rain, almost catching Twist. He's actually going to try and make the jump for it there. Didn't want to commit to it, it seemed. Gonna have a chance for another fight here again. Oh, that's a spin. Dropping Karrigan. I was about to say, this is why you don't fight him. Just leave him alone. He has to get to a bomb site. But if you keep doing this, he's gonna keep taking the fight, and from the looks of it, winning it. Third one maybe coming in here. Olofmeister's thinking about Nico's got it red, and he'll pop his head as well. Absolutely disgusting round, but a classic as well. Nico's shown up for the major, and everyone loves it. Brokey and Twist 2 versus 4. Jax is just hovering over the window here. He's just won the round with 3 Deagle headshots.
What can you do against that?
Don't give him the opportunity. That's what you have to do. You have to try and avoid getting into that long-range fight.
It's just gross what Nico's capable of with the Deagle. He's always a threat. Dude, jokingly in the past, you've just said, you know, stop him buying rifles and just give him a Deagle every round. He'll get more kills. He is always a threat with that pistol. It's so sick. And well, now, does he find the shot?
That's where it is.
The answer is no, but you see the reason is, Anders, he had the M4A1. If he had the Deagle, it would have been fine. But no, had to use the M4A1, and he dies.
Wow, some of those shots were, again, I mean, that's where you, and, you know, on a team like this, maybe the first one you could be like, all right, maybe so, but some of these later ones here, this spin though is just disgusting, but
so sick.
You'd want for there to be a call from the top down, so presumably Karrigan sort of, you know, wait a minute guys, there's like 40 seconds, just they have to get onto a site to put the bomb down. While they're doing that, it's way less likely that Nico is going to be landing some of those shots because they're all running across the bomb site. So I would say it's only really a slight misstep because on the other hand, there just aren't that many players in the world that can do what Nico does. So it's maybe also hard to expect. 4-3 now, stolen round.
It's just one of those risks you run. But this kind of builds on that narrative, Anders, that these have been really weird rounds where G2, I mean, pistol round, 1v1 clutch, Nico getting 3 headshots with the Deagle. You know, it's these are kinds of rounds where you can't really count on that happening every single time if you're G2.
True.
So they're not out of the woods yet. FaZe Clan still shouldn't feel like they're out of, that like they've lost control of the situation. They just need to keep their heads in the game, and I think that was a good time for Kerrigan to call a timeout, just to slow it down, give them a chance to breathe and shake it off.
Yeah, it's a good point, and ooh, that's the
smoke.
Just Twist going down. He was getting a little bit curious there. I was going to say, I think on the other side of it, though, G2, this is also the kind of round that they need to build on, right? They need to fight. This is where everyone should get fired up and really start to put in some more kills on the board, because, yeah, you can't rely on Nico getting the triple kill every round. So just try and see if you can find some stability in that. Olofmeister getting that kill. Oh, the bomb, it fell in towards Olof. That is unfortunate. He's going to follow that up with a headshot. Yaki put down the Molotov and buy a lot of time. Can't believe, even though in the 2-on-3 here, Olof about to get shot at the back. That's a nice jump from Hunter. He himself is going to get caught jumping from Rain. Just everyone died jumping. Fair enough. Rain the last to go down, and G2 will win the round.
So weird. What are these rounds going on here, Anders? The bomb, even the bomb is conspiring against G2 in a way, somehow. Decides to fall into the ladder room. What is that?
That could have been really dangerous. Again, all it took there for Olofmeister was sort of hearing it or turning around. If he could have got that kill, it was a 2-on-2, and he had the bomb under his control for a while at least.
That's very cool to see Olofmeister coming up with some kills, though. A lot of, he's kind of just been trying to find his game again as he was brought back onto the roster out of semi-retirement. And, he was struggling for a little bit, trying to keep that 1.0 rating, but it feels like he's been powering up. IAM fall, he really rallied towards the end of that tournament, started popping off and having some big rounds. And, well, at least here, it was 8 kills so far. And so, if FaZe can count on him to come up, that's going to be terrific for them. And it's still early days. I mean, this is a map where it's really not until the very end of the map that you start to get worried, because it's still a 50-50 in terms of like 8-7 halves. It's really rare to see one side dominate the other.
Yeah.
So just be patient. We get to just kind of sit here and really enjoy these rounds right now.
Well, Kerrigan, he gets dropped, and they made the right call. A little bit late here in the round as G2 get the bomb plant down. They've still left Nico over on this A side. I guess it's not necessarily that bad. Just always got to be careful about giving away more guns. They've already had the 1 AK here on Olofmeister. But that means G2 are about to be in the lead, 5-4. And that is interesting. I mean, I think even worse still is that economy that FaZe had building so early on, it's been wiped out. So they are going to have to be a little bit careful here that they don't let G2 run away with too much. Because again, I think we've seen Nico hit some good shots. Hunter's up there as well. And Amanek, so a good little trio. Actually, probably plenty of a trio to make a best of one work. If they can keep that going and have those 3 people hitting shots, that should be really cool. 10th round coming up now. They're lacking some important tools now on the FaZe side of things, amongst other things, that AWP. That's something that they're going to need to find a way to get back on that CT side. That'd be very helpful.
I'm curious to see. Oh, well, go ahead.
Just the AK on Olofmeister. No AWP.
This is a real strategy that they're building off of. G2 getting Nexa down there fast, and this time it's Hunter. He will be backed up, though. He's not alone in Palace, but a very quick acceleration onto the A bomb side is what G2 are trying to go for here, with Nexa lurking in mid, trying to catch the rotate. Rain heard the footsteps. He knows somebody's on the bomb site right now, and sure enough, Twist getting caught. Beautiful work from G2 so far.
Yeah, this is working out so well, and they're going to be out of money once again. Nico will find the 2nd kill of the round for himself. Olof, unfortunately, he's going to have to try and save the AK once again.
Yeah. What a cool change of pace from G2. We've seen a lot of slow rounds this major so far. Teams really playing the clock, taking their time, forcing their opponents to use utility. It's not often that we see teams really just decide to change up the pace completely and accelerate quickly onto a bomb site. And it wasn't even necessarily a rush. It was just very quick moving off of Hunter, getting that kill from Palace early.
Yeah, and the fact that there was nothing to signal it means you're so caught when you're down there. You think, why are they that far out with no flashes, no smokes? What's going on? It can definitely be very disruptive. Olofmeister goes down. Jax will find him. This is such a nice return. They could have been rattled already, G2, right? You win the pistol, but then you lose the following round. They start to build all that economy. It feels like they were up 3-1 at one point, and now here we go. They're right back in the mix, 6-4 in their favor, starting to look quite fresh, I've got to say. And the money again is going to be wrecked on the FaZe side. Yeah. So, what is the solution?
Well, they're starting to pick up some pace here, G2. That's 3 rounds in a row now for them on the T side. Fully bought up with all the nades that they could want as well. So. It's a great opportunity for them to get a feel-good round now that FaZe have to go for an eco. Still, G2 have to be careful. Obviously, that was the second round of this first half that FaZe were able to upset them with a force buy. So they still have to be careful around these scouts and deegs. Don't want to be running into it one after another again. But I like this, just making a little bit of noise over towards Banana with, or towards B rather, with some grenades just to keep FaZe honest, and then they can work back over here for the mid-crunch.
A bit of a lean towards the A-bomb site, but I'm almost a bit surprised that FaZe aren't trying to do more of a stack in a round like this. This is the kind of round where if you could find a way to shock them and have that 4-man, maybe even 5-man stack at either A or B and just come out with a bit of a victory, that's the ticket right back into the game. Sneaking out as Olofmeister, I like that. And now they're gravitating towards. I think they read the fact that Olof hasn't found anyone as a sign that maybe it's going to be a B hit. Whereas, in fact, Rain is going to run into everyone. It's a pretty cool headshot, but it's not going to save them. This should be a pretty quick bomb plant here. Although, actually, G2 are slowing it down. I thought they would just go for it, but is that going to buy enough time for the rotation of the CT's bomb? We still have 30 seconds on the clock. There's Jax putting down the bomb, and it's being bodyguarded all over the place. They're making absolutely sure no one could peek that from middle. Olof, though, sneaking in. There's one shot. Oh, he's flashed for the follow-up, though. Can he still get it? There's an escape. I think Jax has made his way back, and he's going to take down Kerrigan. That is so fortunate. Jax coming in with a nice triple spray down. Olofmeister finally back for that kill that he wanted 10 seconds ago, but couldn't get because of the flashbang. And now, I don't know if he could do this. Again, he does not have a kit and no more nades either. So this is probably the best move for Olof. Even if it would be fun to see him try and go for it, it's not going to happen.
I guess who's living up to his name. Oh, he turns around. Both of them. That was so awkward. Hunter running with his knife out, trying to beat him, and Olofmeister thinking that they were hot on his heels. What a shame. Still, the Hunter is rewarded. Such a close round, though. FaZe are such a threat with these pistols. It's so crazy how much damage they're able to do each of these eco rounds. And yet, it is still going to be G2 picking up another one. 5 rounds in a row now for G2. This is really starting to pick up some steam.
I mean, yeah, it makes you wonder what would have happened if Olof hadn't got flashed. If he could have landed a second headshot on Jax, because then Jax doesn't get the triple kill anymore, and maybe they just actually win the round. 7-4, though. Hunter in the middle. Kind of walking into the smoke. If he gets a kill here at all, there's no one can rotate. Amanek jumping down. What a great entry. Doesn't matter that he dies. That is all he has to do. Olofmeister, he gets him in return. Hunter is hiding inside and Twist. Oh, he knows, but Hunter's going to get the vision back first.
Dude, Olaf.
That's the benefit. Yeah, he's all over the place, but Rain goes down. It's a double AWP. Now, do you want to risk it and try and lose it here? No scope not connecting. That's one of the rifles gone. Oh, man. This is a real good first half right now for G2. They're about to be 8-4.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is really just going to set them up for success. Now they win the first half. And if they can keep extending this from here, it's just going to shape up even nicer. I mean, now you're going to get FaZe Clan on pistols going into this next one. And so in an ideal world, G2 could run away with this first half and utterly crush FaZe Clan's hopes. We could have a rare performance here. But again, G2 stylistically very different right now. They are, because that was an aggressive play onto the B bomb site this time. Really just explosive behind the flashes and just throw. I think it's catching FaZe off guard with how aggressive G2 are playing this. They're not letting FaZe make plays for info. They're not, holding angles and waiting for the CTs to dictate when the action starts. G2 are the ones who are determining where the fight happens right now, and I think that's kind of throwing FaZe for a loop.
And realistically, when you look at the way that that plays out, if Amanek dies 1 second earlier and doesn't get the entry kill, the whole entire train that's coming up behind him could stop in its tracks. Suddenly, they could reset the whole thing. They could, throw out another Molotov on the ground or smoke themselves up and hide inside of the bomb site. So Olofmeister got that kill 1 second after his teammate fell. But that's the real difference. If you're an entry fragger, you know that. I don't think Amanek is upset at all that he got shot in the back. He's like, whatever. It's all fine. I did what I came here to do. 13th round. Jax is being set up now. Are they going to flash him in? He's really quick on the ramp, but again, the speed that you were talking about, they're going to continue with that once again. He's already out, firing at the boxes. Good headshot from Nexa. Karrigan was just curious, but that'll get him killed. Brokey on that AWP. Might already be time to retire it and try and save it, even if you want to do something here. You want to be a hero at that CT spawn position. Could easily lose you the rifle. Rain, he's crouched here at the edge. I think they've already heard the deagle. So they're going to be aware. Brokey can't see much of anything. Olofmeister is down. Rain, he's going to get swiped as well. And that leaves Brokey. And again, running is... it's just unfortunately the best choice. Man, what a hard game this has turned into. It's going to be 9-4. Good flick. But I don't think G2 care at all about losing these rifles. They've got so much money. They're not going to be saving in this first half at all.
They're getting completely railroaded in this first half is what's happening right now. I'm so surprised by this turnaround from G2. Oh, yeah. Can't catch a break, can he? They know.
He's boxed in. He's shot at the back. Amanek with a bit of an easier kill this time for him. 9-4 in their favor. 14th round. They have enough to rebuy the AWP. That is at least something.
Yeah, they at least have that. I mean, that was the round of eco coming up, so now they actually have some money to play with here. But they have to win out the remaining rounds of this half phase, or it's not going to go well for them. This could be the case of G2 also just playing up to the level of their opponents and this really working against FaZe Clan right now in this first half. As Nico, probably that one round gets G2 pretty fired up. All of a sudden that's changing it.
Jax again with the aggression, just running out here. Counter flash, and Rain gets into the bomb site, but they know that he's there. He's not going to stay alive for long. Yep, here come the Molotovs to put on top of him. Smoke will buy him some time. Actually, enough time for Brokey to show up, but now Rain is playing on top of it. Are they falling back? Yes, they are. They're calling the retreat, but Hunter, if he can beat them to the B bomb site, that's still worth it. Karrigan making the run. Did he hear it? Hunter, it looks like he's looking for it. He might have realized if he has, he's going to call it into his teammates, and they're going to be aware. They're already walking, but Karrigan scoped up. He's going to catch... No! It goes the other way. It looked like that should have been the kill. Jax, that's a really smart move. Almost could have called Rain. Probably should have won that fight. Brokey, though, he's got his back turned to that AK, and he goes down. He wanted to catch them up in the hallways. Brokey playing some 4 or 5 dimensional chess here, trying to catch everyone. But instead, it blows up. It's Amanek with a double kill in the round. It is a 10th on the board for G2.
And G2 are just looking terrific right now. Hunter, that's the key information. He's able to locate Karrigan, and there is no way that his teammates rotating in are going to get caught off guard at that point. They know where Karrigan is, and that's unfortunate for Karrigan. He just was not expecting there to already be somebody that far up. He had to take a risk, and it didn't work.
And it's possible that Hunter, hearing the footsteps, he doesn't really know if it's down on the
No, he knew.
catwalk.
He knew at
Yeah,
that
but
point.
well, he checks, so he definitely knows.
As soon as he
right?
clears it, he
but
knows.
That's what I mean. Like, initially, when he hears it, he can't know if it's catwalk or down below. So he just goes and looks and says, all right. Hunter goes down this round. Rain with a kill. Olofmeister going really aggressive. And I'm not sure why. Maybe wanted to help out Rain down in underpass. Either way, they both get killed. And now it's a 4-on-3. This is an incredibly powerful first half for G2.
Still leaving 2 alive here on A side for FaZe, and I think they're going to go for the gamble. Can they stack on A and just keep these 3 here and hope, cross their fingers, that this is where G2 is going to wind up?
Why not?
Yeah, it's looking like that's going to be the call from FaZe, and that would be a terrific gamble on their part.
I mean, there's almost no better call, is there? What you have 2 FAMAS and a deagle.
Dude, man, G2 have just got them downloaded right now.
But they might, I mean, keeping 3 people near the middle of the map, so you can go everywhere from there, right? If they show up middle, it's great, but...
Yeah, but now it's like, you know, they're not going A. So this is, you'll have to retake, unless...
Yeah, they're rotating, it's good. But, I mean, the fact is, even if they actually have 3 people on the B bomb, so it's like, yeah, but they don't have almost anything to fight with.
Oh, wow. No respect. Jax just walks through that smoke like it wasn't even there.
Yeah. Doesn't care. They've called it. Such a good call coming out here. G2 absolutely fired up. Straight headshot to take down Karrigan. And Brokey and Twist, 2 versus 4. What an incredibly powerful... Again, remember, FaZe won that second round after losing the pistol, and that's how they... I mean, That's how they got off to a little bit of a jump. Otherwise, they've been wiped out in this first half. This is absolutely dominant. Roki next to fall, Twist on his own, trying to take the fight against the rest of the G2 squad. It's not going to happen. 11-4 in favor of G2 in that first half. Well done.
Utterly destroying FaZe Clan. I just can't get over how they just completely controlled this end of that first half. You can't get around it. It's what, 8 rounds in a row that they managed to pick up? 9 rounds in a row. 9 rounds in a row for G2 on the T side. Total domination. And I bet you a lot of it has to do with that guy on your screen. Not that one, Hunter, but we just went past him, Nico. Because he's just going to be sitting here going, okay, Kerrigan, I'm in your head. I know what's going on here. I know how to fix this.
Yeah, I mean, and Nico was playing well. That one triple deal round that really got them fired up, it seems. But Amanek has been playing so well. Some of the entries that he's got have been absolutely crucial to this particular half. And I've just got to say, the whole team is looking really fresh right now. 11-4. What a demolishment so far. We'll see if it's going to change. Second half is coming up now. FaZe, they need to wake up in a big way. They need this pistol and then a lot more to follow up behind it. They have got a P250, actually 2 of them in play in this round, so they can try and equalize the distance of that USP. Always a good idea. Hunter, living up to his name, looking for the kill, taking down Kerrigan, who's had a pretty miserable game so far. He's 3 kills in the entire first half, and he's not going to get one of the pistol either, thanks to Hunter. But they get traded. At least it's a 4-on-4. And now they're going to try and see if they can collapse onto that A-bomb site. Running out in the open. It's pretty risky, but no one's found them yet. And maybe they could get a quick bomb plant here. You could see Rain, he kind of wants to do it, but he's not sure if anyone is going to be peeking him. So it's a bit risky while this is all going on. Amanek playing a game of patience against Olofmeister in the jungle at the moment. There's the headshot. Oh, Nexa, that's beautiful. And he keeps going. Triple headshot, wiping them out. And G2, they're going to win the pistol on the second half. And Nexa, a little bit quiet in the first half, but that was beautiful.
FaZe playing scared, Anders. There's no two ways about it. FaZe playing scared. G2 are the ones taking the initiative at every turn, it feels like right now. Aggressive rounds to finish the first half, and here, not even waiting for them to try and plant the bomb, just saying, okay, we're going to come in. You guys aren't going to plant, you guys aren't going to fight, we'll bring the fight to you. They are not letting FaZe get comfortable whatsoever. G2 are just completely controlling this map right now. It is so cool to see. This takes some real confidence, just some real confidence and just some disrespect. Just not showing any respect to FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I mean, this is really impressive. 12-4, Olofmeister. Looking to see if he can get some revenge with the Deagle. Which is a good idea. They've got a lot of them on the C side right now. So, we'll see. G2, even this smoke up here is something that we didn't really get to see too much out of when they were on the CT side phase. They kind of just went and fought Nico in the middle. Trying just to... Again, they have to get the bomb plant down eventually. Actually, speaking of which, the bomb is in T-spawn, so maybe they don't. They've just said the Deagles will either win or we're not even going to try.
What is going on here, FaZe? I mean, you're in a point where you could potentially accelerate onto the bomb site, but you don't have the bomb.
Yeah.
This is really disappointing.
I think they're doing that whole thing like, you know, you get to a new new shore, you burn the boats, so everyone is really committed to it, you know?
There's no backing out.
Yeah, there's no backing out. It's Deagles or nothing, baby. And not going to work out. 13-4. G2, they are... That's completely destroying FaZe. I'm shocked. And impressed at the same time. And again, like I said, I feel like I've had my heart broken so many times by G2 that I just... Do you get excited too early? Is it too much here? Do you feel like, should we be cheering for them? Or is it going to be another painful turn of events?
Well, what's going on right now with FaZe is what I'm wondering. Because, I mean, it still remains Olofmeister. Olofmeister's the top fragger. Now, it's good to see Olof hitting some shots. That's fantastic.
Sure, yeah.
But that's not the winning combination for FaZe Clan. Where is Twists? You know, where's Rain? Where's Brokey? What's going on here?
I mean, they have some kills, don't they? I don't know. If you look at the scoreboards only, you would not from that think, oh, yeah, this is a 13-4 game. You look at that, you think this is probably like a 12-8 type game, maybe. Something. It feels like it just should be way, way closer than it actually is. So,
just round after round bleeding out towards G2. Nicely done there, Rain catching out Nico. All right, so a little angle play now. Rain can actually start to infiltrate this defense. Maybe we can get a crunch going towards the A site. FaZe seem to think that that's possible. Twist was rotating around to T-spawn now with that bomb.
Rain, though, getting caught.
Yeah, dangerous.
Yeah, especially because the element of surprise kind of goes away when... Not that they could have guessed that he probably would have jumped in the window. They might have been thinking about that anyway. But now they definitely know. And he's been all the way pushed out. Down the middle we go. Nexa with a peek. He's going to go for it again. Rain, though. Quick on the trigger. He was dead 100% there. Brokey to take down Hunter, who I think was pushed in there by the Molotov that Rain threw.
Yeah.
He was actually herded towards it.
Do they get to have a round like that now, FaZe?
They've already given up. That's incredible. Rain doing all the work.
Oh, here we go. The man is the master of the pistol.
Now, I think we talked about this when Astralis were making that comeback on Ancient, how you can sometimes you can win a round and then that'll reset everything. Doesn't feel to me like this is that kind of round. This isn't some crazy thing. I mean, it's cool from Rain, but you need a lot more.
Yes.
They're gonna have to build so much behind this. It will be 5-13 at the very least. Such a long road back. This would be almost unprecedented comeback, I feel like.
Hasn't this been the tournament of comebacks, though, it feels like?
Yeah, there's been a lot.
I mean, it feels like we've had a lot of teams playing these rounds very close, and the pressure is just enormous right now. This is the major, after all, and these are best of ones, and so you can get ahead, but then, as we say in the past, as we've seen in the past, it can be very difficult to finish, to get the win, right, to end the map, and so we've seen a lot of teams fight back in these series, and I wouldn't count FaZe in there. I mean, it's a veteran roster on this team. I would not count them out. So now it's a question of whether or not G2 can show some fortitude here and just shut FaZe down, not even let them get any momentum going in this second half. Some early aggression over towards ramp, at least with the nades. Nexa holding close at the MP9.
Yeah, might actually be favored against the FAMAS here, just from the speed of fire, but no, Kerrigan.
Flash, Kerrigan somehow dodges that flash completely.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. And now they're going to be throwing every single nade they have onto the bomb site. Amanek is playing deep back here with the AUG in play. Can he hear that bomb going? You think he can, but he's not able to get the shot, and the bomb will be planted. So a lot of spray through the walls of smoke that are up around the bomb site, but nobody finding a kill. And now they have a hard choice to make here on the G2 side. Do they actually stick around and potentially lose the guns, or do they try and go for the retake? They don't have any control of middle yet. They're going to have to go for it. They just can't. They have to run because they're not controlling middle and all. The bomb is planted kind of for that position.
Yep.
They would have to run out and try and just sit on top of it with no smokes or anything. That's just not going to be happening. So they decide to save what they have, give another round. I mean, you can also, this is also something you could afford to do when you are up this far. That's maybe the other way to look at it.
Exactly. Don't lose focus. You're not really giving too much away here. You're just holding on to your guns, and you say, I mean, with 4 alive, you've got quite a bit of firepower here. You're just going to say, right, you take this one. It's fine. We're not going to give you a chance to put us on pistols and really break our economy, because now we can have 4 rifles with full nades, and it's going to be a very difficult round for you going into this one. So I don't mind this at all from G2. I actually quite like it. And in the meantime, on the other stream, Copenhagen Flames have murdered Evil Geniuses 16-2. So that's that series done, and Copenhagen Flames just continue their reign of terror.
That is pretty impressive.
Yeah. So that would put Copenhagen Flames 1-1 now, so that'll be interesting.
It's not a bad position to be in. Rain sneaking in around the smoke. Got to be real careful here. Nico looking down towards underpass, but he's going to get taken down. Rain with a perfect timer to catch him there. Molotov goes deep on the other side, and that can give them a ticket in towards the ladder room. So they're going to be able to hang out there for a minute. 4 on 5 now. Hunter.
Ah, clever.
Yeah, trying to get that job done.
That is cool, using the audio cue, trying to bait a response there, trying to bait him into the bullets.
Yeah.
Can they make their way through here, though? Nexa is thinking about it. And... oh, Kerrigan's a split second too late.
USP, that's so scary. I mean, if he would have found him, they might have been dead anyway. A little bit of a setup here. Oh, but it gets destroyed. Rain pushing right through and knocking down both Amanek and Jax. That's actually crazy. He just wiped out the defense completely. Rain is here to win this game back for sure. He's finally going to go down, but it doesn't really matter now. Hunter in a 1 versus 3, and he's going to get stopped by Brokey. This is a different Rain from the one that we saw in the first half, and that should be cause for concern for G2.
Well, Rain is, I mean, Rain, we've been saying it for a while now, right? Rain is a LAN player. Yeah. I think this online period has made him jaded. He's not interested in it. He's like the Astralis guys. You know, he's just done it all online. Why is he bothering playing online? Online doesn't interest him. LAN is what interests him. It's his environment. It's where he thrives. And I think we're starting to see him come back into shape now. Now that we're actually getting back on LAN, we're having some competitions. We're seeing the best Rain that we've seen in, 18 months. So it's really good to see him come back into form here. And he has turned out to be a real heavy hitter for FaZe that Kerrigan can count on. And I mean, He's great at it all, right? Pistol rounds, solid. Rifles, also good. Can clutch. He can do it all for Kerrigan. So imagine Kerrigan. He's got to be overjoyed right now that Rain is just coming back into form.
That's such an insane play. Edge of the smoke, right as Amanek was turning around to try and help out inside of he was worried about the B hallways. He wanted to have the crossfire set up there. And they're gone. 7-13. It's now just a 6-round gap. Twist running up to the bomb site. There is a big stack here, but it's all pistols. Ooh, oh dear. That's a problem.
Crouching into a Deagle crosshair.
Yeah, you just wasn't expecting it. See if they can pick up the rifle. Yep. Nexus got its hands on it.
Oh, okay. I mean, you can't lose to another pistol round here, FaZe.
No.
You can't do that. That would just be unforgivable.
Problem is, when you lose a player early on in a round, like, it can send chills down the entire team, right? Suddenly everyone's like, ooh.
Yep. You start out walking on eggshells.
Yeah, no one wants to make that next mistake. So they're really fast spread out as well. Rain, again, I guess you have to take the leash off him here because he's been hitting every single shot. So maybe it's fine to just say run into the middle Rain and kill some people. But ultimately, there's no one that can revenge Rain, right? If he goes down here, that's just it. There's no follow-up to it. So I am a little bit worried about this. The rest of them are grouping up towards the A ramp. There's a 3-man setup here. Actually, Hunter is not that far away in middle as well.
And they're going to lurk their way out. This is filthy.
They have to be careful about Amanek, though. I mean, they're making some noise now, so this is definitely being heard. Should be calling in the rotation from the other side. Rain trying to get through. Nico, nope. Hunter shooting him in the back. And now it's a 5-on-3. 30 seconds. No one's checked for it. They don't know that Amanek is here. All he has to do is take a step. Oh! All of them with the save. Nico with the headshot. But Kerrigan is back, and it's still going to be the round. I don't think Jax even realized. He's like, is there more people? Nope, they're all dead. Go defuse that bomb. Oh, that happened quick. It's almost blew up for them. Amanek, like he's thinking, he can feel it. He squeezes that trigger, and then he's dead. That nearly was the... That would have been so devastating.
I'm so amazed, though, that they start running. Why did they start running? I don't get that they give the audio cue like that. The whole point of them walking around there without using utility, without using smokes or flashes or anything is to just have the element of surprise, except that as soon as you hit ramp, you started running. So the guy holding Shadow hears it immediately.
I wonder if maybe what happened is that Rain got spotted in middle, so he might have just called out and said, the game is over, like, game's up. They know I'm coming, right? So if they see me lurking, maybe they can guess the rest. So maybe it was something like that. They were just like, all right, it's all up, you know.
That's really interesting. Very curious, but I mean, talk about a windfall for G2. Another monster round for them to win. Yeah. Just off of pistols, I mean, they have had 2 critical rounds go their way where they've just had deagles. And now FaZe, I mean, talk about demoralizing. You're going to have to just play perfectly from here on out to avoid overtime.
Oh, Jack's turning around, but they're all coming from good counter flash as well. I don't think Kerrigan could see much of anything. They will get the refrag, and that's worth it. Now it's a tricky 4-on-4 here. Molotov will relocate Rain. He's not going to stop planting the bomb, though.
Yeah.
And another tough call to make. You can hang around and look for a kill. If you make it a 4-on-3, you could go for it. But in terms of the money, they don't have that much to throw away. So this is a hard round to try and go for.
I think you back off now. Are they really going to go for this?
Oh, grenade on top of the Molotov. Roki, he just runs right out and executes Nico. That's not bad. Olaf is going to go down, and they are actually doing it. 3 versus 1, and the bomb, it's planted here in the open for Twist. He could go for it, but Hunter will take him down, spins around, and goes straight for that defuse.
Oh, he doesn't have it.
There we go. I think they still have it. It was Amanek that had the kit. It's going to be down to the wire. Amanek. Oh!
No way.
It is so close. Oh, no kit on the first player defusing. By the way, Hunter with a triple in this round. He is up to 21 kills. That is absolutely crazy. 15-7, and it's G2 on match point.
Well, that's just a kick in the dick, Anders.
Yes, it was.
That's unreal that they get that defuse there, and they could not have cut it any closer. Could not have cut it any closer. What a round for G2. And that was a buy round as well, and the setup was there.
I've got to say, the HE and Molotov towards the truck where Brokey was standing, he shouldn't even have had a kill on Nico. He probably should have just been dead. And that would have made it an even more one-sided retake. So
Yes,
I mean, that's a great combination of throw.
And you think when Twist goes into retakes like that, he's got such crazy snappy aim. You think that's a situation that actually kind of favors him because he's just so quick with his aim. 1v3 like that in a series of duels, but he uncharacteristically messes up the second fight there and just
and the bomb was kind of
not able to pull it.
Yeah, and the bomb was even planted for him, right?
Yeah.
He could have probably done a little bit more, but
tough.
15-7 now. One more round, and Aminek starts it off real well, taking down Carrigan. Down to 4-on-5, and they don't have almost anything to fight with either FaZe. They're actually in a fair bit of trouble here. It was going so well. Rain was in charge of the comeback. He was just plowing through this whole second half, but now he's been stopped.
Yeah, just can't. I mean, just so much respect right now for G2 for keeping it together. Despite FaZe coming up with a game plan here, it just feels like G2 are the ones to come away with the critical rounds. And it's really just been the G2 show ever since the very beginning of this map. Since like 5 rounds in.
Let's see. Aminek back here. No smoke up to block him right now. They're probably going to need that if they can get it. They have another one left, so it might be worth getting rid of him. Also a lurk in the middle from Olofmeister, but he's not going to win the fight. Nico, yeah, he knew that was part of the push. Next, I will take down Rain. Oh, it's definitely done with here. Twist is going to be falling, and Brookie on his own with a deagle. Nothing that he could do. G2 with an absolutely oh, good headshots, but it's 16-7. G2 pick it up in a best-of-1 against FaZe. That is a brilliant result.
Wow, and well, none of us predicted it. None of us predicted this. We all thought that FaZe would have it, that G2 were looking a little weak right now, not quite sure how they were performing. Well, going up against FaZe, I mean, that is just a terrific performance for them. They just utterly murked FaZe, and FaZe, you know, some of us have them as favorites at least to make it deep into the playoffs. So
yeah,
this is a little bit of a speed bump here that FaZe have just hit, and we'll see how they can bounce back in the future.
I mean, tremendously well played. Again, it didn't really start out favoring G2. They actually had to fight for it pretty much right off the bat, and it looked like it could have gone either way at the beginning. But I mean, even say FaZe, apart from maybe Carrigan, who had a pretty tough game, everyone was keeping up in terms of frags. It's not like they didn't have an output. Just G2 winning all of the most important rounds.
Let's just put it that way. It's just G2 coming away with 2 massive deagle rounds.
Yeah,
Eco rounds that just completely threw any momentum that FaZe had generated, just threw it away. And then FaZe, I feel like they just kind of got lost after that. They lost a couple of those big rounds, and it really just screwed them up.
And I mean, you mentioned the change of pace as well.
The pistol round, yeah, the change of pace. That was what I was about to go for there.
They were so quick, right? That when they were on the T side, they just kept surprising them.
Well, the second half pistol kind of says it all. Just how passive FaZe were playing it, scared on the A side, not wanting to move or take a fight. And G2 were just like, well, if you're not coming to us, we'll come to you.
Yeah,
just smashed them.
Crazy times. All right, well, that was an exciting game. We'll throw it back to the panel.
Thanks a lot, guys. Well, there you have it. We've got plenty to talk about on the desk. Just an update as well for people watching the mainstream. Obviously, we have had EG lose there again to Copenhagen Flames, 16-2. An absolute battering. Duncan, there was some sort of cheeky prediction there that you made.
The problem is, I've been to so many majors and tournaments. I normally just pick the favourite until it's like a point where I have like all the great reasons. I had no reason to pick EG. I just thought this is one of those games where, you know, Copenhagen Flames has all the hype. Everyone's underestimating EG. What I didn't know was, bizarrely, even though they already travelled over to Europe, they already have been here waiting for the tournament to start. Apparently, the TSA just did the cavity search right now to check if they brought any contraband with them. Turns out they have nothing at all. No hidden depth.
No, nothing at all. But, you know, this was an interesting one. FaZe have been really, really good. We've been singing their praises. They come up against G2. Sure, we didn't know which G2 was going to turn up today. So I just want to start with you. I mean, G2 dominated again. It's another win for Nico against Carrigan.
Yeah, that was really impressive from G2. And today they've been impressive, especially on their T sides, right? It was something like 9-3 against 9-2 against Copenhagen Flames on ancient T side, and 11-4 today. And they were down early on in those halves, 3-1 against Flames, 4-2 down here against FaZe. And listen, it was a team effort. They played well as a team. The calling was good. Like, they covered all the bases. But still, this round from Nico right here, this was the momentum switcher, because from this point on, they won every single round in the first half, right? That was an eco round where they just had the Eagles, no armor, and that really also broke the economy of FaZe. They bought the next round, but that's where Eminem got the kill on Twist through smoke, and they just did a B split where Brocky was also caught a little bit off guard, and from that point on, G2 just ran away with the game.
What did you make of them?
This is the first time we've basically seen the FaZe we saw for the last 3-4 months at this point in time. Like, the FaZe that was in the previous portion of the tournament, the one that played the game 1 here today, that was some sort of like throwback era. Rain's having incredible games, Carrigan's having incredible games. Olofmeister even top fragged the map in the previous phase of the competition. Like, basically, we're waiting for them to come back down to earth and have a bad game, and this has been something of a screamer. They weren't particularly in this game, especially when you consider they actually basically broke back at the beginning of the game to basically have a chance to maybe win the first half, and then they couldn't even get anything like that out of it.
Yeah, but you said as well, you know, that everything kind of went well in your mind for FaZe, right? They get Mirage. We know how much Carrigan loves that map, you know, but you did say there's this sort of element to them where perhaps this rivalry is getting a little bit inside of their heads because, you know, Carrigan, I think, wanted to make a big statement again. For
sure.
Yeah, Nico's one of the best players in the world, and he's been disparaging about one of the best IGLs in the world. Obviously, you know, both people want to prove each other wrong.
Yes, I mean, obviously it's the same scenario we're going to have later with the NiP versus Astralis thing. It's like you want to prove the star player that left, like you were sort of wrong, like I can do it without you, but the star player at the end of the day in the game, the star player is the better player. They can obviously have the bigger performance. And I actually do think if you just look, it's only against G2, bizarrely. Against all of his other ex-teammates, Carrigan wins all the time, even when it's Astralis and they're the greatest team ever. But against this particular G2 lineup with Nico in, Carrigan himself struggles individually. And you see, where are the T-sides? Like, this is your map, dude. You're supposed to go to work. Yeah, the first half was pretty bad at the end, but you could have, absolutely, you've put together a big string of rounds. You could have made it close. It was never really a close game, and that's with that nightmare round with Amanek with the deagle. Like, I don't really know what's going on.
Is that when you screamed?
I think it was more of a shriek. A shriek of horror.
Like a banshee out there.
It was a shriek of horror. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. I think, you know, luckily G2 still won that round, and that was another half buy with a couple of saved guns. But if they lost that, Amanek, you know, he would have had nightmares tonight.
Yeah, for sure. G2 then, let's talk more about them to the victor of the spoils. Obviously, no one's out of anything yet, but do we feel that G2 are just primed now, right, for a deep tournament run?
This is obviously going to boost their confidence and give them some momentum, and I also think this was the main way they get to playoffs, being 2-0 after day one. I don't think they're going to be 3-0. I think eventually they will find. I think their weakness is the map pool, right?
Yes,
like Mirage, I was surprised by how good their Ancient was today, but I think that's where they're going to maybe run into some problems. And if they meet a team, doesn't even matter how good they are, but the map pool matches in a sense where G2 can get Mirage and Inferno, or maybe even now Ancient looks good. I don't know how good their Dust 2 is after the update, but if they get a favorable map pool where someone doesn't punish their, you know, Vertigo, we'll see maybe a better team on Ancient, something along those lines, then I think G2 makes it into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think just because they've got 3 best of 3s to potentially play out here, I agree. They don't go 3-0. They don't beat whoever they play next. One after that's probably question dependent on opponent. But if you go to the 2-2 game at the end, odds are actually they're going to be in a pretty good spot at that point in time. They might actually be the better team. So I think map pool is still an issue. Probably the saddest part about the drop-off of G2 is it wasn't just tournament placings. It wasn't just individual form. The whole map pool just fell apart. They went from being a team that had to be really good on 4 maps, but they were pretty good on 4 maps, to being a team that, like, they barely even had a home map coming into the RMR. So pickup's definitely what the doctor ordered, but I'm still far from kind of convinced that they're a team that are going to make a deep run here.
Okay. And I think for FaZe, I think they're still in good shape. It just seems FaZe is in this twilight zone sometimes on Mirage, right? Like they're a solid Mirage team, and then out of nowhere there's just a pretty bad loss. Remember the RMR and the loss to Fiend that almost knocked them out of the major. Like it wasn't in their hands anymore after they played the 9 to 12 place bracket. So definitely something there, maybe perhaps for them to figure out, but they still looked really solid in the first phase. The experience that we've been talking about, I think you see them as well still in the playoffs.
So yeah, no panic stations for FaZe yet.
I don't think so. I mean, again, the key thing for me is once they get, which they guaranteed to, into all those best-of-3 series playoff scenarios, like, that's where Carrigan can go to work in the veto. That's where Ancient can potentially be a punish for the opponents. Like, what's bizarre about the Ancient as a map is it was supposed to come in and make everyone play Vertigo. Half the team still don't play Vertigo, so I feel like, actually, if you're shrewd, if in scrims it's going well enough, you absolutely can mess with a lot of these teams in the veto, and they might not know where you're going.
Just tells you how bad Vertigo is as a map.
I know, we're all aligned on that one, I think. All right, guys, well, thanks for your thoughts. What we're going to do now is we're going to throw to a quick break. When we come down, we're going to be breaking down the next game for you, so make sure you join us.
Coming up next, Gambit versus Entropiq.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm 2021. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We have got the Russian percussion in the house, Gambit versus Entropiq. And we're going to talk about that matchup now with Thorin and Janko. So, we wondered which Gambit was going to turn up because a lot of question marks about this team, you know, whether they're pretenders to the throne or the legitimate kings of Counter-Strike. There we're off to a great start. But the revelation, I think, people are talking about Copenhagen Flames. How can you take your eyes off Entropiq? Elian, one of the players of the tournament, he's having his breakout moment. I'm really excited about this, actually.
I am, and we will try to paint the picture, you know, like this can actually be a low-key close game.
Yeah.
But I don't think it will. Like, even with the domestic matchup, last time these two teams played at the CAS RMR, it was 16-0, 16-4 for Gambit. They 16-0'd Entropiq on their own map pick. And every time they played each other in these RMRs and so on, in the CIS region, it wasn't really ever close. It was always 2-0 for Gambit. Mirage and Vertigo were, you know, the most played maps and so on. So this is really going to be an uphill battle. It feels like a way in is only if Entropiq starts winning, because like Gambit never had to play from behind against them.
Yeah, the trouble is, Entropiq actually probably a surprise factor against many teams. I expect in this phase they'll actually be maybe on the borderline of getting to the round of 8. They've shown us it in the first phase of the tournament.
Sure.
If I told you this was a team that in recent history lost to 9Z in a best of 3, a whole bunch of teams basically, Mad Lions, that lineup, like you would think they'll never do anything at the major. They hit the ground running. They were looking really nice in the last phase. They actually comfortably got into this particular portion. They weren't in the 2-2 games. As we say, the stars, you're supposed to say, well, of course, they've not land proven. Didn't matter to Ellie, and he's been doing great so far.
Yep.
The problem is, this particular opponent, like Janko says, has their number. By the way, on paper, might spiritually still be the best team in the world. We don't know how those Na'Vi players are going to play, and they do survive off individual performances. Gambit is just a fantastic team. We don't know yet if they're going to be the major champions, but as they showed in Cologne, it takes a lot to beat them. They are what they are online. They're just not quite as dominant.
And something that also Gambit has going their way, you know, in the first half of the season when they were the #1 team in the world and so on, they were playing a lot of tournaments. They also committed earlier before they knew how good they were going to be to some tier 2 tournaments. So their schedule was packed. We see them this time around for the second half of the season. They are going with a more relaxed schedule, obviously not a blast partner team, and already qualified for the finals, right, for the global finals. So having more free time in terms of that to just practice and come up with new stuff, focus on the new update as well. And I loved what I saw from them today. Very even across the board, a team effort. You could see they were very composed. The communication was good. You know, that's the only way you can really that they can underperform if they get nervous, and they didn't seem nervous at all in the ENCE game today.
Because to me, that is the key factor, as Janko says. They are a one-man team. Gambit is arguably the most complete team in Counter-Strike right now in terms of the roles. Everyone delivers, and they have 3-star players, and thus far when they were at Cologne, none of them underperformed. So if you're going to have 3-star players, it's going to be hard to get an upset against them, even in the best of 1.
Well, so Entropiq, are they a one-man team? I mean, is it just about Elian, or do they have other parts that could really make them have a deep run here out of nowhere? They could be maybe this major's Quantum Bellator fighter.
I think they have other parts. You know, Lucky was playing really well today. Usually he isn't the guy. Nickelback, I think, is one of the players that we don't mention as much, and we should. And then you have Krad and Forrester. They were part of that, you know, Dream Eaters lineup that made, was it the Berlin Major? Like they made it into the last phase, this phase, top 16 phase, right? So there is some experience there. Obviously, Hooch is their coach. He's behind them. Duncan, I'm sure, going to tell us more about him. But this is also a team that's more than just Elian.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would agree with that entirely. First of all, as you said, probably a little bit underrated, some of the experience. I mean, some of them have been at a major. It's not like they have a nobody as their coach. They have actually, by the way, one of the most tenured players in the history of Russian Counter-Strike.
An absolute legend.
Yeah, if people don't know, he was in the same Virtus.pro team that the Gambit player, Groove, the coach of their team, who's a super old school guy, he's in the same squad as him. And you notice he was in Gambit himself previously as a player, I think maybe even as a coach at one point in time when they were becoming one of the better teams. Yeah. So, yeah, they've got kind of like the pieces around them. And it's just actually the poise they've shown so far on LAN. I know we're not really in the stage environment yet. And by the way, that's still the thing I'm wondering about with Gambit. We're just not going to get it tested here. What happens when a crowd's there? But right now, when we're just playing in the tournament area, Gambit's shown they're good enough. Entropiq, I'd like to believe, because it's the best of 1, they can give them a chance. It's just, yeah, you've got the history kind of going against you at the moment in the matchup.
Yeah, and so Gambit, you know, we kind of keep hitting this note about why do you guys think it is they haven't gone over with the general community? It's so strange to me. I think for the first half of the year, they're easily the best team in the world until Na'Vi really brought Bit in and basically kicked into another level. But they don't seem to be particularly like adored in the way usually the #1 team is.
I've got an angle on this.
Yeah.
First of all, I will say, when Astralis was #1 in the world and they had their era, people forget this. The first half of their era was the whole of the scene, fans and even some top teams included, in denial. Just sort of going, well, maybe the top 5's just not strong at the moment, or it's because Valve changed the map pool and took out their permaban, or you know what? It's actually just because, Olaf Meister went out of FaZe. There was a million excuses. So I feel like, unfortunately, people think it's boring to be a really well-rounded and tactical team. People want it to be a one-man show. They want it to just be a highlight frag fast. So I think in this particular case, people just haven't given them their due, because the eye test, you have to have sort of a nuanced eye. They're the thinking man's team for me.
Absolutely. They're beautiful to watch as a team and what they do, and I think it's a lot of new names. Like you can't get warmed up for them. You haven't seen them as much, but I think they're getting more and more fans. I think it's a great story. They have some great personalities. For sure. With how much they've been winning in the first half of the year, been doing a ton of post-game interviews with them. Hobbit is a great guy. I think that's a great redemption story for him. Sort of a comeback story.
Last time PGL had the major, obviously he won.
Gambit won.
In Krakow.
Yeah.
So look, we can take a look at the veto now. Let's do it and see what map we've got. Obviously, there was Overpass earlier left in.
That's a yikes.
Yeah, that's been taken away from Gambit there, and we end up with a Vertigo. So, initial reactions to that, Duncan?
Here's the problem. Usually what gives teams such as Virtus.pro, obviously the classic one is Na'Vi, a chance against Gambit is they just perma out the Vertigo, and that was the map that if you go back in time like 3 months, this team had an absurd win rate and they were basically unbeatable on it, Gambit. So this is a very bold scenario that Entropiq's letting it through, and Gambit, they're just going to potentially get to show you absolutely everything in the bag.
That's what I'm going to say, Yanko. I love the ballsiness of this. Obviously, they've just beat Liquid on this map, Entropiq. They're feeling it, right?
It's the ballsiness a little bit. It's also lack of choice, really. They don't have many places to take this against Gambit, especially looking at how the overpass was the other method. I mean, Gambit put themselves on the spot at IEM Katowice with their overpass, won every single time in the playoffs and so on. And if that map is really back for them, a lot of teams are going to have problems. And I think Entropiq, I think you're 100% spot on, Richard, just from that win against Liquid, giving you a little bit of extra confidence. You can play that same map. Today it's going to be an uphill battle no matter what, but it's one of those tick all the boxes with the upset.
Yeah, and obviously, Gambit, you said, had this phenomenal win rate on the map. I mean, for me, it just feels like, with Axial and Shiro, there's just like so many options on that T side. Is that going to be a feature we're going to see here?
There is, but the feature player for Gambit on this map is actually Nafani, the in-game leader, because he's the point man at A ramp, which is the crucial part of Vertigo, and both on the CT and T side. And similar like you have it with Yekindar for VP across all maps and on Vertigo, that's Nafani here, and he's actually really good at working his way around the smoke, sometimes being aggressive and catching you off guard. So I think he's like a lot of rounds get decided there, but I think against a team like Entropiq, that doesn't even have to be the case for Gambit, because they're such a well-rounded team.
All right, well, we are going to wrap up our segment there, and I think we're actually ready to get into the game. So that means I will throw you over to the casters. It's Anderson Semler. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, good setup, I believe.
Thank you, Rich. I got him. Thank you, man.
You caught it.
I got him.
Good times.
Awesome.
I think it's a good setup for this particular game. I mean, I'm glad that I'm not surprised that Duncan and Yanko are kind of have the right perspective, I think, on Gambit. But I think they're right in the sense that, many people tend to underestimate them. I just think, like Duncan was saying, it's a little bit boring to watch. I don't think so at all either. I think that they're a really cool team.
I think that Duncan makes a very good point. Yeah. They remind me of old Astralis.
Yeah.
They remind me of Astralis, where it was just methodical, clean, no weaknesses in their game plan. You had no way to punish Astralis. And it feels like when Gambit are playing well, it looks powerless. It looks like their opponents are powerless against them, and Gambit can just do whatever they want. So it's super cool to watch.
Yeah, and I think it will be. I think it'll be a really tough game here for Entropiq, even though, to everyone's surprise, they've been playing really well. That's super cool to see. It's always good to have those kind of upset stories here at the Major.
Oh, yeah.
Them and Copenhagen Flames, the other team maybe right now everyone's excited about. I think this is going to be a cool game. Vertigo is where we're gonna have the battle. Gambit, they are a good team on that map. There's no way around it. So I think this is going to be real tough. There really are no weak spots on this particular on this team, and I think they have They have such an incredible amount of mental fortitude. I've seen Gambit sometimes down a lot in some crazy games, and they just seem unaffected. They bounce right back. It doesn't matter if you're up 6 or 7-0 against them. They're just like, yeah, whatever. We're back. We're winning it again. It's hard to deal with.
Warming up. It's good. You know,
please
make sure the mouse hand is good and ready to go.
Yeah. Yes.
There you go.
That's important.
Listen, it's important not to go into a match stressed out, Anders. You need to relax. Make sure that you can focus.
I mean, there's a lot of gifts were made in that moment right there. Don't worry, the internet's forever.
Yeah, it's not going away.
It's gonna be a best of one, of course, and we just learned when we had G2 and FaZe that this is the kind of thing where you know, like upsets can happen. Best of one games. Same is true for this one. I feel like that's worth remembering every single time when you guys are making your picks or whatever it is, predicting the games. You have to just think about that.
The big thing here is though that we got onto Vertigo, and it just always feels like it's a Gambit playground. Although Entropiq did do well earlier on Vertigo, so I mean you can say that they're warmed up perhaps, but I mean this is still Gambit's home turf. It's their playground, this map. So not going to get an easy one here to secure that second win in this group phase.
No, I don't think so. Vertigo is, I don't know. I mean, I seem to remember from having watched. I think we've done a fair bit of Gambit on Vertigo in the past. Exile is one of those players that's just really hard to deal with on this map, and I feel in general I actually just love watching him play. But yeah, like we've been talking about, they have just a well-rounded team that it's hard to do anything about. You're gonna have to wake up real early to catch Gambit off guard.
Yeah, and they've already made short work of ENCE. That's right, one of the opening matches of the day. ENCE, no pushover as we've seen. They're a team that can definitely do some damage. They've got crazy firepower, and yet Gambit smashed them 16-7. So that just goes to show. And I was a little doubtful. I think I actually picked ENCE for an upset, just because I thought, okay, ENCE are going to be warmed up. Gambit, you know, who knows? We're coming into this kind of LAN environment. It's always been one of the points of criticism with this team is that, you know, are they going to be able to perform to the same level once we start coming back to LAN? I mean, this is kind of halfway LAN. We're not yet there with the audience just yet. When they have the audience, then that'll be the true testing ground for the top 8 teams of this tournament who get to compete in front of the fans in Stockholm.
Yeah.
But up until that point, I was kind of like, I could see an upset. Turns out, no, not at all. No upset. Gambit have shown up to play.
Yeah, I think this is. I still think. I mean, I'd put a lot on Gambit to win this one, even in the best of one, right? But,
yeah.
But yeah, I guess it's gonna come down to the test once we actually get into it. Pistol rounds seem to have mattered just a lot less right now. We kind of knew that already with the economy the way that it is currently, but I feel like it's even less at the major. I feel like we've seen teams even in best of threes in the last stage, in the challenge stage, where they win both the pistol rounds, and still they don't get more than like 6 or 7 rounds. And you think, well, okay, then just, you know, like, not that it means nothing, but you know, I wouldn't put too much weight on it in this particular game. I think Gambit could end up going down really far behind in this and still come back swinging. I'm not counting Gambit out until the very end in this one.
No, there's too much firepower on the team.
Yeah,
you know, that's the scary thing about this is that you know, you mentioned Exile, you've also got Shiro, you've got Hobbit. When you can start to say that you're heavy hitters, it's hard to tell the difference apart from them in terms of stats.
Yeah,
you've got a lot to fall back on there, and so it really feels like this is a team that has everything to prove right now, and they should be feeling like they can do it. I mean, who else have you really got going deep at the major? You think should be going deep at the major? You know, really the one that springs to mind, NiP, Na'Vi, right? These are teams that you could kind of expect to do well. But Gambit, I mean, they have all of the tools. Now it's just on them to lose it, it feels like.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'd be crazy not to pick Gambit to move on from this stage, in my opinion at least. I've noticed some people haven't. I can't comprehend it. So yeah, I definitely would as well. I guess we're just sorting out some issues before we can get the match underway. Hopefully it'll be quick. Get the admins on it.
Tech issues wouldn't be a major without tech issues.
Yeah, sometimes I'm actually, when I just think about it, I think, wow, you know, you've got whatever, like 10 graphics card at least, you know, SSD disks, RAM. Like, think about how many different components could fail.
Listen, Tommy or Lurpus, he always had this, right? Where he said one of the criteria of being a pro is that you should be able to sit down at any PC and be ready to play in 5 minutes. And
that's never going to happen. But it's true.
That's a standard that pros should aim to meet. It's not that it's never going to happen. It should be a requirement, and we should have real consequences if you are late because you're faffing about with your settings and you're causing a delay for the stream for the tournament for all of us. That's as a pro, that should not be happening, right?
We can make it 50 minutes.
I'm not saying it's here. I'm not saying that's what's going on here. But I mean, you should be warmed up and you should be ready to go within 5 minutes. And
I think if we say 50, they can do it, but not 5. That's never happening. It would be cool. I mean, I see where you're coming from, though. I mean,
it has happened though. Teams can be quick, but they don't play on LAN that much anymore, right? They've been playing online for how long now? Right?
Yeah, they've been just able to relax a little bit more, schedules a little bit looser.
Yeah,
that's probably true. I saw some high fives. Oh, that means we can get back in the action. I really want to get this game underway. We got so many cool games coming up as well. Obviously, that Astralis and an IP game is coming up a little bit later. But here we go.
Oh, dude, that's going to be money.
Yeah, we appreciate your patience. It's Gambit versus Entropiq in a best of 1 here at the Legends stage. And we'll find out next who is going to be walking away with a bit of a victory. It's Gambit on the CT side first, and Entropiq on the T side. I don't think it makes a big difference. Axal with the USP alone. Oh, down. Lackey will drop him immediately. That is a brilliant start. And now they want to speed up behind it. ENCE has shown up, and he's going to try and buy himself some time, or maybe just try and stay alive. Hobbit, he probably could have had that kill. He had the right idea, the good read, but Krad will take him down. This is looking brilliant right now for Entropiq. Powerful start, and now they're hunting for the remaining Gambit members. On his own, Shiro with 1 health, and Forrester will take him down for a triple. It will be Entropiq winning the pistol.
Yep, and fine fashion. Quick, aggressive, not showing respect. They're laughing. They were laughing in the warm-up, and this is the kind of attitude that they need to have if they stand a chance of beating Gambit. They need to not take them seriously. They need to not show them respect. It's a question of just not acknowledging. It's a matter, let's say, of not acknowledging that Gambit are the heavy favorite, etc., that everybody has them going through and beating you. You just need to go in and play your game and play aggressive and just take the fight to Gambit. Do not let them get comfortable. Much like what we just saw with G2 and FaZe. In the same style, right? Where G2 just didn't show any respect to FaZe, so much so that FaZe looked locked up in fear in the second half. They were hesitating so much. That's what you need to do right now if you're Entropiq. You're the underdog, but it doesn't mean you don't have fangs.
Hobbit here playing a little bit closer to that CZ75. It could be real dangerous. Some players just have uncanny ability to play with that weapon that I don't think I'll ever really fully understand, but can definitely appreciate when you see it.
It's magic.
Yeah. It really feels like it. Nafany. Oh, that looked like it should have done so much more damage. It looked like it actually landed right on top of them. Here's the follow-up nade. He'll do a bit, but not really that much. William will take down Hobbit instead. Forrester with a kill on Shiro, and there's a couple of kills in return with the 5-7. Nafany picking up an AK, and he takes down Lackey as well. Oh god, that turned around quickly. Now it's a 2-on-3. Krad is holding the middle, but Gambit are aware, or at least aware of the potential. They're looking for it.
They're not going to just rotate into him for free by the looks of things. That 5-7 up close is lethal. You can do so much damage. I don't think Nafany spotted him, though. And so now it's a question of whether or not Krad can hold the line. Does set it up for his teammate. Only a MAC-10, though, versus an AK up close. Let's see.
Yeah, but no head armor here for Nafany, so he's going to be dead in a second. Nickelback, he's got the angle for it here, but oh, the spray is in! And he takes him down. I think some of those bullets actually went through the side of the wall. But yeah, the lack of head armor there probably made the deciding difference. So close round, but Gambit get denied the upset following there. That could have been
nuts.
sick.
So nuts. But yeah, 5-7. Just clean work. 2 kills, gets in with a 3rd as well. Just doing so much work there.
Quad kill. Nafany was on track to ace his way into that round.
That would have been a monster. And it just would have been the theme of the day. Win the pistol, lose the follow-up. It feels like we've just been seeing that so often today. But now Entropiq, they have a chance to build up a little bit of bank. They got a couple of MAC-10s against a hard eco here from Gambit. Although Gambit did invest a little bit. Not the biggest fan. Not the biggest fan of a 3rd round buy. Seeing that on the CT side, it feels like you really should be just trying to save as much money as possible to have as many nades as possible in the following round. But, you know, they thought they could get some value. Didn't really break their way that time, Gambit.
It's a quick round, though. They have enough for an AWP, I believe, so we'll see how it goes here in the first real rifle round that's going to be coming up for the CT side. Yeah, picked up. Given over to Shiro. I think it was Nafany that picked it up initially. So they traded a little bit of a gun there. Ooh, that Molotov, we've seen it thrown a couple of times. People throw it so deep, the angle, that it kind of lands all the way on the T side. That's really cool. I feel like it looks like it's so risky. It looks like if you mess it up, not that you would burn to death or anything, but you could take like 20 damage from that. That's a nade.
That's a money nade. That is a magic apple.
Yeah, but he is playing really far out here on his own. He doesn't really have any backup, so how quick are they going to be? Oh, it's coming up behind him, though, and the smoke will create a bit of space. Inter's well played, and Axile jumping on top, and that'll shut it down. 5 versus 2 right now. Need to follow up. Ilian taking a little bit more damage. That's actually really interesting. He wants to go out there, but it looks like he's just kind of stuck, and Axile, he's read this whole round so well. Triple for him.
Yep, Crad with a Mac 10 right now, kind of hoping that he'll be able to find somebody. But the thing is, Gambit are too well schooled in the elemental strategies of CT side, which is do not leave the flank open. There it is, nicely done by Shiro. Doesn't miss that shot. Just make sure that you've always got somebody watching the back.
Yeah. Oh. Some fist bumping going on, but it's very soft, you know.
Yeah.
There's no real power behind it.
Tame.
I guess nobody wants to, you know, damage their hands either. So, gotta be careful. That's a good round. I was a little bit worried because it looked to me like Axile not just looked like he was on his own, but it looked like he was on his own and all the way to the right in that bomb site. So, to escape, he sort of has to run all the way back in across the bomb site, which could just be very difficult. But he had a smoke to buy some time, and he had some backup in Inter showing up at the right time. So, no reason to be panicked at all. That was just all around well timed.
Some early pressure being put out. I really like Entropiq showing a bit of presence with the nades in mid like that, just to keep Gambit honest. Gambit will hear the explosions, so they'll know that, at least they'll know to keep an eye on that going forward in the future. Then Entropiq, they can go ahead and rotate back around, and we can start this game on a ramp. Shiro's got the angle, though. You're going to have to really wake up early because, oh, he misses the shot. He misses 2 shots. Shiro, that's not characteristic at all.
Yeah, especially that first flick, right? You think that's the kind of shot he hits almost every single time. So a little bit of a free movement here for Entropiq. That could have maybe blown up. But they get the ramp control, and it's pretty much a standard thing to try and get. Again, even if you go back to the B-bomb side, you need to push the CTs back. We've been over it many, many times. They have a strong setup here. Counter flash coming out. It goes a little bit wide, so they can still see everything. The bomb now committed to the side. It actually fell forwards. Hobbit with a good headshot, looking for more, and it's gonna be Nafany actually picking up the double. Hobbit went down in return, but Forrester and Ilian, I don't know what you could do to bring this round back here. Forrester trying, guessing through the smoke, but not finding anyone. I don't think he's gonna be... Ooh, he doesn't go forward. They have the... No, the bomb is still up there.
Mm-hmm. That is not the first time as well that Entropiq have led with the bomb. And so that's one of those things where you want the bomb kind of in the middle of the pack so that if you lose your point man and you aren't able to capitalize off it, at least you don't force yourself, you don't lock yourself into that bomb site. Because once the bomb is dropped there, that's it. You have to commit to A because that's where the bomb is. It really limits your options. And so we saw that happen on the B site a couple rounds ago, and now on the A site here, they get utterly smashed because of it. So Entropiq right now, they're kind of it's a quick stop. They've run into a wall head first. This Gambit defense, now that they've got the nades and the rifles, they feel very comfortable. And also, the thing is, we don't have access to that kind of information necessarily. But, you know, just how often are these two teams scrimming against one another? They're from the same region. They would have good ping back and forth. You know, like, you don't know just all the level of detail that's going to go in with the experience that these two teams have playing and practicing against one another. So it's games and games here.
Those domestic type matchups are always very different. They feel different. Yeah, it's harder to play than it seems. They saved the 2 AKs. They bought a Tech 9 and a couple of Deagles along the way here on the T side. So they are going to try and see if they can have more of an impact here in the 6th round. But yeah, I would agree. Gambit's defense right now is looking pretty solid. They, as they always do, don't seem to be really fazed by almost any amount of pressure. So I'm not surprised by that at all, in fact. But it's always cool to see. They always have a plan, and they're just following along right now. Boost to look over, but not where Nafany is down there. Scary stuff. Oh, nice shot from Forrester. He had to check a lot there, and especially crouching through. It looked like he was through for a while, so I guess Nafferty was either turning around for a flashbang or just looking at something else. It's not really clear.
Or just surprised. Couldn't believe his eyes. This guy just walked through the smoke. What's he thinking? What's he doing?
It's just that he was so far up the ramp, right? He wasn't just at the edge. He was pretty deep in there, so a little bit surprised. Either way, 4 on 5. They have that ramp. They're going to start to fall back towards the B bomb side. But actually, Gambit are not that far away. They almost have 3 people here. This could be a bit rough for Entropiq. They might be thinking, all right, we're going to be able to get something done, but the kill on Exile does become a little bit more likely. Inter's back here with the AK, and he's way out in the open. See, this is the thing that I thought would be scary. Shiro close with the AWP. He takes down one of them, but Hobbit is going to be falling, and now it's all on Shiro. 1 versus 5, and he's going to get shot in the back by Krad, so doesn't get to fold that AWP all the way into the round, unfortunately. That would have been really cool to see. All right.
Yeah, well, it's wonderful what happens, Anders, when you don't die with the bomb on the bomb site. It means that you can actually rotate around. You don't have to overcommit. You can just kind of get around and have some maneuverability on the map instead of having to just run headfirst into a wall.
It's kind of a little bit disappointing, that defense over at the B bomb side, because, like I said, they had 2 people there, almost a third in Shiro that could have rotated in.
Yeah.
But none of them can help each other out. They just all kind of get dinked immediately, and there's no real setup. And I guess the only thing you could say is they didn't know that hit was coming. There was no one checking the A ramp because they'd lost that control, basically. So I guess that's why they weren't playing. But if they had known, if they'd had a second or 2 more to realize, I think they could have fallen back and just played it defensively with 3 people there. That would have been really, really efficient. So yeah, I guess credit to Entropiq as well for just hitting those shots, because if they don't do that, I think Gambit, they just probably win that round right away. Now what? Is there a Krieg play on Krad? That's rare.
Trusts in his aim, dude. That 1 bullet aim is still so good.
Yeah, it is. Just don't get to see that much. 7th round coming up. Still playing down the ramp with the M4. Shiro back here. Taking a random shot. All right.
It's just that rate of fire for the Krieg, man. That's the thing. That's what makes it so painful to use. It's slower than hotel internet.
Impossible, isn't it? But, ooh, did he flip the cone? Did it land right? That's what I really need to know. I don't think it did. It looked like it was sideways. It's an art form that I care a lot about.
The cone flipping?
Cone flipping, yeah.
I wait. You know what I'm going to get you for Christmas, Anders? I know what I'm going to get you for Christmas.
To the cone?
Yes.
So happy. Shiro gets 1. He's still out close to the double. Oh! That is fantastic. They just kept throwing people at him. That's not how the AWP is meant to work. It's meant to be that long range. That's why they put a scope on top of it. You see, it's the range that makes the difference, but not of your Shiro. Man, the timing is so good for that. Again, the pressure is on in that moment. If you fail any one of those shots, you're so dead. And at the very least, they could probably get onto the bomb site. That must feel so deflating if you're on the Entropiq. You're like, yeah, we've got him. It's perfect. He's right here. Just run him down.
And then your spacing is just ever so slightly off. And against an Opera of Shiro's quality, you can't afford to have those kinds of mistakes made.
But the tough thing is, in terms of the spacing, right, is everyone has to jump up. So there's like an automatic rate limiter for that moment. You actually can't keep, like it's hard to run everyone up there at the same time.
2nd round that they've managed to win off a time here, Gambit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Entropiq also kind of, they realize that's not a winnable round. Let's just chill out for a minute here. But what an even game it is. Let's see. So the problem is they keep having to next guy to jump up. It's like it's just a second late. Maybe less than a second. Wow. 4-3. They have the Krieg, they have the AWP, they bought another Galil on top. Let's see what they could do with it. It's way too early to call who's actually leading this game right now. But Entropiq still seem like they have still that fire within them, you can tell. They are not actually worried at all about playing Gambit. They don't seem to be worried about playing anyone right now, which is cool.
I don't feel like they have any pressure on them whatsoever. I mean, they've already made it. They've already trumped it. They qualified for the challenger stage.
Yeah.
They made it through there. I mean, Entropiq, you're in the top 16 now. You are actually in the major, competing in the major now. So already, it's got to be a huge success for the team and a fantastic feeling. I think that these guys, they should really just be focusing on having fun and on enjoying themselves, because it's all gravy from here on out.
They're not going to have fun if they don't check the sandbags here, which they kind of do, but not in the way that you would have expected. I was thinking about a Molotov or anything, but I guess they didn't have one. So Hobbit's going to get the kill, but they still can't punish him. You could see Nafany's holding a smoke to try and put it out in case someone throws a Molotov, but they're probably wondering, why is there no Molotov coming? Now they run into Nafany and Shiro, and they're going to get wiped out here. Close call, almost taking the kill on Krad, or sorry, on Naki on the first one there. Krad will go down last. Exiles.
A man of taste. A man of taste.
Are you for real?
Doesn't even give it a second thought. Just looks away. Just turns in disgust.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
How dare you use a Krieg? Stoop so low.
Terrible player. Get him out.
Get him out. Well, they're in the process right now, Anders.
They're trying, yes.
Wow, we haven't seen that strategy in a while. Waiting until the last second before engaging the timeout to really maximize it.
Try and be annoying as possible, maybe.
Basically, yeah. Because then it goes, you know, from you having your 30 seconds to, you know, 50 seconds and what, a minute 10. So between rounds, that's quite a bit of time to talk. And the tactical timeouts are the only times, again, just to remind you all, this is the only time that a coach can interact with the team in any way. Otherwise, the coaches have to sit there and essentially just be mute. So a chance now for Entropiq to at least rally a little bit here, trying to figure out what's going wrong, apart from running into Shiro one at a time.
Yeah, Hoocha can be...
Oh, and we have the update there for Liquid. What does that say?
8-7.
It's 8-7. ENCE fighting back.
Down the
Terrific
middle,
job.
Yeah,
Last time I checked, it
behind.
was Liquid in the lead by a fair margin.
Did he just close both the doors at the same time?
What a gentleman. Doesn't want the smell getting out, you know?
How does he do that? Were there two of them? Were they coordinating the door close? Did he do it on his own?
What is that barrel made of? That bucket.
Oh, Krad's gonna be found. Yeah, let's go back to Ilian. He's checked into work.
I just think that they completely ruined those the day that they made it possible to see if somebody was inside. You know, remember that? Before
Yeah.
you couldn't tell. And then they had to make it, you know, so that it would show up with a little red thing, you know, as if the door was locked.
They should put one of them. They should bring. You're right. They should revert that change, and they should start put one on each bomb site.
Yeah.
Men.
Exactly. And it's easily wall banged, right? So if you wall bang it to check, it's there. But if you don't,
exactly. Good shot. Lackey gets a kill. Gambit. I appreciate them not peeking too much here. I don't think there's no real value to be gained. You could just keep getting deagle shot. This is a boost we've seen. Not too commonly, but definitely we know it from earlier. He had the right idea.
Jeez, Shiro, chill. That was instant death.
Yeah, that's kind of a synonymous with Shiro, isn't it?
He's so fast.
Instant death.
He's fast. He's fast. These offers are crazy. Gambit are looking good. They're looking dialed in here in this match. There was a little bit of a bump in the road at the beginning, but
yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, they're slowly sort of just taking control back over the game, and they can keep building the money. They can keep just cementing this little lead that they've got going on. It's going to be fine. 5-4 right now. 10th round is coming up. We'll see, because they did take that tactical timeout in Entropiq, so let's see what they can do. I will say this though, for Entropiq, they've had this A ramp a fair bit more than maybe I was expecting. So that's a good sign. That's something you can really build on. Flashes, again, Forrester trying to sneak through, but this time, Nafany not going to be surprised and catches him before he even got out of the smoke.
Yeah, Nafany was ready this time. You're not going to pull that kind of shenanigan again. No more horseplay allowed on the A ramp.
And now they fall back from on the CT side. They're like, all right, 4 on 5. Now you can have the ramp. Hang around there if you want to.
Curious if they're going to be able to walk their way up here. This is, I mean, they still have a decent nade count here in Entropiq, but as soon as they start throwing nades, that's it. The game is going to be up, and Gambit are going to know what's coming. So yeah, just making absolutely sure that Shiro isn't hiding back there this time.
Also a big giveaway when you throw that many nades into the corner, but they try and follow it up, but instantly Gambit will know, all right, triple nade in there. Well, we can do the math pretty easily. Even if you can drop some on the ground, you can't throw all of them at the same time, so you can still figure it out. Lian on his own, he's going to get the 1 kill there. More would certainly be helpful, but yeah, it's just a guessing game. Try to pre-fire it as much as you can. The bomb is also committed to the site itself. So it's not like he can even be really sneaky and move away. Some fairly slow rounds, which again, I think will just continue in the second half, right? That's kind of the style of some of these CIS teams. So
indeed,
it's not too surprising. Hobbit with a good headshot and a 6-4 lead in favor of Gambit. And I feel like they're just slowly building the foundations of this game right now. This is what I'm expecting, and it's good to see.
Still the best jerseys in CSGO, hands down.
They really are. They got the jackets as well.
Yeah, the jackets,
cool.
the Letterman jackets, the polos. These guys, pure class. I'm all about it. Best jerseys. But yeah, just they're looking like they're starting to hit their stride here, Gambit, and they have that constricting style of play that, and it's so difficult for Entropiq to catch them off guard. Look at this already. Each time you push out on ramp now, you got away with it once, but that's where it ends. There's the HE on a B, and Inters has got the angle. Yep, instant death.
Trying to follow it up. He gets caught jumping. That's a shame. I mean, I still think it's worth it to show up with the deagles on this ramp because we've already seen it a couple of times. You can get some pretty crazy deagle headshots.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, kind of like that. So you can do some
summoned
damage.
one, Anders.
Yeah, it's nice.
What are these powers? The ability to summon headshots.
If I had that, I'd be, I'd be playing a lot more myself.
You'd be a coach.
Yeah, exactly. All right, that's an angle you couldn't check. It's gonna be 7-4 in favor of Gambit, so moving in the right direction. In terms of kills right now, Forrester and Crowd are doing a pretty good job, but the rest of them are a little bit further behind, so they could use some backup on the kills front, I would say. But
it's really cool to see this team come together, though. A lot of young players here. Hobbit has joined up, and he's really kind of shaped this roster into what it is today. But they really look like a team. They really look like a unit.
I feel like it was just yesterday that Hobbit himself was the newcomer with Zeus.
Right?
You know, I mean,
yeah.
I just time moves too quick. Shiro, we said instant death as soon as you appear on his screen. Forrester, he's been trying to push this air ramp. This is what, the third time in a row now that he's been shut down. Two of them from Nafany. This time it was Shiro. Really tricky because what do you do if you can't win this fight at all in the first half? They did it in the beginning, and that's kind of what surprised me a bit. Now it's gone the other way. Iliam will take down Nafany. That's good, but it's still 4-on-3, and they lost Lackey outside of the B bomb site to the second AWP on Exile.
Oh, and again, do we have a smoke? We do have smoke. There's some teamwork for you.
It's so cool that it's thrown from the bomb site. Yeah, because it actually isn't. There's no guarantee that anyone's back here. That's the problem, right? Yeah. If you're on the Entropiq side, sometimes people will put out that smoke even if no one is there, but it kind of sells the idea that someone is there. So it's a huge mind game. From us, it's obvious, but from Gambit, it's definitely. Or sorry, from Entropiq, it's not. And
they still have no idea if he's there or not.
Yeah, they just they can maybe guess. They've already thrown an HE at it as well. There's the kill on Hobbit. Finally, they know. Crad with a headshot coming through. That's big on Inters. 30 seconds, and now 2 versus 2. Go back. He's worried about it. He knows they might move when the bomb is planted. It is going to be planted as well. No wall bangs through the box. And he's ducked down trying to minimize that model, but it's not enough, and he's going to be going down. Exile with the kill. The double-up retake is coming into play, and now can they take down the AK? He had a chance there. There's a headshot, but he's out of bullets. Picks up another one instead, I think, and now he's going to go for the spray. Shiro goes down on the other side. A huge triple and a huge 1 versus 2 clutch for Nickelback.
Golf clap on that one, gents. That was very nicely done. Big clutch round and very thorough stuff as well. Not getting caught by Hobbit, really taking your time, and so I like to see that sometimes from teams where they just decide we're going to hit this A site or we're going to hit this bomb site regardless of whether it's A or B, and we're just slowly, meticulously going to work our way up onto it. It's just all of the nades behind sandbags, just making sure that once you wrap up onto the bomb site itself, you're still checking sandbags. So Hobbit, try as he might, he really was hoping for a break there, gets nothing. And then you're just methodically working your way up there. You're kind of just grinding out the round, right? It feels inevitable. So really nicely done there by Entropiq, keeping their cool. And of course, it always helps to win the clutch. But I really like that kind of approach that they just had, where just nice, slow, steady CS, getting the job done.
Shiro and Nafany are both at 12 kills, 12 and 5, both of them, so 12-6, 12-5. So that's pretty impressive. They've been playing at the A ramp together, and I think that tells a story on its own about just how much they've been defending that. Entropiq have a couple of more chances here in the first half to try and see if they get just a little bit more than 5. Not that 5 is necessarily that bad either, it's just as much as you can get, because Gambit, I mean, it's going to be...
Yeah,
it's
Gambit
going to
on
be
the
hard
T
no matter
side is
what.
no joke either,
Yeah.
so... I mean, this is still very much Gambit's playground, but that also speaks to the confidence from Entropiq, willing to go into the belly of the beast, essentially. That's very cool. I mean, that's real brave stuff coming in from Entropiq. To be fair, you know, Entropiq had their warm-up match versus Liquid earlier.
Yeah. Riders in the middle while the rest of them are pushing up. They're getting really deep in here. Normally they've been shut down at the A ramp itself. Now they go all the way onto the site before they run into Shiro. He takes down Lackey.
Out of the way.
Yeah, but where is that flank coming in from Krad? If he wants to be a factor in this round, eventually he's going to have to show up. I don't think any longer it could be after the bomb plant, although that is a good kill on Hobbit. Maybe that could make the difference. It's all about the timing. He's heard one of them running. There is a second player. Exile's coming up, and he's kind of looking for it. He'll win the fight anyway. Krad, that is massive now. They could go back if they want to, because he's controlling the middle of where he was. He goes down to Inters. Oh, no. Now, what do? They were falling back, and now they actually probably wish they would have stayed.
Well, Gambit are currently wondering, is it going to be a B hit or not? Questioning whether or not they need to rotate off. Shiro still hanging out here on the site itself. Elion with that AWP, though, has got the angle. And now it's a question of whether or not they're going to have the time. They're cutting it very close. 13 seconds on the clock, and the bomb is getting planted. Have not been able... Yep, there it is. Gets the lineup. Follow-up shot. Gets the kill. 3 versus 1 now for Gambit.
Forrest, oh, Shiro again.
Brutal.
Yeah.
I was about to say, we haven't seen that wallbang happen too much on the plant if you're planting default, and then Shiro goes ahead and hits him twice.
And he would have had time to have jumped away, but the problem is that's maybe not even a good choice. He doesn't know if there's anyone else there. If he just runs to try and avoid the second wallbang, he's probably dead anyway. So that's a tough position to be in. 8-5, 14th round is coming up. Shiro up to 15.
Oh, glad to see that Shiro performs just as well here on LAN as he does online. No worries there. He is shaping up into a monster, and just, man, he's so fast. He's so fast. 2 rounds left in the half, and vital that Entropiq pick up the remaining 2. Gambit get into double digits in this first half. I think it's going to be hairy for Entropiq going forward, so let's see what they're capable of here. So far, they've had success finding picks on this A ramp, and it's looking like they're gearing up for some shenanigans. Boost over the top.
There's a good little lineup, but the spray is through. Nafany picking up a double kill. He can't make it out. Ilian will catch him. It's still favorable for Entropiq. 2 versus 3 now. That's not at all bad. Now they're starting to regroup a bit. Gambit, what did they do here? I mean, they're going to be really starved for information soon. Inters at B, they're just spreading out. I thought maybe they would want to stay in middle to try and sort of maximize or at least play off each other, but Lackey with a good headshot at range with the Galil. And Hobbit.
Yeah, Hobbit just hold on to this M4 for the next round.
Yeah. Actually, they could probably rebuy it anyway, right? Nafany and Inters have enough money, but I guess he's so far away and running into it alone is probably not worth it either. Maybe he could get the AWP over here. If that's possible, then that would also be cool.
That would be pretty nice. Let's see. I mean, he's got time. He just doesn't know if there's a lurker out here who's just waiting, using those guns as bait. So we'll see if Hobbit decides to be bold and go and get one of those guns, or if he just holds on to the M4. But still, this is terrific for Entropiq. 6th round on the board. A little bit chaotic, but definitely getting in there, making life difficult, making life interesting for Gambit Esports.
Yeah, you see I mean, I almost feel like if we could have the stats on the correlation between winning the fight at A ramp and winning the round is close to 100% right now, because that's just what's making the difference. Whenever Shiro or Nafany has been winning it, the round is done in their favor, and in the few times here where Entropiq have managed to do it, it's been their round. It just makes such a big difference. Even if they trade somewhat evenly, it's just having that control is such a big difference. Well played. Entropiq not surrendering quite so easily. Gonna be the 15th round coming up. Yeah, credit to, or like, I guess good on Gambit for having this deep of a bank. They could buy everything they want here. Probably did get the AK though. Oh, we're gonna try and
Same
do
thing again, yeah. It gives them so much to see, although he spot the toes there?
I don't know if he can, but walking through the smoke, on the other hand, will give Nafany a huge advantage.
Interesting.
This also feels like just a scary boost if you do this much, because there must be a lot of different ways to punish that. If you just get, I mean, even from that position that he was in, Nafany, he could probably just spray through. Oh wow, Shiro,
filthy.
Yeah, that's a shot. 3 versus 5 now, and again, you lose that A ramp. How do you get back? Out in the open, just the middle of everything here, Hobbit. Kind of hard to check. You can see they're looking for the sandbags, and they're expecting him to be at the corner, either all the way left or right. But he's just standing in the middle of the lane. Double kill for him. Lackey now forced into it and already revealing his position. They're gonna know, and they're all gonna come for him. There's nothing you do.
He's stuck. Just, you know what?
Jump.
Yes, exactly. Deny them the stats. Just walk off the side.
He's going to go down 9-6 in the first half in favor of Gambit. Again, I'd say that's a pretty convincing first half. But at least Entropiq did enough that they're still competitive.
Yes. Yes, 9-6. I mean, this is still workable if Entropiq were to win the pistol round and survive the following round, something that we've seen teams struggle with so far this tournament. They really do seem to struggle with winning the pistol and then not quite converting that second one. We will get to see if... we'll get to see, actually. Go ahead, Anders. I'm going to check something real quick.
Check it. Look up those stats.
Exactly. Now I'm curious, like, what is the conversion rate on... pistol rounds so far this tournament?
I feel like it's a lot. But 9-6 in that first half. Gambit, they're on track for a pretty good game here. 3-round lead. If they can win the pistol, they're gonna be ready to go. Moving towards the A ramp initially.
So, for example, G2 win 100% of their pistol rounds, and they only win 25% of the conversion. So, out of 4 pistol rounds, they've lost the second round 3 times. Okay.
Ilian, good headshot to take down Nafany there. It's a 4-on-5. It's a good start, the USPs. But now, the Glocks are getting just a bit closer. Molotov up into the corner to try and burn for, but yeah, this is the problem, though. You can get the Molotov in there, but it actually does nothing for you. They just run away, and now they're back. 3 people pushing forward. This is mental. Entropiq just fighting them on the ramp, coming back for revenge. Krad with a double kill. And Exile 1 versus 5. I can't believe they came back after essentially surrendering the ramp. And they don't lose a single player in this round. What a great start to the second half for Entropiq.
There we go. Showing that they've got what it takes. A little bit of a fist pump there from Hoach in the back. Definitely getting pumped. He can't show any reaction to the players. But I guess if he keeps it quiet back there, you know, the players won't notice, and you know, there you go. He can enjoy. He can get hype himself.
Yeah, hype himself up.
Exactly. So that'd be fine.
That'll do it.
But really impressive right now, at least from both of these teams. And the question is whether or not now Gambit are going to make anything happen here, and they elect to go for the hard eco. I like this. I like this strategy. Go for the hard eco and then get the rifles nice and quick in the next round. You'll be able to get a full buy pretty much with AKs and nades. And you could just move on from there.
Yeah, they didn't get the bomb plant right, so yeah, some people do buy the Tech 9s or whatever, the Eagles. I kind of
for the
appreciate
Deagle Force, and then
yeah, it's a little bit split what people actually try to do. It's fun that there are different ways of going about it. Gambit are probably hoping that there's going to be a big mistake here for Entropiq, that someone pushes down with a greedy M4 or an MP9 or something. It doesn't seem like that's going to be happening right now. So just a bit of a waiting game to set it up. They finally decide to swing for it. And they're really trying to maximize every single challenge that they have. They're like, can we wait long enough? Maybe they make a mistake. Are they going to get bored? Okay, let's all try and peek at it. Like, it's just every little thing. It doesn't matter how little they get out of it. They're just going to keep trying to do that. And is it going to actually work? Krad is pushed forward. Yeah, they're going to come back for swing. You can see the idea behind it. It doesn't work out in their favor, but they are really just trying to optimize every single position.
wow. And I'm being told that Liquid won 16-8 against ENCE on
cool.
Dust 2.
Good job.
So good rally there from Liquid. Not fully capitulating just yet, but also a little concerning from ENCE.
Yeah.
Very curious to see if they're going to be able to rally going forward, because that is not a good start to this stage for them.
I've got Liquid moving forward.
You do, yeah. No, and I've got Liquid too moving forward. I'm just, it's just ENCE is such a hard read because they've got so much firepower. It seems like they're on the up and up.
Yeah. Guess we'll have to see if they can mentally recover. 9-8, and in the 18th round, boom. That is the same boost that they were trying to do, and it just they land a nade right at their feet. That's pretty devastating.
That's one way to punish it.
Yeah, it is.
Entropiq just letting them know that that is our boost. You don't get to use our boost.
Crossfire at the B stairwell too, and they still have someone in the middle. So kind of impressive. They're kind of all over the place. They're holding this ramp though with an M4A1 and an MP9. It doesn't seem like it should be that powerful. It seems like a kind of fight that Gambit with the AK should be able to take, but they're still shrinking away from it. Nafany's already gone down. Killed by Crad. Nickelback is here, but again, that's the crossfire I was talking about earlier. Lackey on the one side. Ooh, he's a little bit early on it, and he swings in to die. That is a problem.
Oh, the HE doesn't catch him moving though. That hesitation from Gambit pays off. 4-on-4 now.
Look, Crad, he's so far down that ramp. Wait, are they going to come back?
They don't have time for this. 34 seconds.
It's Gambit. They have plenty of time. They're going to be fine. Crad, he's so far forward, though. That's very hard to expect. He gets one kill, but he will be returned upon. So it's a 3-on-3, but they're all very low on health. They've left Hobbit in the middle. They need to get up here, get the kill on Forrester, and again get the bomb down in the next 18 seconds. Probably a little bit sooner than that. You do need some time for the bomb plant, too. Forrester, he's just playing for time as well. This is the thing about both these teams. They're so careful not to make mistakes. Ilian shows up with a double, and that will end the round here. Hobbit can no longer win it, so you can sell out in every moment. It's almost like they have the ability to pause in every sort of microsecond and say, what's the best play right now? Can we slow this down? Can we make sure we're rethinking this as much as possible? It is just a very different, much slower version of Counter-Strike, but you can tell what's happening if you... It's almost like we should be able to slow it down, too. Like, pause the game every once in a while.
Sure, right? And in their minds, I mean, well, in their minds, they've got just so much information that they're processing and that they've practiced and that they're watching for, the tells, that just... Not even... It's their analysts that are getting back to them, right? Reviewing just mountains of demos, mountains of data, and saying, these are the things that you need to be looking out for right now on this map that they might try. But not only that, then you got to see, okay, but this is what we showed in the first half, how like the boost that we just saw from Gambit and the punish from Entropiq. You're just going to throw a few plays out there, and it may work. But they're looking very confident. This is, this is the thing though, always with the underdog in the same region, is that Entropiq will have studied Gambit out and out. They will know how Gambit want to play this map.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. They have plenty of footage to go off of. Forrester getting the kill on Hoppy right then and there. Nade, that one's going to be pretty decent. Well, they actually got the kill before the nade landed. That's cool. But Axile, he's sneaking around on the other side. No bomb. Yeah, this is so cool. Entropiq are about to take the lead. They're going to be up 10-9. That's a bit of a shocking turn of events. Crad with 17 kills. He's not even necessarily the player that I would have picked to lead the charge, but here we go.
He's doing terrific work right now. 10-9 rounds right now for Entropiq, and yeah, you're right. I mean, at least in the first map of this, series, it felt like it was Lackey who was doing a lot of work for Entropiq.
Yeah.
But Elian wasn't too far behind in the first map, so both of them are just kind of popping off right now and doing a whole lot of work. And, I mean, it just goes to show just how deep the talent goes in the CIS region. But this is the future of CS as far as I'm concerned. Because the cost of living is so low in the CIS region compared to what you can make in Counter-Strike right now, that these guys can fully commit to Counter-Strike and just go non-stop. Whereas it's harder to do that, right, as an up-and-coming player team in the Tier 2 scene in the European side of things, because of, cost of living is higher, so you need to make more money. So it's very difficult to pull off on this side, whereas, CIS region, it just goes so deep. You can fully commit, and there's so much experience over there. I mean, like was pointed out by the desk, Hooch has been around forever.
Yeah.
The amount of experience in that guy is insane. And so to have him as your coach, it's a terrific situation for Entropiq, and it's very cool to see them doing some serious damage right now.
Yeah, they are. I mean, again, it's hard to really... It's hard to oversell. They're playing Gambit on LAN, and they're actually ahead, and they have had to fight their way back to this position they've picked into, or they ended up on Vertigo as well, which again is a really strong map for Gambit. So I'm just impressed. They've been throwing that deep HE to sort of land where the boost is, and I think Gambit maybe for that reason have stopped doing the boost. They're like, you know what, this is no longer that much fun.
They figured it out, yeah.
But they have a whole protocol. You can actually see how they throw that nade first, then they wait a little bit, then they throw the smoke, then they flash their way over. They have like a really cool pop flash that's thrown from far back, so you can't hear the pin being pulled, and it's just, it lands right at the corner there. So they have a whole lot of nades that they go through before they go back and check it. And now that they've got crowd this deep again, just like in the earlier round, they should be able to start to gravitate more people towards the middle, maybe even more people towards the B-bomb side if they're really feeling it. Gambit, again, they need to find a way to solve that ramp problem, because otherwise everything they do will be telegraphed really, really far away. This time they're going to try and ignore the A ramp and just set up for the B-bomb side here with a little bit of a boost. That can work, but I've got my doubts. 27 seconds. They're going to try and see if they get close, jumping around the corner. Lucky's there. Axal, you will be traded after getting that one kill, and now they're getting shot at the back. Krat just showing up. Wait, Inters. He must have DC'd. Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is a real shame. But
disastrous.
Again, yeah, that can happen. I wonder if he did that before they went for it, or I'm not actually sure.
It may be he was holding the bomb. I didn't notice if he was holding the bomb or not, if that's what slowed everything up. They had to come back.
Yeah.
But that's just the nature of play. Sometimes something goes wrong, and that's just going to be the end of it, right? You're going to lose that point, lose that round.
Yeah. Entropiq, I mean, again, I feel like they, regardless of everything else, I feel like they still had this, they had a good read on it, right? Because Krad is pushed that far down, those B players are going to be informed beforehand. They're going to be told beforehand, well, listen, we kind of knew what was coming.
Well, this is the other team. This is Entropiq. What's going on with Gambit?
Probably not too happy at the moment, I have to assume, but yeah.
Oh, okay, monitor died. Gotcha.
Or whole PC, I think he's...
Are we getting a whole switch out here? Pit crew is in action. All right, that's going to put us on a little bit of a delay.
Presumably, yes. Or maybe it is just the monitor, just plugging it right back in. They're on it, hardworking admins, trying to do everything as fast as they can.
And the other thing is here worth mentioning. Hooch is doing some talking right now. But Tech Pause normally not allowed to communicate whatsoever. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Which is like, do not talk.
Stop baiting me into it.
Do not talk, because in a tactical timeout, you can communicate. You can communicate with your coach. Technical timeout, when something goes wrong, PC, connection, whatever, mic, you're not allowed to talk, because obviously that's been abused in the past by players where they would call technical timeouts. Before tactical timeouts were a thing, they would just call technical timeouts instead and say like, oh, we have a TeamSpeak issue, so that they could have a timeout to talk something over, and then obviously that TeamSpeak issue would go away magically, and you'd be back in the game. So when we caught on to that, it's just like, well, why don't we just actually grant you tactical timeouts so you don't need to do that anymore?
Yeah, I think that's important, right, to have a chance. Sometimes that, you know, we've seen some teams make incredible use of it, so...
Oh, yeah.
It's good. 4 people left.
It's worth mentioning that you can't chain them together here at the Major. You can only call one timeout at a time.
All right.
Whereas in other tournaments, obviously, you have a certain amount of time that you can use, and so you can just chain timeouts together if you want to really have a long one.
Yeah, that's so rare, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Actually do that, so it's probably not much of a loss.
Yeah.
For anyone to want to do that. But yeah, hopefully we can get them back in the server right away, so we can continue with the madness here. I still think the #1 problem that they haven't really solved yet, Gambit, weirdly on the T side, is that ramp. They're not winning that A ramp fight on any level, and the only other thing that I can think of, if you want to do was go with 3 people middle or something like that, then maybe you can ignore them, but you have to do it pretty early on, because you know, if you do that, then they're busy fighting. They're busy doing their whole, you know, grenade routine that I was just talking about. They're throwing the nades, they're throwing the smokes over there. And then while you're doing that, you could probably isolate something like a 3-on-1 fight in the middle. So that's the only other thing that I can really think of that you can set up with maybe some success. But I would expect for Gambit to have some idea about how to win that ramp fight. And right now, they're being shut down in a big way. That's a little bit surprising to me. It's only a 2-round lead as well, so I guess we shouldn't be too panicked about it. But it's just the fact that Gambit, again, did have a pretty good first half.
It's when you're challenged, you tend to fall back into habits, and if you fall back into habits, a team like Entropiq will have done their homework and they'll know how to punish those habits. So Gambit, it's again that game within the game where Gambit are having to change up on the fly how they may be handling that A ramp, and maybe they just haven't found the solution yet, like what they need to change so that they can stop getting countered. Because like you said, right, they go immediately for the boost and they immediately eat an HE, and it does seem like they haven't quite found a way to deal with that just yet. So all the players are just going to be kind of sitting here, stewing. Actually pretty terrible. Yeah, that face says it all right now. That face says it all, because I think if you're Entropiq, you just want to keep... You had some good momentum going your way there, so you just want to stay focused and get back into this game and not let Gambit have any time to breathe. Because now Gambit are the ones who are kind of getting to sit and regroup, refocus.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's definitely frustrating, right? And it's an experience that... I mean, even that comes with having played a lot on LAN. You have to find a way to not get too upset by it, right? Because if you spend all of your sort of emotional energy on that, it's not going to work out so well. So yeah, take a moment, disconnect from the whole thing, and then hopefully we can have the 5th player back on the server once again. We can continue the game here. What else? We've obviously got Astralis going to be playing NIP coming up a little bit later on here on this particular channel. What was the other game that we had later on? There's two more after this one, if I'm not mistaken. So
moment. Oh yeah, it was Navi VP.
Navi VP. Oh.
No, wait, hold on. Heroic Navi VP and Heroic Vitality. No, what? Do I need to reload
this? I'm not sure which one we're doing here. I guess we'll find out. But those are all going to be really, really interesting games. I actually am so curious to see how Heroic are going to be doing now.
No, I think we'll have Navi VP after this.
All right.
Which... Yeah, we will have Navi VP after this.
Excellent.
So that'll be sick. Navi VP followed by NIP Astralis, Anders. I mean, these are banger matches.
Hell yes. They've got that... Some of them still have that, like, keyboard that's all the way to the side. In spite of the fact that they can't really have played at LANs where desk space was... That's kind of the origin of it.
Yeah.
I feel like all of these guys are so young that surely can't have been a problem, but...
Or that you just have to go full Quake player where you put the keyboard in your lap just so you can have all of the space for your arm.
Yeah, just need it.
Yeah, just sit diagonally, have the monitor at a diagonal, have everything sit diagonally to your desk, and you just have the whole desk for your arm. That's basically it, just for the mouse and the mouse pad. And then better yet, then you go the next step, Anders, where to make your mouse lighter. Now, sure, you have the perforated mice now that are really light. Yeah. That is the PC Gaming Master Race. That mouse is pretty sick, Model D. But you remember when they used to chop the bodies off of their mice?
Yeah.
Just to shave weight, just to cut the weight down as much as possible. You'd cut the case off of your mouse, so it was just the little clickers, and that's it.
Just try and hollow it all out.
Oh yeah.
Why not?
I can't remember who was doing that. Was it Rafa? No, I can't remember if it was Rafa or yeah. But yeah, that was the thing.
Well, we have desk space now, so turn your keyboards back around. I guess if you're used to playing with it, it doesn't really matter. People just... I can't imagine doing that myself. I have to be honest.
You haven't tried that? I was doing it for a while.
No, maybe I should. Maybe that's what I've been missing all these years.
You know why? It's because it was like that, and then you also had the numpad, right? And then Existence used to buy with his numpad, and so I was like, I want to be like Existence, and so I was just buying with my numpad too, and I learned that. See, there you go, man.
Yeah, what I really want is the old buy menu back, where it's just numbers and no like a weird buy wheel.
That's it,
whatever.
Exactly. Just know the numbers, and then you can buy. You just buy instantly. All this clickety-click stuff.
It's
Get
too
out of here. Get out of here. Reject modernity.
Yeah, everyone's looking a bit frustrated at the moment. I can't really blame them. Again, Entropiq, just as much victims of this, I suppose, as Gambit are. They're just going to have to... They're going to wait it out. If there's a whole PC being switched out, then I guess there's no way around it.
Interesting.
It's entirely
okay,
dead.
So we can confirm it's a new PC that's being brought in, which makes me wonder. I mean, what are you doing to Counter-Strike that blows up a PC? Like, how is that even a thing?
There are ways. You just have to.
Yeah, then don't do those ways. Like, don't do those things. You know, like if it's a risk that you can blow up your PC running Counter-Strike, like maybe you shouldn't be doing those things.
Just turned everything to maximum.
I think that's a bit of a stretch.
Put no cooler paste at all on his CPU.
Then you're just living life dangerously. Then you just want to burn your apartment down. But fair enough if you want to go for that. You know.
Man, I look forward to seeing some of these best of threes that are coming up now that we're at the Legend state as well, because the best of ones I think of as almost just like a sort of seeding mechanism. You're going to be playing a best of three no matter what, whether you exit or move forward. I think the best of threes in this stage of the major are going to be really, really wild. So and for a team like Gambit, I mean, they are strong on so many maps. So that's where the real fun begins. I think that was true for the Challenger stage as well. The best of ones were cool and all that, but best of threes just they hit differently.
Oh, they do, and against with teams like these, yeah, where they have depth of pool, it's going to be crazy.
Word of warning, they're all putting their headsets in. Don't be messing around with those hand warmers so much, guys, because there's this powder, black powder inside of it. If you rip them open, we're gonna have another long tech timeout. Just leave those alone. We've seen it before. It's not funny.
Yeah.
Here we go. It's 5 in a row for Entropiq at the beginning of the second half, and they're looking good right now. Apologize for the tech timeout, of course, but hopefully we can make up some time now. It's 9-11 as a scoreline, moving into the 21st round, and everyone's back on the server.
And a tactical timeout getting called by Gambit coming out of that tech timeout. I like it. Take a little bit of extra time here to discuss what it is that you want to do.
Just making it extra frustrating for Entropiq. I know you think we're back, but we're gonna wait a little bit longer.
Yeah. I like it. I like it. Just refresh. Make sure that you guys are on the same page. You don't have to rush over. Because, I mean, you're right. Thank you very much for showing us that. I mean, this is a streak on Entropiq's side. And Gambit on the T side now need to start breaking that. If they let Entropiq keep running away with this, it's going to get dicey. You're going to run out of rounds quick. So, Axel showing a little bit of presence over here towards B. And okay, Crad.
Yeah, he's been doing this so much. And again, kind of unpunished.
Oh, that's
finds the one way. Yeah, that is so good. Oh, that is a close flick, but he's going to be able to start to fall back. And again, it's another challenge at the ramp that's been run by Entropiq. That's so crazy. Because in the first half, sure, Gambit wanted more than Entropiq did, but they still had their rounds where they were able to pick it up, and that just makes such a big difference. Shiro, he had the right idea, guessing that he could shoot over. Oh, it's so close, but he can't see it. And Crad is now moved back into position. He's got a huge one-way here, but Hobbit almost staring at his feet, almost able to pick him up. Going to be re-smoking this position, and here comes the follow-up flash that I was talking about, the one that they popped to the corner. Hobbit, he'll win the fight, though. That's huge.
How does he see anything in there?
I don't know.
Did he just pop up on the map? That's the other thing, though. He may have just popped up on the radar.
It's possible. This is some incredibly nerdy Counter-Strike. You can kind of tell how they're trying to optimize. They're essentially playing to optimize the vision around a tiny little corner of the map where there's a smoke at the corner, and they're like, you know, who can look at, who can maybe see, can I see some boots in here? It's just really insane.
No molly.
Forrester, nope, there isn't. And how long before they check? I mean, he can either wait or he can just try and swing against them. They're coming in from every angle. That's a good kill. That's a great follow-up headshot to take down Inters, and that's going to shut down the round. If he just stays back here, they can't really come get him. His teammates are showing up. The bomb is committed again. Shiro, yeah, maybe you could find a way to shoot through.
Just chill.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not even worth it. There's the rescue mission. And Nickelback will take down Shiro as well. It's 12-9, and it is looking really impressive for Entropiq.
That says it all in the back there.
Yeah.
Oh, but a single Molotov changes everything for Gambit in that round. If they can just clear that position, just a single Molotov, a couple of HEs, anything. Just dry peeking it, that was not the answer. As soon as Forrester gets those 2 kills, that's it. The round is essentially done. But also just buying so much time on the A ramp. You gotta give it to them. They are dialed in right now, Entropiq. Really well done. Nice little rush here in mid, though. But Nickelback.
That's pretty impressive. He's just clicking them as they're running across the screen. It looked like it was so smooth.
They were just running right into his crosshair.
Yeah, the problem is they're on the site, but the bomb only made its way there for a second. So, yeah, they're going to get a couple of kills. If they would have had the bomb there right away, maybe they could have had a bomb plant. I don't think it would have actually won them the round, but they could have put some pressure at the very least on Entropiq. This is such a curious change of of pace. I said at the beginning, I would have bet a lot that Gambit would have walked away with this victory. Right now, that's looking way less likely. This CT side is an absolute lockdown. And again, they're playing there's really freaky A defense that you got going on. That ramp is impossible to take, it feels like.
Yeah, we have the deep push with the AWP in the mid as well. So had there been any kind of show there from Gambit, could still work. I really like how Entropiq are just massively pressuring this whole spot on ramp, not letting Gambit get comfortable at all. Pretty sure he heard that. Yep, pretty sure Lackey would have heard that drop. So he knows that somebody's outside of B, and there's the shot coming through from Elion.
Yeah, he was also pre-aiming it in case they wanted to go for that boost that we saw in the first half. 4 on 5. They've given up on the A ramp entirely. They just don't even care anymore. They're like, well, just you guys can have that. It's fine. We didn't really want it to begin with. Nickelback will go down. Still 4 on 3. Now they're gonna go check. I think Krad is currently checking the A ramp, and when he doesn't see anyone here, yeah, they're gonna start to rotate people back to middle. That's the luxury of doing. That's why the T side needs to win that fight eventually. Lackey is just here, and I think he's already seen them. Yeah, that's why Ilian is just, he saw just the backpack showing, so he calls it into his AWP inside of the bomb site, and they're probably boosting. Good information, good team play.
Yeah, and terrible models from Valve. Thank you very much. Put that backpack on their chest.
Has to go somewhere, doesn't it?
No.
If it's on that chest, it just pushes out the other way.
Yeah, but then at least you have, you know, it's like it's not poking around a corner where you can get spotted, and you can't shoot the backpack, so you can't kill them when they show that.
It's realism. Could have been a beautiful double spray. Shiro, he's gonna go down anyway. They're just walking away with it. There's nothing Gambit could do, it seems, in this second half. It's 14-9.
14-9, and they are just completely running it away. Anders, this was a 9-6 finish, was it not, for Gambit? And now we're looking at a 14, I mean, just a perfect lockdown coming in on the CT side for Entropiq. Gambit completely at a loss, and really making me wonder just how much this tech timeout, if it just completely threw their focus, because that was right in the middle of them taking a beating, and it just kind of extended it out. Another the last tactical timeout getting called here by Gambit now. This is, I mean, this would be the upset of the major so far, wouldn't it? I mean, apart from Copenhagen Flames, I guess.
Yeah, we've got, I mean, I think Entropiq and Copenhagen Flames are kind of, you know, battling it out to try and see who can bring down the most top teams. It's really fun. It's in itself a pretty good flick right there, but yeah, this read.
What's great is it just makes it difficult. It makes it so you can't take any of these matches for granted. You really, in these rounds here, you just can't underestimate any of these teams.
14-9. 5-round gap. Gambit not yet showing us anything on the T side. Again, it's just the same smokes over and over again here at the ramp. They are playing it slightly differently, you know, behind the smokes. Some of the times Krad is down there fighting, other times they just try and grenade it away. A little bit of aggression over here at the B bomb site, but a good spray down from Lackey. He's going to trade 2 for 1. Shiro will take him down and setting up a smoke. They're not sure how many people are behind there. Krad is pushing forward again. He is just everywhere. He's played such a terrific game. 21 kills on him. And they're trying to see if they can make it across, but the AWP is trained him. Ilian, he's been really quick himself. He nearly got that kill. Shiro down to 2 health. He is a nade away from death, and Nickelback's got one, so just a question of time, surely. Shiro trying to move forward, but he's going to get caught, and now Nefany on his own. Nothing that he could do. Krad showing up to get the kill. Everyone was fighting for it. It's 15-9.
And map point, well, match point. These are best of ones. Match point for Entropiq against Gambit.
Yeah, really cool stuff.
And yeah, they just look completely stunned right now. Gambit, I mean, is this real life? How is this happening? You're not winning a single round on T-side Vertigo? I mean, this is their map. Yeah, here we are. I mean, there's a good reason, it looks like, why Entropiq wanted to pick on this map. And they get to play it twice. I mean, they beat Liquid on it earlier.
Incredible work. Gambit have the round loss bonus going for them and really not much else. Tough times. Yeah, you see that then just nading for that boost. They're so sure that that's how they could get back. Some tabs coming in as well. Nefany, there's the 3rd nade to bring him down.
Amazing right now. This is so good. On the CT side, Entropiq just look like they're in complete control. Hobbit trying to force the matter, trying to do something, but he eats a flash and gets gunned down. Oh. This is over.
It is definitely done. I feel like they must have an office somewhere in Entropiq where they just have like a giant wall of a flowchart around how to play this this ramp position. It's just so overpowering. Doing it all.
Yeah, they clearly look very comfortable, and it doesn't really feel like Gambit are able to surprise them in any way, which it just feels like, okay, now this is going to be the real challenge, whether or not Gambit are able to reinvent themselves on this map or if they just pack it up.
I feel like if they were to replay this right now, a second game there's no way they win the ramp again like that. It's hard to explain, but I guess sometimes you can just hit that state. Crad had, if you had to sort of divvy it up in percentages, how much of this win is Krad's over at the ramp, it's almost half of it, I think.
Yeah,
and
a lot of it.
And he's just one player on the team, but I feel like he pretty much won half of this second half on his own, just playing that position. It's so wild. Astralis here, 1 versus 4. He has the bomb in hand, but 19 seconds, there's nothing he could do. They're already rotating over. Again, Krad is aggressively peeking at the ramp. He's already pushing down, so he's going to be flanking. They know what's coming. It's going to be 16-9 as they pick up the win against Gambit on Vertigo. What an absolutely stunning upset from Entropiq.
And it just looks so casual. It looks like they just knew that it was inevitable. That was the result that was going to happen. They look just so chill about the whole thing, and that is them moving on into winner matches now.
Yeah, they're going to be playing best of 3.
That's amazing.
Yeah, unbelievable work from them. I've got to say, again, definitely the ramp was a problem for Entropiq as well, but nothing like what we saw when Krad was on that CT side. That's just ridiculous. I mean, it's worth going back to studying because, again, the smokes that they keep throwing, how they're playing close to the smokes, how they had the follow-up HEs. They had, even though it was kind of, it looked on the surface level like it was the same ramp fight over and over, it wasn't. It was just very, very different from the CT side in Entropiq. They had such a deep pool for how to throw those nades. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Terrific stuff, and that's really just that underdog match. They know both teams know each other so well, and Entropiq clearly had a really good idea of how they wanted to take Gambit on this. They got to determine which the map it was going to be, and so they were clearly ready for it. Congratulations to them, man. Well-deserved victories, and we are not going to be able to underestimate them going forward.
No, maybe we all did. Really cool stuff. We've got the desk ready with a little bit of a breakdown.
Yes, well, thanks a lot, guys. There's a cat among the pigeons. Not what we expected at all. But as we've been saying over the course of this event so far, Entropiq are legit, and Gambit have found it out the hard way. But let's just start by talking about what an achievement it is. They become only the 4th team this year, I think, to have beat them on Vertigo. And when you consider some of those defeats are like 16-14s against Heroic and the likes of that, it's unbelievable. I mean, you know, usually that is a map that Gambit just roll over teams against, and it's happened to them this time.
It's literally only the best teams in the world that they've lost to. They've lost to Virtus.pro, Heroic, Vitality, and these are during periods when these teams are really strong. And as you say, it's typically very, very close when it happens, or that team's having like the tournament run of their lives. So the record, if you don't realise, this is how you know Entropiq. I agree with Janko. They didn't have much to go with in the veto. They kind of had to play the map, but they've come straight in the lion's den here and really shown something, because the guys from Gambit were 30-4, taking out those silly tiebreakers only ESL cares about, on this map in 2021. So that's an enormous sample size, and they've done work against everyone. Like I said, the CIS region typically at the moment just permabans this map, so you don't have to play Gambit on it. So when you go against Gambit on this map, they have the whole package typically. On the CT side, Shiro's the definition of an AWP, like you see here, who's going to hold his angle, kill everyone that comes in on CT side. On the T side, you've got Hobbit and Axel. You're supposed to be able to work both sides of this map, and actually I thought it was very impressive Entropiq stayed in it in the first half, and then the second half they pulled away. I mean, that one play by Forrester there pretty much broke the game.
Yeah, Janko, what do you think the turning point was? Because Gambit started out well enough, and then the game just seemed to get away from them.
Yeah, it was really crazy. I mean, props to Entropiq. It's a massive upset, especially considering the map, as Duncan pointed out. You know, Gambit loses the pistol. You know, even 3-0 down, they still end up with a 9-6 first half.
Yeah.
So you're thinking, yeah, that's fine. They lose the second pistol as well. All right, that's okay. It's Gambit on Vertigo. They'll still find a way to make it work. But it was just the default plays they were going for. We're talking about Nafani on Rap, couldn't really find openings. He was getting shut down. We saw a couple of plays that they have towards the B bomb side. That really wasn't working. You know, it's just Entropiq gets one extra kill maybe than they're supposed to. The trade doesn't happen, and that puts Gambit into, 2v4s, 2v3s, difficult situations really that they just, in this game, the individuals couldn't pull them out of.
You asked, is it just a one-man team? Is it just Elliot? I have to say, by the way, basically every game, if this is like an off game for him, he's going to be one of the best players in the world. I mean, look what he's doing on LAN already. Meanwhile, you look at some of the other up-and-coming Russian players, Spirit, for example, would be an obvious one. They're going home, mate. They're not in the tournament anymore. It absolutely wasn't. Like, Crad had basically the game of his young career thus far.
Yeah.
Basically, it was a team effort across the board.
Yeah, you read my mind there. I mean, I was going to talk a little bit about Elian. Look, again, I always keep it real. A lot of people were questioning his legitimacy, like a lot of young players who've come through in the online era. It's a crucible our community always puts young talent through. Rops will tell you all about that. But, what better way to prove those doubters wrong? And not just prove them wrong, I think he's actually been better under these conditions than he has in the online era.
Yeah, I think it was obvious that he was the next man up, so to speak, looking at the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene and his results against that level of opposition. I think the disappointment comes a little bit from his performance and Entropiq's at Pro League, because that was the first time they get to play these Tier 1 teams, and they had some very, very close losses, which I think hindered them a bit, hindered their confidence perhaps, but boy, did they come back stronger, and Elian too in the Challenger stage, and now here as well, getting it done with the rest of his team.
So they're 2-0. I mean, job isn't done yet by any stretch of the imagination, but they're going to get 3 bites at a cherry to, seal the deal and go to the Avicii Arena.
Hey man, one of the 2-0 teams is G2. They could face them, and G2's weakness has been Vertigo lately. So already talking about best of threes and whatnot, it's possible, and there's still a lot of CS to be played.
Do you think they can do it though?
I think they can do it against a team like that, really, they seem to be riding that momentum. They seem to have a lot of confidence right now, and it's definitely possible. If you can take down Gambit on Vertigo, then anything is possible.
Yes. Yeah. And for Gambit, obviously, they find themselves in this weird spot. Started immaculately. They were so good at the start of the day. 16-7 against ENCE, a supposedly dangerous opponent that they just handled. Here, it's been done to them. And I know what's already happening. I don't need to look at social media to know those players are being wrecked. They're being called onliners. They're being told they're not going to do it. Is this pressure going to get to them, or do you still think they'll just calm down and be able to do a workmanlike job to get through to the next stage?
I mean, the key for me is just you have always those best of threes waiting for you. When you get into the best of threes, look, on paper you're supposed to win this best of one, but it's really hard to beat Gambit in a best of three. I mean, just ask Simple. He was giving us some of the best performances ever this year, and sometimes not winning the series.
I'll tell you this as well. Every time we were doing, talking to Hobbit after wins and tournament wins, he was always praising the coach, the analysts, and so on for the preparation. Obviously, didn't have much time to prepare for this series, only knew the opponents a couple of hours before, and they probably fell into that trap. Oh, we play them so often, we know what map probably is going to be, we know how they play, and perhaps in the meantime, Entropiq just switched their game a little bit, maybe caught Gambit a little bit off guard. I just think also individually they were better in this particular instance, and I do have full faith in Gambit that they'll still play in the arena, and then when it comes to the best of threes, they'll be a much better team.
All right, well, we'll see if you're right, obviously, in the coming days. For now, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to let the action from the Legend stage continue, so make sure you join us.
Coming up next, Na'Vi versus Virtus.pro.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm 2021. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk, Duncan Thorin Shields, Yanko, staying with me through the night. And we've got ourselves an incredible tie. One, by the way, steeped in history. Ideal for both of you guys. Na'Vi versus Virtus.pro. We've already had a look at Na'Vi early today. Very good, solid win on Ancient against Heroic. And obviously, this is meant to be their major. That's the narrative. But now they're going up against the Grinders, a team that just continue to sort of defy expectations. Not in an entertaining way by any stretch of the imagination, but they do win games. Set the scene.
I mean, as you said, like if you want to just go stylistically, you can make a great case for this match because Na'Vi's the team that famously, even when they win, have a lot of trouble closing out games, actually. Meanwhile, VP is the team that just seemingly can't be put away. They just extend games forever. The only problem I have with this particular matchup is, you go back in time 6 months, this would be an amazing matchup, could be really interesting. In the BO1, though, the good news, if you're the guys from VP, is your permaban is nuke. At the moment, Na'Vi is on an unbelievable win streak on that map. The bad news is, you are going to have to go ahead and ban Vertigo, your permaban. You are going to have to get Ancient out of there. So the map veto is going to be heavily in the favour of Na'Vi. And Na'Vi can basically choose where this matchup takes place. And at the moment, VP, especially betting in this new player, they don't have the same map pool they used to have.
Yeah, and also the interesting thing is looking up the previous matchup for these two teams, considering how many CIS, you know, RMRs we've had. They only played each other once.
Yes.
They only played each other once. Before that, you know, DreamHack Masters, IM Katowice, that sort of a thing. And Na'Vi absolutely has the upper hand, being 3-0 up in some of those matchups. And yeah, I think for this tournament, especially considering the game against Heroic for Na'Vi, that's a tough opening game, right?
Sure.
And Ancient, they started off good on the CT side. Heroic makes a mini comeback, and Na'Vi actually has a very strong T side of Ancient to close it out. That gives you a lot of confidence. You know very well before, Na'Vi was notorious for these slow starts to tournaments and so on, but that's behind us. Now Na'Vi is like kicking off in the high gear.
Yeah, but VP already with a legitimate win under their belt today over Vitality. You know, the scoreline's a lot closer because they just kept giving rounds away right at the end.
As is their way.
Yeah, exactly, that they didn't need to. But they did close it out. And it's got to be said, you know, some very good individual levels of performance. I mean, we're talking about stars here at the Major. Yakindar is just ridiculous. I mean, what he's doing at the moment it's insane.
I mean, he's the guy where you have to... I always say to people, they don't actually know how to use the stats part of HLTV.org because basically, unless you use those filters and pick top 30, top 20, top 10, you're doing it against every person in the database. Even if you leave it against all, Yakindar breaks the impact rating. He is basically... it's to maximum to the right it can possibly be, which implies if that is at all an advanced stat, he is one of the most impactful players in the world.
You want me to blow your mind now?
Come on.
You know the filter on top that you set for HLTV? That's not opposition. That's when your team was in top 10, top 20, top 30. And then there's a thing at the bottom. I didn't know this until recently. There's a thing at the bottom that's actually against top 10, top 20, top 30. So a bit counterintuitive, but the points still stand. And it's true, he in the rifle position, definitely in terms of an aggressive player and whatnot. And the fact that he's playing the best teams in the world, like when he's having a good game, there's very little you can do about it. And the problem for VP is they are very much reliant on him succeeding in those opening fights, and that's for me the biggest point of frustration when it comes to VP, right? That's fine for that to be the main focus on your game, but you need to have fallback options if he's having a poor game, if he's being shut down by the other team, because too many times we just see VP concede rounds, 3v4, 3v5, a minute on the clock. Let's just save play for the next round. Like there's a point to be said about, yeah, you give yourself a better chance for the next round, but you know the opponents are also building up economy. It becomes more difficult to win rounds and whatnot. So I think once VP does that, they're going to become a legitimate contender.
Let's talk about the maps. We're going to get to the veto. That's going to come up on screen. But you said earlier there was an interesting context about this.
Yeah, as I say, I mean, you look at it there. If you're the guys from Virtus.pro, you already banned Nuke, which is good news. You can never get trapped on that. But you have to take Ancient out as well. Like, Na'Vi's actually brought that into their map pool as well. So now they've got a very, very deep map pool. Na'Vi taking out Vertigo is obvious. Like, that's basically a map that, yeah, they don't play. Obviously, you don't want to play it against Gambit. Inferno's a map that it's up and down for them. Dust 2, it's just the VP Classic. Why play them on it? And then you leave them with a choice, Mirage or Overpass. By the way, we'll take either. Na'Vi loves a bit of Mirage. But obviously, we go to the Classic Overpass. Now, this is actually where I want to see what the new look Virtus.pro is really really like. Because this was one of the maps where I really actually didn't enjoy watching James play the CT side. Sometimes he would just save too much. He sometimes wouldn't even rotate to the other side. He would just sort of give it up, save his up, and just say, right, let's go next. So Yekindar used to have to basically work miracles on the T side. So I want to see, how can they integrate Flit? Like, what can he actually do from them at this point in time? Because the firepower differential, if he can be good, suddenly it becomes a pretty even match between the two teams, quite frankly.
Yeah, this wasn't one of the maps that they really played in those few encounters that they've had. It's going to be interesting to see Na'Vi. This was what some teams tried to punish them on in series, right? Obviously, Gambit having the upper hand over them on maps, or on a map like Overpass. So it's going to, and also the fact that they vetoed us too. As you said, VP did used to like the map, but we had the update, and Na'Vi was proficient on it. So Overpass, I think, a good sort of a middle ground, as most of the times it is in best of ones. And yeah, Na'Vi, with the way they've been playing, definitely the favorite here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the interesting thing about Na'Vi is we've been saying for years, like, what would it look like if Na'Vi got 2 players around Simple? He's always had a wingman. It's been electronic for a long period of time. But we always said, you know, like, think back to the time he was playing, you know, Edward on the team, Zeus on the team. They were always just a little bit deficient, and still he was dragging them for deep runs into the tournaments. I feel like Na'Vi now is the complete team. I really do. I think the emergence of Bit, prior to that, the emergence of Perfecto, kind of like the CIS Zipnix, you know, very smart with his clutches, not big numbers, but big impact. I think they've got everything, honestly. I mean, the only thing that ever was questionable was their approach to the game, and they seem to have altered that. You know, the rivalry with Gambit's been very good for them.
I mean, the main thing for me is, look, if I have to point out a hole, it's probably Boomich. Like, I don't think he's a truly great in-game leader. Quite frankly, I have my suspicions as to whether he really even fully in-game leads like we think of that, like the mastermind. I get the feeling Simple, especially with some of the passive players and teams. I think he just does whatever he wants. I think he has full freedom, and then actually Boomich is more of like a space creator, entry man, etc. So I think aside from that, I agree with you. Like, when Simple came into Na'Vi, you'd already seen the best days of Edward, of Seized. These were the support players. He's basically never had a good support player there. Perfecto is a revelation this year in that particular role. Then obviously, like you say, Bit is basically like potentially going to be the rookie of the year.
He's got to be.
You have to count some of the other people depending on what we're saying, tier 2 and tier 1. But yeah, you just look at the past 2 or 3 events. This is unbelievable stuff. I mean, he's basically MVP level at certain tournaments, except Simple players alongside him. So you look at the embarrassment of Riches suddenly coming into a major. There has never been an Na'Vi team with Simple in it that was the favourite, that should win the major, that had the pieces, as you're saying. Like, there's not really an excuse to not win the major at this point.
Yeah.
And the one player that Duncan didn't mention that I'm very much looking forward to seeing in a LAN environment is Electronic. He's one of my favorite players to watch, such a cerebral player, very good at, you know, taking advantage of gaps, of openings, and that's why he struggled during the online era, right? Like, people are just taking more risks, there's more random plays, you know, they're being more ballsy as well than they usually would be in some situations. It was hard for him to kind of adapt to that. It took him a while. He did eventually manage to get there, but just online, he's a different sort of a beast, and that 1-2 punch between him and Simple is probably one of the hardest hitting we have out there.
Yes.
All right, guys. Well, we're about to find out what happens. What's going to win? Will it be the irresistible force or the immovable object? We'll find out now. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, let's get into it. It's going to be an overpass here between VP and Na'Vi. I think this is going to be, again, another really cool game. Different pace of Counter-Strike, probably from what we're used to seeing in the European region. But, I mean, I've got my hopes for the end game on Na'Vi. Listen, I made this call.
Na'Vi are definitely one of the strongest teams in this tournament, without a doubt. And, I mean, Yanko can be happy because Electronic hit the ground running here on LAN. Dropped 25 kills versus Heroic earlier tonight, followed by Simple with 20. So that 1-2 combination punch that Na'Vi rely on,
so good.
They've showed up. They're here. They've got that. Now it's a question of whether or not that's going to change going up against Virtus.pro. Region team, again, you know, I guess you can call Virtus.pro an underdog versus Na'Vi, even though Virtus.pro are a top team in their own right. But there's that rivalry between these two.
I just want to say, I called Na'Vi winning the major 2 years ago. There just were no majors in between.
Okay, Banks,
it's gonna
calm
be
down.
It's going to be the longest call of all time, Semler. Corona really helped me out with that one. Set it up. I think it's going to be wild. Overpass should be fun. Lots of opportunities for some crazy aim fights there. Maybe some creative boosting as well. Those towers in T-spawn. We love those. So yeah, I mean, you'd be mental to not pick Na'Vi for the favorites here, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're 100% going to win it, because again, it's just the problem of those best of ones. They are just really elusive, and VP, they're not a pushover team either.
No, they aren't. There's a lot of firepower on VP. Yeah. Yakinder's shown up, and he's just been popping off already this tournament. So it's exciting to watch, to see him in his element on LAN here, and to see the rest of VP kind of following in. And, well, obviously, Flit, you know, kind of carrying some weight there for the team, which is exactly what they were hoping he would be able to do for them. So I think VP, there's a strong chance, you know, that they just keep powering up because, again, not that much experience with Flit. So you expect them to just keep hitting harder and harder as they iron out the wrinkles.
Well, let's get the show on the road. Simple here with the dualies in play. And actually, there's a set on Electronic as well. Bit with the headshot, but Kickit will take down Simple. So he didn't get to do very nearly as much as he wanted to there. So, quick trade, and now into a 4-on-4. It does show Na'Vi that at least they've got the restrooms, and they had a lot of people there. Down at the B bomb site, they're playing it so passively. They're actually playing essentially off the bomb site and like a retake instead. Yep. It allows them to get 3 people up to the A site. So at range here with the USPs, it could be really deadly. P250 though picked up on Buster, so maybe he's out there on long looking for a fight. And VP have called a hold. They're saying, just let's wait. Let's wait and see what Na'Vi actually do.
It's a question, yeah. Well, Na'Vi are thinking the same thing. Let's wait and see what Virtus.pro are actually going to do, because I was curious if they're going to stick to their guns or not and keep the 3 players up on the A site. They're still playing retake on B. They've got the 2 players anchoring as well as the one watching from CT, so it's still 3 on A, and James has not found a lurk anywhere.
Yeah, and I think they're basically trusting that if this is a B hit, Bit can get one of those headshots, and then it's a 3 versus 4 retake, and it's all good. So they're just like, whatever, Bit, just do, if they show up, just kill one of them, and it's going to be fine. But time is running out really fast now. 20 seconds. This is definitely going to be an A hit coming out. VP, they're right on the brink of it. There's the flash to set it up. Flit actually got the kill, but Boomich down next in line. Electronic here with the dualies at range. There's an awkward position to be in. 8 seconds on the clock, and James is on his own. There's no time for this plant. If they don't find him, they're not going to be able to lose the round. It's going to be Electronic to get that kill at the end. Good triple for him, and it's Na'Vi to win the pistol.
And yeah, Simple. A little bit of a grin on his part as he gets to look at his, I mean, essentially co-star on the team. Electronic just doing so much work for this team. It's so sick to see that he is just hitting the ground running here on LAN and just delivering kills. 25 kills versus Heroic earlier. That's nothing to sneeze at, right? That is a serious performance. So, Simple dies first in the pistol round. Na'Vi still win the pistol. That bodes well for Na'Vi.
Yeah, good start. Very little time on the clock at the end, if you notice, for VP, which, I don't know, again, pistol rounds are really tricky. I don't think there is a one formula kind of thing that for anything that you can do, but they certainly left themselves a little time, that it was kind of an all-in. They were either gonna swipe away the defense and plant the bomb, or we end up in this scenario where they couldn't really find time to get the last duels in there. So that is unfortunate. What have we got now here? Just Glocks, P250 on Flip, that's about it. So they've gone for a pretty hard save to try and buy something in the next round. Just, again, what we see some of the time people do try and force up in this round.
Yeah, conversion rates have been a bit squirrely when you lose the pistol, but we've seen some teams really manage to break through and pick up wins with the force buys on the deagles. So I personally like to see this because it just means you're going to have a really solid force buy, or full buy in the next round, right? You're going to have the rifles and the nades. You're going to have everything you need on the T side. So rather than risk it, just take the hard eco and focus on the next one. And VP, slow play in it. What the goal here, guys, if you wonder why they slow play it, even in a hard eco like this, even in a round where they haven't spent any money and the odds of them winning are very low, it's just about getting Na'Vi to throw out utility. If they can get Na'Vi to throw out grenades, that's $300, $500, $700 that they've spent that they'll have to spend again in the next round to get equipped. So that's the name of the game. Look at that. They even managed to get a kill out of that situation, Virtus.pro. So that's really nice. But if they can get Na'Vi to throw out grenades, that's money spent that Na'Vi will have to spend again. So that's why, you know, you'll see these teams, even on Glock Ecos, they'll take their time and they'll make noise and they'll try and bait utility out of their opponents.
Yeah, and I mean, you're also given time for the enemy to make a mistake. Not that I'm expecting, and I'm sure VP probably won't expect Na'Vi to make too many of those either. But yeah, if they suddenly decide to go look for you and you're hiding around the corner with 3 Glocks, could be another kill that you just weren't expecting. So it all helps, right? Third round coming up. AKs in the hands of VP. They do still have the MP9 there on Bit, and that's maybe why he's in connector now, trying to get a bit closer, because playing the A-bomb side with an MP9, or maybe even B, it can be risky. Here, though, he's going to be within a good range for it. Flit is around the corner, but he goes straight down, and that is very nearly a double. Ooh, door being opened, Electronic able to take down Jamie. It's a 3-on-3 because Kinda got put into play, and he won the battle against Simple.
Simple getting caught. He was able to farm up that last round, but yeah, getting caught again here. See if they can actually make anything come of that, because now they're going to have the rifles as well. VP slowly taking over sewers, looking towards the B bomb site for now, clearing this out, creating some room, and if they make some noise, that's fine, because they want to, if they want to rotate back up to A, if they make some footsteps, that means that somebody on Na'Vi still has to hang around here on B and not get to take a risk by rotating off or anything like that. So it's going to be a B split here with the remaining players. 40 seconds left on the clock, and the bomb is just making its way out Monster, but it seems like Na'Vi are aware of this. They're going to rotate a man extra down onto the bomb site. The rotation's begun for Na'Vi.
Electronic, he needed that kill to buy time, but look at this Molotov in front of Perfecto. He actually would have had to buy so much time. Molotov will not stop the bomb plant. They're going to try and boost over, but no, they cancel it out. They think, you know what, this is too readable. That's a really, really nice hit out of VP. 3 versus 3. They pick the right bomb site, and they just win that battle against Electronic, and they have that deep Molotov to block off the rotation. That's perfect.
Yeah, brilliant work. Super clean, and I do expect this to be... It feels like Virtus.pro have just been getting stronger and stronger all tournament long. And Na'Vi, they had a good match to kick things off here in the tournament. But now you need to... we got to ease into it. I think, Na'Vi heroic, and I mean, they won that handily. But it's still a question of, getting into the flow here on land. Go ahead.
That was on Ancient they played heroic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, got a bit close. I mean, closer than probably the Na'Vi would have won it. Even if it was Ancient.
Now, though, what do we got? I mean, they did have quite a bit of money going. And Vitality right now currently playing as well.
Against Heroic, yeah, that I feel like would be a crushing loss for Vitality if they can't bring that home.
It's going to be, the French are going to be challenged, and we were just talking about that earlier. I mean, it's been years since there was a French team that was making waves at a major.
True, yeah, it's been a minute. Well, this round still very passive from Na'Vi. Kick it. He's in the perfect position to catch Electronic, who was just wandering in there. Maybe putting a bit too much trust in that smoke. Kick it had managed to get himself through and just was hiding in that sewer area. Now the rest of them are going to be lurking around by the restrooms. Bit is in a good position here, but timing is key. Simple playing at the edge, and he's going to find Yakinda. Revenge from the previous round where Yakinda won that fight. Bit is turning around. He's not quite sure. Simple, he could have maybe got caught there. That's actually very scary. He had his back turned. If they'd come through the smoke, that would have been the end of him.
Just made it, huh?
Look at how everyone is walking around. This really, I mean, this is such a different pace of Counter-Strike. They are just, it is not too dissimilar from the other game that we just watched with Gambit and Entropiq, and it is just about trying to optimize every little moment, right? Nobody wants to make a mistake. Bit is all the way in T-spawn, and he's going to probably realize now there's no one outside of here. So the question now is, can Boomich and Perfecto rotate to the A-bomb site? Not in time. Simple is going to have this battle on his own. And luckily for them, he's able to pick up that kill, taking down Flit. It's a pretty good start. Now it's a 4-on-3. But again, the rest of the team is quite far away. So
that is still only just walking.
Yeah, they're still only just walking, and there's no smoke. And on this A-bomb site, when the bomb's planted here, you need a smoke because they're going to be hiding in restroom and shooting you as you're trying to defuse. So Na'Vi, yeah, they're a man up, but I actually think they're in a lot of trouble here. Bit is being held. Kickit is the one watching on the other side. There's a headshot on Simple. Buster, good start here. Bit will take Kickit down. Bit actually, he keeps going. A headshot at range to drop Buster. James is the next to fall, and they're going to have no kit, but I think maybe just enough time for it. It's a bit scary here. Still holding it in. Boomich. Bit is running away just in case, but they'll be fine. They win the round. Na'Vi, that is as close as you can cut it for a retake.
Man, and that was just a 50-50 guess from Bit. You know, if they're setting up for a B hit outside, then he's a god, right, with that flank, and it's just amazing, and he probably guts them before they can get anywhere near the bomb site. But it's that 50-50 guess. Which side of the map are they on? And he's just not, he's just late to show up to the party, but he still gets his kills from connector, so he still makes that impact happen, which is so sick. You can see him line up there. That is tremendous work from Bit.
That's some crazy spray at range. It really is. That second kill is impressive.
What a round. Just what a round.
blows up your Kindar Buster here. Yeah, and I mean, the fact that he's out looking for the information in itself is super impressive, right? That's the kind of play that you wanna make as much as you can. On a map like Overpass, I mean, it actually does tell you something about the map. It's part of the problem, right? It takes so long for him to find the information because the map is really wide. It's really big.
It's a big map.
Yeah. So even though he gets the information, they just can't get there in time anyway. They're a little bit late to show up. Interesting. 3-1 though. So 5th round coming up. We've got some signs here of the VP economy under some pressure with the 2 Galils and very, very few Renegades. Bit, got to be real careful here, but he's going to catch Buster, and that's a fight that he's going to win every single time.
Just outclasses Buster in that case. Buster not expecting them to be holding close, so that's going to be a little bit of information gathered up for the future of this half on the T side. If you know that Bit is going to be playing aggressive restrooms like that, you'll want to clear it out with a maid or use a flash, something next time around. Looks like we'll get that B-split pushing onto the B-bomb site now, though, and quick plays here. Do we get a second kill? No, Boomich not even able to chime in. Just running right over the defense.
Yeah, that worked incredibly well. They had the timing down between the initial push from the L-bend and coming out of the monster tunnel, so that none of them could really help each other out. That's really impressive. VP coming up with an amazing round. After losing Buster out long, that's pretty much it. So 2-3. And the rest of Na'Vi are going to be running away.
Surprising to see just how clean that was on Na'Vi's side. And that includes Electronic, who's been hitting hard, but not able to get anything that time around. So nice adjustment made there by Virtus.pro. And now it's a question of whether or not Na'Vi, I mean, Na'Vi are going to be in eco territory, so it's really not going to be much to work with here on their front. They have these 2 rifles, and it's so important that they hold on to them, because otherwise you're back to pistols, and that's just a nightmare. So Virtus.pro now. The slow style, once again, just paying off, taking their time to get maximum information before they decide to go.
And it was interesting to see. I mean, some of the stuff that we're not seeing yet out of Na'Vi, maybe it will happen down the road, but we're not seeing the wall bangs going in a sewer, the sort of the attempted nades around a corner. It seems like Na'Vi are holding really passively inside of the B-bomb site, and they don't know too much about what's happening outside. No, you can also boost over to look over the wall. There's a lot of ways to sort of figure it out. So VP are getting all of that control outside of B by just showing up, and they're going to take that. This time they rolled it into a round win. Smooth jump. Nade again. Doesn't do anything this time.
Not going to catch him. Really cool nade, though.
Are they going to triple nade it? Yep, here we go. Bit, though, out of position. You are so thankful if you see those nades coming in that you weren't jumping for information.
But I like how Virtus.pro, you know, they just use that as an early tell, and it happens so early in the round that they throw those 3 HEs, but unless Na'Vi push for info, VP 10 seconds later can be anywhere. 15 seconds later because they're walking everywhere. But I mean, you know, the point is that doesn't really tell too much, right? 3 guys were towards B at the very beginning of the round. Now, they could have rotated through mid, they could have rotated anywhere else. So it doesn't mean anything as far as the defense is holding, although Na'Vi is still pushed up aggro restrooms, and they haven't really been challenged on that side. So I'm surprised to not see a rotation down to the B site yet for Na'Vi, because they're getting a lot of info right now. Nobody is in mid, nobody is towards A.
That smoke, unfortunately, goes so deep in behind Kicker that he just actually sees it as an opportunity. When it goes that deep, he's like, oh, cool, now I can actually just set it up. Flit is going to be going down next. Bit with a kill on him, but they can't really defend the bomb site. They just have to give up on this round, save the 2 guns that they had earlier. Actually, a 3rd gun there. That's huge for them, but it's not worth going for the B-bomb site anyway. So that'll tie up the scoreline. It's going to be 3-3. Virtus.pro, again, I think they're exploiting some of the weaknesses here at the B-bomb site.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. They've identified the weakness now. They realize that they can hit this bomb site with impunity. Although, to be fair, that was still an eco round coming out from Na'Vi. They didn't have the firepower necessarily, so it looks like they were being a little bit more proactive with their peak. Trying to get that Deagle into a position maybe to get a kill, but
it still kind of feels like Na'Vi, they're putting some trust in the idea that they can win some of those straight-up fights with Perfecto and Electronic. I mean, and I would say, just looking at the names, you'd say, well, yeah, I'd probably trust both Perfecto and Electronic to try and win that fight down at B when they turn the corner. But the problem is, VP are showing them that's not always true right now. Kicker's playing really well. They have one of the craziest, you know, opening fraggers in the entire world in Yakindar on this team too. So that's you might have the confidence, but if that turns out to be wrong, if it turns out that the VP are going to be on point with getting those kills at the barrels or inside of the B bomb site, then you have to find another way. And there are plenty of ways to play it, so it's not like this is the only way to defend the B bomb site. It's just what they've gone for early on.
I'm pretty sure that when it comes to timeouts, this is like Blade. If the timeout gets called, Blade is going to be talking because he's got a lot to say. He's got a big hand in the tactics of this team. He's been very vocal in the past, and being limited to the tactical timeouts now, I think Na'Vi could be a team that actually suffers because of that, because Blade isn't able to give his tactical insight live during the round anymore. And so I imagine when the tac timeouts happen for Na'Vi, Blade is going to be doing the talking, and everybody else is just going to shut up and listen.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if they're going to change anything. So far, they've put 4 people in the B bomb site. Again, they have 3 rifles. They have to make some gambles here to try and make it work. You have to assume. So I don't really mind it. Bit's going to be walking back slowly, but yeah, tilted towards the B defense. There's a little bit of a jump over, like we talked about earlier. I just really want Na'Vi to have some information. Even this is better than what we saw earlier. Simple taking a little bit of a peek over towards the door in the C connector, but yeah, right now they're having a perfect counter call though on the VP
very
side.
Cool. The VP, I feel like VP are just going through their playbook. We haven't seen this yet. Just slow pushing long like this as a group. It's not something we've seen. Although I believe did Simple just spawn somebody? I think he did.
He definitely did. And Flit has gone down. Flit versus Bit.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tongue twister.
Let's go. 50 seconds now. And the fact that because they also spotted Simple for sure, so they kind of, it's kind of like put another break in the game where it's like, okay, well now what? Who's going to be reacting? Molotov, they're not going to challenge it. They'll just start to fall back. 35 seconds. They do have Yakinda ready to see if he can get into the bomb site. Checking the corners, docking right in, and that's what he does. That's the work that he puts in. Taking down Electronic Jam on the other side to drop Bit, and now Simple's on his own. Haven't checked it. No, they can't make this mistake. No one's checked the corner. 20 seconds yet. He's there to try and stop the bomb plant. He wanted a double, but he's going to have to settle for that one shot, and that could still wreck everything here for VP. 1 versus 2 now. Jame on his own. Simple toying with him and a headshot to bring him down. You could see how he jumped to try and just shoulder peek him just enough to make him take the shot. And when he didn't, he still took him down. That is... They weren't expecting for that double restrooms. They think once they get that kill, when Jame hits the shot, they're like, all right, that's it. Corner is checked. It's all done. And Simple was hiding there.
Simple is the raid boss, isn't he? He is the final boss of this game. If he is still alive in the round, anything is possible. Anything is possible. But he anchors a site, so that's why I'm surprised. VP, you know, they haven't killed him out of the first 2. They have to be wondering what's going on. But yeah, I mean, obviously. The way that played out, it was beautiful. And Simple, of course, he's a maestro.
And they saw him jumping, I mean, it was a good while earlier, right? So they could have also maybe been thinking, wait, maybe he's just fallen all the way back.
Yeah, but they don't know that's him, right? You know, it's like jumping. It's just a model. Like, yeah, that's the thing. It's just, it's so exciting to have Simple in the server because anything is possible. When that guy's still alive, he will play it. He doesn't make mistakes. It's so good.
And now it's got better because he's got the AWP.
Yeah.
They stole that from James, so...
Let's see now.
4-3, the scoreline. Now they're coming up with a pretty big round right then and there. Electronic looking for somebody's knees. Kicker is on the other side. Yeah, that's dangerous, and he's going to spray him right down. Can fall back. Yeah, the fact that he's running is probably a bait more than anything else.
Yep.
That looks so well choreographed.
Just the 1-2 combination. Drawing him in. Hook, line, and sinker. And now we're down to 40 seconds left, and VP are just no closer to getting onto a bomb site. They're going to have to brute force it.
But look at how the B defense has now moved outside of the B bomb site, and how much more pressure that puts on VP in terms of not having that ground to just set up everything like they did earlier. Also, Bit is pushed all the way up by the birthday party on the other side, so that means... Yeah, the map is shrunk heavily for VP. This is all being read really easily by Na'Vi. They know what's coming. They're down on the site, and they'll get the bomb plant down, but Na'Vi don't really care. They're going to go for the full-on retake here. Buster will get a kill, but Buster and Jame, they can't go anywhere. They're locked in. They won't be able to escape. Jame maybe...
You know what time it is?
Yeah, save. It's time.
Oh!
No.
Can't make it out.
Even he can't do it. It's, I mean, that actually would, again, I would have said that's a perfectly legitimate time to leave. Because otherwise, you have to try and 1 versus 4 them, and that's not going to help either. All right.
1v4 with an op, it's a tall order.
Yeah.
Whereas now, maybe, you know, you could have had one. Money's going to be a little bit weird on the side of Virtus.pro now. As the clock ticks down, Bit is just doing work. 133 ADR right now. That's average damage per round. That is sick. He is having such a big impact right now for the team. And of course, well, Simple just doing simple things.
Yeah, he's turned up to play. 5-3 though. It's a pretty respectable scoreline for either team at the moment. For VP though, the critical thing is keeping that Na'Vi economy low all the time. You have to keep them within an inch of ecoing, because if they start to get away and start to really run away with this, it's just going to be way too scary. So keep doing the damage round for round. A little bit of a spray there. Boom, it's not quite connecting. They had the AK on Yekindar. I kind of like that sacrifice. I think, again, Yekindar is such a star that you should make those sacrifices. Even if Sanju's not here, someone has to drop.
Someone has to drop. Oh, but now it is just going to group up here, and it's going to be a B hit. They're, once again, just a reminder, they're once again just hoping to draw out the utility from Na'Vi. Na'Vi still not quite sure what they're up against. Just chucking nades out.
They're certainly expecting that boost, so it looked like Flit wanted to do it, but they've called it off. Perfecto. Oh, that's very awkward. That's not how that's meant to go. I'm not sure why he's peeking it with a Molotov either. Yekindar comes up with a second kill, and now it's getting a bit scary. Could he get one more? Ooh, he sprayed down right through the railing. And Simple will be there to take down Flit, so a good recovery for Na'Vi in a round that otherwise is getting way out of control. Simple trying to shoot through that box. Makes me happy. Buster, oh, they lined up. That could have been the end of the round. They nearly sprayed everyone down there. Na'Vi should consider themselves lucky to be winning this round.
That is a wildly successful round for Virtus.pro.
Yeah.
Bomb plants 3 kills on what was essentially a hard eco with a hero AK. That is outrageous that they managed to get that much out of the round. And granted, that's just timing. That's so unfortunate for Perfecto that as he pulls the nade out, the guy comes around the corner.
Yeah, but
it's just the way it's supposed to happen pretty much. But Boomich saves them. This is all on Boomich right here. This double kill gives them the option to get in.
I have no idea why he's pulling out the nade at that point in time. Like, that's just, I think, a mistake, basically. Because it's one thing for him to shoulder peek the corner or whatever, and if he sees them running through the tunnel, then he can pull it out and throw it anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, I don't know. That looked like a big mistake. And that could have cost them the round. That could have been the end of it. The margins really are that thin at this level, so keep an eye on that. And Electronic, I mean, him and Perfecto, they've got some kills, but they are actually, I mean, now they got some backup in when Simple's down there, so that's really helpful. But just between the two of them, they haven't been too impressive in this B bomb side yet.
No, I think that's why VP are just smashing this B bomb site over and over again as best they can. They've had success here on B. Clearly, the players on this bomb site aren't hitting as hard as, well, I mean, Simple. But wherever Simple's going to be, you're just going to hate your life.
Yeah.
If you know he anchors A 80% of the time, then just avoid A. Keep hitting B over and over again.
Go for it. Are they going to go for the boost this time around? They've been spotting it a lot, Na'Vi. They've been trying to catch this boost in action. Jame is also sneaking on the other end. And again, this is another round where VP are getting all this real estate outside of the bomb site. And every time they've been able to do that, they get the kills. Again, Yekindar and Jame, and that's the round done. Just like that. Na'Vi cannot let them have all of this space outside. It is right now, I think, the factor that's winning them these rounds down to the B bomb site for VP. It's so obvious when you see it from this point of view. Na'Vi must be feeling it too. That's impressive.
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to get another tactical timeout called here by Na'Vi after this, because Perfecto is just dying at the beginning of these rounds, and it's really hurting this B defense, because then Electronic feels like he has to plug the gap, and then he gets caught out in the open, and that keeps happening over and over again. Electronic trying to do the best that he can, but for now, we'll need some adjustments made. And maybe you're right. Maybe we do need to just kind of, Na'Vi just need to realize that they need to take the fight to VP one way or another. And that could be, yeah, a quick source play.
That could be, it could be, right? It could be even putting 2 people in connector, because then that door blows open. And if you have that set up at sewers and connector, it means suddenly whoever is holding Monster Tunnel only has to worry about that. They don't have to do that double play where you're kind of on the ramps, you know, walking back and forth all the time. There are a lot of ways to solve this problem, and the one that Navi's reached for so far mostly has just been having Simple down there with an AWP, or maybe even sometimes 4 people, right? Which you just can't do all the time is the issue, right? That becomes really predictable too, so you want to be careful about that. We'll see how it goes. 6-4 though. VP. They are holding on to Na'Vi, which is really, really good. Like I said earlier, the real big difference here is whether or not they can keep the economy alive. An attempted shot there. I think James saw Simple. But Bid, this is a deep play. He is all the way in here. A lot of noise being made. Simple. He's flashed though, but yeah, no one is expecting this bit. Oh, that took long. He could have been dead. He's on 12 health. He nearly screwed up that round.
Very close to being totally screwed up.
And he's the insurance policy for Simple. In case that flash comes through, Bit is there to help him with that.
Wow, I can't believe Simple's still hanging around here. Oh, Bit redeems himself with that one, though.
In a big way. On 12 health, still able to win the fight. And now they got Boomich down here, so a third player to try and help out. Even some counter Molotovs. This is another thing that we've been missing. Even that is more proactive than Navi's defense is otherwise been at the B bomb site. So it all helps. They're going to try and go for the boost. Not going to be able to see anyone this time, though. Maybe they will.
Oh, come on. They can't catch a break on this defense.
No, that's actually sick. I didn't expect them to really look that deep in. I thought he was a little bit further behind the pillar. Boomich, he's going to get one and is still alive. James trying to get through the tunnel. 30 seconds on the clock. Kinder, he made it look so easy. He just raises the gun and drops Boomich. Now, though, James 1 versus 2 and Simple is on the other side.
Collat?
Yep, he got tagged, but it doesn't matter. Still ends up winning the fight.
Do not leave Simple hanging on the fist bump.
Yeah. Okay, that is a really close round. And
oh, Blade.
7-4.
Gotta be careful playing with fire there.
12th round.
All right, we will get the timeout called. Okay, I guess that's what he was asking for. Getting the timeout called. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. But that is a sick hold from Simple. What a shot in the end. What a save. I mean, right now, these retakes on the B bomb site, it's just so fortunate that the bomb got dropped in sewers, because if they're on the bomb site having to retake, it's just the end of days for Na'Vi at that point. Ooh, the drone is here. We have to come up with a name for this drone. What are we going to call it? Wally? No.
No, that was a little weird. I still haven't watched that movie. I probably should.
You probably should. It's scarily accurate.
All right.
After what is happening today.
I'll get to it one of these days. Yeah, Simple. I mean, he's playing, I wouldn't say the highest level that we've seen, but a pretty good starting level. And there are just almost no games where Simple isn't showing up. That's what's so ridiculous about it.
Indeed.
Let's see, 7-4. 12th round here. AKs across the board for VP. And let's see. Actually, did they just drop some nades out here?
Nades and everything out here. This is interesting, and on both sides. So that's interesting to see where they elect to leave grenades. 4 players on B right now. Na'Vi are just hard countering Virtus.pro. They've got a read on VP. This is perfect.
Simple with 1, but no follow-up. Perfecto not really swinging for it. He comes back, but Boomich still want to get the kill. Perfecto upgrading into the AK. It's a 3-on-3. I'm surprised, because that's that 1-2 punch down at the Monster Tunnel. I feel like that should have been a quick trade, but Perfecto never really getting swung into it. Flit's going to be going down. Boomich is all over the place now, getting kills. And Kickert and Jame, a 2-on-3. They have a lot of time here, so wouldn't want to see them rush this particular play, because I mean, they can fall all the way back if they wanted to. Go to the A-bomb site. Just try and play it cool and see if you can make it so that you're isolating at least one of the Na'Vi players. Smoking it off again. They actually have Molotovs enough. They could probably burn out the back of this bomb site. Not quite sure. That's fine. Check that position. There's the Molotov we needed. Onto the ramp. And Kickert. He going to be able to find a gap in it somewhere. I don't think they realized everyone is here. They might be thinking it's only 2 out of 3. We can tell it's the rest of Na'Vi as well. Good spray from Kickert, but he's in some trouble. Perfecto will take him down, and now it's on James, all on his own with that AK-47, and he's getting caught on the ramp. Straight headshot to take down Boomich, and Perfecto on the other side. He's only got 2 kills so far. Can he find the third one on James? He desperately needs it. Pistols out, and he will be able to drop him. That is a big win for Perfecto. He's really struggled.
Yes.
2 out of 3 kills in this round. But it proves again, it's worth it to stay around, even if you're having a tough game.
He just made up for letting Simple down with that monster hold. That 1-2 combination there, where Simple was counting on him to get the trade. Doesn't get it, right? You're thinking, well, Perfecto, man, you really need to step up and get kills like that. You cannot fluff those shots. And yet, there we go. Managed to pull up a big clutch, and that will certainly help, obviously. Gets the round, but redeems himself somewhat there. 8-4 now. And Na'Vi, I mean, these rounds are so close. It's like they just can't get a bank going because each of these rounds is a 2 players surviving, 1 player surviving. Just no money, no chance to develop any kind of money on the CT side. Ooh, is Bit done for?
I don't know. I mean, he doesn't have any backup here, but not that far away from Simple being there. And oh, he's so good. It's outrageous.
What is this purist playing with an A4?
Yeah.
What's going on with that?
Representing.
Get out of here.
Bit and I, we're on the same team. I appreciate
A1S, Master Race, all the way.
3 versus 5, and that's a bit of an overextension. Double kill on the side of Bit. And Buster and Kick at 2 versus 5. I just... It does seem like it's so ridiculous that the Simple and Electronic combination alone made Na'Vi one of the scariest teams in the world, but the fact that Bit is also playing at this level is just, it's so stupid, isn't it? What are you realistically meant to do?
You're meant to die, Mr. Bond.
Yeah, it's true.
He's got 13 kills right now, 3 assists, trailing Simple, who has 15.
And both of them are leaning towards that A bomb side most of the time. I mean, so for VP, it's not a very enticing move to try and get there. They're going to be saving the guns for the rest of this round.
Yeah.
I don't really mind that.
But it's not only that. It's not only that they're locking down A. It's that they're executing effective retakes on B. They're just taking the fight everywhere.
Yeah. That was a deadly combination.
And Vitality now. What was the score?
Lost 16-12.
16-12.
To Heroic. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I can't believe it.
Counter-terrorists win.
But in this game, Na'Vi well on their way to picking up the first half here. 9-4 is already a pretty good beginning. If they could get all the way to 11-4, well, more power to them. Simple's looking happy and excited. That has to always just be a bad sign. You actually just never, ever want to see that happen. As soon as he's enjoying himself, you know it's a good day for Na'Vi.
Yes. Oh, dreams are being broken. Shattered, destroyed on the other side, essentially, of his opponents.
It is true. A little bit of more serious look here on the side
James
of
always
VP.
looks like this, though, man.
Yeah, it's true.
Happy James, sad James, frustrated James, elated James.
He's
it's all
thinking,
just...
in this moment, he's thinking, now that Sanji's not here, who's going to throw me that AWP that I always have? What's going on? Where is the AWP? No one has it.
Who is throwing the grenades?
Well, we've got some AKs that were saved, the Galil there. They're going to try and roll this into a respectable round if they can. Not sure what the play is.
What? Ho, ho, ho. Dude, Bit is 7-0 on opening duels.
Yeah, out of control.
What? That's nuts. What a savage.
He's too good. There should be like, kind of like a fantasy team limit kind of thing where like you can't get both Simple, Bit, and Electronic on the same. This just can't be done. You don't have the budget for it. It's not fair. Electronic, speaking of which, again, trying to play. Oh, he did turn around. I think either he just thought he heard something, or maybe he saw a foot or something. It looked like he was turning for a flashbang then. Either way, again, the defense is trying to push its way outside of the B bomb side, which I still think is the method to try and stop VP from getting those executes in there, because they've been really good at that. Smoke to slow them down, so they'll have to wait that out, presumably. It's always tricky when you throw that smoke, because if it goes deep enough in, you actually don't know if they just walk through. So a bit careful with that one. Over at long, Bit is maybe having a fight with Buster at some point here, and they're actually getting kind of close to each other. 45 seconds. Buster is moved far away now, but Bit is right on his tail. Is he going to be able to catch him? The timing, it's there. He sees him, but he calls it instead. It's still incredibly valuable information. He's going to make his way down silently. The rest of the defense is rotating towards B. They know everything, Na'Vi. That might actually be better than trying to take the shot, is just calling it in. He's such an intelligent player. Electronic is catching him on the other side, and there's the kill. And now the rest of them have no choice. They're just in the tunnel saying, oh, that's the round probably done. Buster is out of it, and now they're trying to run into a fully stacked bomb site. Perfecto getting a little bit of a smile on his own with a double kill. Electronic there at the L-bend. It's just all done with. What a round from Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's just, it feels so good if you're Na'Vi, and it feels so bad if you're Virtus.pro. When that guy dies from Connector, and you're all just standing up front of Monster, it's just like, well, I guess we still have to go forward. There's probably 4 guys waiting for us on that bomb site, but you know what? We don't have the time. Let's just go. That is so sick. And again, Anders, I think you nailed it there. The trigger discipline. You know, getting the kill is one thing. Guaranteeing the round is a completely different thing. And the fact that he doesn't take that shot and instead just sets his team up, it's perfect from Bit. Well played.
Oh, need to follow it up. Buster goes down. That is so cool. He's just reacting instantly to that one. He legs him. He's like, yeah. And actually, a lot of the time, people will throw that nade over into the playground instead because they're sort of expecting for people to keep running. But I guess Simple just has his number. Takes down Yakinder as well now that he feels the challenge from Bit. He's like, you're not going to end this first half with a higher rating than me. Electronic with a wall bang to take down Kicker. This is suddenly turned heavily in favor of Na'Vi.
Yeah, they're starting to really grab the bull by the horns here. Even this slow style from Virtus.pro, if Na'Vi have figured out how to get out on the map and start having a bit of a presence out here and challenge.
Grab the polar bear by the ears. I feel like it doesn't work as well. Probably going to die doing that.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. Well, isn't it, you know, like other bears, you stand a chance, but with polar bears, it's just 100% dead. Like, you're just dead. Sorry. They're going to eat you.
Yeah, I don't know if there's even any advices there at that point in time.
No, I think literally it's like polar bear, just give up.
Try to just avoid them.
There's none of that whole play dead like with other bears.
Polar bears, we're not playing. Electronic is a cool shot from Flit. I mean, that's not necessarily easy to hit on that boost in the B-bomb site. Jame, I don't know. It's the final round of the half, so there's not even any saving being allowed here. Not even that. It can't even work. Bit is ready and waiting, same as it ever was. 11-4 in the first half in favor of Na'Vi. That is pretty damn impressive.
A thing of beauty. A thing of beauty. And look at this. They have the notes. I love the notes.
The highlighted notes.
Perfect. Perfect. This is preparation on the side of Blade. I bet you 100% as soon as these, well, okay, to be fair, the comm rules were already in place. The rest of it, where you're not able to shout or any of that sort of stuff, that was added on. But the comm rules, they knew. So being prepared as a coach coming into this, you're going to have your notes out there for the players so that you're still communicating with the players. You've still done the work, the prep, it's there. You're just not able to directly tell them live during a round.
There were some pretty good memes of the first screenshot of Simple looking at that one. Did you see the one that said Devil Walk Majors 1?
That is his source of inspiration, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's
he wants to kill that meme.
Oh, it has to happen. It just has to. 11-4, ladies and gentlemen. Second half is coming up. It's now VP on the CT side. Now V, they just need 5 more rounds here. I mean, we've seen crazy comebacks all throughout this tournament so far, so I don't want to rule anything out, but my god, they're going to have to wake up quickly here. Buster is out on long, and...
no flash.
Yeah, but if they jump past with Glocks, the problem still is how many headshots can you get? Yakinder is back here in case they get close to it. They actually duck into a little bit of a fight. Buster, he's down. Bit continuing that opening kill ratio. It's so outrageous. Yakinder will take him down, though. That's a good sign. 4-on-4.
And in the meantime, Simple has got no action in mid. Nothing. He hasn't been able to follow up on that kill.
Oh. Was Perfecto on the ladder? I wonder if he's just sitting on the ladder, and if they come, he can jump and just, you know, like, get that little speed boost out. It looked like he was. That would have been interesting.
That's cool.
I think the observer is nodding.
Yes.
Yeah.
There it is.
That's some incredible communication, in fact.
Listen, we got the best here at the Major.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen that work. That actually would have been cool. Because CT sometimes, in all rounds, but maybe especially in pistols, will try and push down for information. I think Bit himself did that at one point. So yeah, Perfecto trying for that. Here we go. Coming in through Munster in the L-bend to try and hit this bomb site with 22 seconds left. Yakinda continuing the headshots. He's going to get one more kill. Boomage, oh, spinning all over the map. Taking a triple kill with a Glock and is simple. Going to be taking out Yakinda. They get the bomb down at the last possible second just to add insult to injury, and it's going to be 12-4. I can't believe Boomage just got all those kills. It's just within the space of like 2 seconds.
So that's when you're really feeling it as the entry man, when you're just running in and you're just channeling the Glock. Just hold mouse 1, don't stop moving, and just react to everything. It's not even, his brain isn't thinking at that point. It's all just muscle memory just popping off. Let's go. Boomage popping off as well. Let's go.
Yeah, he's excited for good reason.
That's sick.
VP buying into this round, and I think that's actually kind of fair. They're so far behind. If they have to launch a comeback, yeah, you need to go. Electronic is down to the B bomb site. Oh,
what is going on down there?
Mutiny, I think, technically speaking.
Well, Simple's catching out the man in mid. That's Yakinda out of the picture already. So man advantage for Na'Vi, but they did donate Electronic. The dude can't catch a break this map. He's really not having the best one. It hasn't really gone his way. A lot of getting beaten up on that B site, and now he's getting beaten up by his own teammate, Sanders. It's tragic.
And funny at the same time. Just saying, always a good time with the team kills. 3 versus 4 here. James up there with the scout. I don't think we didn't see nearly enough with the AWP of James in the first half, but he is really talented with it. So it's, you know, even the scout could be fun. Oh, but he ducks down, trying to hide the trash can. Simple, like, nah, I'm calling that. Kick it and flit left. And now we look very much like they're about to take that 13th round. Up at the A bomb site. Yeah, they're going to get the bomb plant down, no problem here. So I don't really mind the attempted force for VP, but it is a sign of how far behind they are. And yeah, that's a very overwhelming performance from Na'Vi. I guess this is kind of what people have come to expect, or maybe are expecting out of Na'Vi in this tournament.
It's hard to say that they aren't the favorite.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like everything is lining up. Simple is playing the best he ever has. He's got excellent teammates. It's just, it feels like, and they've got excellent tactics as well, because it feels like Blade has really got a handle on things. Like he understands how the team is working, and he understands what the meta is right now. So I mean, it just feels like everything is working for Na'Vi. And the first 2 matches, Virtus.pro have shown that they are no pushover, and yet here they are getting blasted, and they just ran over Heroic. So Heroic are a threat as well, even in the, you know, even though they themselves admit that they aren't as powerful yet on LAN, Heroic, I mean, they're still not a team to take lightly, and yet Na'Vi...
I mean, Heroic just won it Vitality.
Yeah, Na'Vi just took them out in their first map. So it's good to have this confirmation to see just the kind of level that Na'Vi are coming to the table with. And if they just get stronger after this, man, if they just get even more comfortable, players like Perfecto and Bit on LAN, you know, if they get even better at this is going to be just freaky.
Yeah, the level is really high at the moment. All right. Flit playing close with the MP9. They don't have that much to work with here. Kick it to the Mac 10. It is really sketchy. Na'Vi, credit to them. I mean, they're sending Electronic out to go look for a fight, but otherwise they're not risking a lot here, right? They're not showing any of those signs of early celebration or anything like that. Which, I don't know what's on those notes that Blade have been handing out, but that could be one of the highlights, you know.
Keep focused.
At all times.
Do not get complacent. I mean, Yakinda can't catch a break against Simple. Simple just knows how this kid's brain is working right now.
Yeah, and I mean, Yakinda's been playing really well, but it's just that they're just so far behind, right? He's got 11 kills, but when the scoreline's 13-4, that's not so bad. It's just, they need more, and they're not getting it.
His team are desperate for more.
Kick it could maybe get a little bit of a surprise. No, they're going to be checking. I was going to say, that's one of those moments where maybe if the bomb is being planted, you can sneak in a kill. Probably not more than one, though. And James angling for a surprise USP shot, maybe?
Yeah, they look so comfortable, Na'Vi. now on
really
the T side, where they get to take the fight, they're not having to play that slow style and adapt to what Virtus.pro are throwing at them on that T side, right? Well, at least one kill there for Flit, fair enough. But now Na'Vi are the ones who get to set the tempo, and they're out there just hunting kills. Simple with the fist bumps. Pretty sure Boom is just trying to tell him something. He's like, yeah, Boom, hold on, I'm talking to Electronic real quick here.
Yeah, they are having such a good time. VP really look like they're a little bit shell-shocked from the force that they were up against. Simple's at 22 kills, so he is by far ahead of everybody else right here in the game, to nobody's real surprise. You can end up playing around the balloons. We're gonna see someone down there. It's a cool position here because you've got the range and you can just quickly strafe back down, try and get into cover. 14-4. This is kind of not what I was expecting at all.
No, I was expecting a much closer match. I was expecting Na'Vi to win this. I did predict Na'Vi to win this, but I was expecting a much closer match for sure. So now, I mean, now what are you going to do here? Now that's a nice little off angle. That certainly caught him off guard. Electronic not expecting that one. And the smoke going down to Simple. No, does he dare? Oh, I thought for a second he was going to push through there.
That would have been very risky. But yeah, good, Simple. I mean, there's nothing too exciting about that kill, but it all counts. They are building something from the ground up here, VP, and it's going to be a while before they can put it into play. Probably lucky to be alive. Boomage, it looked like he maybe crouched a little bit too early there, James. So it just went through and tagged him up a little bit. 35 seconds. They are going to be regrouping outside of the B bomb site. And inside of it, it's Buster and Kickert mainly that are defending at the moment. Some unusual positions. Boomage doesn't care though. He just rolls in. Bit to follow it up. And now Flit back here as well. The headshots are ringing through for Na'Vi. 21 seconds. The bomb is being planted on the other side. James, he misses the initial flick. And the question is now, can he get back to that angle without exposing himself?
He needs to fight. They need to fight. If you pass up on this now, VP, you're done.
It's tempting to save the offers. I'm just saying. Yinkin with the kill. Oh, he's going to go down. But you're right. This is it. James, 1 versus 2. One of them is low on health, but it doesn't matter. They just wide swing it. Boom. It has been playing really well in this game with the entries as well on the bomb sides. It's 15-4.
Yeah, they needed to fight there. Or he needed to fight, and they know where he is. As soon as he backs off that angle, well, they know where you are, James. There's no point in trying to play it clever. They know exactly where you are. As soon as they kill Yakinder, that's it.
Yeah, presumably he was hoping for Yakinder to make the space for him, right? It's like, you come up, you get a little kill, then it's 2 versus 1, then I come back out again, you know?
I swear every round is just this Sisyphean task for Yakinder. Just like, push this boulder up that hill, Yakinder, and do it again. And again.
Keep getting it up there. Yeah, that's true. 15-4. This is a very, very good demonstration of just what kind of a team Na'Vi are. Don't think it's necessarily a reflection of VP, so I wouldn't read too much into that side. But Na'Vi, yeah, they are the team to beat at this major. Simple goes down to Yakinder. It's a good start here. Perfecto smoked off as well, trying for a bit of a random shot there. Not going to be connecting on that one. Did get the nade though. Now it's a 4-on-5.
Still absolutely possible. Oh, what was that? No way. Through the smoke, he takes him down. Yes. And now Flit, this is going to be the angle. And yes, he has the shadow to predict that. Goes for the second one, finds it. He has done his job now. Flit, excellent work. Goes down to Electronic, but he trades 2 for 1 and gets the info.
Now let's see if they can actually find a way to win this one. 2 versus 3. 45 seconds is actually not that much time for Na'Vi. It means they have sort of one chance to maybe get the jump on them, but they also might get spotted. Wait a minute, running back with the bomb. I feel like saving it. Maybe they could, but they're on such a roll. They have so much money. 27 seconds. Especially 2 versus 3 like this on the T side. All you need to do is win 1 round or 1 fight. If they win this one down here against the FAMAS, that's probably a really good shot at it here. Jumping out, and Electronic going to get the kill on Buster. They smoke up Heaven immediately, and now they're going to be running for it. Oh, this is so well played out of Na'Vi. 2-on-2, but kick it with a kill on Perfecto. That might make all the difference. Electronic low on health. A little bit of a bait with the gun barrel showing. The other person coming in from sewer instead. So Electronic, he's not going to have that much safe space to stand on, and either They're both low, though. Both Yakinder and Kicker. Not that much health left. Electronic, out in the open, but he still wins the fight. A missed shot for Kicker. And now Electronic, he can dance all over it. He's got 1 health left, but he might not mean anything else. He's just run off the bomb site, and there's no kit on Yakinder. Oh, what a heartbreaking way to lose here at the end. There's nothing. Oh, he's holding it down for the full duration, but it's a 10-second defuse, and that's 16-4. Electronic expertly played at the end. That is well done.
1 HP clutch for Electronic. Not even Simple can believe it at the end there. That is so good. Electronic is such a monster.
Wow. I mean, that's a statement win coming out from Na'Vi. They are
terrific performance. Terrific performance. They're clearly establishing themselves as one of the teams to beat.
Yeah,
one of the favorites in this tournament. They are so good. Bit, the guy is amazing to have that kind of ratio with opening kills. I mean, he had, out of all of his kills, he had more opening duels won than he had kills total. It's just, the guy's a savage.
Out of control. They had some problems at the B bomb site in terms of allowing VP to set up. They found a way to solve that, and then there was nothing that VP could do anymore.
This has just got to feel fantastic for Simple. Just imagine. He has got the team around him. He's got the support structure around him. This is it. He's going into the major. All of the teams in front of him look beatable. He doesn't have a clear rival. This is it. This could really be his moment.
It should be, right? But it could also set up for the ultimate heartbreak, right? Like as the desk was saying earlier, there's no more excuses.
The Na'Vi curse.
If this doesn't work, then
the Na'Vi curse.
Yeah,
you
what
think
do you do, right?
No.
So it's a story that's worth following. It's going to be tons of fun. The desk is going to be ready, so let's take it away.
Thanks, guys. Well, we asked, didn't we, who would win the Irresistible Force or the Immovable Object? Turns out if Simple's part of the Irresistible Force, it's always the Force. So. Na'Vi looking very, very good indeed against Virtus.pro. Let's break it down. I mean, what can you really say? Virtus.pro just weren't in it.
They didn't even come into the server, did they? I mean, it actually looked fairly easy for Na'Vi. I can't even say they did anything genius or anything. Even Simple. He had his highlights, he always does. It's not like he had to dominate the whole game, though. There's no firepower on the VP side.
Yeah, I think also one of the most important rounds was actually, Simple just getting 1 kill where it didn't really check him, and he was in that trash can position towards the A bomb site, right? Time was running low, he just killed the bomb planter, really, and I think that was still early on in the half while they were going back and forth before Na'Vi established a strong economy, and I think after they were able to do that was when VP really did seem to run out of any solutions.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was just pretty much what we expected coming in. Virtus.pro.
This is the round.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about. Great trigger discipline as well here, by the way. Able to just, make it count.
Do you want a piece of trivia?
Yeah, of course.
From the CIS region in 1.6, what they call that type of a players, they call it poker, because the idea is you're gambling that you're going to get more by waiting for the guy. But obviously, in theory, if you let a person go past, they might kill you as well. It's a pretty good concept. It's actually a good term that the casters can potentially steal. I would even say, by the way, this shows why I gave the setup at the beginning. It's basically Na'Vi's major to lose. Because actually, if you look at the way the tournament goes, VP played like the maximum amount of games you could play in the previous phase. They've bedded in the new player. They've got to play all sorts of opposition. Na'Vi should, in theory, be coming in cold to today. They could potentially have to play 2 best-of-1s. Like, you wouldn't believe if you took the nameplates off. These were the 2 teams I just described. It should be Na'Vi who's the team who's super bedded in and comfortable. And you'd believe it was VP who's coming in cold and having a warm up to the tournament. So, not a great sign for VP. But if you're a Na'Vi fan, exactly what you wanted to see. It's been easy going so far, generally.
Now, I know they're best-of-1s, but, I mean, look, these wins are unbelievably legit. They've beaten
This wasn't even one of their maps, remember?
Yeah, exactly. This was the map that was kind of just open.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, we're willing to do it. So, I mean, look, I can't stress this enough. All signs pointing to Na'Vi certainly being in the Avicii arena, and then I guess we're going to find out just how deep they can go. Is it a disaster if they don't win this major?
I wouldn't say it's a disaster, but I think the only way they lose in the arena if it's some team, whoever's playing them is on their A game, right? Like they're playing the best CS they can, and Na'Vi just loses in close fashion. I mean, they're looking so. I think on that CT side, a couple of rounds, they also showed incredible patience and composure when they had the advantage. They played the percentages, right? They just took it slow, in a sense, didn't take any risks, and they really have become this complete team. So you are going to have to be firing on all cylinders to be able to beat them, and there's very few teams out there who can even match them, even be close to them in terms of firepower.
Yes. To me, it depends who in Na'Vi you are. As a collective, active because you are the #1 team, of course, you should win the major. It's mainly simple, though, let's be real. Like, it's just because of the context of his career, how many years he's been an elite player, the fact that in your career, I mean, especially with the last couple of years, you never know how many majors you get to be the favourite.
And also one of the teams, that I had personally as one of the contenders for this major is Vitality. When they played the Pro League finals, Vitality actually crushed them on their 2 map picks, right? The Na'Vi didn't even get double digits. It took them all the way to the 5th map, and that was 16-14, a very close affair, right? Well, Vitality is 0-2. Now they've lost to the 2 teams that Na'Vi has beaten. They lost to VP and Heroic, and these are the teams
Look
that
at the
Na'Vi
number
has
of kills
defeated.
here. We just saw, I think it was Flit had like what was his 9 kills. Buster has 4 kills.
You highlighted this before we went in, right? Like you said, watch how Jane plays this map because that's going to be crucial. And way too passive. It's an ongoing problem with him, right? And it's something like I say this all the time. When I watch Virtus.pro. Show me some aggression. Show me a backbone. I think they do have the players to be more aggressive.
Listen, I'll give you an example, right? Sometimes you need to do things for the sake of your opponent scouting you, right? So an example on Dust 2, when we played in FaZe, we didn't really have a B rush. We almost never did it, right? So in a game that we were, winning or that what didn't matter that much, I said, let's just do a B rush here, this game, next game, right? So that someone who's watching us knows we can rush B. Because what happens when teams were playing against us, the guys who held B never used their nades early on B because they had nothing to be afraid about. That's sort of a thing that if you watch VP, there are some small signs that they're trying to do other things like that, but in general, teams are still having that mindset about them, right? And that's the difference. When you know for sure something's going to happen, it's much easier to play against.
I also think as well, the same happened to Yekinder the other way around. He's the super overly aggressive player who always goes for the dry peak, always does the re-peak. In his scenario, right, you let him do that initially because you're trying to master that style. But eventually you've got to get well-rounded. You've got to sometimes, in the same scenario, sometimes don't do a peak there or go there with utility, go there with the second man, because then also they have to keep you honest in that scenario. Problem with Jamie is he just overplays to that caution. And I feel like you don't have to do it most of it. 9 times out of 10, you do you, mate. You know how to do that the best of everyone. But you've got to occasionally chuck in that round where you just do a crazy aggro peak. 'Cause if you do that, all of a sudden you become one of the most impactful players in the server.
Yeah, well, look, someone who doesn't have a problem with aggression, in terms of how he plays Counter-Strike at least, is Simple. He got the MVP. Crazy stuff from him because, as you said, you look at that stat line, and it wasn't exactly an explosive game from him by his standards, right? It was pretty much, just a day at the office.
Yeah, it wasn't necessary, right? The game wasn't even close that much. He was still getting his impact, getting his frag. And it's just amazing, really, how every single time he finds a way to be impactful. I mean, for him, it's an off game when he's equaling kills and deaths, right? When he's just floating around the middle of the table, and his worst day is a career day for a lot of other players.
And then you see from the picture there, that's how you know he's just won the Grand Slam. He's just got money, right? He's doing a Yanko. As soon as he gets that money, out comes the huge watch, big face like Bardolph.
Indeed. Just as an extra thought there, I think there has been an evolution in Na'Vi. We're starting to see Simple kind of just being allowed to have that freedom.
Yes.
They were way more regimented than this at the start of the year, and we talked about this a lot in various podcasts and everything. I've seen a definite tactical change. I don't care what anyone says. They play real, fast-paced, aggressive, smash mouth Counter-Strike. It's their strength.
The thing is, I actually had him on one of my podcasts. Blade basically totally admit, he had an old, outdated way of thinking about the game. Listen, if you're back in that time, it might be the most genius, mechanical, clockwork way to play. But the problem is, you can't put that on young players and inexperienced players, and without a real in-game leader in the server to actually sort of harness it all, etc. Basically, I think at times they were looking at what Gambit was doing and going, we'll be just like Gambit. Which, listen, a lot of teams made that mistake with Astralis, thinking you could just copy what they did. But when you have players and the firepower you have on Na'Vi, you are nearly always going to need to play some up-tempo Counter-Strike. It's how you make the use of that firepower.
And I'll tell you, they won the Grand Slam by winning ESL Pro League, and the semi-final game against Heroic was really close, 3-map affair, and they won in the end on Yukon T side thanks to some of the calls being adjusted, right? Obviously the players are executing the call, but the call really made it easy for them to execute and get the kills, right? So I always look at it as a tandem, as a duo between the coach and the in-game leader, right? You only have so many timeouts. Your job is to, when you're listening to your in-game leader making the calls, that you're not disagreeing with him.
Yes.
That means, you know, you need to be on the same page. That's why you don't even have to, you know, he knows what the adjustment is. You only basically take a timeout because he's not able to see something since he has to play as well, and you're just watching what's going on the server. So that is the reason that what elevated them to really elite status.
Yep. Well, guys, as always, thanks a lot for your thoughts. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have the last match of the day, so make sure you join us.
Coming up next, Ninjas in Pyjamas versus Astralis.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. We did a little bit of tension there with the soon. Don't worry, we are going to get into the action. It's the last game of the day. Sometimes you save the best to last, don't you, boys? It is the return of Device, obviously on NIP these days. Certainly made a name of himself against his opponents, Astralis. I simply can't believe we've been treated to this so early on in the tournament, because there's so many storylines, so many questions. And look, I'll just put this out there. Astralis haven't looked great at this major. They've looked tenacious. They've been able to grind their way through to this stage, but they are certainly not the settled, well-oiled machine that they used to be here.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say, but they've been getting the job done, which is the most important thing. Down 0-2 after day one in the challenger stage, still managed to get it here, won their opening game, and our chance against NIP, who is arguably the better team at the moment, in better form, but the X factor of Device having to face his former teammates. What you said, Rich, was all on point, right? But there's one word also that you left out, which is emotion. There's going to be a lot of emotions coming into this
We've
one.
already seen it on socials.
Yeah, you remember when he just left, Dupree's giving a statement, he has tears coming out, right? So obviously they've been through a lot together, and I think this is just going to be a very interesting matchup for those reasons as well, facing each other for the first time.
Look at the guy on the screen, though. This is the issue, right? They got through that new challenger stage. Not with Lucky playing terribly. He just kind of didn't. He didn't have to be an impact play. He didn't have to do much. He still had his AWP, but they won basically from the old core, doing a good job. In this particular matchup, not only is Device potentially going to say to Astralis, "You're not as good without me," but the guy who, listen, role for role is his replacement. He's not. He isn't fit to shine Device's shoes yet. He isn't in a position to. So if you're Device, this could be extra spicy to win this game. To go, do you remember what it's like to have a dominant AWPer like me, or to face one for that matter?
And it's a very strange situation. I mean, generally, when we do our analysis, we talk mostly about stuff on the server. But the context outside the server is what makes this such a special best of one to get at this stage. And that is simply put, this was an acrimonious split. Device, Dupree, Glaive, all of these guys, they were a band of brothers. It's not an exaggeration. You see some teams pretend like we're all mates, we all love it. No, they went through all sorts, even getting to the Astralis org, building it themselves, being a part of it. They went through all that together, all the trophies, all the accolades, all the excellence. And I'm pretty sure his teammates thought he was going to stay there. He was going to re-sign his contract and stay. And then he said, no, I'm off to do something different. I need to think about my personal legacy.
And by the way, I know people, for PR purposes, I think they're trying to hype this one up on socials, but people would believe, I'm sure, after all the success, they're all just happy for each other, and they all know that, nothing will ever beat the team they had together. That's not the vibe I got at all from these guys. I got the vibe, even if you've heard some of the moves that might happen, that, Glaive wants to prove it's not just Device, and it certainly isn't just Zonic that made him. Zonic wants to show what would I do without Glaive. We've heard rumours maybe Magus goes and becomes an IGL without Glaive. Device obviously wanted, I want to become the #1 player in the world and not play in the system. So I think they're all motivated actually to kind of show that, look, that was the greatest dynasty ever, but I wasn't just good because I was in that dynasty. I'm a great player in my own right, in my role.
Yeah, and look, we'll talk about NIP. It's about Device. This particular game is about the return of Device, but their tournament potential, look, with the exception of Linus that we highlighted earlier, and I don't want to harp too much about that, I love this core. I think this is a very underrated core that NIP have. I've said for years, I think Hampus was the next big Swedish in-game leader if someone would give him a chance. And I think he's been proving that. And this team has got better and better despite maybe not having that experience, that array of stars that Astralis does. Rez and Device are as good as anyone right now. And when you add Hampus to that, these guys are going to shock people, I think.
I think the most important thing for them is they and Device peaked at the perfect time, right? They won the IEM Fall RMR, which got into that #1 seed in EU. And, we were talking during that event, okay, guys, they're all at the major, but they're playing for the seeding. It matters, to solidify that legend status and whatnot. And, you're saying it half-heartedly. You're not really believing it as much as yourself. But seeing now at the tournament, the opponents you get, right, once you win the game, or who would you get if you're the second or the third seed, even with the legend status, it actually makes a massive difference, and it's helped them a lot. And it's the first event, really, where Device was consistently playing on a level that for which NIP brought him from Astralis. He was pretty underwhelming for his standards up until that point. He himself admitted he was going through some personal issues, and I think now we're going to have to see if he keeps it up. That's definitely a win condition for NIP, not just in this game, but throughout the tournament.
I think people are getting ahead of themselves with the NIP story because they've taken the Device angle, they've taken Rez has obviously won championships, Hampers has certainly been a tenured player even if he wasn't on top teams. What have they done at Majors aside from Device? Diddly squat. NIP, unfortunately during Rez's era, that was when they didn't qualify to Majors, or if they went, they were just also runs. They still had admittedly get right in Forest at different points in time. So actually, I think it's going to take a massive level up, or we're going to have to sort of reset the level playing field in terms of experience, because in this particular matchup, yes, I don't think raw experience alone will win Astralis the game, but going through the tournament, I do expect, especially once you get to the playoffs, and listen, for NIP, in your home country, the pressure will build each round that you go through. So Device has done it, he's been there, but who's going to be running with him is my question, you know, and at the moment, even some of the established teams, Rez hasn't been there before.
Yeah, he hasn't, you're right. We'll touch more upon that. We'll just take a quick look at the veto. It's ready to go. So let's see what map we're going to get here. And, you know, I like it for NIP.
I like it for Astralis, too, in a sense of I feel like whenever they can get Newcon or Inferno, they have a good chance. I have him winning this game, Richard. That's my prediction. I think NIP low-key has improved tremendously on Inferno. Yes. It's become like their maybe even second best map, actually, after Ancient, but this is where all the mind games are going to kick in, right? Device obviously being the part of Astralis for so long, I'm sure he's going to give some insights to Threat as how, you know, Glaive likes to call, what are maybe some of his trigger points in terms of making specific mid-round calls, perhaps. But then again, Astralis is aware of that themselves. Are they going to switch it up a little bit? And I think that's going to be the most important aspect of this game. Do they overplay that sort of an angle, and do they mind themselves out of a win?
Here's a question for you. I mean, look, because obviously Device knows Astralis, knows their system, knows their tendencies, and they haven't had a lot of time with Glaive just coming back in. They might, you know, default to some comforts, you know, kind of positions and strats. Do you think that maybe NIP might have like some particular insight into them that Astralis wouldn't have into NIP?
I think in the sense, like, maybe the biggest problem here, right, is if you want to have Device have impact, it's not really the best map for T-side up. In fact, when he was in Astralis himself, he'd often have an AK on the T-side. So I don't necessarily know that Device himself can sort of pick them apart. The main concern for me is it was only yesterday that we were watching Astralis get through on this exact map to this phase of the tournament against Spirit. And I actually thought Inferno particularly was the impressive map, because on the CT side, they played exactly how you'd want to play against people who were just going to run in with AKs and try and take gun duels, which is they had a million off angles and double setups and stacks and then crossfires, and basically it meant that if you don't actually have any counters to that and you're just going to try and win the aim duel, that's how you use experience to beat a less experienced squad. So I want to see, does that mean that basically they've put in extra work? Was that only for Spirit? Are they going to default to kind of the old Astralis style? There's a lot of questions here that we don't know the answer to ourselves.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I think for this one in particular also, we've been talking about Rez, Device, obviously the main performers on this team. You know, you were nice enough to not mention Linus, but I think also for me, I don't know what your opinions are, because we haven't worked for a while, like, about Plopsky, because Plopsky was, if you look back a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, he was playing tremendously well. He was then the rookie of the team, just Sadek. He was showing a lot of promise, and he's been nowhere really to be seen. Definitely not the same amount of impact that we used to see from him before.
Yeah, because they tried to bill it, if you remember, in this team, that like, oh, he's going to be more of like a supportive element. Yeah. And that's your point. Is like he was coming in theory to be the guy where when get right in Forest move away, he's going to be a star of the team. He didn't live really up to that billing. He had brief spurts of it, and I haven't bought the idea. Like, that's why you don't look at him and go, it's a complete team. Like, forget even just the Linus angle. That's obviously like that's going to be changed at some point in time. I feel like. I think Plopsky's the next on the chopping block as well. This is a tournament where he's got to prove himself.
Yeah, you know, I said he did have some some impact rounds in previous games, but I agree. I mean, I think the problem you've got is, and we've talked about this with Virtus.pro, funnily enough, when you have a selfless player, someone who literally does all the support work for you, it is a skill. It's something you have to understand, and you're taking a player that didn't traditionally do that and essentially saying, this is your new role, you've got a very short period of time to master it. And that's what's happening to Plopsky. So, you know, I'm a more understanding, I would say.
Yeah, and then talking about the matchup in itself and the fact that we're playing on Inferno, right? I think we would all agree that NIP has the upper hand in terms of just a little bit of skill, in terms of mechanics, firepower, right? But Inferno is a map where that doesn't really matter all that much. It has very few pure aim duels or fights that are without any utility, right? And that's Astralis' playground, the use of utility to take map control, deny map control, to do damage, and so on, make rotations. So I think this is a perfect map for Astralis to sort of upset NIP and kind of get into their heads a little bit.
So if you want to be the guys from Astralis and show Device what he's missing, this is where Glaive, it's not on T-set, you make the genius CT rotations, you make the ballsy smoke push when you're not supposed to in the meta. Like, that's where you really remind the guy, like, this is what you're missing, man.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, so are you aligned with Yanko? Do you think that Astralis is going to win
The thing is, before I knew the map veto, for the same reasons he's explained, on raw skill, man for man, I took NIP, I actually predicted them. I would say, actually, after the map veto, I'll go with Astralis on this one. I feel like this is the map that actually they can neutralize the skill disadvantage.
I got him. I sold him.
Yeah,
on
you sold him on the idea. See what I mean?
Right.
All right, look, guys, it's great. I'm super hyped for this one. I think this is going to be an amazing match and an amazing story. So, a couple of amazing casters, so much history. Anderson Semler, take it away.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, this is the problem, though. Who are you going to be biased against? Like former NIP, Mr. Astralis? Who knows? It's going to be a hard one to call. I think it's going to be an exciting game. I'm so hyped up for this one.
Yes.
On Inferno as well. I think that's great. I love it. I would have loved more than anything. I wish this was a best of 3, but we're not there yet.
We're not quite there yet, but these teams are fighting to get into best of 3s. That's what matters. And so, NIP, Astralis, Device against the old Astralis. There's so many storylines that just make this so good. And, well, obviously, you know, NIP, the org, just anything to get through to that playoff stage so that they can play in front of the Swedish fans. And so that's not only is there the Astralis element right now, but NIP have that in the back of their heads, and they need to, as pros, just isolate that and not even think about it right now. They can't let that be a pressure factor here. They need to just focus on their game. But there is that at the back of their minds right now, that they are the home team in a sense.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's so many different sort of cross pressures coming into this particular game. It's probably impossible to actually fully imagine what that is like to be in the server, but still, it's going to be delicious without a doubt. NIP looked really good early on Inferno. I mean, they looked like a powerful team. They had a bit of trouble closing that Inferno game. So it looked like it could have spun out of control, but still, they look good.
It's still not all there yet for NIP. I feel like on the mental side, they still aren't closers. You know, they don't know how to just smash. Like what we just saw Na'Vi do, right? Where it's like, we're ahead, and you're not allowed back into the server. We crush you. Right, get out. They don't have that quality yet. So I feel like that's where a team like Astralis, it could play into their favor. It can actually work their way for Astralis, where if NIP show any weakness, I mean, you got guys like Dupree, Glaive, this is personal. Zonic and Glaive, they were not happy when Device made the comments at the end there about leaving Astralis and the Astralis system and all that sort of thing. I mean, they took that personally. So there's going to be a bone to pick, and Astralis are looking to just punish Device right now and the rest of NIP.
I even think it's so interesting because the whole idea of leaving the Astralis system also means the knowledge of what's happening inside the Astralis system is leaving the system too, right? And this isn't like a corporation where you can get him to sign some sort of an NDA or non-compete, thing where he can't talk about what they're doing. Of course he can. So
he's just not accessing any like Google Drive documents.
It's none of that. Don't do that. Yeah. But otherwise, it's fine. I mean, and then there's the whole other side of it, which is going to be so interesting, is the intimate knowledge around how these players think and how they like to play. That probably could be hard to communicate with your Device, but he's going to know, and they're going to know about him. So a lot of this stuff is going to be really fun. That's why you want it to be a best of 3. But if it was going to be a best of 1, Inferno's the map.
Yeah, it is the map. And you're 100% right on that, Anders. And I think any kind of information like that will have been passed along a while ago to Threat, and they'll have processed all of that in preparation for a matchup just like this. In case they run up against Astralis, they've already got all those tendencies, all that sort of stuff noted down. And right now, all I think is going through Device's mind right now is like internalizing those individual tidbits of information, but really just focusing 100% on his game. And let Threat worry about it, let Hampus worry about the overarching tendencies that they can try to exploit here against Astralis.
And surely on some other level, part of the game here must also be to try and forget about all the personal history stuff and just pretend like it's any other game. Because if you go too deep down that route, you know, that can also trip your team completely up, right? If you build it up into this, where this is like the big game that we're, you know, they probably have to try and say, let's just pretend this is any other thing and let's just go.
If they win now, do they get to change back to the old jerseys?
Who knows?
Are they just fighting to get rid of these jerseys, like get out of these jerseys right now?
I don't know. Oh man.
Yellow on white. My eyes.
We don't have to think about it. We can get into it. We're done. It's ready. NIP, they're going to be starting on the CT side. Astralis on the T side. Let's get this game underway. We're on Inferno, best of one. And this is a critical game. I didn't say, but I think NIP have got this. That's my pick for this one.
Let's get it.
We'll find out. Hampus throwing some bullets down at the bottom of Banana. That was a very non-committal way of shooting that USP. Otherwise, they've got to set up a little bit towards the A bomb site. We've got 2 sets of dualies, so a lot of pistols on the NIP side. Linus is here, trying to see if he could find someone. Oh, that was close to being a headshot, but he's going to be pushed back, and he knows he's in a little bit of trouble. Rez sneaking in with a kill. That nearly could have been a double, but Glaive, nice spin around to take him down. Device up here, and he's also going to get tagged. It's Linus inside of the bomb site. He was the one running at the beginning, but now he's back with a vengeance. A big double for him, and that should seal the round here for NIP. 2 versus 4. Glaive and Magisk, and actually, oh no, Glaive! Where did the bullets go? How is he still alive? That was the moment. That was the opportunity to bring it back into a 2-on-3, and that you could have maybe won. Now, I'm not so sure anymore. Magisk, he's a little bit worried, trying to see if he could find anything. The bomb is inside of the bomb site. Hampus shows up for the kill, and that means Glaive is probably done for here. Hampus even jumping will pick it up, and it's NIP to win the pistol.
Yes, it is. And off of the back of a very nice timing from Rez. You got to give it to him. Linus did a great job of staying alive. Some would think that you need to maybe take a fight, take a pot shot, but him staying alive, that's exactly what you're hoping for. You get back onto the bomb site, and then he gets 2 kills, all because he didn't let himself get rushed down by the main group. They had no idea that he was in the corner there, and that works out perfectly for him. This really feels like just everything lining up well for NIP. Don't clap too hard, Threat. But NIP are off to a terrific start. Double nade to bottom Banana. Already a man advantage for NIP in this anti-eco. Oh, it's actually a buy round coming in from Astralis, so they really were hoping to get something done here. If they lose this round, it's going to be very painful for them economically.
Did Civ have armor? Did he die in spite of having armor?
Look at this. Glaive has got armor. They've spent some money this round.
Yeah, they must have. That's interesting. I mean, those grenades have to be pretty on point then for you to get the kill with 2 of them. Magisk down and out as well. Yeah, that makes for a pretty good start. Gonna go and boost.
Dude, the mental aspect between these 2 teams right now. I mean, Astralis just need to forget the devices even on. Oh, I'll take advantage of this because right now, whatever, this is that round. But credit to the HLTV photographer.
Insane.
That got that photo of Device walking by drinking water, and like Zonic and Dupree. Like Zonic just looks like he just wants to murder Device, and then Magisk and Magisk and Lucky, all of the Astralis just watching, Device walk by. That is photo of the year. That is a career photo. I absolutely adore it. I'm saving it. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Very well done to the photographer. I don't know who it was. I didn't see the name, but man, what great work.
Yeah, incredible stuff.
It's like photo that tells 1,000 words, right? Just.
Well, Device has got a bit of a double kill here. Lucky looking for more damage. Anything, it all counts. He couldn't get the last headshot, but it's worth spending a little bit of an extra second there. If he could get one more Deagle headshot, it's all going to count in the end. But good stuff so far. Device having a good time.
A chuckle?
Yeah, for the minute. It's early days, and it's going to be another round here of Astralis taking it slow and having to save up a little bit to get to the real rifles. So that's pretty common stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary yet. And admins are helping out. Something's gone wrong.
Okay. Tech timeout. They can't talk. So going to be quiet here as they try and sort this out. sure the admins are going to be able to get it done pretty quickly. They've been pretty efficient handling issues so far today.
Yeah, I would say so. All right.
Looking pensive.
Yeah, I mean, throughout a career of playing Counter-Strike, everyone's going to have many of these kind of moments where, you know, you're kind of getting started and you have to slow down a little bit. And I don't know if there's anyone has any specific tricks, but I mean, you're going to have to get used to sort of letting go of the energy and then picking it right back up again.
It's actually terrible, right? Because, I mean, you're off to the start, you're giggling, you're having a good time, and then, oh, let's just slow everything down.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just, you know, something you just have to... You have to know, and you have to know that it can happen. So hopefully they can figure it out. Maybe
Was
an audio
it,
issue?
TS issue?
Could have been, yeah. Feels like it.
All right, well, hopefully they got that squared away. That's another thing. I have never had an issue. I have never had an issue with TeamSpeak in my life, and yet these players manage to bug out TeamSpeak on a regular basis, and I have no idea how they're doing it.
Yeah, I don't think I have either. Whereas Discord, on the other hand, every time I open it up, it's like it's plugged in my fridge as an audio source. It's something you have. It doesn't matter what it is, just anything electronic in my house. It's like, is this dog your new import? No, it's the same headset I use every time, every single time.
How does this work?
It's insane.
That's
driving me crazy. I can't deal with it. Anyway, yeah, so a little bit of a break. Here we go.
All right, we're in.
Yeah, there's always time.
But yes, the beatings will continue because this Astralis went for the Force Buy last round. They've got no money, so they're going for the hard eco this round so they can have some rifles and nades to work with. Good patience here from Astralis. Now look at that discipline, just all the way back. Dodge the early HEs.
Yeah, but
now
there
does
are more coming.
Plopsky? Yeah, exactly. Does Plopsky sense?
Using his Jedi tricks, try and see if he can feel it out. When's the time? When will it be perfect? Oh, the Molotov as well. There are some P250s on the Astralis side. So I mean, it is such a small investment that the money that you're going to spend on it that you might as well try, because the difference between that and a Glock is pretty significant.
Yeah.
In a game, best of one like this, you know, couple of kills here or there, maybe especially on Banana, it could be interesting. There's the nade.
There it is. Beautiful. And I love this discipline because they're not really throwing anything else. Again, just a reminder, everybody, slow rounds like this on hard ecos is Astralis trying to get NIP to throw grenades. They want them to throw grenades because it's wasted money in a hard eco. And so that's why they'll slow play it like this, just hoping to draw out flashes and smokes. Just making NIP spend more money in the next round, but NIP showing excellent discipline. They get a grip on the situation, they understand what they're up against, and they hold on to plenty of grenades for this round, really saving that money. Ayy. So now, this is it though. This is the big buy round coming up here, Anders.
Yes, it is.
It's a question of what Astralis have got in store for us here. Threat with a mild case of heartburn. Just watching the players, can't say anything.
Who can blame him? Must be agonizing in this moment, having to just sit it out, at least until you take some sort of a timeout, right? But otherwise, yeah, you're gonna have to wait and see.
This is ridiculous. Is it another issue with Lucky? Come on now.
I feel like it is, yeah, probably.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Or I don't know if it's Lucky, but it's someone.
Just stay focused.
What is Linus doing back there? Is he warming up his mouse pad?
It's a friction, right?
Yeah, it does it too quick. Maybe it'll catch fire or something.
Survival skills with a PC.
Yeah.
I see Hampus, a purist, hasn't gone with the wireless mouse. Everybody's going with wireless mice these days. Hampus, nope, not for him. I can admire that.
I'm a convert myself.
You're a convert, dude. Even James, even Tuga is a convert, and he's a purist. He's as pure as it comes. And so I'm just like, okay, if he's starting to think about him,
it's too comfortable. Same with the wireless headset in your house, at least.
Wireless headset I can get behind.
It's so nice.
I can get behind a wireless headset, but the wireless mice, I don't know.
I can mute my microphone, go to the bathroom, and I can still hear my teammates talking. It's fine. It's great.
That's the beta play, Anders. You know what the alpha play is.
Yeah, true. But
you know what the alpha play is there.
I'm trying to be a reasonable human being. It's taken a while, but...
Oh, this is so frustrating. What is going on? Why can't they solve these audio issues?
I don't know, but apparently this is happening earlier today with some of that. I don't know what it is, but hopefully it's not a recurring problem. Listen, obviously we won't always know if audio issues happen in the middle of a round. But if we are going to have issues, I'd rather have them at the start of rounds, but not in the middle of them. Because that's so much more frustrating, right? We had the disconnect earlier on Vertigo.
True,
So
yeah.
just none of that stuff. If we can keep it to this, at least I'm somewhat happy.
We lost Nafani that time, and they had to replace the whole PC.
Yeah. Whole PC died, yeah.
Yeah.
I once had a PC that had some kind of a short, so that if you like knocked on it, it would just reset, and I could never find it in the whole. So I just had to like never touch it. It worked perfectly outside of that, but I had no idea how that happened. I checked every inch of it. Like it was a mystery to me. I'm sure someone is typing why I'm an idiot, but I've put together every PC I think I've ever owned since I was like 14. I've basically made myself. So, but
yeah.
I just